Chapter 1. May you meet a wretched end. Teacher Kaido. In the paradise phase on the northern side of a diminutive island, amidst the shadowed streets of an ancient town, a heartfelt blessing resounded. An ancient hammer, stained a deep crimson with blood, whistled through the air, its sharp, bloodied spikes striking true against the forehead of a ferocious zombie, its claws poised menacingly. Thud! The collision of metal upon bone produced a dull thud, and the zombie crumpled to the ground. The living corpse transformed into a lifeless body. Chui, adorned with an grade item, a gas mask, flicked the decaying blood and viscous brain matter from his hammer. With a casual gesture, he traced an imperfect inverted cross across his chest, a tribute to Teacher Kaido for his 7th day of mourning. Simultaneously, 3 lines of ephemeral text flickered in the periphery of Chui's vision. You have slain a zombie with an overall evaluation of F. The passive effect of the E's grade skill, fishing, has activated. You have obtained an F grade victory bait. By utilizing this bait, you may fish from the dimensional sea for talents, abilities, information entries of grade F or lower, or other miscellaneous items. However, Chui had no time to ponder the peculiar words flashing before him, as a thunderous roar echoed in his ears, splitting the sky. Roar, the sound, akin to a majestic chime, resonated through the heavens, dispersing the heavy clouds above the town. The goddess of fortune is such a little vixen. With irritation radiating from him, Chui dug into his ears. He raised his gaze towards the tumultuous dark clouds in the distance, elevating his right hand to brandish the formidable great wilderness prisoner's finger. Amidst the roiling black clouds above, a sinuous azure dragon form emerged, its hard, diamond-like scales reflecting the chilling light from the clash of orange-earth flames and white lightning. Fish fruit, mythical beast type, azure dragon form. To traverse the world of One Piece and encounter Kaido right at the outset. What a tragic fate. Yet, this was not the most unbearable aspect. Suddenly, an inexplicable, overwhelming force surged from the sky, striking the mythical azure dragon with a violent blow. With his keen eyesight, Chui could barely discern a faint, shadowy figure darting through the sky. This terrifying power forced the once soaring azure dragon into a downward spiral, revealing much of its azure body that had previously been concealed within the clouds, along with 2 massive, intersecting scars across its bright yellow underbelly. Provoked by the mighty blow, the azure dragon opened its gaping maw, its razor-sharp teeth glistening as it unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath. The dense, dark clouds, once shrouding the sky, began to tear apart under the onslaught of this fiery stream, becoming sparse and tattered. However, the fiery breath of the dragon, which could transform gold and gravel, failed to deliver its intended impact and was instead obliterated by a single punch from the master of the overwhelming force. The dragon's fiery stream erupted like a wave crashing against a millennia-old reef, bursting forth in an instant. In the sky, a magnificent display emerged, a super invincible dazzling explosion firework graciously presented by Kaido, the Beast King. The scattering of the searing flames fell upon the earth like a meteor shower, illuminating the dim sky in a brilliant crimson hue, a battle of cataclysmic proportions. The clash of the Emperor of the Seas. What could be more terrifying than encountering a pirate emperor upon one's arrival? Certainly, encountering 2 pirate emperors, and they were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Chui spat, his chest swelling as a substantial volume of air, filtered through his gas mask, surged into his nostrils, trachea, and lungs. The oxygen was rapidly separated and dispatched by blood cells throughout his body, infusing him with explosive energy, particularly in his legs. Beast breathing, 8th form, Boar Rush. Suddenly, 2 slender jets of white mist erupted from the filter of his gas mask, unmistakably 2 streams of condensed breath. With his upper body slightly leaning forward, Chui spread his legs and fled, akin to a beast frantically escaping after being provoked, exerting all his strength to return to his nest. Along the way, this little beast had to continually adjust his position to evade the meteor shower raining down from above. Kaido, the beast, an unidentified top-tier powerhouse, and a decrepit island teeming with zombies. Oh, great flow of fortune. What on earth is happening here? Have I traversed into a pirate world that has completely collapsed? Boom! As Chui, lost in his musings, stepped into a street, his stride abruptly halted. He witnessed with his own eyes the makeshift doghouse he had painstakingly constructed over the past 3 days being instantaneously reduced to rubble by a descending fire meteor. The structure transformed into an enormous torch emanating waves of scorching heat, the violent shockwave from the fire, an explosion nearly toppling Chui. Kaido, you truly deserve a miserable end. Gritting his teeth, Zhe quickly turned around, fortunate enough to have a backup nest. If that too were to be destroyed by the fire meteor, he had a backup for the backup, specifically reserved for contingencies like today. Unexpectedly intruding into the battlefield of the four emperors necessitated a constant mental preparation for potential losses. Approximately 5 minutes later, with a blank expression, Zhe beheld his backup nest similarly engulfed by a blaze. It seemed he would have to retreat to the backup for the backup. The third stronghold was in fact a hidden cellar in the backyard of a prominent family within the town. This was also the most secure and concealed nest that Zhe had prepared. Within 3 days, he swiftly pulled open the trapdoor of the cellar, traversing through thick layers of earth. Exhausted, Zhe collapsed onto the floor of the cellar without switching on the light. The excessive use of beast breath left him with a tearing pain in both his lungs and legs. Yet he remained silent. It was not that Zhe lacked resilience, rather, he had endured so much similar suffering over the past 3 days that he had become numb to the pain. Time passed in the darkness without any clear perception. Uncertain of how long had elapsed, the surviving Zhe struggled to rise from the floor. He fumbled in the dark to turn on the lights in the cellar and casually removed the gas mask from his face, revealing a fatigued yet strikingly handsome visage. He made his way to the soft leather sofa in the corner of the cellar and sat down heavily, opening a bottle of red wine stored in the cellar of an affluent household. The deep crimson liquid spilled from the corner of his mouth, trickling down his jawline and dampening his chest. With a sigh, after downing most of the bottle, Zhe felt as if he had come back to life. His initial boisterous drinking soon transformed into a more refined sip. Zhe savored a small sip of wine, summoning forth his golden finger, a surreal pale virtual screen that just moments ago had displayed those peculiar characters during battle. The screen now presented his personal attribute information. Name, Trace Felt. Strength, F. The intensity of physical power, primarily determining melee attack potency. Endurance, F. The intensity of physical defense, primarily determining how much damage one can withstand, while also enhancing vitality and stamina. Agility, F. The speed of physical movement, primarily reflected in dexterity, attack, or evasion frequency, and, to a limited extent, influencing range attack power. Dominance, D. The scale of controllable team size, influenced by personal charisma and impact. Intimidation, unlocked the extent of intimidation one can exert, yet to be activated. Luck, F. Currently enhanced to D. The variability of personal fortune, subject to constant fluctuations. Talent attribute, visitor from the other shore red talent. Ability attribute, fishing ease level skill, beast's breath level skill, can be upgraded. Information attribute, blank. Overall evaluation, F. This luminous screen was the golden finger bestowed upon Zhe through his traversal. The 6 attribute strength, endurance, agility, dominance, intimidation, and luck each come with their respective explanations and require no further elaboration. Most crucially, the last 3 items represent Zhe's true external abilities. The talent attribute signifies innate giftedness. The ability attribute denotes skills acquired through learning. The information attribute represents personal identity information, talent entries, ability entries, and information entries. These 3 elements constitute the true essence of the luminous screen's golden finger. In simple terms, Zhe can acquire various entries, thereby obtaining corresponding attribute enhancements, ultimately elevating his overall prowess. A clear and evident path of progression. Zhe's personal panel reveals attributes that are rather abysmal, predominantly marked with an F grade, with an estimated comprehensive combat power barely reaching 5. Moreover, his personal entries appear exceedingly sparse. However, the reality is quite different. During the past 3 days of his traversal, the reason Zhe has managed to survive in the perilous battlefield of the Sea Emperor lies not on anything else but those few entries. The traveler from the other shore is the sole talent entry possessed by Zhe, an innate ability bestowed upon him upon his arrival. As the name suggests, it serves as a traveler's halo, and the effects of this entry are formidable. Ease level entry. Traveler from the other shore red talent. Entry effect. Permanently gains a 2-tier enhancement to one's own luck attribute. The upper limit of the luck attribute is EX. Entry evaluation. Apologies, but a traveler's luck is simply fortuitous, even though Zhe's current circumstances may seem rather bleak. In truth, the situation he faced upon his arrival was far worse. Compared to other predecessors who ventured into the seas, Zhe's rebirth luck was undeniably dismal. Some predecessors began their journey on a tranquil spy island, enjoying a stable early development period. Others started with a naval identity in the East Sea, ensuring steady progress, even in a cautious manner. And some fortuitous predecessors even secured a residence permit in the sacred land of Mary Gawaz. And no, I am not referring to slaves. In stark contrast lies the pitiful Chui. On the day of his arrival, all Chui remembers is the fierce winds, the towering waves, and the seawater, which was exceedingly salty 100 times salter than his tears. Goodness, how could one be unceremoniously cast into the Grand Line right at the outset? Even a mere patch of solid ground would have sufficed. What manner of madness is it to toss someone straight into the ocean? Had it not been for the luck attribute enhancement of the traveler from the other shore, Chui feels he might have been reincarnated on that very day. Regardless, although he was forcibly thrust into the sea at the start, Chui, buoyed by an unexpected surge of luck, managed to wash ashore and subsequently unraveled the identity of his previous self. Chui felt, at the tender age of 16, is a youth that, in the year 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar, he was born in a small kingdom nestled in the first half of the Grand Line, a prince of the royal family. For reasons unknown, while his family was out at sea for leisure, they encountered a pirate attack, witnessing the tragic demise of his loved ones at the hands of pirate cannon. Fired to avoid becoming a slave to the pirates, he was pushed into the sea by a retainer, drifting for several days before losing consciousness entirely. A traveler, orphaned, and a wandering prince, truly a protagonist narrative. Chui shared a similar sentiment. It wasn't until he emerged onto the shore that he inadvertently collided with the battlefield of teacher Kaido and another formidable figure of the ocean. Blessed by the fortunate aura of a visitor from the other world, Chui's luck was not as dire as one might presume. Had he followed the conventional trajectory of a narrative, upon his arrival, he would have encountered another Groupan assembly of allies of justice who concurrently logged onto the island along with the navy. However, fate had other plans prior to his ascent. He had decisively claimed the singular beginner's lottery bestowed by the luminous screen. With his luck still soaring before landing, Chui's beginner draw resulted in a spectacular acquisition, an overwhelmingly powerful ease-level skill, ease-level ability entry. Fishing red skill. Entry description. By using sea king creatures or other items as bait, one can fish from the dimensional sea for corresponding levels of talents, abilities, information entries, or miscellaneous objects. The entries or miscellaneous items obtained are not confined to the current world. They are likely to vary with the surrounding marine environment and the conditions of the island. Entry effects. For fish or sea creatures under 5 meters, one can fish for talents, abilities, information entries, or miscellaneous objects of level or lower for lesser sea kings between 5 and 20 meters. One can fish for a level for small sea kings between 20 and 50 meters. One can fish for level for medium sea kings between 50 and 500 meters. One can fish for level for large sea kings between 500 and 5,000 meters. One can fish for level and for ultra-large intelligent sea kings over 5,000 meters. One can fish for a level. Defeating opponents of varying comprehensive evaluations yields corresponding quality victory bait, allowing one to fish for talents, abilities, or other items of the corresponding level, with the harvest being related to the defeated opponent's capabilities. Additionally, any type of devil fruit allows one to directly fish for ease-level talents, abilities, or other items, with the harvest being linked to the abilities of the devil fruit. Entry evaluation. The vast and boundless ocean necessitates reliance on fishing for sustenance. The ability description may be somewhat lengthy, in essence, the fishing skill employs sea kings, defeated enemies, and devil fruits as bait to fish from the all-encompassing dimensional sea for an endless array of luminous entries or wondrous artifacts. For instance, the skill from the realm of Demon Slayer, which enhances one's physical prowess. Beast breathing was drawn from the dimensional sea using the fishing skill. Though classified as level, the beast breathing technique contains detailed records of subsequent techniques, such as total concentration breathing, total concentration, constant breathing in all 11 sword forms, and its abilities can be upgraded through further training. Returning to the fishing skill, it is indeed formidable, perhaps even excessively, so that it appears that fishing is merely an ease-level skill. However, with an ample supply of bait resources, one can reel in an astonishing number of ease-level abilities. Perhaps it is for this very reason that Chui, whose personal fortunes have significantly dwindled after coming ashore, not only missed the opportune moment to rendezvous with the Navy, but has also been compelled to exist under the terrifying influence of his mentor, Kaido. Of course, Chui himself remains blissfully unaware of this predicament. To this day, he has yet to discern the identity of the formidable sea expert currently engaged in battle with Kaido in the skies above. He mistakenly believes that this adversary is likely an unrecorded pirate from the original narrative. Prior to his transmigration, having perused the entirety of the manga and the Wano arc, Chueze harbored a certain degree of sympathy for the diligent Kaido. Being a diligent and responsible teacher is not the essence of one's existence. Rather, it is akin to being a villain with aspirations to dominate the world, facing off against the so-called children of the world, a creature not deserving of pity. What is truly unfortunate is encountering a child of the world during their peak, especially one whose extraordinary abilities are utterly incomprehensible, unreasonable, and unreliable. What manner of absurdity is this, a fruit of the people, a mythical beast, in the form of a sun god? However, when Q-Eyes found himself transported to the vast ocean, colliding headfirst with the formidable Kaido, his feelings of sympathy for the beast pirates underwent a dramatic and instantaneous transformation. Enduring the relentless onslaught of battle remnants for a continuous 3 days was merely a minor inconvenience. The crux of the matter lies in Q-Eye's intense aversion to the feeling of helplessness that comes from being unable to control his own destiny, an emotion he profoundly detests. In the future, should the opportunity arise, Q-Eyes is determined to repay Kaido for the grievances of these past days. As for the present, Chueze should first contemplate the myriad of 100 methods for fishing with the victory bait. In the 3 days since his arrival, although he has largely been evading the remnants of the battles in the sky, he has nonetheless managed to vanquish a considerable number of zombies. Each F-grade zombie he has defeated provides him with a piece of F-grade victory bait. Currently, Chueze's collection of victory bait amounts to 9 pieces. A total of 9 opportunities for fishing. Today, fortune seems to be. Chueze recalled the harrowing journey, the 2 temporary outposts that had been successively destroyed, and could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Well, it seemed rather unfortunate. However, Chueze retrieved an F-grade victory bait, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Isn't there a saying, after the storm comes the calm? On his very first fishing expedition, he managed to catch such a remarkable prize as the breath of the beast. Confident in his fishing luck, Chueze patiently bided his time for 3 whole days, gathering 9 pieces of victory bait, all for this very moment. He relished in making a grand splash. Most importantly, his fishing skills were his sole means of escaping his current predicament. Let us cast the line and see what fortune awaits. Chueze whispered softly, casting aside the bait of victory in his hand. With his finger as the rod and his thoughts as the line, the invisible fishing rod stirred the air, creating ripples of undulating waves in the void. Chueze held his breath, his gaze intently fixed upon the fishing line and hook that transcended dimensions, watching as they deftly snagged an object in the vast sea of dimensions. With a swift motion of his arm, Chueze summoned the luminous screen, revealing the day's initial catch. This fishing expedition yielded an item of modest merit, a rice ball crafted by Tanjiro Kamado, originating from Demon Slayer. This item is described as large, soft, white, and warm. Its effect is simply to satiate hunger. The item's evaluation states, in truth, it is merely an ordinary rice ball. What else could it be? Chueze tilted his head slightly, his previously bright gaze now appearing somewhat bewildered. The disparity between the breath of beasts capable of advancement and the unremarkable rice balls of Tanjiro Kamado seemed rather pronounced, did it not? Yet, something felt amiss. Today's fortune appeared rather bleak, but perhaps, just perhaps, this was merely a precursor to something greater? Chueze's fingers twitched slightly as he drew back the luminous curtain. Removing the bait he had just expended, 8 pieces remained. The fishing skill possesses a concealed feature whereby low-quality bait can be fused together to create higher-quality bait. Chueze's 8 F-grade victory baits, though derived from the lowest echelon of zombies, fortuitously coalesced into a rather inferior E-grade victory bait. After a moment's hesitation, Chueze took another sip of red wine, his eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson, reminiscent of a gambler on the brink of euphoria. A fisherman does not believe in tears. Let us go for it. A gamble where a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle. Resolute in his decision, Chueze ceased his vacillation and directly fused the 8 F-grade victory baits, acquiring a brand new E-grade bait, before promptly commencing his fishing endeavor. With his fingers as the rod and his thoughts as the line, the fish took the bait. Fortune smiled upon him. Fishing harvest details, type, item E-grade item, bamboo cork of Nezuko Kamado source, Demon Slayer item description, a bamboo cork worn perpetually in the mouth of the demonized girl Nezuko Kamado, filled with the sweet saliva of the demonized maiden. Item effects. 1. Wearing the bamboo cork in the mouth allows for a notably subpar cosplay appearance. 2. The saliva contained within the cork, infused with the abilities of the demonized girl, possesses mild healing properties, providing a certain restorative effect for specific demon races. 3. Quenches thirst. Item evaluation. The flavor is disturbingly peculiar. The following morning, Chuize awoke abruptly from his slumber, instinctively tracing an inverted cross upon his chest. Grateful to have survived to greet another day, while simultaneously offering prayers to his celestial mentor, Kaido. After swiftly resolving the matter of breakfast, he donned his gas mask. With a vibrant green bamboo tube hanging at his waist, and positioned himself beneath the hatch of the cellar, summoning the technique of beast breathing. Beast breathing, 7th form. Spatial perception. Utilizing the ability of spatial awareness, Chuize rapidly surveyed the streets surrounding the third lair, discovering no signs of a mass congregation of zombies. Freedom beckoned. With a thorough understanding of his surroundings, Chuize willingly relinquished the effects of his spatial perception, silently pushing open the cellar hatch, traversing the backyard, and emerging onto the desolate streets of the town, ready to embark on his day's zombie hunting expedition. Before setting forth, Chuize gazed upward, intending to assess the intensity of the aerial battlefield. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that the skirmishes unfolding in the sky today seemed less fierce than those of previous days. One could consider this a positive omen. Chuize muttered under his breath, soon diverting his attention from the situation above. Yesterday, he had been ensnared by a fishing skill that backfired. Expending a considerable amount of resources yet acquiring nothing more than a peculiar item, the bamboo tube plug of Nezuko Kamado. With his entire stock of victory bait depleted, Chuize was in dire need of replenishing his supplies. The feeble Chuize must seize every opportunity for survival. Would fortune smile upon him today? He opened his personal attributes panel, glanced briefly, and grimaced. A luck rating of D. How disappointing. Closing the holographic screen, he grasped his hammer and embarked on his journey to vanquish the zombies. Thanks to the combat experience gained over the past 3 days, he had become adept at dealing with these slow-moving, yet keenly perceptive creatures. As long as he refrained from provoking the towering, mutated zombies that were clearly formidable, such as those congregating in the expansive central square of the town, the ordinary zombies presented no challenge for him. Each was but a simple target for his hammer. Indeed, the intensity of today's aerial battlefield was considerably lower than in the previous 3 days. Merely half a morning had passed, yet Chuize had already dispatched 5 zombies, earning 5 F-grade victory baits, all without a single disturbance from the aerial battlefield. Chuize often felt that Lady Luck had grown indifferent. Yet, every time he pulled back the curtain of light, he was reminded that she remained the same malevolent figure with an exaggerated bosom. As he honed his skills in the breath of the beast, Chuize retrieved a piece of dried meat of unknown variety from his pocket, savoring it slowly to replenish the energy expended during battle. The rice balls he had caught the previous night, inspired by Tanjiro Kamado, had already been consumed for breakfast that very morning. After enduring the tumultuous aftermath of the sky battlefield for 3 consecutive days, the density of zombies in the small town was already quite low. Following Chuize's relentless pursuit of the remaining undead, the streets adjacent to the third stronghold had been nearly cleared. He now sought a new location for exterminating zombies, preparing for the subsequent endeavors that awaited him. Should he eliminate every last zombie in the town while the sky battlefield still raged on? Chuize found himself contemplating a deeper exploration of the islands, venturing into the other settlements of the undead. Fortunately, the zombie resources in the medieval town were relatively abundant, ensuring that he wouldn't have to address this issue for at least 2 or 3 days. After consuming the last morsel of dried meat, Chuize ascended to the highest building nearby and retrieved an antiquated brass monocular. He extended the telescope, intending to survey the remaining areas of the town. The skilled beast's breath, spatial perception was indeed advantageous, yet Chuize could not afford to rely on it at all times, at least not in his current state. However, as soon as he adjusted the telescope, it came into focus on the outskirts of the town, revealing a rather peculiar expanse of white. Was that smoke hovering above the ground? Furrowing his brow, Chuize lowered the telescope and rubbed his eyes before redirecting his gaze, only to immediately discern the half-body figure soaring through the fog. It was a young man, possessing merely the upper half of his body, with short grayish-white hair and a somewhat fierce countenance. Clad in a short-sleeved white naval recruit uniform that encased his muscular frame, he was devoid of anything below the waist. Could it be Smoker, the naval officer from the original Smoke series, a user of the smoke fruit? Chuize observed carefully for a while longer and discovered that the young man swiftly traversing the wasteland outside the town, relentlessly purging zombies and zombie beasts, was indeed Smoker from his days as a recruit. One could hardly find another lunatic on the vast ocean who could indulge in 2 cigars at once. Following Smoker were numerous naval recruits. If that were the case, then the figure engaged in battle with Kaido in the skies above was not a great pirate but rather Admiral Black-Armed Zephyr of the Navy headquarters. With a swift flicker of thought, Zephyr lifted his gaze to the heavens. After a delay of 3 days, he finally discerned the truth. It was indeed an admiral of the Navy. It is important to note that Zephyr engaged in combat with Kaido by mere happenstance, driven to madness as he led a cohort of inexperienced recruits to confront the pirate emperor. Zephyr, along with his naval recruits, was currently purging a desolate island infested with zombies, once ruled by a nefarious superhuman, the virus fruit user, Dr. Mzan, an evil biochemist. Unfortunately, this scientist also held another identity, the youthful companion of the beast pirate captain Kaido, and a member of the exceedingly rare Oni clan. Upon noticing the arrival of Zephyr in the Navy, Mzan, who was conducting experiments on the island, immediately contacted Kaido, who resided in the New World. However, it was not until Mzan was apprehended by the Navy that Kaido finally made his delayed entrance, leading to a fierce confrontation with Zephyr. Kaido, surrender now. The undersea prison impelled down shall be your ultimate fate. Zephyr, stepping lightly as if upon the moon, hovered in the air, his sleek purple hair standing on end, exuding a metallic sheen that enveloped his robust arms from fists to wrists, without a single inch of his armed haki overlooked. The formidable black-armed Zephyr was renowned across the seas for his unparalleled dual haki and breathtaking combat prowess. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting, old man Zephyr? Kaido, in his dragon form, unleashed a blatant mockery, the scales of his fearsome, beastly visage glimmering with evident sarcasm. As if you could ever defeat me. With a thunderous roar, the phantom dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a cacophony that transformed into torrents of white lightnings, weaving an impenetrable web of thunder that surged towards the position of the admiral. In the blink of an eye, the brilliant electric net raced towards Zephyr. A sharp red glint flashed in Zephyr's eyes as he raised his right fist, enveloped in armed haki, and delivered a straightforward blow. The tremendous force and weighty haki obliterated the thunderous net, scattering sparks of electricity into the air. At this stage, Zephyr was far from the future cripple, who would lose his right arm to Whitebeard's second son. He remained at the peak of his power. It is well known that every true powerhouse standing atop the ocean endures a remarkably protracted peak phase. Kaido, Mzan has already been captured by the Navy for slaughtering so many innocent lives. Had he not been a rare devil fruit user, he would have been executed by now. Zephyr turned his gaze towards the dragon, poised to continue his plea for surrender, but was abruptly interrupted by a torrent of anguished wails. Oh, Mzan, my poor kin. How could you have been apprehended by this inept group of Navy officers? Woe is me. Kaido's sorrowful emotions surged rapidly as large tears cascaded from his dragon-like eyes. The crux of the matter is that you have yet to deliver my reward. Reward? Zephyr's expression shifted awkwardly at the distant confrontation. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, seemingly hesitant to speak. Kaido, he is your long-standing friend, a comrade of your own kin. Indeed. Kaido, as if changing his demeanor in an instant, abruptly ceased his tears and winked at Zephyr. Thus, he increased the payment. Those are 2 ancient devil fruits. I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Heatwave. Ha. Chueze was oblivious to the dialogue exchanged between Kaido and Zephyr in the heavens above. As he gazed skyward, he was met with the sight of a familiar crimson blaze once again slicing through the sky. A slight twitch at the corner of his eye sent his heart racing, preparing him instinctively to flee. However, upon witnessing the scorching breath of the Azure Dragon not being obliterated by the Marine Admiral's fist like the day before, transforming into a cataclysmic meteor shower, Chueze finally allowed himself to relax, harboring a silent hope that his mentor Kaido was unharmed. Chueze once again extended his heartfelt wishes to the celestial teacher Kaido. He redirected his gaze to the wilderness beyond the town, where a group of naval recruits, led by Smoker, were approaching the medieval town at a visibly rapid pace. In contrast to Chueze's slow and inefficient manual method of clearing zombies, the recruits employed a diverse array of efficient and swift strategies to eliminate the undead. According to Chueze's calculations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this contingent of naval recruits would likely eradicate the zombie horde in the wilderness within half an hour before proceeding into the town to continue their sweeping operations. Casting a fleeting glance at the aerial battlefield from the corner of his eye, Chueze found himself momentarily torn. He was faced with 2 options. First, to remain in the town and await the arrival of the naval recruits. Second, to venture into the wilderness beyond in search of adventure. The advantages of the former option were evident. It promised ample safety. However, the disadvantages were equally apparent, even with the visage of luck gracing him. Chuize could hardly expect the naval recruits to place their trust in him, an unexpected survivor on this island of the undead. It was entirely foreseeable that, should Chuize opt to remain, once discovered by the recruits, he would inevitably confront a lengthy period of confinement, during which his movements would be subject to stringent restrictions. The alternative plan, too, bore its own clear advantages and disadvantages. Freedom, albeit accompanied by peril. Chuize's mind began to race as he deliberated, and after a thorough contemplation, he ultimately opted for the second plan. This decision was not solely motivated by his reluctance to be subjected to the stringent oversight of the Navy. More significantly, he had come to recognize the true peril that lurked on this zombie-infested island. Undoubtedly, it was Kaido, for everyone except Zifa. The threat posed by Kaido was far more formidable, even lethal, than the menacing zombies prowling the island. By aligning himself with the Navy recruits, Chuize secured a semblance of safety. However, in reality, he merely amplified his presence in Kaido's eyes. If Kaido were to suddenly lose his sanity and resolve to target the Navy recruits on the island, could Zifa truly intervene effectively? Impossible, even without resorting to the death of the Admiral. Black Arm Zifa's ability to manage the aftermath of battle was not sufficient to guarantee the protection of every single Navy recruit. At that point, Chuize, who had drawn close to the Navy yet completely relinquished his freedom, would become nothing more than a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Trading the illusory safety gained from the Navy for a diminished presence in Kaido's perception seemed a fair exchange to Chuize. Moreover, embarking on a wilderness adventure held immense significance for him, as it represented the opportunity for victory bait. Should he choose to align with the Navy, he would be unlikely to acquire even a single piece of bait in the near term. Reflecting on this, Chuize solidified his resolve. With his gaze sharpened anew, he looked towards the wild outskirts of the town and softly declared, "Before our meeting, let me present a resounding gift." With a swift turn, Chuize hurried towards the direction of the third stronghold. During his 3 to 4 days in this town, aside from slaying zombies and dodging the fallout from the aerial battlefield, he had primarily focused on gathering intelligence regarding the locations of all remaining firearms and ammunition within the town and relocating them to the nearest temporary base. Anyone with a fundamental understanding of zombies knows that firearms are far more effective and safer for dispatching these mindless creatures than close combat with cold weapons. In this sea ravaged by pirates, any orderly town would undoubtedly be short on supplies, particularly the gunpowder weapons necessary to combat pirates. In the first 3 days, Chuize had never considered the prospect of gunpowder weapons, as he had always planned to utilize all the gunpowder reserves in the town to send those formidable zombies skyward before departing. As previously mentioned, Chuize has a penchant for grand schemes. The plan to amass explosives has progressed remarkably smoothly. In a mere 20 minutes, he successfully relocated all the gunpowder he had scavenged from the third stronghold to the expansive square at the heart of the town. Thanks to the thunderous sounds of battle reverberating through the sky, his operation went unnoticed by the towering mutated zombies lingering in the central square. Those behemoths continued to bellow at the heavens, oblivious to their surroundings. I recall that on my first day here, the central square, characterized by its wide-open space and efficient sound reception, was teeming with zombies. Now, only 3 of those giants remain, accompanied by dozens of ordinary zombies. Even without my intervention, it is likely that within a day or 2, these creatures will all perish beneath the aftermath of the clash between Zefa and Kaido. Chuize swiftly ascended the towering clock tower adjacent to the central square, employing his telescope to once more survey the movements of the naval recruits. He observed that several figures clad in blue and white uniforms had begun to infiltrate the outskirts of the town. It was nearly time. Chuize murmured quietly and swiftly descended from the clock tower. Upon reaching the ground, he ignited the pre-prepared fuse and recklessly dashed towards the northern part of the town. If he hesitated any longer, he would be consigned to the grave alongside the undead monstrosities. Let them bathe in the cannon fire, with a soft hissing sound accompanying the fuse's burn. A faint scent of gunpowder wafted through the air as the sparks from the fuse rapidly approached the towering mound of explosives. Time flowed slowly as Chuize exerted the explosive energy provided by the breath of beasts, charging forward like a frenzied wild boar. His keen senses detected an ever-growing menace looming behind him. Just as he rounded a dilapidated building, the ignited fuse made contact with the explosive mound, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy in an instant. Boom! A blinding red and yellow light erupted, illuminating the entire sky above the town. This was followed by a thunderous roar and the deafening sound of the blast. Several miles away, Smoker and his companions, who were engaged in a hunt against the zombie horde, suddenly witnessed a brilliant light ascending from the direction of the target town, followed closely by the earth-shattering explosion that caused the ground to tremble beneath their feet. Even Zifa and Kaido, who were locked in combat in the skies above, were momentarily distracted by the ferocious explosion emanating from below, frequently glancing towards the town engulfed in flames. At the center of the explosion, a massive crater spanning several dozen meters appeared, leaving the surrounding buildings utterly obliterated, reduced to mere rubble amidst a cloud of dust. The zombies that had gathered in the square were mercilessly annihilated by the ferocious shockwave of the explosion, disintegrating the ordinary ones into minuscule fragments of flesh. As for the towering mutated zombies, they too had vanished without a trace. On the northern edge of the medieval town, Chuizhe, having sensed the explosive force, disregarded the trembling ground beneath his feet and immediately summoned a luminous screen. Gazing at the flowing information displayed, he was overwhelmed with joy. An E-grade bait. And countless F-grade baits. What does it mean to experience a sudden windfall? This is what it means. Chuizhe gazed intently at the luminous screen, where the words special rice balls of Tanjiro Kamado flickered in a pale, ethereal glow. He struggled to keep his eyes open, scrutinizing the text for what felt like an eternity, until he finally deciphered the message hidden within the letters. It simply read orthopedics. Even in death, entombed within a coffin, he would still proclaim from the grave, may all lovers in the world ultimately become siblings. With a flick of his wrist, he turned off the screen, still clutching the special rice ball, utterly perplexed as to its purpose. And what of that peculiar bamboo tube stopper from before? This fishing skill seemed decidedly peculiar. He tossed the special rice ball into his waist pocket, dismissing any outrageous effects it might possess. After all, as a rice ball, it still fulfilled the fundamental role of satisfying hunger. It was, in fact, far more suitable as a backup food source than some modern-day reindeer. Yet, the fact that this item was valued at an E-grade bait caused a slight pang in his heart. With a steady breath, Chuizhe leaned against a massive stone and rose from the ground. The acquisition of his tenacity had alleviated the soreness in his legs completely. Chuizhe conducted another test on the breath of beasts, and to his delight, he discovered a significant reduction in its physical burden, alongside a notable enhancement in its amplifying effects. As his physical prowess improved, the capabilities of the breath of beast were fully unleashed, leading him to speculate that an upgrade of this ability might not be far off. The techniques of total concentration breathing, as well as total concentration, constant, were now at his disposal. After easing his tense muscles, Chuizhe invigorated his spirit and swiftly ascended the summit of the small stone peak. He intended to leverage the geographical advantage of the peak to survey the surrounding area, thereby formulating an action plan for the forthcoming days. His acute auditory senses were fully engaged as a myriad of subtle sounds within a 50-meter radius flooded his ears, enhancing his sense of security, albeit a false one. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the heavens. The absence of any preceding disturbance in the sky felt rather disconcerting. Chuizhe cast a glance at the sky and, upon discerning no significant issues, quickened his ascent up the mountain. Within mere minutes, he surged to the summit of the small rocky peak, promptly retrieving his binoculars to survey the surrounding area. The first sight that greeted him was the situation across the town. Led by Smog, the new naval recruits had already infiltrated the town. Following the earlier explosion, this group of elite Marines, possessing commendable capabilities, had come to realize the potential presence of other perilous individuals on the island. They were diligently pairing up, continuously investigating the circumstances within the town. Take your time to explore the city, he mused. In the next moment, Chuizhe directed his binoculars towards the sky and swiftly shifted his gaze away. The aerial combat could be monitored by ear. There was no need for further scrutiny. His attention then shifted to the vicinity surrounding the small rocky peak. Chuizhe silently observed for a while and discovered a remarkably secluded cave nestled beyond several small hills, a fortuitous temporary stronghold bestowed by the heavens. Chuizhe pressed the telescope and immediately began to move towards the concealed cave. Although he had initially intended to use the small rocky peak beneath him as a temporary stronghold, the barren summit offered no shelter from the wind and rain. In contrast, the cave appeared far more habitable. After approximately half an hour, Chuizhe arrived at the location of the hidden cave without obstruction. However, as he drew nearer, his expression grew increasingly solemn. Contrary to his expectations, the concealed cave was not a pristine natural formation. Along the way, Chuizhe had observed numerous signs of human activity. The inhabitants of the island had transformed into zombies, and even if there were living beings within the cave, they would have likely fled after several days. Despite this reasoning, Chueze could not help but heighten his sense of vigilance. Standing in the clearing before the cave, he unhesitatingly unleashed the beast's breath, spatial perception, sending imperceptible waves of energy radiating from his feet to probe the depths of the cave. There was no sign of biological activity within. Yet, those two small creatures locked away in the depths of the dungeon were still alive. Chueze furrowed his brow, withdrawing a hammer and gripping it tightly in his hand as he gradually ventured deeper into the cavern. Just as he had surmised, the desolate expanse of the cave had not remained undiscovered. Ample evidence of human activity lingered within, though the original inhabitants had long since vanished. The dim light illuminated the cavern's walls, where enormous transparent containers were arrayed, each submerged in a pale green, unidentifiable solution that cradled grotesque biological specimens. It bore an unsettling resemblance to a sinister biochemist's laboratory. A sudden sound echoed through the stillness. Chueze retrieved a flashlight and illuminated the cavernous surroundings. The sinister experimental base, capable of instilling terror in the hearts of ordinary individuals, appeared rather trivial to him after enduring 4 days of the zombie apocalypse. Indeed, from the very first day of my arrival on this island, I discerned that although it is referred to as a zombie island, it is not the territory of a shadow fruit user, Moonlight Moria. The mindless zombies and those infused with shadows are entirely disparate entities. Now, witnessing the grotesque inhabitants of this cave only serves to reinforce my suspicions. The architect of the tragedy that befell this island is likely a biochemist, probably a user of a virus-type devil fruit. Otherwise, Admiral Zephyr would never have ventured here. In the mind of Chueze, a rapid succession of deductions flashed, all leading to a truth that could not be denied. The only enigma that remained was Kaido. What could have compelled Master Kaido to venture into the paradise? Why would he not patiently remain in Wano, awaiting the radiant dawn of the sun god 20 years hence? With information asymmetry clouding his understanding, Chueze found himself unable to decipher the entirety of the island's circumstances. Yet, moving at a brisk pace, he had already traversed deep into the cave during his contemplation. Arriving before the prison he had previously sensed, the light from the electric bulb pierced the darkness like a blade of dawn, illuminating the conditions within the cell. Crafted from a unique material, the prison contained 2 emaciated children. The elder of the 2 was valiantly propping himself up, half kneeling on the ground, shielding the younger one, who lay on the floor, barely clinging to life. Chueze fixed his gaze intently. The larger figure was a girl, her disheveled hair resembling dry straw cascading down her back. Atop her head, a pair of large white horns jutted out like those of a bull, and her pale red pupils shimmered with vigilance and fear. What was most striking, however, was the girl's mouth, which could only be described as ghastly. Her small, cherry-like lips appeared as though they had been cruelly slashed open, revealing a set of interlocking, sharp white fangs. The smaller figure lying on the ground, whose gender was indeterminate, bore horns that were far more slender than those of the girl, and their condition was far more tragic. Almost the entirety of the left side of their head had been brutally severed, exposing the skull connected to delicate white horns. The most unsettling aspect was that under the illumination of the electric light, the exposed skull displayed an eerie, deep green hue. In an instant, Chueze felt as though he had been transported from the world of One Piece to the set of a terrifying horror film. Yet, the seasoned veteran quickly recognized the identities of the 2 pint-sized beings based on certain features. It became clear to Chueze why Kaido had chosen this moment to fly from the depths of Wano in the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, to paradise. These 2 little ones were unmistakably the future adopted children of Kaido, the members of the beast pirates known as the Flying Six. The girl with the ghastly mouth was named Runmi, and the boy with the half-severed head was named Page 1. Who are you, and why are you here? Runmi's voice was frail and weak, yet it still conveyed a palpable sense of wariness. I am merely a hapless soul whose fate has been twisted, Chueze replied, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. Despite Runmi's inability to comprehend his peculiar words, she couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. At the very least, the figure standing before her and her brother was a human capable of normal communication, unlike the mindless, bloodthirsty undead monsters created by their father. Runmi did not respond immediately, but Chueze found it hard to contain himself. By the way, do you sense that the atmosphere here is rather unsettling? May I light a campfire? Since his arrival in this ocean, Chueze had encountered someone capable of conversing with him for the first time, and the loneliness that had built up over 3 or 4 days erupted at that moment. Moreover, he was genuinely struggling with the oppressive environment deep within the cave. It's eerie, Strange ambience, the terrifying figure of the girl with the gaping mouth, the harsh beam of a flashlight, and a normally oriented human male. It was an utterly chilling scene reminiscent of a horror film set. Ronnie gently nodded, then watched as Chuize methodically utilized some rudimentary items within the cave to ignite a small campfire. The bright, warm glow of the fire instantly illuminated the surroundings of the prison, simultaneously dispelling some of the terrifying darkness. With the emergence of this flickering flame, Runty's spirits noticeably lifted. At the very least, her complexion was no longer as pale as it had been moments before, though this could very well have been an illusion. In response to the earlier inquiry, I am but a wretched soul who, having encountered a maritime disaster, was cast away upon this island of the undead. Chuize sat cross-legged on the cave floor, his tone remarkably placid as he inquired, as a trade, could you kindly disclose your identity? Chuize was undoubtedly aware of the identities of Runti and the enigmatic Peggy Wan, who lay behind her. He could vividly recall even the intricate patterns of the pink and white lace mask that adorned her face a decade later. This exchange was merely Chuize's attempt to find a companion to alleviate his ennui, while also seeking to gather information about Runti and the identity of Peggy Wan's father, which had only been briefly mentioned in the original narrative. Little Runti pressed her lips together, refraining from providing an answer, and instead softly remarked, "You have yet to respond to the second question." Chuize, overwhelmed with emotion, poured forth all his experiences since his arrival, sharing them fervently with the small fissured girl confined within her cage. His words were interspersed with numerous references to Master Kaido, Admiral Zephyr, and the gruesome, undead, bloodthirsty creatures. Naturally, Chuize omitted the specifics of his origins and the details of the luminous information. The fearsome dragon overhead, the utterly inept naval forces, and the sudden assault of the lifeless corpses haunted his narrative. Chuize's endless stream of words left Runti feeling somewhat dazed, her little head spinning, while Peggy Wan, lying behind her, exhibited signs of physical discomfort. Yet, it was evident that Chuize's loquacious nature had significantly altered his overall demeanor in a positive way. Runti's vigilance diminished considerably, to the extent that after Chuize recounted his experiences, she began to selectively share her own tales. Having just vented his frustrations, Chuize felt considerably lighter, eagerly listening as Runti unveiled the hidden backstory from the original work. A pair of tragically unfortunate siblings from the Ghost Clan hailed from a family of the Vodka King, steeped in turmoil. Their father, a superhuman with the power of a virus fruit, harbored a desire for immortality, even resorting to using his own children for experimentation. 5 days prior, they had inexplicably vanished. As she spoke of her father, Mzan, Runti's voice grew somber, and she noticeably skipped over many details, yet Chuize managed to glean significant information. What a wretched father he is, Chuize mused. Countless men cast aside their wives in pursuit of fame and fortune upon the vast sea. However, individuals like Runti and Peggy Wan's father, with such despicable moral fiber, are indeed rare. To exploit one's own children for biochemical virus experiments, what kind of human scum does that? Do not insult my father. The little split-mouthed girl glared furiously at Chuize. The half-conscious boy behind her struggled to prop himself up, his eyes darkly fixed on Chuize. All right, I apologize. Chuize offered a half-hearted apology, smacking his lips as he felt he had spoken too much and was somewhat parched. As he retrieved his portable water bottle and began to twist open the cap, he suddenly sensed 2 piercing gazes fixated upon him. More precisely, they were directed at the water bottle in his hand. Chuize grasped the water bottle, swaying it from side to side, causing 2 pairs of eyes to follow his movements with growing impatience. Ultimately, it was the unable to bear any longer, Runti, who interrupted his mischievous antics. "Could you spare me just a little water?" she implored, extending her tongue to moisten her chapped lips. Though her request was not for her own sake. "My brother hasn't had a drop to drink in many days," Chuize observed as the silent Peggy Wan suddenly extended her withered little hand, grasping the hem of Runti's garment and gently shaking it a few times. Although Peggy Wan had not consumed a drop of water for an extended period, the care she received from her sister Runti was hardly sufficient to alleviate her condition. It was evident that she was a brother deeply concerned for his sister's well-being. Chuize gently pinched his somewhat sore nose, first taking a small sip from the water bottle to demonstrate that the water was safe to drink, before tossing it into the cage with a flick of his wrist. Overjoyed, Runti immediately reached out to embrace the water bottle. However, despite its modest weight, it caused the slender girl, as fragile as a wild grass, to stumble precariously, nearly losing her balance. Dismissing her awkwardness, Runti turned around, cradling the water bottle, and wrapped her arms around Peggy One's upper body, carefully feeding her little brother the refreshing water, urging him, "Drink slowly. Save some for yourself, too." Chueze reminisced about the specially crafted rice balls made by Tanjiro Kamado during a previous fishing trip. He retrieved one from his pocket, first pinching a small morsel to taste, ensuring it was safe, before tossing it to Runti. This was a rice ball lovingly prepared by an older brother for his younger sister. "Perhaps you might feed a bit to your brother as well, for it may alleviate his condition, if only slightly." Runti silently accepted the rice ball, resisting the tempting aroma of the warm rice. She carefully pinched off a small piece and gradually fed it to Page Ivan. It was uncertain whether he was comforted by the brotherly warmth of Tanjiro Kamado or the sisterly affection of Runti. After consuming nearly half a jug of water and a significant portion of the rice ball, Page Ivan noticeably regained some strength. Gazing at the dwindling supply of water and rice ball, he tightly closed his mouth, unwilling to eat any more. Had it not been for his weakness, he likely would have insisted on finishing the remaining morsel himself. "Young man, you would do well to consume every last bit of that rice ball. I have other provisions that would be more suitable for your sister." Chueze harbored some concerns regarding the special rice ball's effect on the young children, particularly in relation to Runti, and he was reluctant to assume the precarious title of a lowly enthusiast. Thus, he felt compelled to voice his apprehensions. However, it was evident that his words, at this moment, bore a hint of ambiguity. Peggy Wan, being quite young, failed to grasp the implications. In contrast, the slightly older Runti discerned them, or rather, misconstrued them. With a pout, she stuffed the uneaten rice balls into her mouth, her pallid complexion instantly gaining a blush of color, before she glared at Chueze with indignation. Observing this scene, Chueze couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Damn it, if a typical young girl looked at me like that, I might even feel a semblance of delight. But with you, a peculiar girl adorned with horns, staring at me, there is an inexplicable sensation of impending doom. Little horned girl from the... Chueze's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he recalled the peculiar item he had caught the previous night, a bamboo tube stopper belonging to Nezuko Kamado. The item boasted an intriguing effect. The saliva contained within the bamboo tube, tainted by the powers of the demonized maiden, possessed slight healing abilities, offering a notable restorative effect for certain demon races. Could this gentlemanly item truly be of use? Perhaps it was the unique capturing properties of the special rice ball at play. With minimal effort, Chueze successfully persuaded Runti to utilize the sweet saliva of the demonized maiden within the bamboo tube stopper in an attempt to heal her substantial mouth wound. Initially, Runti contemplated testing the healing effects of the bamboo tube stopper on her brother, Page Iwan. She mused that if the liquid truly possessed the power to mend her injuries, she would undoubtedly pour the remainder of it onto her brother's head without hesitation. However, when Runti learned from Chueze what this so-called medicinal liquid actually entailed, she promptly abandoned the idea, setting aside the question of the item's legitimacy, reliability, or efficacy. What kind of surreal operation would it be to pour another girl's saliva onto her brother's half-damaged skull? Chueze was oblivious to the psychological intricacies of the demoness girl. Holding a bamboo tube, he approached the iron bars of the prison and gestured for Runti to bring her lips closer. The latter seemed to have envisioned a mysterious ritual of self-sacrifice. As she closed her eyes and gently puckered her lips, "Do not pout. Just maintain a normal demeanor." Chueze, with a hint of irritation, reminded as he uncovered the lid of the bamboo tube, inserting his index finger to extract a small amount of the medicinal liquid, reminded of the liquid's owner. Chueze instinctively pinched his index finger and thumb together, gently rubbing them for a moment before parting his fingers to reveal a delicate strand. Ahem. Chueze felt a sudden shiver coursing through him, feigning nonchalance as he gently applied the medicinal liquid from his fingertips to the uneven scars flanking Runti's lips. In that instant, his heart became as tranquil as still water. Chueze meticulously applied the medicinal liquid from the bamboo tube to the wound of Runti, taking great care to avoid causing her any discomfort. At some point, Runti opened her eyes, gazing in a daze at the human male who was cautiously tending to her. Despite her tender age as a young demon girl, she felt a warmth emanating from this unfamiliar being, a warmth that surpassed that of her own father. Well, although the effects may not be immediately apparent, one can only hope that this treatment might prove beneficial in some way. Chueze, greatly satisfied, withdrew his finger. Having depleted more than half of the medicinal liquid from the bamboo tube, he lifted his gaze, intending to ask Runti to move her head aside, only to be met with a pair of vacant, dazed eyes. "Hey, little gap-toothed girl, can you really fall asleep while standing?" Chuize gently tapped the center of Run Ti's brow with his index finger, bringing her back to reality. The healing treatment has concluded. How do you feel? Startled like a frightened cat, Run Ti retreated a significant distance, shielding her forehead with her hand, stammering, what? I am inquiring if you perceive any unusual sensations in your split lip. Chuize chuckled, gesturing to the corner of his own mouth. Whether it be itching, pain, or perhaps a tingling sensation akin to new growth, no sensation. Run Ti initially shook her head, then as her palm slid down from her forehead, her fingertips unexpectedly brushed against a peculiar, dry, and cracked texture, causing her to pause in surprise. Could it truly be effective? Chuize mused, equally astonished. Is the healing effect of the medicinal liquid from the bamboo tube rather exaggerated? Has a small fissure in a girl been healed so swiftly? Have I overlooked a miraculous healing elixir? After a brief moment of astonishment, Run Ti, as if possessed, began to frantically tear at the parched dead skin surrounding her split lip, disregarding the pain entirely. Large flakes of ashen skin fell away like snowflakes, revealing the smooth and tender skin beneath, as she reveled in the long-lost sensation of completeness at the corner of her mouth. Tears welled up in the eyes of the little demon girl, spilling forth in torrents as if they were of no cost. She had long abandoned the act of crying as a display of weakness the day after her father had cast her into the laboratory. The strong-willed little demon girl never anticipated that she would experience the day of shedding tears again. Wait, Xiaopei. Run Ti hastily wiped her tear-streaked cheeks, then grasped the iron railing with both hands. Her eyes reddened as she implored Chuize incoherently. Xiaopei's injury is even more severe than mine. Could you possibly give me the remainder of that bamboo tube? Chuize entrusted the entire bamboo tube to Run Ti, who, as if discovering a precious treasure, immediately turned around and carefully dripped the medicinal liquid from the tube onto Peggy Wan's green skull, ensuring that not a single drop was wasted. Nezuko, the eternal deity of droplets. In no time, a thin membrane began to form over Peggy Wan's skull, although it still appeared quite terrifying. It was no longer as ghastly as it had initially been. Observing the brother and sister, entwined in a heartfelt embrace and weeping bitterly, Chuize felt a profound sense of solace, as the violent rage he had harbored over the past few days began to dissipate. This is my last morsel. You two must remember to ration it over the next few days. Chuize poured out the last remnants of his provisions and water from his pocket, leaving them for Run Ti and the Peggy Wan siblings. If fate allows, I shall return to see you again. The cries within the prison abruptly ceased. With tears streaming down her face, Run Ti turned to him, and Peggy Wan also cast a glance his way. The sibling pair gazed at Chuize with deep reluctance. Are you truly leaving? Yes. Chuize nodded gently. With the provision of food and water, your stay in the cave will be considerably safer. Moreover, it will not be long before others arrive to rescue you, be it the Navy or Kaido. Chuize found himself inadvertently rescuing Run Ti and Peggy Wan. At this moment, his own survival posed a significant challenge, should he take on the burden of 2 additional companions. It was entirely possible that the 3 of them might together tread the path to the underworld. Moreover, Chuize harbored numerous secrets, rendering him ill-suited for any cooperative endeavors with others. My name is Run Ti, and the full name of the little one is Peggy Wan. Run Ti inquired. What is your name? Chuize Fei responded with a click of his tongue. Chuize let out a soft click of his tongue, pondering what to conceal from the 2 mischievous children. Nonetheless, he thought, Tristan Feit shall be my alias for the future. My true name is Chuize. He repeated the name Chuize several times, as if to etch it into his very soul, and Peggy beside him did the same. Just as Chuize was about to depart, Rooney's expression suddenly shifted, her gaze resolute. She called out to Chuize's retreating figure. Chuize, within this cave lie 2 devil fruits left by my father. You may take one. Chuize suddenly turned around, his eyes gleaming like a bonfire in the darkness, radiating a fierce brilliance. Under the guidance of Run Ti, Chuize unearthed 2 wooden treasure chests from the depths of the cave, opening them one by one to reveal 2 exquisitely shaped, vibrant fruits, their surfaces adorned with enigmatic spirals of vine-like patterns. Regarding the powers of these 2 devil fruits, Chuize had his suspicions, which were subsequently confirmed by Run Ti. Animal type, ancient species, dragon fruit, Brachiosaurus form. Animal type, ancient species, dragon fruit, Spinosaurus form. However, the dilemma lies in Chuize, Run Ti, and Peggy Wan had never perused the devil fruit compendium. Although they were aware of the precise abilities of these 2 devil fruits, they were unable to discern which fruit belonged to the embodiment of the headbutting dragon and which to the spiked-back dragon. Which one will you choose, Chuize? Runty and Peggy 1 gazed at him with keen curiosity, eagerly awaiting his decision. The carefree siblings seemed utterly unconcerned that Chuize might simply abscond with both devil fruits. I suppose I'll just select one at random. Fishing skills do not equate to identification skills. Relying solely on the exterior of the devil fruits, Chuize was equally incapable of determining their identities. After a meticulous selection process, Chuize ultimately grasped the devil fruit on the left. It was his inaugural fishing expedition for a devil fruit. He had not anticipated such a swift opportunity. Feigning the act of stowing the devil fruit into his waist pocket, he actually began his fishing endeavor the moment the fruit was secured within the pouch. A devil fruit of no specific classification corresponded to an EX-level ability that transcended data limitations. Chuize can hardly contain his excitement. With his finger as the rod and his thoughts as the line, the goddess of fortune smiles upon him. Let the fishing commence. This fishing expedition yields the following rewards. Type of harvest. Talent attribute EX-level talent attribute. Body of the wild, blank ancient species blank, source of talent. Animal system ancient species bump-headed dragon fruit attribute description. A physique that can be deemed perfect for a natural organism. Attribute effects. 1. Until the attribute values reach a level, the character's strength, agility, and endurance will receive a prolonged and substantial enhancement. 2. The character's resistance will experience a significant boost, greatly reducing damage taken from attacks while substantially increasing vitality, stamina, and recovery rate. 3. Acquires the trait Iron Head, a law-level iron forehead, the hardest existence in the universe, impervious to any form or force of destruction. Attribute evaluation, a bodily talent that only true monsters possess. It is truly terrifying. After perusing the new information displayed on the luminous screen, Chuize instinctively muttered to himself, "Are you referring to me?" Accompanied by a raucous, boisterous laughter, an immensely towering figure strode into the cave. He bore a pair of monstrous horns atop his head, while long, dark whiskers reminiscent of dragon tendrils adorned either side of his upper lip. His scarred torso was devoid of any clothing, and his left arm was intricately etched with vivid orange-red dragon scales. Slung over his right shoulder was a colossal spiked club, towering over a man. It was none other than Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, the strongest creature. The terrifying aura of this primordial beast permeated the depths of the cave, creating an almost palpable sense of oppression. Even Chuize, with his formidable heart, felt beads of cold sweat erupting from every pore of his body, his back thoroughly drenched. This was a primal reaction of sentient beings when confronted with ultimate peril. Kaido's bull-like eyes swiftly scanned the cave, instantly grasping the situation at hand. His deep voice reverberated like rolling thunder, causing dust to tremble and fall from the cave ceiling. "Do you know where the contents of that empty box have gone?" Kaido had no time to engage in idle chatter with someone as insignificant as this weakling, barely a blade of grass in comparison. Moments ago, in his dragon form, Kaido had unleashed a devastating tornado, simultaneously summoning heavenly thunder and fierce winds, targeting the small town where an explosion had recently occurred, aiming directly at the group of rookie Navy soldiers. In a desperate bid to protect the elite naval recruits, Zephyr was compelled to abandon Kaido and retreat from the aerial battleground. Finally free from Zephyr's relentless pursuit, Kaido seized the opportunity to pursue his own agenda. The two children of Mzang. The two fruits of Mzang. I shall claim them all. Yet, Kaido was acutely aware that the tornado was not a challenge for a master of Zephyr's caliber. Thus he felt an urgent sense of time slipping away. Initially, the two ancient Zoan-type devil fruits were as good as his, but now it appeared that complications had arisen. One treasure chest was empty. With a heart as clear as ice, I remained unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens. In the face of the pirate emperor's amplified inquiry, Chuize fervently recited the ice heart technique in his mind, striving to maintain a composed facade reminiscent of a tragic figure mourning the demise of a beloved mentor. He feigned tranquility and replied, "I do not know." "Oh?" Kaido responded with a subtle note of curiosity, taking a small step forward. That damn sense of oppression. Chuize instinctively drew the spiked mace from his waist, gripping the rough wooden handle with both hands, positioning the sharp, blood-stained spikes, coated with the congealed blood of the undead, defensively before his body. "Is this your weapon?" As the first syllable of the word escaped his lips, Chuize's vision abruptly blurred. A colossal fist, resembling a massive grinding disc, struck him like a fleeting shadow of black lightning, delivering a tremendous blow to his head. The hammer, instinctively raised in defense, could barely withstand the impact for a fleeting moment before it was obliterated, disintegrating into a cascade of scattered metal and splintered wood, swirling through the air like willow catkins. With a resounding thud, the iron fist met Chuize's head without any hindrance, propelling his vision into a rapid retreat until it dissolved into a chaotic haze of light. Then came the deafening crash. Chuize was sent flying, embedded directly into the cave's wall, dust swirling around him as if he were on the verge of shattering every bone in his body. In a mere instant, he had been defeated. Amidst the relentless wave of agony coursing through him, Chuize's mind was shrouded in darkness. Wait, I'm still alive? After being struck on the head by Kaido, I'm somehow still breathing? In the mind of Chuize, the feral characteristics of the Iron Head flashed fleetingly before him. Initially perceived as an incessant anomaly, it unexpectedly transformed into his lifeline at this critical moment. Moreover, he recalled that the talent description of the wild body specifically highlighted the information regarding the blank ancient type. Could it imply that the abilities of the wild body are not yet fully realized? Might it still possess the potential to amplify its powers by absorbing other animal-type devil fruits? Could it continue to acquire new, rule-level characteristics akin to Iron Head? Despite feeling no significant injuries from being slammed into the wall, Chuize found his thoughts wandering. Meanwhile, in the prison, Run-T and Page Ivan, upon witnessing Chuize's tragic demise, nearly screamed in horror. The man who had just brought warmth to the siblings had been brutally struck down by the colossal figure of the. Run-T bit her lip fiercely, and Page Ivan clenched his fists tightly, both siblings glaring at Kaido with shared animosity. Such feelings of helplessness. Kaido's perception was astutely sharp, yet he remained indifferent, merely snorting in response. In contrast, his primary concern lay with the whereabouts of the two ancient-type devil fruits. To those two little brats in the cell, did their deceased father, Mizzen, ever divulge how many devil fruits he had left behind before his departure? Kaido was certain that the individual he had previously dispatched was not a devil fruit user, at least not one of the animal type. The soil on those two small chests appeared quite fresh, clearly having been recently excavated. If anyone in the cave had consumed a devil fruit, given the short passage of time, that person would still be acclimatizing to the animal type abilities. In short, the opponent would undoubtedly undergo varying degrees of animal transformation. Regarding this matter, Kaido, having personally consumed the Azure Dragon fruit and witnessed many of his subordinates utilizing animal-type fruits, possessed ample experience. Thus, only two possibilities remained. First, someone else entered the cave before Kaido and took the devil fruits. Second, the damned Mizzen truly left behind only one, deceitfully claiming there were two. The former was utterly implausible. No one could evade the scanning of a Yonko's observation haki. Therefore, the latter was the most probable scenario. Run-T instinctively turned to glance in Chuize's direction, but the precocious little girl understood that making such a move would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. I do not know. Run-T, with her neck stiffened, fixed her gaze upon Kaido and stated each word deliberately. I only know that my father left behind treasures there. I initially intended for that person to retrieve them and allow us to leave. Kaido fell silent, and the atmosphere within the cave grew exceedingly tense. Just as Run-T thought the formidable figure before her might undertake something extraordinary, she was startled by a sudden outburst. Wah! Kaido erupted into tears, his tears, as large as a human head, plummeting to the ground like rain, raising a storm of dust and mud. Muzan, you wretched scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? How will you repay the ancient devil fruit you owe me? Run-T stared, wide-eyed, her mouth agape in disbelief, wondering if this man might actually be a fool. Peggy Wan, equally perplexed, tugged at her sister's sleeve after hearing her unintentional words. My sister, my dear sister, even a natural airhead isn't this foolish. Kaido's emotions shifted rapidly. His observation haki had sensed a familiar presence approaching, leaving him no time to indulge in his display of feelings. With a flick of his finger, a flame-like cloud emerged, snaking forward to retrieve the remaining spiky dragon fruit. He then approached the prison, his palm gently clenching, and the robust iron bars twisted like a pretzel. As Run-T and Peggy One emerged from the ravaged cell, still regaining their balance, the cave suddenly trembled violently. Boom, boom. The relentless sound of pounding reverberated from outside the cave, accompanied by increasingly furious shouts, as if someone were using the mountain as a punching bag. Kaido held the spiky dragon fruit in his left hand. Yet before he could respond, the seemingly lifeless Sai fell from the wall due to the shaking of the cave. Thud. While contemplating how to combine the devil fruit with the traits of his wild physique, Sai unexpectedly landed on the cave floor. He instinctively wished to curse, but quickly stifled himself, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Kid, you're still alive? Kaido's voice, tinged with surprise, reached Sai's ears as he lay on the ground. Kite Sai. You're still alive. Runty exclaimed joyfully, with Peggy-1 sharing her exhilaration. Barely alive. Knowing he could not hide, Sai reluctantly rose from the still trembling ground. Once Captain Kaido leaves, I'll find a quiet place and surely die far away. Runty and Peggy's shoulders trembled incessantly, their faces adorned with expressions that suggested a desire to laugh, yet restrained by an unseen force. You possess quite the audacity, young one, Kaido remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. He scrutinized the scene closely. This frail youth, despite exhibiting a somewhat erratic aura, had remarkably sustained no significant damage from that previous devastating blow. An intriguing constitution indeed. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Kaido's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki surged forth from him, radiating in all directions. The surrounding air crackled with an abundance of dark crimson arcs, creating a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. What an extraordinarily fearsome presence it is. Chueze suddenly felt a tremendous weight descend upon his shoulders, as if he were bearing the burden of an immense mountain. The force of the conqueror's haki emanating from Kaido caused his teeth to rattle under its oppressive power. In an effort to alleviate the pressure exerted by Kaido's overwhelming presence, Chueze's chest heaved as he inhaled deeply, employing the technique of beast breathing to augment his physical prowess with a surge of oxygen. Concurrently, he drew forth the Nichiren blade from his waist with a sharp sound, gripping the hilt tightly to concentrate all his strength. The power of beast breathing coursed through his movements and into the Nichiren blade, a wisp of white vapor rising from his body, transforming the blade's brilliant white surface into a stunning hue of bluish-gray, veiled in a delicate mist. A blade that changes color? Are you a warrior? Kaido raised an eyebrow, the intensity of his conqueror's haki escalating dramatically. A mere clown's trick. Is that so? To withstand Kaido's formidable haki, Chueze's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck, and his speech came out in fragmented breaths. Yet, this oppressive demeanor, akin to a spark igniting a powder keg, unleashed the pent-up dissatisfaction, anger, and ferocity that Chueze had accumulated over the past days. Enduring Kaido's conqueror's haki, a metallic taste of blood began to rise in his mouth. But instead of lamenting his plight, he revealed a fierce grin to the fearsome emperor. So, when Kazuki Oden nearly struck you down with a single blow, what clown's trick did you employ to claim victory over him? Kaido's eyes instantly transformed into furious, blood-red slits, devoid of any trace of human emotion. A dragon has its scales. To touch them is to invite death. You fool. Are you seeking your demise? Chueze's smile was tinged with blood, as if he had been enduring endless torment. Poor little green worm. With a disdainful sneer, the colossal wolf fang club of Kaido suddenly sliced through the air, unleashing a haunting wail that echoed like a banshee's cry. The sharp, glimmering spikes of the club radiated a chilling brilliance. In a fit of rage, Kaido evidently summoned the full extent of his formidable power, determined to crush the head of this audacious brat as one would a watermelon. This time, even Chueze's instinctive reactions could not save him. The speed at which the club swung far surpassed the limits of Chueze's nervous system to react. Before the massive, dark, and unyielding weapon could even register in his retina, it struck his forehead with a resounding thud. Boom. Chueze felt a sharp pain in his cervical vertebrae, as if his head were on the verge of detaching from his spine. Under the unparalleled strength of Kaido in his half-beast form, Chueze plummeted like a meteor from the heavens, crashing directly into the deepest recesses of the cave, with the might of an emperor. The cavern's floor shattered as easily as if it were made of paper, fracturing instantaneously. Chueze's form continued to sink, directly driven into the heart of the mountain. He felt a relentless rumble echoing in his ears, his vision swallowed by darkness. Unaware of how many meters of rock he had shattered or how deep he had plunged into the earth. In a daze, with every part of his body engulfed in excruciating pain, Chueze raised his head, gazing upward, where he discerned a green dragon, driven away by Zfa. The dragon's left claw grasped two children of the ghost tribe, the larger one wielding a gray-blue long blade, stealthily attempting to peel a devil fruit nestled between his fingers. A blade. Just before losing consciousness, these fragmented thoughts flickered through Chueze's mind. Kaido. The gentle, moist scent of the sea permeated the air, warm and intoxicating. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Chueze sensed a slight rocking of the bed, akin to a swaying ship. Stop it, he murmured, eyes closed, brow furrowed, instinctively reaching out to embrace someone beside him. Something's amiss. I distinctly remember slaying Kaido with a single stroke. In an instant, the dreamer was jolted awake. In his deep brown eyes, the darkness that had mirrored his closed eyelids was replaced by an unfamiliar expanse of deep brown wooden barriers. Chuize propped himself up, and with the corner of his eye, he noticed that every inch of exposed skin was enveloped in bandages, not a single finger left untouched. His gaze fell upon a modest yet efficient room, constructed entirely of wood, where the air was infused with the scent of seawater mingled with a faint trace of antiseptic, far from unpleasant. Brilliant sunlight streamed through a large square window, casting beams of soft golden light that seemed almost tangible, revealing nothing but an expanse of azure beyond. In a state of rescue, Chuize concluded within a fleeting moment. From the gently swaying bed, he deduced that he must still be aboard a ship. It must be the Navy. With this second conclusion, Chuize felt as though he had finally found a trustworthy organization. His body relaxed, and he reclined back onto the bed, allowing the tension that had gripped him for several days to dissipate completely. It was only then that he became acutely aware of the throbbing pain coursing through his limbs and the gnawing hunger reported by every cell in his body. Painful yet not as excruciating as anticipated, hunger, however, was indeed a pressing reality. Chuize momentarily suppressed the acrid bile rising in his stomach, lifting his hand, which was swathed in bandages, and flexing his fingers repeatedly. His right hand was in splendid health, and so was his left. I recall being struck into the depths of the mountain by Kaido, that old brute, with his spiked club before losing consciousness. Regardless of the phrases like tendons severed and fractured bones, that fate seemed inevitable. Yet, why does it feel as though I have merely gone a few days without sustenance? How many days was I unconscious? The perplexities that plagued Chuize remained unaddressed, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Instead of hastily rising to venture outside, he allowed his mind to meander back to his experiences on the zombie-infested isle, ultimately opting to summon the luminous screen. The revelations that unfolded within this ethereal display were astonishing in their abundance. You have utilized E-grade items, the specially crafted rice balls of Tanjiro Kamado, on the young female and male demons. You have employed E-grade items, the bamboo tube cork of Nezuko Kamado, on the young female and male demons. Your F-grade gas mask has been utterly destroyed in battle. Your E-grade Nichiren blade, beast breathing, has been lost during combat. You have mastered beast breathing, total concentration, elevating your F-grade ability, beast breathing, to F. In your confrontation with the A-grade powerhouse Kaido, you have suffered defeat, failing to secure the coveted bait of victory. You have entirely extracted yourself from the harrowing experiences on the zombie isle, summarizing your gains as follows. You vanquished a multitude of low-level zombies, earning the F-grade informational title Zombie Slayer. F-grade title, Zombie Slayer title effect, slightly increased damage dealt to zombies and other undead beings. Title evaluation, in the past, your formidable strike could fell a zombie. Now, with merely 8/9 of your previous strength, you can vanquish it anew by orchestrating a cataclysmic explosion. You have acquired the F-grade informational title Blazing Inferno. F-grade title, Blazing Inferno title effect, elevation of personal influence, with a 1-point F-grade boost to your Dominion attributes. Title evaluation, a trifling arsonist, unworthy of mention. Having endured a grueling 4 days and 3 nights, your E-grade talent resilience has been enhanced, bestowing you with a 2-point E-grade augmentation to your endurance attributes. By rescuing a female ghost with a gaping mouth and a half-brain male ghost, you have obtained the D-grade informational title Friend of Monsters. D-grade title, Friend of Monsters title effect, increased ease in gaining the favor of creatures with fearsome and grotesque appearances. Title evaluation, your peculiarities are my favorite. By bravely confronting the 4 emperors, Kaido, and surviving, you have earned the C-grade ability title Exceptional Courage, along with the C-grade informational title Defeated by the Emperor S minion. C-class entry, Unyielding Courage entry effects. 1. Grants a C-class bonus of 1 point to personal Dominion attributes. 2. Bestows an additional C-class bonus of 1 point to hidden mental attributes, while rendering the individual immune to all mental impacts of C-class and below, including but not limited to presence, intimidation, and witnessing. Entry evaluation, the young tiger, though still unproven, exudes the spirit of a lion. C-class entry, the Emperor's Fallen subordinate entry effects. 1. Enhances personal influence, providing a C-class bonus of 1 point to Dominion attributes. 2. Your reputation begins to echo throughout the Grand Line, garnering the attention of certain discerning individuals. Entry evaluation, we failed to breach the enemy's defenses. The information flooding the screen was overwhelming, prompting Chuize to simply disable the notifications and instead access his personal attribute panel to observe the overall changes. Name, Chuize Feit Strength, F Endurance, E Agility, F. Dominion. C. Awe. Unactivated luck. D. With bonuses, talent entries. Visitor from the other shore. EX. Wild physique. EX. Resilience. E. Ability entries. Fishing. EX. Unyielding courage. C. Keen hearing. E. Beast's breath. Total concentration. F. Information entries. The Emperor's fallen subordinate. C. Friend of oddities. D. Zombie slayer. F. Flames of flame. F. Item entries. Bait of victory. 0. Overall evaluation. D. Excluding awe and luck. All other attributes have received significant enhancements, with the increase in Dominion attributes being particularly remarkable. Strength and agility are expected to grow naturally, albeit at a slower pace. The effect of the talent entry resilience has been amplified, bolstering endurance. A new ability entry, unyielding courage, has been acquired, and beast breath has progressed by a small level. In one sweep, 4 information entries have been acquired: the Emperor's fallen subordinate, friend of oddities, zombie slayer, and flames of flame. The overall evaluation has surged dramatically from F to D. Chuize gazed intently at the myriad transformations displayed upon the luminous screen. Exhilarated by the increase in the number of entries, the enhancement of his abilities, and the elevation of his evaluations. What thrilled Chuize the most was the revelation that he had finally discovered a systematic approach to acquiring entries on the luminous screen. The information conveyed by the screen was unequivocal. By summarizing experiences, one could crystallize entries. Chuize exhaled deeply, finally liberated from the confines of being merely an ordinary fisherman reliant on his catch for sustenance. However, it must be said that enduring a few blows from Kaido to acquire such a plethora of formidable abilities does not seem like a poor bargain. Yet, the term individual with ulterior motives used to describe the vanquished under the Emperor strikes me as rather peculiar. It appears that being defeated by one of the 4 emperors is an implicit criterion for ascending to the ranks of the 7 warlords. The 2 longest-standing members among the 7 warlords, Crocodile and Gecko Moria, seem to fit this pattern. The former lost a hand to Whitebeard and subsequently succumbed to despair, while the latter's crew was annihilated during the war in Wano, leading him to regress into a mere collector of figurines. Never mind. I shall not concern myself with this trivial matter. Chuize closed the panel and rubbed his stomach, which was persistently churning with acidity. Despite having been struck by Kaido, his entire body wrapped in bandages, he still exuded such vitality. Without a doubt, it must be the extraordinary resilience of his EX-level wild physique at play. Crack, crack. Chuize rose from his bed, stretching his slightly sore neck before striding toward the doorway. The X-level talent acquired through the devil fruit truly is formidable. Moreover, it possesses no fatal weakness against seawater. In other words, I have attained a recovery ability on par with that of the main characters. Regardless of how intense the battles may be, a good night's sleep and a hearty meal will suffice for rejuvenation. You are the indomitable Iron Leg, while I am the invincible Iron Head. Chuize stepped into the center of the room, and before he could reach the doorway, the wooden door swung open from the outside. A young girl entered, accompanied by the refreshing and invigorating sea breeze. Beneath her blue and white naval recruit cap cascaded a magnificent mane of soft pink hair, framing a delicate face adorned with a pair of captivating ebony eyes. As one's gaze descended, it revealed a pristine naval uniform that embraced her curvaceous figure, while her exceptionally short white shorts showcased a pair of long, bare, alabaster legs. Chuize instantly fell silent, directing his gaze towards the door, blinking as he vaguely recognized the identity of the visitor, though he could not be certain. Fortunately, the other party greeted him first, her voice sweet and alluring. "Oh, you're awake?" Tina exclaimed with delight. "Instructor Zafa mentioned he would take you to see him as soon as you regain consciousness." "Hello, Miss Tina," Chuize replied, deliberately feigning a look of confusion. "But Instructor Zafa?" Instructor Zafa is the chief instructor of the Naval Boot Camp and a general in the Naval Headquarters, someone whom Tina greatly admires. She did not conceal her admiration for Zafa, adding, "Moreover, it was Instructor Zafa who brought you to the training camp." Upon hearing this, Chuize lowered his eyelids, his gaze flickering slightly. Was Zafa not regarding me as merely a casualty, but rather intending to lead me into the training camp? To become a member of the Navy? Chuize had never contemplated this issue before. During this period, he had either been adrift at sea, struggling for survival, or grappling with the relentless onslaught of zombies. His primary concern was how to endure the treacherous battlegrounds of the 4 emperors and survive until the dawn of the next day. Such lofty considerations regarding career paths seemed a distant luxury. However, now that his mind is eased and circumstances have stabilized, Chui indeed needs to thoughtfully deliberate on the trajectory of his future life. In the realm of One Piece, the overt narrative revolves around the clashes between the Navy and pirates, while the covert storyline follows the Straw Hat Pirates in their quest to uncover lost history and liberate the seas, interwoven with the presence of the Celestial Dragons, the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and various independent kingdoms. In Qi's mind, a multitude of career paths swiftly flickered by Navy, pirates, CP agents, revolutionaries, and other formidable factions. These powerful entities truly embody the protagonists of the world stage. However, Qi's had no desire to become a nefarious pirate. Nor did he wish to sacrifice himself for the liberation of the people from another world, nor would he ever stoop to serve the opulent nobility of this realm. Upon reflection, the Navy indeed seemed a rather appealing direction. With a stable salary, legal authority to combat pirates, a multitude of comrades, smooth pathways for advancement, and, remarkably, the allowance of free thought. Once he became a naval officer, it would be a delightful endeavor to learn the art of leisurely work from Admiral Kizaru. And as he ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, he would diligently study the indifference to fame and fortune exemplified by Admiral Garp, with no ambition for further elevation. Why should I bow and scrape to the powerful when it robs me of my joy? Who are the Celestial Dragons but refuse from a trash heap? In a fleeting moment, a plethora of clandestine thoughts surged through Qi's mind. He lifted his gaze to Tina, his expression suddenly imbued with sincerity and eagerness. So it was the Admiral who spares lives. This title truly resonates. I implore you, Miss Tina, take me to meet Admiral Zifa at once. I wish to express my gratitude to him. Observing Qi's courteous and fervent demeanor, Tina could not help but widen her eyes. Over the past few days, rumors about Qi's had circulated wildly throughout the rookie training camp. Although the new recruits were unaware of this man's illustrious name, they were well aware that this individual, who had been unconscious for days, had faced Kaido of the Beast head-on Zombie Island. The remarkable detail was that he had survived. During their training breaks, countless recruits speculated on what kind of formidable character he truly was and whether his strength could rival that of an admiral or the emperor. Influenced by these discussions, Tina formed her own hypotheses. Yet, she had not anticipated that the man rumored to be an exceptional warrior would appear so cultured and refined in private. Moreover, he was remarkably handsome. Tina recalled the motley crew of men who had joined her on the ship, involuntarily shuddering at the memory. The cigar-smoking ruffian, the disheveled man with remnants of food on his face, the lecherous figure who preferred to conceal his identity, and the sumo wrestler clad only in a loincloth. This was undoubtedly the disparity among men. No, this was the disparity of the world. Follow me. Tina snapped back to reality, lifting her chin towards Qi's before turning to lead the way. Following the vibrant and youthful female marine, Qi's gaze trailed the swaying pink tips of her hair, the snug white shorts accentuating her form, and the smooth, powerful thighs that moved rhythmically. No, focus. The matter at hand is urgent. Chui forcibly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention elsewhere. Before him lay a naval warship, a common sight upon the ocean, its hull crafted entirely from wood and painted a steely gray. The vessel glided across the boundless sea, its 3 masts, each as thick as a man's embrace, adorned with large, white banners emblazoned with blue seagulls, fluttering proudly in the wind, a symbol of its naval identity. Exiting the cabin, he first arrived at an expansive flat deck. This was the forward deck of the warship, where numerous figures clad in blue and white naval uniforms were congregated, engaging in training exercises. Chui merely cast a cursory glance and recognized several acquaintances. It turns out that Smoker does not require his cigar constantly, at least not during training. Is that man's face actually smeared with a fried egg? This peculiar appearance, this habit, could he be an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family, perhaps Virgo? Hiss. In an instant, he corroded a portion of the weapon with the superhuman rust fruit. He seems to be quite a character. Wearing a white navy short-sleeve shirt layered with a belly band, what an eccentric sense of aesthetics. I believe he is referred to as Momotaro? Or is it rather the warrior Momotaro? Chui lingered briefly on the deck of the ship, and Tina, with a swift turn of her heel, led him towards the rear of the naval vessel. Having lost the opportunity to observe familiar faces, Chui redirected his focus to Tina ahead of him. Miss Tina, may I inquire how many days I was unconscious? After a moment's contemplation, Tina calculated. Including the 2 days spent on Zombie Island, today marked the 5th day. No wonder I am so famished. Chui vigorously rubbed his stomach. We are currently at sea. Might I ask what our next destination is? Tina turned to him, a hint of regret in her expression, and replied, I am sorry, but that information is classified. Tina cannot disclose it. Chuize nodded, feeling not disappointment, but rather astonished by the meticulous professionalism exhibited by the female Marine. He attempted to engage Tina in a roundabout manner, yet most of his inquiries were met with responses steeped in confidentiality, with no further information to divulge. A few minutes later, Tina led Chuize to the door of an office and knocked gently. "Admiral Zephyr, I am Tina, the new recruit on duty today." A steady and authoritative voice emanated from within, inviting them in. Tina and Chuize entered the office in succession. The man seated behind the desk, engrossed in paperwork, looked up, revealing a countenance both resolute and commanding. Clad in a deep purple suit, his muscular chest strained against the fabric, complemented by a tie adorned with a pattern of crimson spots, and draped in a coat that signified his rank, the Justice Coat. "Admiral Zephyr, it is an honor to meet you. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention." Chuize stepped forward, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Your act of rescue is a debt I shall never forget. I merely extracted you from the pit. The true savior of your life is yourself," Zephyr replied, refraining from accepting gratitude with a shake of his head. "Kaido's blows are not easily endured." "Indeed." Chuize instinctively raised his hand to touch his forehead, then his neck. Despite the passage of several days, a faint phantom pain lingered in his neck. This handsome man had indeed clashed with Kaido. Tina, nearby, listened with wide eyes, refraining from interjecting. "The military doctors were rather pessimistic about your physical condition at that time. Most believed you would not survive, while a few speculated that even if you regained consciousness, it was highly likely you would emerge as a mere shadow of your former self, or worse, incapacitated." Zephyr glanced at Chuize, his tone neutral. "It appears now that you have suffered no significant harm? The primal body, forever divine." Chuize blinked, placing his right hand on his abdomen, while his left thumb and index finger formed a miniature universe. "At this moment, I merely feel a slight pang of hunger." Haha, what an amusing fellow. Even Zephyr couldn't help but find Chuize's demeanor intriguing. "As for the matter of dining, let Tina guide you to the restaurant later." "New recruit Tina, please wait outside for a moment." "Yes, instructor." Tina's expression turned serious as she rendered a crisp military salute before swiftly exiting the room. Chuize also realized that Zephyr had matters he wished to discuss with him. Indeed, Zephyr retrieved a document from the drawer of his desk, offering it to Chuize without a word of explanation. "Take a look," he urged. Sensing the palpable tension in the atmosphere, Chuize composed his features, suppressing any trace of a smile as he accepted the document and began to sift through its pages. The kingdom of Tobias, renowned for its exquisite delicacy of milk pudding, had fallen into turmoil after refusing the forced tribute demanded by the big MOM pirate crew. Consequently, the royal family faced a pirate onslaught while attempting to seek refuge, resulting in their complete annihilation and the kingdom's territory being overrun by the forces of Big Mom's pirates. Chuize turned over the last page of the document, revealing the identity profile of the young prince of the kingdom of Tobias. In the upper right corner of the file was a large photograph of a boy, whose features were strikingly similar to those of Chuize. However, in the upper left corner of the document, a crimson seal marked deceased had been pressed down. The kingdom of Tobias. Chuize closed his eyes, and in that moment, he seemed to transform once more into the carefree little prince of a forgotten kingdom. Has it truly perished? The borders have fallen, and the royal lineage has vanished. Zephyr spoke solemnly, asserting that, at the very least in terms of legal standing, this nation has ceased to exist. Chuize suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering and resolute, and inquired with deliberate clarity, "Pray tell, General Zephyr, which son of the big MOM pirates has besieged the kingdom of Toby-Eries?" "Charlotte Opera, the fifth son of the Charlotte family," Zephyr replied, adding with intent, "Furthermore, according to naval intelligence, Charlotte Opera has recently acquired a paramecia-type devil fruit, thereby becoming the cream minister of Tadoland. Tadoland, the big MOM pirates, and previously, the beast Kaido, provoking Kaido and incurring the wrath of Big Mom." Chuize's lips curled into a bitter smile, as he felt that his life's fragile vessel could scarcely withstand such overwhelming waves. He pressed his lips together, forcing a semblance of a smile. "General Zephyr, might I inquire whether the naval training camp is still accepting recruits?" Zephyr did not reject Chuize's application to enlist. The Navy is, after all, a grand melting pot, open to any righteous individual aspiring to combat the malevolent pirates and stabilize the tumultuous seas. Moreover, Chuize hailed from an unblemished lineage and possessed a formidable combat record. He had vanquished a commander of the Emperor. Few fierce characters could be found throughout the vast ocean. Zephyr held great expectations for Chuize, The elite training camp had already passed its midpoint. The island we are soon to arrive at is the ancient island of Little Garden, situated in the initial phase of paradise. After a day's respite there, the training vessel will turn back toward the headquarters at Marineford, embarking on the latter half of the training camp. Since you willingly chose to join the Navy, there should be no concerns regarding your strength. However, during the latter half of the training camp activities, you must be cautious not to bully the other recruits. What does it mean that there are no issues with strength? What does it mean to refrain from bullying the other recruits? The corners of Cui Zai's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for his lack of strength, how could he have resorted to joining the Navy to seek support? After receiving the document handed back by Cui Zai, Zifa casually placed it back into the drawer. Are there any other inquiries? Cui Zai indeed harbors a multitude of concerns, yet they are merely trivial queries of little consequence. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to voice the most pivotal one. Is it General Zai Fa or Instructor Zai Fa? Cui Zai awkwardly adjusted his manner of address. Do you not care that I join the Navy to exact revenge on the Big MOM pirates and the Beast pirates? He inquired. Surely, many have joined the Navy each year driven by their hatred for pirates? Zifa shook his head and sighed. I merely hope that you do not allow vengeance to cloud your judgment. Both Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin are formidable titans at the pinnacle of the seas. To recklessly seek revenge against them before reaching a certain level of strength is nothing short of courting death. I understand, Cui Zai replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. When the day comes that he possesses sufficient power, he shall confront the two emperors simultaneously. As for the other matters concerning the training camp, I will have someone explain them to you, specifically, the new recruit Tina who just escorted you here. Zifa gestured for him to take his leave, adding, If there are no further questions, you may depart. Cui Zai imitated Tina's recent gesture, offering a somewhat substandard naval salute to Zai Fa before departing the room. Unbeknownst to him, after his exit, Zai Fa retrieved two intelligence reports. The first, an older document, detailed the attack on Mariewa that occurred a fortnight ago. The adventurer Fisher Tiger from Fishman Island had audaciously scaled the Red Line, successfully infiltrating Mariewa and liberating numerous slaves, causing an uproar throughout the seas. The second report, yet to be made public and known only to a select few within the Navy, outlined the ramifications of the Mariewa incident. In response, and to deter the increasingly rampant pirates, the true power center of the world government, the Five Elders, proposed a new system, the Warlords of the Sea. This initiative would grant notorious pirates the legal right to plunder, in exchange for their acceptance of compulsory summons from the world government and regular payments of a portion of their earnings. Furthermore, they would be tasked with instilling fear and combating other pirates. Zai Fa's assessment of this new system was blunt. What a ridiculous notion. The new intelligence was laden with stipulations, indicating that the Warlords of the Sea system was in its advanced planning stages. The Five Elders had no intention of genuinely consulting the Navy, having merely issued a unilateral notification. Suppressing his disdain, Zai Fa continued to peruse the contents of the new report. The system's recruits must fulfill criteria in both strength and prestige. The initial plan aimed to enlist those formidable pirates who had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Upon encountering this particular requirement, Zai Fa found himself momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the young man who had just departed from his office. Cui Zai stepped out of the office of Zai Fa, and in the periphery of his vision, several lines of ethereal text flickered by. Join the Navy Elite Training Camp, and you will receive the E-Rank Information Entry, Elite Marine. E-Rank Entry, Elite Marine. Description: This title can only be bestowed upon naval soldiers who have undergone rigorous selection, chosen from the best of the best. Effect: Grants a 1-point E-Rank enhancement to one's strength, endurance, and agility attributes. Evaluation: Upon returning to the city, one becomes a super warrior, a king of soldiers. Your strength and agility attributes have been elevated to E, while your endurance attribute has been enhanced to D. Your overall evaluation has seen a slight improvement. Is it truly possible to gain such fortune by joining the Navy Elite Training Camp? The automatic acquisition of an E-Rank Information Entry? Cui Zai swiftly glanced at the information displayed on the screen, feeling the sudden surge in his physical abilities, which brought a smile to his face. Moreover, if the Marine soldiers possessed informational attributes, then surely the subsequent ranks, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, generals, and even the most formidable leaders such as the commanding general and the marshals, would possess even more potent attributes. Cui Zai instantly arrived at such a conclusion, and his excitement intensified. Theoretically, if Cui Zai could obtain the information entry of an admiral from the Navy headquarters, he would immediately be promoted to an A-class expert. It was as if he could take off right then and there. What did Teacher Zifa say to make you so elated? Tina's voice echoed in Chuize's ears. Chuize smiled as he turned his face to gaze at Tina. He had merely obtained the chance to approach the enchanting Miss Tina. What did it mean? Tina blinked, her gem-like eyes sparkling vibrantly. Chuize remarked, General ZFA is willing to accept me into the Navy and form a bond with Miss Tina that allows us to entrust our lives to one another. Can you not speak properly? Tina quickly reacted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at Chuize. Every colleague in the Navy who harbors a sense of justice is someone with whom one can mutually entrust their lives. However, Miss Tina is different. Chuize shook his head, for Miss Tina was on the verge of receiving praise from a handsome gentleman. Instinctively, Tina straightened her petite figure, her long, fair legs coming together gracefully. Ah, Miss Tina. Chuize grinned as he completed the sentence, for Tina is Tina. Unprecedented words of affection surged like waves, crashing into the mind of the naval girl. Tina's fair and smooth visage instantly flushed a vivid shade of crimson, as if steam was about to rise from her head. Her glistening eyes, filled with a mix of indignation and annoyance, shot a glance at Chuize. With long strides, she stomped her feet, leading him towards the mess hall of the new recruits training ship. It was evident that Tina still recalled his earlier remark about being hungry in the office. Watching her poised figure clad in naval uniform, Chuize couldn't help but marvel beneath the blue sky and white clouds. This naval girl embodies the epitome of a rational and composed beginning to life. In the spacious and bright mess hall aboard the warship, Chuize devoured an astonishing quantity of food, akin to a tempest sweeping away remnants, consuming an entire 10 portions in one sitting. It is worth noting that this feast was meticulously prepared by the ship's chef, specifically for the elite sailors, featuring high-calorie and high-protein dishes, with many ingredients sourced from the robust denizens of the sea. Typically, an ordinary sailor would suffice with a single serving to satiate their hunger, perhaps even feeling somewhat overindulged. Yet, Chuize remained insatiable, as his abdomen resembled an unfathomable abyss, eagerly accepting every morsel presented to him without a hint of protrusion. Chuize harbored suspicions that this newfound wild physique was merely a byproduct of his recent abilities. However, he possessed no concrete evidence to support such a claim. Nevertheless, as he consumed more and more food, he could undeniably feel his physical condition steadily improving. His once feeble body was becoming increasingly robust. Ah, how delightful! Observing the gleaming white plates piled high upon the dining table, Tina, seated across from Chuize, could not suppress a soft throat clearing. The aromatic delicacies, combined with the presence of a wild yet elegantly handsome gentleman, created a harmonious blend of joy that further enriched her happiness. Yet, one couldn't help but ponder, why was Tina so ravenous? As Tina swallowed hard, Chuize had already devoured an astonishing 20 servings of food. His pace of consumption finally beginning to slow, allowing him the opportunity to converse with the naval beauty. Apologies, Miss Tina. I seem to have been rather impolite. Just call me Tina. As she watched Chuize indulge with such delight, Tina instinctively swallowed again, yet she mustered her spirits to engage in conversation. You sustained quite a severe injury and have only just regained consciousness. It would be wise not to consume such a large quantity of food at once. Not to worry. I can feel my body thriving. With his words, Chuize effortlessly polished off another serving. Gulping, Tina discreetly covered her mouth with her small hand, attempting to mask her embarrassment while wiping away the non-existent drool from the corner of her lips. Allow me to first explain the general rules of the training camp. I am immensely grateful. Amidst the brief pauses for food, Chuize managed to interject. Tina refrained from delving into minutiae, instead delivering only the essential information. The two pivotal rules of the elite training camp pertain to assessment battles and military merit rewards. The camp nurtured the most elite new blood within the Navy. It is no exaggeration to assert that each member emerging from such an elite training camp could instantly assume the role of a local branch officer upon reaching the 4 Seas branch. Even at the Paradise G-type branch, they could commence from the rank of ensign. Consequently, the assessment battles within the training camp encompassed a wide array of subjects, almost designed for preparing officers for reserve duty. There was a small assessment every Monday and a major assessment each month. The evaluation content spanned various domains, including hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, marksmanship, navigation skills, internal affairs training, survival on deserted islands, and simulated naval battles, among others. Of course, not every camp member was required to assess across all these domains. Aside from the fundamental navigation skills, the remaining courses were largely elective. This situation provided a sigh of relief for Cui, who, as a self-proclaimed native with no prior experience, realized that not understanding combat, lacking swordsmanship, and never having handled firearms were of little consequence. Navigation skills were merely a matter of study and examination. How could a modern youth like Cui possibly fear that? Military honors serve as a crucial pillar supporting the training camp. Throughout the elite training camp, naval vessels, traversing the paradise, selectively target specific objectives based on intelligence provided by headquarters or branch bases, allowing recruits to engage in resolution. Most of these targets are pirates causing unrest, while a few resemble scenarios akin to Zombie Island, where ordinary branch bases are utterly incapable of intervening. The difficulty level generally remains within the upper limits of what elite recruits can endure. During the mission to neutralize these objectives, sailors continuously accrue their military merits. These merits primarily influence the deployment of recruits post-training. However, there is another exceedingly significant aspect, the redemption of military merits. Benefits such as treatment, monetary rewards, firearms, and exquisite swords all fall within the realm of what can be exchanged for military merits. This also includes the advanced secret techniques of the Six Powers, which are closely guarded by the world government and the Navy headquarters. Cui pays particular attention to the final point. The six styles represent distinctive techniques of the ocean, each corresponding to the six maneuvers: shaving, iron block, paper drawing, moonstep, galefoot, and finger gun. The technique that matters most to Cui is none other than the renowned iron block, which is said to render its wielder invulnerable. Despite its portrayal in the original work as an impenetrable defense against blades and bullets, it has never genuinely thwarted an attack. Nonetheless, this maneuver may be intrinsically linked to Cui's yet unawakened conqueror's haki, armament haki. Cui etched this piece of intelligence into his memory. He had only just joined the naval training camp and possessed no military achievements, rendering him unable to exchange for any of the six styles, leaving him to contemplate future strategies. After elucidating the two most critical points, Tina proceeded to discuss an implicit regulation. In accordance with the instructions of Teacher Zephyr, every member of the training camp, aside from their daily training tasks, was also required to undertake additional menial duties aboard the warship. Cui inquired, "Which specific aspects are you referring to?" "Cleaning the ship's cabin, washing garments, mopping the deck, and maintaining weapons," Tina enumerated, counting on her fingers. There are indeed numerous tasks to attend to. At times, Tina found herself rather troubled by the endless array of chores. Cui suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Pressing his lips together, "Tina, does kitchen work also fall under the category of miscellaneous tasks?" "Kitchen work?" Tina blinked, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. "Surely you do not intend to indulge in some snacking while working in the kitchen?" "Of course not." Cui wore a frown. "It appears I have recently contracted a peculiar ailment that renders me quite uncomfortable unless I slay sea beasts." "What a bizarre affliction." Tina rolled her eyes and tossed a tissue ball at Cui. "Nevertheless, kitchen duties are indeed encompassed within the scope of menial tasks, and the demand for personnel remains substantial. This is quite satisfactory." Cui let out a sigh of relief. In truth, the genuine name of his peculiar ailment was the affliction of discomfort arising from the absence of victory bait. Upon joining the naval training camp, Cui had been apprehensive about how he would continue to procure this coveted bait, for the freedom within the camp was vastly inferior to that which he had experienced on the Zombie Island, and the ship was devoid of sufficient individuals for him to harvest bait from. To his astonishment, an opportunity presented itself unexpectedly. "Cui, are you truly not here merely to pilfer food by working in the mess hall?" Tina expressed her lingering concern. "I assure you, that is not the case." Cui replied helplessly. "Why not accompany me when I start working in the mess hall?" Tina immediately nodded. "Absolutely. I shall keep a vigilant eye on you, my gluttonous friend." No sooner had she spoken than Cui's peripheral vision caught sight of several lines of text flashing before him. "You have acquired an F-grade informational entry, little foodie. F-grade entry, little foodie. Entry effect. Your durability attribute gains a 1-point F-grade enhancement." Cui Liangzi found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly so egregious that I consumed a mere 20 additional portions? Must I receive the label of a glutton? Life is fraught with challenges, and Liangzi sighed deeply. His reputation distorted, Cui channeled his indignation into his appetite, voraciously devouring several large bowls of food. After reluctantly satisfying himself to a modest fullness, Cui bid farewell to the oblivious, pastel-haired naval beauty, departing the dining hall and returning to the solitary dormitory where he had awakened. The decisive and unyielding manner of Blackwrist Zifa is indeed commendable. As Chuize had just returned to his quarters and hardly had 5 minutes to recline on his bed, a knock resounded at the door. His new naval uniform, accompanied by subsequent arrangements, was delivered alongside a thoughtful military medical examination. The middle-aged, balding military doctor was astounded by Chuize's remarkable recuperative abilities, his eager gaze almost yearning to dissect him on the spot. Despite the doctor's apparent competence, Chuize firmly declined all unreasonable requests, assuring the physician that he was indeed in good health before personally escorting him out of the room. Once the door was closed, Chuize opened the small note sent by Zfa. Considering Chuize's recent recovery from illness, Zfa had arranged for him to commence training at the new recruits camp in 3 days. Furthermore, Zfa had also approved Chuize's application to assist in the ship's mess hall. Ordinarily, such trivial matters would scarcely attract the attention of the esteemed chief instructor. Yet Zfa took it upon himself to make the arrangements. 3 days hence? Chuize stroked his chin, deep in thought. According to Tina's recent explanation, it must have been around the time they departed from the small garden. At this moment, Chuize held no interest in the ancient island's small garden whatsoever. A desolate place devoid of charm. Aside from the 2 giants who constantly quarreled, it offered little else that might captivate one's attention. What a misfortune. Chuize now harbors a profound disdain for intruding upon the battlegrounds of others. He has indeed been thoroughly intimidated by the combined might of Kaido and Zifa. Nevertheless, after an entire 3-day respite, even though Zifa exceptionally permitted Chuize to roam freely aboard the naval vessel, he could not bring himself to squander his life so frivolously. Truth be told, what he truly regretted was the opportunity to claim the victory bait from vanquishing the Sea Kings. He needed to devise a plan to see if he could assist in the kitchen ahead of time. In the afternoon, having removed his bandages and donned the blue and white naval uniform, an invigorated Chuize exited his quarters and made his way back to the dining hall. However, this time he did not settle in the main dining area. Instead, he stealthily slipped into the bustling kitchen. With less than 2 hours remaining until dinner commenced, the kitchen, responsible for catering to the entire warship, was alive with activity, and the air was thick with the rich and varied aromas of delectable dishes. Chuize instinctively touched his abdomen, surprisingly feeling a twinge of hunger once more. A robust man, who appeared to be the head of the kitchen, immediately noticed Chuize idling in the back kitchen and approached with a furrowed brow. Without waiting for the man to speak, Chuize promptly presented a trimmed version of the small note from Zifa. It read, "This permits Navy soldier Cezar Feit to assist in the kitchen with the procurement of sea creature ingredients." Upon reading the note, the burly man was momentarily taken aback, realizing it bore the authentic signature of the esteemed Admiral Zifa. Concealing the note in his pocket with a composed demeanor, the man managed to muster a friendly expression, gesturing to Chuize with a wave. "Next time, do remember to arrive earlier. Come along with me." Chuize's expression remained unchanged as he followed the burly man into the ingredient processing area of the kitchen. In stark contrast to the aromatic scents wafting from the front section, the odors in the processing room were far less agreeable. The mingling scents of earth, fruits, and vegetables, along with an underlying hint of wild beasts, created a rather peculiar aroma. However, the most overwhelming presence was the unmistakable stench of blood, a testament to the staggering demand for meat at the naval recruit training camp. To address this, the processing area had specifically assigned several personnel for the task of handling the slaughter of marine beasts and sea kings, which was the primary objective of Chuize's visit. Thud, a fish-like sea beast, approximately 3 meters in length, was decapitated in a single stroke. Slash, a nearly 10-meter-long sea king, with the head of a catfish and the tail of a fish, was brutally dismembered. Chuize's heart bled at the sight. These were all my baits for victory. Without a hint of hesitation, he eagerly immersed himself in the slaughter of the sea beasts. Initially, with his lack of finesse, Chuize found himself expending considerable effort to behead a mere lowly sea creature. However, as his technique gradually improved, aided by the occasional guidance from his naval comrades, his efficiency in dispatching fish skyrocketed. "You have slain a sea beast rated F. You have slain a sea beast rated F." The information on the screen flowed like a stream, and Chuize found himself wholly absorbed in the exhilarating thrill of vanquishing the sea beasts and reaping the rewards of victory, reveling in the experience. As dinner time came to a close, and the tasks in the preparation area reached a pause, Chuize returned to his senses and assessed his bounty. His current stock of F-rated victory bait stood at 22, tantalizingly close to the fusion of 3 E-rated baits. A bountiful harvest, entirely devoid of risk. Cui Zishi's delight was palpable as he stood in the kitchen during mealtime, with an insatiable hunger propelling him to devour nearly 50 portions of food. Truly impressive. Is he the most voracious recruit aboard this battleship? Such an appetite without gaining weight is simply beyond belief. A familiar stream of information flickered across the screen. Your F-grade information entry Little Glutton has been upgraded. You have acquired the E-grade entry Big Glutton. E-grade entry, Big Glutton. Entry effect. Your endurance attribute receives a 1-point E-grade enhancement. Just as he was about to indulge in a mouthful of meat, he abruptly halted. Chuize, am I truly becoming a glutton? As night descends, Chuize returns to his chamber, his belly full and content. He gazes at the replenished F-grade bait, casting aside the distorted reputation that had momentarily troubled him. With 22 pieces of F-grade bait, he can potentially fuse them to create up to 2 pieces of E-grade bait. Chuize instinctively opened his personal attributes. Although he had transformed into a glutton, his endurance attribute remained unchanged at D-. The goddess of fortune still bestowed upon him a solid D. A stability that was both astonishing and nerve-wracking. As he embarked on his maiden fishing expedition aboard the naval vessel, his luck did not seem to improve. Should he take a tentative gamble? Chuize intended to engage in a mere superficial endeavor, with his finger as the rod and his thoughts as the line. He cast an F-grade bait into the dimensional sea. The outcome of this fishing expedition yielded: type of item, F-grade item, 5,000 berries, item effect, a standard equivalent. A light, grayish-white square of paper fell into Chuize's hands, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Can a fisherman truly catch money? Grasping the 5,000 berries, Chuize found it difficult to accept the reality. After a brief hesitation, he cast another F-grade bait into the dimensional sea, only to be met with immediate success. This time, the catch was: type of item, F-grade item, a treasure map, item description, a map detailing the location of a treasure on Magnet Drum Island. Item effect, valued between 10 and 10,000 berries, approximately 100 berries. Item evaluation, the monetary value is inconsequential. The primary joy lies in the treasure hunting journey. What a deceptive situation. With a forceful motion, Chuize slammed the yellowed parchment of the treasure map onto the ground in frustration. This was less valuable than the 5,000 berries in cash. Feeling the invisible mockery of Lady Luck, an enraged Chuize decided to abandon fishing altogether. His luck was poor tonight. He would fish again on another day. With 20 F-grade baits remaining, Chuize chose not to fuse them for the time being, opting to wait until the kitchen's fish-slicing duties were completed tomorrow. After stowing 50 chobas into his pocket, Chuize fell into a deep slumber. A night passed in silence. The following morning dawned. Chuize rose early and made his way to the kitchen of the dining hall, intending to commence his joyful task of fish slaughtering for the day. However, he was informed by the kitchen supervisor that his work schedule had been arranged for the afternoon. According to the supervisor, the naval recruits entered the training camp to enhance their skills and abilities, not to engage in the act of fish slaughter. Furthermore, each naval recruit is required to perform daily menial tasks for no more than 3 hours. This is a naval elite boot camp, not a training course for menial labor. Chuize greatly appreciated the words of the kitchen supervisor. However, his sole desire was to slay fish. Yet, alas, his efforts bore no fruit. Early in the morning, his attempt to harvest the victorious bait proved unsuccessful, leaving him in a foul mood. Consequently, Chuize reluctantly made his way to the dining hall foyer. His spirits, dampened, adversely affected his appetite. Chuize consumed merely a portion sufficient for 10 individuals at breakfast. Nevertheless, the remaining naval soldiers dining in the mess hall regarded him with a gaze imbued with astonishment, many of them whispering among themselves. Is this truly the individual? He has eaten so little today. Following the conclusion of breakfast, the majority of the sailors proceeded to their respective training grounds, while Chuize embarked on a tour of the naval vessel. The note delivered by ZFA yesterday not only permitted him to assist in the kitchen but also granted him the freedom to explore the ship at will. Armed with ZFA's note, Chuize began to openly roam the ship, simultaneously familiarizing himself with life within the elite naval training camp. His first destination was the foredeck. This area was expansive and offered a broad view, where numerous naval soldiers congregated to train together, among them the pink-haired naval girl he had met the previous day. Chuize offered a slight nod towards Tina, his gaze inadvertently gliding over the gray-haired youth standing beside her before he turned to leave. Is that the fellow whom Teacher ZFA brought aboard? Smog remarked, irritation evident as he pouted at Chuize's departing figure. his eyes betraying a flicker of eagerness. His name is Chui, not that guy. Tina cast a glance at Smog, noticing his somewhat agitated demeanor, and was momentarily taken aback. Smog, what do you intend to do? Tina inquired, her curiosity piqued. Smog inhaled deeply, wisps of white smoke escaping uncontrollably from his nostrils, resembling a serpent of mist. It's nothing. Merely a curiosity about what someone capable of battling the beast Kaido looks like. If possible, Tina's expression turned inquisitive. Smog replied earnestly, I wish to challenge him. Chui, of course, remained unaware that he had merely revealed a glimpse of his potential, yet had inadvertently attracted a formidable challenger, one who possessed the seemingly invincible powers of a nature-based devil fruit at the paradise stage. At this moment, Chui continued to roam the ship, having departed from the foredeck. He gradually explored various training rooms dedicated to the rigorous assessment courses, encompassing disciplines such as combat, swordsmanship, and marksmanship, among others. Along the way, he encountered numerous elite sailors. The experiences he gathered were met with a mix of astonishment and delight. He was astounded by the Navy's elite training camp's remarkably comprehensive training system, and equally pleased by this realization. Chui was firmly convinced that once he officially joined the training camp, he would swiftly transform into a competent Marine warrior. Moreover, through the naval training program, Chui would be able to rapidly address his various shortcomings, particularly in terms of combat experience. Soon, he would no longer be the novice who merely wielded a hammer to crush the skulls of zombies. Additionally, through interactions with a multitude of elite Marines, Chui was able to roughly ascertain his true standing within the training camp, which was above average. This assessment even took into account the assistance of his wild body and beast's breath. Despite his impressive combat record, the reality of his abilities was far from that illustrious facade. The elite naval training camp served as a gathering ground for the most formidable new recruits from across the seas, not to mention the likes of Smoker, who had consumed the smoke fruit, presented a challenge that Chui was currently ill-equipped to face. Lacking mastery of Haki, he would easily find himself at a disadvantage against those wielding the powers of Logia-type devil fruits. Fortunately, upon entering the training camp, there would not be an immediate comprehensive assessment. Otherwise, his true capabilities would be exposed. With a sense of hidden relief, Chui departed from the shooting training room and continued his explorations elsewhere. Before lunchtime, aside from certain secret locations, Chui, armed with Zephyr's little notes, nearly traversed the entire naval battleship, gaining significant insights along the way. While Chui diligently enjoyed his meal, a conversation was unfolding in the highest office of the naval battleship. Has the headquarters reached a conclusion regarding the so-called warlords of the sea system? Zephyr inquired. Seated behind his desk and addressing the speaking snail before him, the small creature mimicked the appearance of a sprightly, elderly female Marine. This was the Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff, Crane, who upheld the ideals of pure justice within the naval headquarters. Sigh, yes, Crane replied with a deep exhale. The headquarters nearly faced devastation from that rascal Akainu's magma. Kazan, who has always had a contentious relationship with him, is now surprisingly supportive of Akainu's stance. As expected, Zephyr scoffed. And what about that other fellow? You mean Borsellino? Crane instantly grasped Zephyr's implication. In truth, Akainu, Borsellino, and Kazan were collectively recognized by their generation of veteran Marines as the pillars of the next generation of the Navy. The dilemma lay in the fact that although each possessed extraordinary elemental powers and were formidable beyond measure, their personalities posed significant challenges. Akainu was excessively aggressive, Kazan was overly lethargic, and Borsellino was rather slippery. Such traits were a source of considerable frustration. The speaking snail shook its head, noting that fellow had never been one to express his stance proactively. Humph. Zephyr let out a heavy snort. Admiral Tsuru was aware of Zephyr's sentiments towards Kizaru and was unfazed. She merely inquired, have you nearly arrived at the Little Garden? Indeed, that is correct. As for the warlords of the sea system, we in the Navy cannot dismiss it, so we ought to consider suitable candidates promptly. While we cannot deny it, that does not preclude us from engaging in subtle maneuvers. Zephyr grasped the underlying message in Admiral Tsuru's words. In fact, he had a candidate in mind, although they seemed somewhat lacking. Regaining his focus, Zephyr asked, Tsuru, what do you mean? Slowly, Admiral Tsuru articulated her plan. I recall that on Little Garden, there are two formidable giants, am I right? The captain of the giant warrior pirates from over a century ago possesses both strength and prestige, sufficient to serve as a warlord of the sea. Moreover, they have a peaceful disposition and are unlikely to cause trouble. Zephyr clenched his fists, producing a series of explosive cracking sounds. I shall endeavor to persuade those two giants. In the afternoon, the new recruits' training ship reached the waters near Ancient Island, where the lookout atop the warship afforded a distant view of a small active volcano emitting thick black smoke. The Navy soldiers assumed this was yet another trial island and prepared to disembark. However, they were surprised when the warship anchored on the surface of the sea, and the instructors issued orders for the recruits to remain aboard and train independently. Many observed Commander Zephyr and several of his officers gracefully gliding toward the island. Among them was Kazan. Leaning against the ship's railing, Kazan gazed at Zephyr's receding figure, lost in contemplation. He had never heard of any connection between Zephyr and the two giants on Little Garden. Could it be that the Navy headquarters had never abandoned the recruitment of these two powerful giants? Or perhaps this was a consequence of my butterfly effect? After a moment's reflection, Kazan found the latter hypothesis more plausible, but soon dismissed such trivial matters from his mind. Upon arriving at Little Garden, a pristine island inhabited by two formidable giants, he thought, tonight, I shall cast my line again. As the Navy soldiers engaged in their individual training activities, Kazan re-entered the kitchen's food preparation area and began to butcher sea beasts and sea kings. You have slain a fish classified as F in overall assessment. Just after butchering several sea beasts, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from outside the food preparation area as window. Chuize instinctively traced an inverted cross on his chest, only to realize moments later that he was inadvertently invoking a ritual for Kaido. After all, the formidable Kaido could not withstand the arrival of Children's Day. It was highly probable that Zephyr was engaged in a fierce battle with those two giants. Chuize cast a glance out the window. The kitchen's window did not face the small garden, rendering him unable to see the happenings on the island. However, deducing the situation was not a challenging task. What does it matter? He mused. With such familiar sounds, the act of gutting fish has become all the more seamless. The roar from outside lasted for a mere 2 minutes. Chuize paid no heed to the incessant chatter of his colleagues in the kitchen, fully immersed in the art of fish preparation. With one swift motion, then another, he skillfully dispatched the aquatic creatures. High-quality ingredients often necessitate the most straightforward methods of butchery. As night fell, the diligent Chef Zay returned to his quarters, activated the holographic screen, and commenced his fishing endeavors for the day. Having gradually mastered the technique of slaughtering sea beasts, he collected more F-grade bait today than the previous day, bringing his total stock to 48 pieces, including the unused bait from yesterday. Due to the adverse effects of yesterday's catch, Chuize resolutely decided against engaging in F-grade fishing tonight. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the holographic screen and proceeded with the bait fusion. Lower-grade bait was to be combined into higher-grade bait, with the quantity of fusion dependent on the quality of the lower-grade bait. The sea beasts collected in the processing chamber were of commendable quality, nearly all of them being mid-tier F-grade bait. Chuize seamlessly fused materials to their utmost potential, transforming every 16 F-grade bait into a singular, exquisite E-grade bait. Clutching 3 premium E-baits, Chuize took a deep breath, invoking the favor of Lady Luck. A mere stroke of fortune, I too possess. During the fishing expedition, the following was acquired. Type, ability, E-grade ability, navigation description, a formidable navigation skill among elite sailors. Effect, capable of guiding vessels to sail effortlessly across the 4 great seas and most paradise routes. Evaluation, the weather is splendid. Had it rained, it would have been disastrous. Continuing the fishing endeavor, the following item was obtained. Type, item, E-grade item, replica of the Mother of Dissection, weapon, source, Fate series description, a top-tier surgical knife crafted as a replica of the renowned weapon of the infamous Jack the Ripper. The Mother of Dissection. Effects. 1. Supremely sharp. In comparison to ordinary weapons, the replica of the Mother of Dissection boasts an unparalleled sharpness, surpassing most fine blades and a select few excellent knives. 2. Ignores defense against targets with a durability attribute below E-grade. The attacks from the replica of the Mother of Dissection completely disregard the opponent's physical defenses. 3. Resistant to wear, as a replica of a legendary weapon. The replica of the Mother of Dissection possesses a durability that exceeds that of standard surgical knives, making it less prone to damage. Evaluation. The sound of murky blood splattering echoes, as entrails scatter in disarray, perish swiftly in despair. During the fishing expedition, the following item was acquired. Type, item, E-grade item, Eternal Compass of the Ancient Isle description, a unique compass that eternally points towards the small garden of the Ancient Isle. unaffected by any island's magnetic fields. Evaluation, a compass that may not necessarily guide. In the void of the dimensional sea, layers of intangible ripples emerged, and two items materialized in Chuize's hands as if in slow motion. In his left hand rested a pocket watch-like eternal compass with a pale silver casing, housing a transparent spherical core made from a special material, within which a stable, unwavering directional needle floated. In his right hand lay a silver surgical knife, approximately the length of a palm, its slender, white, willow leaf blade shimmering ominously, as if it could effortlessly slice through skin at any moment. Chuize meticulously examined today's harvest. The E-level navigation skill was rather commendable, at the very least. It meant that he would not have to invest additional effort in memorizing for the upcoming navigation assessments at the training camp. The Holy Mother's disintegration imitation, a premier weapon, boasted a sharpness that even surpassed that of a swift blade. However, its most formidable attribute was its ability to negate defenses. Yet, as someone who lacked even the fundamentals of swordsmanship, was it not a bit unreasonable to expect me, fat tiger, to fish with a scalpel? The eternal compass from the ancient island, alas. It resembled a pocket watch, but in truth, it was utterly useless, incapable of even telling time. Overall, today's harvest was fairly satisfactory. Although it did not include any specialty products from the ancient island, it nonetheless justified the investment in top-tier e-bait. Chuize casually tossed the permanent pointer of Taiku Island onto the table, playing with the newly acquired disintegration materia, imitation. Tentatively, he traced the blade across his fingertip. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, a faint crimson streak materialized where the blade had glided, and several droplets of vivid red blood swiftly oozed forth from the mark. Hiss! Chuize hurriedly inserted his finger into his mouth for a moment. His current endurance attribute stood at D. Yet he was unexpectedly vulnerable to the assault of the Holy Mother of Disintegration, an embodiment of grace and precision. What a splendid weapon! Compact and portable. It was just perfect for self-defense. The following morning, brimming with vitality, Chuize exited his room. His plan for the day involved a close observation at the shooting training facility. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when a familiar face approached, accompanied by a semi-acquainted individual. "Hello, Tina," Chuize greeted, raising his hand, and acknowledged the gentleman with silver hair. "Good morning, Chuize. This is Smoker." "My fellow comrade from our naval enlistment," the cheerful Tina interjected, introducing her 2 friends. "Greetings, Mr. Smoker." Chuize nodded towards Smoker, then turned his gaze back to Tina. "Tina, is there something you wish to discuss with me at this early hour? Do you not have training today?" The instructor mentioned that today is a day of rest. Tina clarified. "As for our presence here, it is actually Smoker who seeks to speak with you." "Smoker?" Chuize raised an eyebrow. He couldn't recall having any interaction with this Smoker. "Well, Mr. Smoker." Chuize cast a glance at the piercing gaze of Smog. A sudden pang of unease gripping his heart, as an ominous premonition began to surface. "Is there something on your mind?" Smog inquired, his gaze unwavering and direct. "I wish to challenge you. Do you have a moment to spare?" The unsettling premonition had indeed manifested. The corners of Chuize's mouth twitched slightly. Just yesterday, he had contemplated his approximate ranking within the naval training camp. At that time, he had considered Smoker, who had consumed the smoke for it, to be an overwhelmingly formidable opponent, one he would struggle to contend with. To his astonishment, this smoke-wielding adversary had now come knocking at his door. Casting a glance at the piercing gaze of Smoker and then at the intrigued Tina, Chuize realized that there was no evading today's challenge. Furthermore, with his imminent entry into the elite naval training camp, he indeed required a worthy adversary to establish his reputation, ensuring that he would not be troubled by lesser opponents during his training. However, it seemed that this adversary, who had approached him unbidden, was somewhat beyond his expectations. Chuize initially intended to seek a target for establishing his reputation, specifically Virgo, the undercover agent dispatched by the future warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, infiltrating the Navy. He had meticulously crafted his approach. "Mr. Virgo, I trust you wouldn't wish for Admiral Zephyr to uncover your covert identity." Such a threat dripped with menace. However, before Chuize could set his plan into motion, Smoker approached him unbidden. According to the intelligence gathered over the past 2 days, Smoker, aside from possessing a rather brash personality, had solidified his position as the foremost contender in the training camp, and with an unwavering confidence. There was no alternative. During the early stages of their development, the Logia-type devil fruit truly represented a formidable and perplexing advantage, one that could only be countered by discerning its inherent weaknesses. Smoke, too, must have its vulnerabilities. Casting his gaze upon Smoker, Chuize felt as though he could perceive the very essence of the challenge ahead. I accept this challenge. The battleground was set on the foredeck. This location was not suggested by Chuize, but rather chosen by Smoker, who, recognizing his disadvantage against an extraordinary warrior capable of challenging Kaido, sought the ample space to fully harness the unique properties of his smoke fruit. Indeed, Smoker was acutely aware of his own precarious position. Chuize, what a predicament. On the flat and expansive foredeck, Navy soldiers huddled closely together, forming a colossal ring of humanity that left ample space in the center for a combat arena. These individuals had swiftly gathered upon hearing of Smoker's intention to challenge Chuize, with many others hastily making their way from various locations. Not only the Navy soldiers, but the majority of training camp instructors, including Zephyr, were also drawn to this news, casting their attention toward the unfolding spectacle. Such a vibrant group of energetic youths. In the Admiral's office aboard the warship, Zephyr stood before the window, surveying the bustling foredeck from his elevated vantage point. The previous day's failure to recruit the captains of the giant pirate crew had not stirred the slightest emotion within him. He had never been fond of the warlords of the sea system and held little hope for recruiting pirates. As for the two giants who had declined the Admiral's invitation, they were currently recuperating on Ancient Island. Given the giants' robust constitution, they would undoubtedly take at least 10 days to recover from their injuries. Behind Zephyr stood several high-ranking Navy officers clad in justice coats. Besides his longtime aide, there was a brigadier general from the Navy headquarters. This man, a rare sight upon the seas, possessed an unusually elongated skull, necessitating the wearing of a specially crafted bear fur Navy hat to conceal his cranial structure. Beneath the Navy hat was the expressionless face of a middle-aged man, his eyes partially closed, and at his waist hung two somewhat ornate longswords. Brigadier General Stalaberry. Due to his recent promotion, Stalaberry had specifically requested to join this year's elite training camp, hoping to select one or two suitable candidates from the Navy's fresh recruits to serve as aides. Stalaberry, we are now halfway through the training camp. Have you identified any suitable candidates? Zephyr inquired, casting a glance toward Stalaberry, whose demeanor suggested a less than warm reception. Stalaberry was well aware of the reason behind this. After all, he was a follower of Vice Admiral Borsellino, and the entire Navy headquarters knew of Zephyr's aversion to him. I already have a suitable candidate, Master Zephyr. Stalaberry replied, his tone exceedingly respectful, leaving no room for reproach. Zephyr nodded slightly, shifting his gaze back to the deck below. Noticing the young man standing opposite Smoker, he casually inquired, I have heard that little brat Borsellino is planning to take on some classified special units, such as the Navy Scientific Force and the Sword Unit. Does he have any arrangements in this regard for you? The Navy Scientific Force, an epic-making technological unit crafted by Dr. Vegapunk. The Sword Unit, the Navy's top-secret special force, dedicated to monitoring the movements of pirates across the seas. Stalaberry shook his head and replied, I am not privy to this matter, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr nodded gently, then crossed his arms, gazing down at the imminent clash below, as if he had not just broached the subject. On the foredeck, Smoker held his breath, utterly disregarding the surrounding marine colleagues, his focus entirely fixed on his opponent, Cezar. Without awaiting any signal for battle, Smoker instantaneously unleashed the powers of the smoke fruit. His sun-kissed arms transformed into two ethereal, swirling tendrils of white smoke, their shapes ever-changing, with only his fist retaining their original form. White fist. Smoker bellowed, forcefully thrusting his arms forward. The two streams of smoke swiftly detached from his body, whistling through the air as they hurtled towards Cezar's standing position. Chuize's reaction was swift. His nostrils flared as he silently unleashed the primal breath of a beast, instantly amplifying his physical prowess. He raised his left arm, bracing against Smoker's oncoming white smoke fist. The slight tremor in his forearm did not impede his subsequent maneuvers. With a deft motion, he gripped the solidified surface of the smoke fist, and in a flash, his right hand moved with precision, a glimmer of cold light flashing between his fingers. The holy mother of disintegration imitation. In an instant, the white smoke fist was severed by the icy gleam, like a rabbit springing and a hawk descending. Chuize executed the maneuver once more, wielding his scalpel to slice through another incoming smoke fist with equal finesse. Smoker allowed Chuize to sever his white fists. Such destruction posed no threat to him, a user of the Logia-type fruit. With a mere thought, Smoker once again commanded the abilities of his smoke fruit. White vines. The two arms, recently severed by Chuize, rapidly expanded and transformed under the influence of the smoke fruit, coalescing into two massive white vines that floated in midair. Sinister tendrils extended from the clouds of smoke, writhing and dancing in the air, as if to ensnare Cui Zhe completely, rendering him incapable of resistance. In the recesses of Cui Zhe's mind, memories of the past 2 days spent in the cafeteria's processing room, where he dealt with fish, flickered vividly. The sacred dismemberment tool. The pseudo-Lian danced in his hands as he sliced through the colossal cloud of smoke formed by man, dismantling it as effortlessly as one would sever the tentacles of an octopus. In this fleeting moment, while Cui Zhe was momentarily delayed by man, a brilliant light ignited in Smoker's eyes. The smoke emitter. Smoker's lower body suddenly transformed into a shapeless mass of white vapor, which, in an instant, erupted into vast billows of smoke particles. Harnessing the explosive recoil produced by the jetting smoke, Smoker propelled himself rapidly across the foredeck, gliding as if skimming the surface of the ground. Simultaneously, he manipulated the completely dispersed cloud of man smoke, expanding its reach and artificially creating a small zone of war fog on the deck, blending seamlessly into the shroud. Smoker intended to leverage the extensive offensive capabilities afforded by his smoke fruit to secure victory in the battle. The surrounding naval soldiers gasped in astonishment, their familiarity with Smoker's prowess evident. Countless Marines had succumbed to his slick combination of moves during past training camp evaluations. Among the crowd, Tina instinctively clenched her fists, biting her pale lips as she gazed into the chaotic mist. Unbeknownst to them, Cui Zhe was waiting for this precise moment. Breathing of the beast, total concentration. Before being engulfed by the smoke, Cui Zhe inhaled deeply, drawing in a breath of fresh air, and 2 slender jets of condensed mist surged from his nostrils, instantly enhancing his explosive physical capabilities. 8th form, explosive charge. The soles of his shoes creaked against the wooden deck, producing a sound that sent chills through one's teeth. With all his strength unleashed, Cui Zhe nearly transformed into a shadow, charging forth like a frenzied beast, plunging headlong into the war mist. Upon entering the fog zone, Cui Zhe held his breath, keen to avoid inhaling the smoke particles, yet his speed showed no signs of abating. With his heightened auditory senses fully engaged, every rustle of grass and whisper of wind within a 50-meter radius instantly materialized in his mind, allowing him to pinpoint Smoker's location in an instant. The next second, Cui Zhe grasped the hilt of the Holy Mother of Dissolution imitation with his left hand, while his right palm pressed firmly against the slender blade of the scalpel. The blade sliced through skin, producing an almost imperceptible sound of cutting. Fresh blood gushed forth from the wound, instantly staining Cui Zhe's right fist a vivid crimson. The essence of smoke is composed of solid dust particles suspended in the air. In the face of such dust and sand, Wang Lufei imparted a lesson to all the admirers with the tragic defeat of the sand crocodile. Dust fears water. At this moment, through the relentless assault, Cui Zhe had already surged to Smoker's front. Channeling all his strength, Cui Zhe raised his blood-soaked right fist high, unleashing a devastating blow. The force of the punch was ferocious and terrifying, capturing hearts. Beast breathing, first form, penetrating thrust, modification. Boom. This was the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Useless, useless. Smoker's eyes flashed with undisguised disdain as he faced the incoming blood-red fist. I, who have consumed the smoke fruit, am invincible. This was what he intended to declare. However, boom. His stubbly chin was firmly struck by the blood-red fist, the immense force nearly dislocating it on the spot. In the next moment, Smoker's head jerked violently to the side. A wave of intense dizziness surged through him, causing his eyes to involuntarily roll back, a clear sign of losing consciousness. Under the full force of Cui Zhe's explosive punch, Smoker's body flew backward like a cannonball, soaring out of the white fog zone and into the distance. Crash. Under the astonished gaze of the naval soldiers, Smoker collided with the ship's railing and then slumped to the deck like a limp rag, a glaring blood-red imprint adorning his cheek. Smoker had been defeated. This is a joke. It cannot be. He was a monster who had consumed a Logia-type fruit. What had transpired within the smoke? As the naval soldiers struggled to contain their discussions, the previously gathered white fog suddenly dissipated, revealing Cui Zhe standing at the center, slightly panting. A few well-informed naval soldiers first glanced at Cui Zhe's bloodied right hand, then looked over at the still motionless Smoker, their astonishment hardly concealed. The dispersal of the white fog could only signify one thing. In most cases, the loss of a devil fruit user's powers occurs only when the user has completely lost consciousness. In simpler terms, Smoker cannot rise again. What exactly happened in the fog? The naval soldiers regarded Cui Zhe, whose breathing had calmed, with a mix of surprise, confusion, admiration, and even reverence. I apologize, everyone. Cui Zhe raised his right hand, thoroughly stained with blood, gesturing to those around him while revealing a serene smile. I need to tend to my injuries. If possible, could someone assist in escorting Mr. Smoker to the infirmary as well? I may have exerted a bit too much strength just now. A murmur of concern rippled through the crowd. As he spoke, Chuize shook his head towards Tina, who wore a worried expression, forming a silent reassurance with his lips before departing from the foredeck. He needed to address the wound on his palms swiftly. Otherwise, he might find himself hindered. His wild nature might just take the initiative to heal itself. Within the highest office, Zifa observed the figure of Chuize disappearing into the throng and suddenly inquired, "What are your thoughts on this battle?" Smoker was overly complacent. The smoke fruit cannot protect him from all non-hockey attacks. As the top performer in the training camp, he utterly failed to showcase his true potential. It's utterly disgraceful. The officers began to voice their opinions in chorus. Brigadier General Stolo Berry added, "Among the myriad of Logia abilities, the smoke fruit is not particularly distinguished. He must further hone his fundamental combat techniques." Zifa listened quietly for a while, and once everyone had expressed their views, he posed another question. "What about that boy on the opposing side?" The officers exchanged glances swiftly. Disorganized footwork, shallow swordsmanship. His strikes were lacking in finesse and were far too crude. His foundational combat skills are abysmal. As they concluded, one officer suddenly shifted his tone. "However, his innate talent for battle is remarkably high. He is brimming with vitality. He leveraged all his advantages and swiftly defeated an opponent he should never have been able to overcome, being stationed in the office." The officers were unaware that Chuize's most significant asset was his breath, yet the overall assessment remained exceedingly positive. The officers unanimously regarded Chuize as an unrefined gem. Well, that description seems somewhat inaccurate. After all, this gem had seemingly faced off against Kaido of the Beasts head-on. Zifa nodded slightly, and then turned back to his desk, issuing a command. "Smoker has disrupted the discipline of the training camp. He shall be punished with a week of deck-cleaning duties." As for Chuize, who intercepted Kaido of the Beasts on Zombie Island and publicly defeated the camp's top rookie, considering his weak combat foundation, let us teach him a technique from the 6 forms. The officers immediately understood. Zifa intended to focus on nurturing that new recruit who boarded midway. The rationale was indeed compelling. If one were unconvinced, they could attempt to intercept Kaido themselves. One officer inquired, "Chief Instructor, which technique shall we teach him?" Zifa pondered for a moment. "Teach him none. Let him choose for himself." Chuize remains blissfully unaware that an unexpected windfall is about to descend upon him. A coveted treasure that he has long yearned for, the 6 styles. At this moment, Chuize is in his chamber tending to his injuries. The procedure is quite simple. He turns on the faucet to wash away the blood from his right hand, then dries his palm of any remaining droplets. And that is all. Indeed, in the mere span of a few minutes, during which he returned from the forward deck to his room, the once profusely bleeding wound in his palm has miraculously healed, leaving only a faint white mark. It is likely that within half an hour, this trace will vanish entirely. Is this the terrifying regenerative power of an EX-level wild physique? I must admit, I had somewhat underestimated this extraordinary talent. Chuize gazed at the fully healed palm of his right hand, unable to suppress a sound of astonishment. To avert any unnecessary complications, he sought out a roll of clean bandages and rewrapped his right hand, which had only recently recovered, transforming it into a bandaged appendage. Once his disguise was complete, Chuize took a deep breath and activated the holographic display. By decisively overcoming the top contender in the training camp, Chuize reaped rewards far beyond mere ephemeral intimidation. He had secured something of tangible value. You have defeated an elite Marine rated D in overall assessment. The passive effect of the EX-level skill fishing is activated. You have acquired a D-grade victory bait. Indeed, victory bait of D-grade. As he beheld the notification on the holographic screen, a glimmer of unprecedented ambition sparkled in Chuize's eyes. He had previously believed that only by vanquishing his adversaries could he obtain victory bait. To his surprise, he discovered that defeating an opponent also granted him the coveted lure. What did this signify? It signified that Chuize could truly engage in a cycle of battle to foster his own growth. He could harness the prowess of all the adept individuals in the vast ocean to nourish his own development. The most remarkable aspect of this sustenance was its potential for a completely green cycle, ensuring ongoing growth. Such a prospect was indeed formidable. Chuize took a deep breath. Concealing this grand notion, which could be deemed a monumental strategy, deep within his heart, patiently awaiting the day it would truly blossom. Now, it was time to embark on his inaugural D-level fishing expedition. Before casting his line, Chuize briefly surveyed his own luck attribute. Luck D, as I suspected. The tempestuous goddess of fortune is upon us. With his finger as the rod and his thoughts as the line, let the fish take the bait. Type of harvest from this fishing endeavor. Ability entry, D-level ability entry. Smoke form source of ability. Dungeons Dragons. Beholder description of entry. A swirling mass of black smoke moves with the gentle breeze, changing shape as it approaches, reminiscent of rolling mist. Suddenly, the black smoke erupts, transforming into a devilish creature enveloped in wind and smoke, boasting enormous bat-like wings. Effects of the entry. 1. Flight. In smoke form, one achieves a flight speed of 80 km per hour, with mobility deemed impeccable. 2. Immunity to general physical attacks of D level and below. Entry evaluation. A demon amidst the smoke. A soul-stirring strike? With a single D-level bait. I have directly drawn forth the most fundamental and elemental nature-based ability of the smoke fruit, gazing at the ability entry name that refreshed on the screen. Chuize couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. However, as his gaze shifted downward, he soon realized it was a misunderstanding. What exactly is the beholder from Dungeons Dragons? Chuize found himself somewhat perplexed, as this touched upon his areas of ignorance. Fortunately, the effects of the abilities were not difficult to comprehend. The relatively rare ability of flight, coupled with the terrifying power of immunity, was indeed striking. Chuize swiftly distilled the essence of his smoke-like abilities. A wave of exhilaration washing over him. He strode purposefully to the door, locking it securely to prevent any unforeseen intrusions. Standing in the center of the room, Chuize took a deep breath and activated the newly acquired power. An unprecedented sense of weightlessness surged within him, as if he had shed the burdensome shell of humanity and transcended into a realm devoid of gravity. Instinctively, he raised his hand. His right hand, once wrapped in white bandages, had transformed into a grim, shadowy claw, its ethereal form swirling with undulating black mist. At that moment, the rest of his body completed its metamorphosis. Chuize gazed into the mirrored surface of the room, where a diabolical creature, shrouded in swirling black winds and wisps of smoke, was reflected. Behind it loomed an imposing pair of colossal, smoky membranous wings, their shape both fearsome and grotesque. Chuize emitted a dissatisfied click of his tongue. Evaluating the effectiveness, the smoky form indeed exhibited commendable flight speed and evasion capabilities. However, was the appearance not rather atrocious? Here I stand, a figure of grandeur, a naval young lord with an imposing presence. How could I possibly face others with such a ghastly visage reminiscent of a demon emerging from the smoke? Despite this grievance, Chuize internally regarded the smoky form as his secret weapon. The ability to fly was simply extraordinary. With a flicker of thought, he dissipated the smoky form and returned to his true self. Just as he intended to reflect on his combat experience against Smoker, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his musings. Assuming it was Tina arriving, Chuize strode toward the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was greeted not by the naval maiden, but by an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The man stood tall, his skin a deep shade of brown, his physique muscular and robust. His hair was styled into a high, single ponytail, and his jaw was adorned with a thick, unruly black beard. Yet, the most striking feature was the peculiar hair above his lip. To refer to it as a mustache might be an understatement, for those two clusters of dark, long bristles seemed to be protruding from his nostrils. What one might mistake for a mustache was, in fact, nasal hair. Chuize was suddenly engulfed by a chilling sensation. He had anticipated encountering a youthful and vibrant girl with pink hair upon opening the door, yet instead, he was confronted by a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man with prominent nasal hair. Who could possibly comprehend such a jarring contrast in expectations? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chuize finally came to his senses. "Greetings, whom may I inquire about?" The middle-aged man replied in a deep voice, "I am Colonel Shiozua, a senior instructor responsible for imparting martial arts combat techniques at the training camp." Chuize was not surprised by the identity of the other party. The pristine white coat of justice behind them served as ample evidence. "Have you encountered Colonel Shiozua, Instructor Shiozua?" Chuize shifted his persona, saluting with his bandaged right hand in a naval gesture. Witnessing the polite demeanor of this superhuman newcomer who had previously engaged with the beast pirates and had publicly triumphed over Smoker, Shiozua's stern countenance softened considerably. "Marine Chuize, according to the directives of Admiral Zephyr, you have successfully intercepted the beast pirates, yet you are gravely lacking in combat fundamentals. Therefore, you are permitted to select one technique from the 6 styles for your study." "The 6 styles?" Chuize blinked in astonishment. nearly overwhelmed by this unexpected revelation that had descended upon him like a bolt from the blue. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the number of military merits he would need to amass in order to exchange for the training methods of the 6 styles from the training camp. Little did he anticipate that after only a brief skirmish with Smoker, he would be granted the opportunity to learn the 6 styles. Had he known this, he would have sought out Smoker for a duel the moment he regained consciousness. Struggling to contain his exhilaration, Chuize turned to his instructor and inquired, "Instructor, considering my limited combat experience, is it advisable for me to engage directly in the practice of the 6 styles?" The 6 styles represent a mastery of martial techniques that transcend the physical limits of ordinary humans, possessing formidable power. Chuize harbored this doubt, which is quite reasonable. It is of no consequence. The 6 styles represent an exceptionally formidable martial technique. However, the acquisition of these skills bears little relation to the learner's foundational combat experience. Relying solely on whether the learner's physical capabilities meet the requisite standards, Shiozwa shook his head and earnestly elucidated, "I have observed the combat dynamics between you and Smoker. Your physical attributes are already sufficiently developed for the study of the 6 styles." Chuize was instantly filled with joy as Shiozwa observed this exuberant individual. He couldn't help but reminisce about the exhilaration he felt during his initial foray into the 6 styles. As the name suggests, the 6 styles encompass 6 distinct martial techniques: shave, iron block, paper drawing, stormfoot, and finger gun. Shave is a technique for high-speed movement. Iron block serves as a defensive maneuver. Paper drawing. Shiozwa provided a brief introduction to the 6 styles before inquiring, "Which style do you wish to learn?" Iron block. Chuize wore a seemingly innocuous expression, yet his lips uttered the name of a technique capable of inflicting considerable harm. Due to a certain aversion to pain, he decided it prudent to first acquire some defensive skills. Shiozwa, a senior instructor at the training camp, was not responsible for individual teaching tasks. After confirming the 6 techniques Chuize wished to learn, Shiozwa offered a few basic tips on handling iron blocks before taking his leave. Prior to his departure, he informed Chuize to report to the advanced physical training room aboard the battleship the following day. Chuize found no reason to hesitate and nodded repeatedly. After Shiozwa closed the door and departed, Chuize recalled the initial techniques regarding the iron block that the instructor had just shared. Unable to resist, he decided to experiment on his own. He inhaled deeply, accelerating the flow of blood within his veins, thereby hastening the movement of his muscles. Upon his preliminary attempt to grasp the operation of the iron block, Chuize was momentarily stunned. According to instructor Shiozwa, the iron block technique was among the more challenging of the 6 forms. Individuals of average talent typically required 3 to 5 years to hone their physical abilities before they could even begin to approach the threshold of the iron block. Should one's physical strength be sufficient to engage in the practice directly, achieving any progress within a year would be considered extraordinary. In the decade and more since the establishment of the naval training camp, very few recruits have managed to fully master the iron block technique during their training. Among them were the renowned titans Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan. Yet, Chuize, after merely a single attempt, seemed to have grasped a nascent understanding. Chuize extended his right index finger and pressed firmly against the skin of his left forearm. He could indeed feel the muscles beneath the surface tightening. With the hardness of his forearm increasing slightly, the iron block inhaled air, accelerating blood flow and enhancing the body's rigidity. Chuize was lost in contemplation. The beast breathing technique, with its explosive advance, accelerated oxygen intake, enhancing blood circulation and increasing physical speed. Could it be that the beast breathing technique also serves as a training threshold for lifting iron weights? I am truly struck by fortune. However, what truly exhilarated Chuize was not the training enhancement provided by the beast breathing technique for lifting weights. Who among the respectable would resort to using iron weights? Chuize met his demise. He perished outside. He leaped from the warship. He would never confront the enemy's assault with sheer force. Let us speak candidly. Chuize holds little regard for the iron block itself. His concern lies solely with the formidable power and the symbolism of armed color that it represents. That, indeed, is the crux of the matter. As Master Kaido wisely imparts, it is the will that transcends all else. Chuize wholeheartedly agrees with this notion. However, he remains a fledgling, yet to awaken his innate prowess. Immersed in solitude within his chamber, he diligently practiced with the iron block, methodically experimenting with the techniques mentioned by instructor Shiozwa until he had thoroughly refined them. It was only after this rigorous training that Chuize paused to contemplate. Standing at the center of the room, he gathered his focus and bellowed, "Iron block." A surge of air rushed into his body, causing his blood to flow with an exhilarating velocity, coursing through his veins like a relentless stream. His muscles quickened their movements, tautening and reddening, as beads of heated sweat evaporated from his form. With the foundation laid by the breath of the beast, within a mere half hour, Chuize had breached the threshold of the iron block. A modest achievement indeed. Yet, this state could only be sustained for a fleeting few seconds before he was compelled to withdraw. At this moment, his skin was flushed a deep crimson, resembling a lobster that had been steamed to perfection. Huffing and puffing, he stood there. Chuize bent down, supporting himself on his knees, exhaling heavily with great effort. Entering the iron block state proved to be an overwhelming burden for him at this moment. On one hand, his D-class endurance barely met the minimum threshold for resting in the iron block state. On the other, the technique required complete concentration on the beast's breath, which consumed an excessive amount of energy. In short, he needed to continue honing his body. After a considerable pause to regain his breath, Chuize finally recovered. He decided to cease today's iron block practice and planned to consult a professional the following day. Glancing at the time, he realized it was still not noon. Reflecting on his original plans for the day, Chuize resolved to leave his room. However, the moment he stepped out the door, he suddenly pivoted and headed towards the medical room. He had forgotten to check on his defeated opponent. Inside the naval battleship's medical room, Smoker lay listlessly on the bed, his vacant gaze fixed on the pristine white ceiling. The bruises from the blows he had received still marred his face, presenting a visage that unmistakably conveyed the impression of having been utterly and thoroughly bested. Chuize's physical assault on Smoker was not particularly severe. Rather, the psychological impact was profoundly distressing. Furthermore, with the recent communication from Commander Sora regarding Admiral Zephyr's punitive measures, Smoker's mood had plummeted even further. How could he have lost? How could he have been bested? Why, as the vanquished, must he endure additional physical penalties? Smoker found himself in a state of bewilderment. While he could reconcile the fact of being defeated by the Emperor's subordinates, he could not fathom having succumbed in such a manner, brought down by a mere fist. Was it possible that his smoke fruit was not of the Logia type, but rather a peculiar paramecia? Smoker questioned the very essence of his existence. Tina sat beside Smoker's hospital bed, softly offering words of comfort in an attempt to uplift her fellow comrade's spirits. Yet, regardless of her reassurances, Smoker remained enveloped in a profound silence. At that moment, Chuize entered the medical room. Tina sprang to her feet, her expression lighting up with joy. "Chuize, you've arrived. Come quickly to see Smoker. I fear his mind has been quite damaged by your blows." Chuize's forward motion abruptly ceased. Smoker, who had just risen from his bed, nearly stumbled. "Tina, I am fine," Smoker declared with a grave expression directed at Tina. Yet the remnants of a crimson fist mark on his face rendered him inadvertently comical. Trained rigorously, Chuize refrained from laughter. However, the young female Navy officer could not help but lower her head, stifling giggles as her shoulders shook. Smoker, disregarding Tina's disruption of the atmosphere, turned his serious gaze to Chuize. "Let us engage in another bout." "Ahem." Chuize coughed softly, suppressing the laughter that nearly escaped him. Such a delightful turn of events. A D-grade opportunity presented on a silver platter. I have no reservations on my end, but Mr. Smog, are you truly prepared for what lies ahead? Chuize, with a stern expression, remarked. Smog, with dissatisfaction, retorted, I have made all the necessary preparations. I shall never again be so careless as I was today. However, I am not adequately prepared. If I were to engage in another match now, I might very well falter. Chuize silently grumbled to himself. He had no intention of declining Smoker's ongoing challenge, but certainly not at this moment. With the training camp imminent and his wild physique coupled with the mastery of iron blocks, Chuize was on the brink of a rapid developmental phase. He planned to consolidate his strength before confronting Smoker. Well, before accepting Smoker's challenge. Before today's battle concluded, your thoughts were undoubtedly aligned with this sentiment. Chuize declared in a solemn voice, I am thoroughly prepared. I shall not exhibit the slightest carelessness in battle. The notion that I could belittle my adversaries simply because I have consumed the smoke fruit has undoubtedly crossed your mind more than once. Smoker, struck by Chuize's sudden verbal onslaught, appeared momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Tina, seated beside him, gazed at Chuize with sparkling eyes, thinking to herself that a man earnestly articulating his thoughts is indeed the most captivating Chuize was oblivious to the expression of the pink-haired naval girl as he gazed at Smoker and earnestly advised him, reflect deeply upon the entirety of today's battle. Only when you are truly prepared in every aspect should you dare to challenge me. Smoker's lips moved, as if he wished to articulate something further. I shall officially join the training camp tomorrow. Chuize interrupted the other person, proclaiming, the weekly combat assessment will take place no later than 1 week from now. By that time, even if you do not challenge me, I shall take the initiative to invite you to battle. Smog nodded earnestly, etching the promise of 1 week into his memory. 1 week hence. Chuize similarly etched this moment in his memory. To what extent could his prowess elevate by then? After departing from the medical room, Chuize proceeded as originally planned to the shooting training facility aboard the naval warship, which was indeed his intended training ground. Firearms hold little regard within the world of One Piece. Chuize was acutely aware of this fact. In this sea teeming with monstrous entities, the threat posed by mere firearms was utterly trivial. Those who truly mastered the art of wielding firearms were predominantly the formidable practitioners of haki. The observation haki locked in, while the armed haki was enhanced. This bore little relevance to the firearms themselves. It remains true that haki is the paramount force that transcends all else. The reason Chuize ventured into the shooting training room, aside from a man's intrinsic fascination with firearms and gunpowder, was his belief that, in the initial stages, firearms could indeed offer considerable assistance. At the very least, one should not be utterly ignorant of firearms. With this thought in mind, Chuize stepped into the shooting training room. Given the awkward status of firearms, while low-ranking naval soldiers might have an affinity for such projectile weapons, the members of the elite naval training camp seldom devoted their energy to this aspect. The shooting training room was well equipped with an array of firearms and comprehensive training facilities. Yet the number of individuals practicing was exceedingly sparse, rendering the space rather desolate. Chuize paid little attention, as today he merely sought to indulge in the thrill of shooting. It would be even more delightful if he could acquire a shooting skill in the process. In the shooting training room, neatly arranged along the wall were powder rifles, while a nearby table was stacked with wooden boxes filled with hollow bullets. Beside the ammunition boxes lay a small pile of pristine booklets, their covers embossed with the title of a basic shooting training manual. As he listened to the sporadic sounds of gunfire and inhaled the faint scent of gunpowder, Chuize approached, first picking up a training manual to meticulously read through, ensuring that he would not overlook a single step. Young man, is this your first visit? A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed. Chuize shifted his gaze from the training manual to the man who had spoken. The man, seated behind a desk beside the firearms rack, appeared to be in his 30s. Although his features were remarkably ordinary, the numerous scars etched across his face lent a sinister and terrifying quality to his otherwise unremarkable visage. It was clear from the authoritative coat draped over his shoulders that this scarred individual, much like Shiozua, was an instructor at the training camp, specifically responsible for teaching firearms. Indeed, an instructor. Chuize held the manual, gently nodding towards the scarred instructor. Having had limited exposure to firearms previously, he wished to thoroughly examine the manual prior to the trial shooting, to avoid any unnecessary complications. The little monsters in the training camp generally did not regard firearms with much seriousness. The instructor cast a commendatory glance at Chuize, remarking that newcomers as cautious and meticulous as him were quite rare. Go practice on your own for now. Should you have any questions regarding shooting later, feel free to approach me. Thank you, instructor. Chuize saluted the scarred-faced instructor with military decorum, then diligently reviewed the training manual once more. Only after that did he grasp a long rifle and a box of ammunition, making his way toward the shooting range in the training facility. Externally, the firearm in Chuize's hands bore a resemblance to the flintlock guns of a bygone era. However, what should have been a muzzle-loading weapon was, in fact, capable of being loaded with multiple rounds simultaneously. From the perspective of flintlock shooting mechanics, such a function seems rather absurd. Nonetheless, the technology within the world of pirates has always been somewhat fantastical. Chuize pondered for a brief moment before choosing not to delve further into such matters. He was not a time traveler destined to become a great scientist. As he loaded the bullets and gently caressed the metallic barrel of the long gun, Chuize resembled a young boy who had just acquired a fascinating new toy. His expression tinged with excitement. After toying with the barrel for a while, he finally raised the firearm, aimed at the target across the way, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle expelled a thick plume of smoke, and the round bullet sped forth, traversing the shooting range in the blink of an eye before striking the target. 6 points. Zhe set down his firearm, surveying the results of his initial shot. Not too shabby. Raising the barrel once more, he unleashed a flurry of rapid shots at the target. 6 points. 6 points. 7 points. 7 points. Zhe's shooting performance steadily improved after exhausting a box of ammunition. His shots were primarily concentrated within the 8 and 9 rings, with a few fortunate hits on the bullseye. He eagerly retrieved another box of bullets to continue his shooting practice. Once he had depleted the second box, a new notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Through repeated practice, you have acquired the F-level ability entry, close-range shooting. F-level entry, close-range shooting entry effect. When executing a ranged attack on targets within a distance of no more than 10 meters, your shots will experience a notable enhancement in accuracy. Entry evaluation. Steady yourself, brace well, aim true, and ensure the barrel remains stable. There lingered a sense of something amiss. Zhe disregarded the peculiar evaluations of the entries and savored the newfound capabilities bestowed upon him. He promptly retrieved another box of bullets and commenced shooting. Bang, 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 bang. By the time he had exhausted the third box, the effects of the close-range shooting ability had transformed, granting him a modest enhancement in precision. Before lunch, through the expenditure of a considerable number of bullets, Zhe elevated this ability to entry effect. When launching a ranged attack against targets within a distance of no more than 10 meters, your strikes are exceptionally precise. At this juncture, Zhe resumed shooting, landing 8 out of 10 shots in the bullseye, with 2 in the 9 ring. His accuracy was remarkable. In high spirits, Zhe returned the long gun and exited the shooting range. The scar-faced instructor, observing the plethora of spent cartridges scattered across the floor, twitched at the corners of his mouth. The quantity of ammunition expended by this individual in half a day equaled that of others in a week. Nevertheless, he displayed considerable talent. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch fit for 50, Zhe departed the mess hall with a steady gait, under the admiring gazes of the naval soldiers, and returned once more to the shooting range. This time, he altered the shooting distance, replacing the 10-meter target with one set at 20 meters. After consuming 2 more boxes of bullets, Zhe once again acquired an F-grade new ability, mid-range shooting. The F-grade entry effect was akin to that of the initial close-range shooting, save for the altered range description, which now spanned from over 10 meters to under 20 meters. Just as the scar-faced instructor anticipated that Zhe would continue his fervent practice, he unexpectedly holstered his weapon and exited the shooting range. It was time for the afternoon fish-killing session. In the kitchen of the mess hall, upon seeing Zhe arrive at the food preparation area, the kitchen staff erupted in excitement. Zhe, you're here. Your defeat of Smoker was simply magnificent. When will you be the top of the training camp? Most of the kitchen hands had witnessed Zhe's public victory over Smoker, while those who hadn't heard of it from others all lauded his impressive achievement. Zhe addressed the inquiries posed by everyone, then proceeded to his customary spot for fish slaughtering, methodically chopping with robotic precision. In an instant, he dispatched a pair of lowly rated sea creatures deemed to be of an F classification. The familiar notification stream detailing the fish slaughtering flickered in the upper right corner of the screen, followed by the emergence of a new prompt. Upon accumulating the demise of 50 lowly sea creatures, you have attained the F-grade information entry, Fish Slayer. F-grade entry, Fish Slayer entry effects. 1. Familiarity with the habits and vulnerabilities of most common sea creatures. 2. A slight enhancement in damage inflicted upon ordinary sea beasts. Entry evaluation. Do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. I merely refer to all present, who are but lifeless, salted fish, engrossed in his fish-slaying endeavor. Zhe remained oblivious to this newly acquired information entry, yet he sensed a subtle increase in his speed. Perhaps practice makes perfect, he mused momentarily before dismissing the thought. It was not until he returned to his room that evening that he discovered the new information entry. No wonder he had vanquished a remarkable 32 sea creatures today. The auxiliary effects of this new entry had indeed contributed to his prowess. Zhe unfurled the luminous curtain. In previous fishing endeavors, all victorious baits had been entirely depleted. Today, these 32 F-grade baits represent the entirety of Zhe's current reserves, capable of merging to produce 2 supreme E-grade baits. Shall he proceed with the fusion of the baits and continue his fishing pursuits? After a moment of hesitation, Zhe decided to temporarily cease his fishing endeavors. The abilities he currently possessed were not insignificant. Mastery of beast breathing, total concentration required diligent practice. The smoke form demanded continual adaptation. The recently acquired skills of close-range and mid-range shooting necessitated relentless training, not to mention the forthcoming acquisition of iron blocks and even the formidable armament hockey. As it stands, what Chuize needs to focus on is solidifying his foundation and adapting to his capabilities, rather than incessantly acquiring uncertain new skills. After contemplating this relationship, Chuize decisively turned off the holographic screen, foregoing even the operation of the fusion bait. After a brief refreshment, he retired to his bed, preparing for the formal commencement of the training camp the following day. The rigorous training in mid-range shooting, the exercises with iron blocks, the accumulation of bait, and the subsequent challenges posed by Smoker lay ahead. Such fulfilling and secure days bring a sense of peace. The next morning, a sharp, abrupt ring shattered the tranquil silence of the battleship. The rest day concluded, and the naval warship resumed its regular training camp schedule. Departing his quarters, Chuize, clad in a blue and white naval uniform, joined the throng of other new recruits hastily making their way down the corridor, converging on the deck of the battleship for the joint morning exercises of the new recruits training camp. After a vigorous morning workout, drenched in sweat, Chuize proceeded to the ship's mess hall, swiftly consuming breakfast meant for dozens before heading toward the shooting training room. In the new recruits training camp, aside from a few collective training sessions, the majority of the time, the sailors engaged in specialized training according to their chosen courses, seeking out dedicated instructors for individualized instruction. This arrangement ensured that those practicing swordplay were not disturbed by those training in boxing, and those focused on shooting were not interrupted by readers. Each sailor could pursue their specific training content. This not only enhanced learning efficiency but also prevented resource wastage. As Chuize made his way to the shooting training room, the naval warship gradually departed from the surrounding waters of Taiko Island, ultimately failing to recruit the two Elbaf giants residing on the island. A few minutes later, Chuize entered the shooting training room, where the sound of gunfire was markedly more intense than during the respite yesterday. A cursory glance revealed that the number of naval soldiers present in the training facility had increased by more than half compared to the previous day. It seems that even within the elite naval training camp, there exists a principle of balancing work and rest. Chuize quietly murmured to himself, then, engrossed in his thoughts, picked up a flintlock pistol to commence his shooting practice. The scar-faced instructor, responsible for teaching firearms handling, was currently weaving through the crowd, occasionally offering advice to those naval soldiers who made errors in operation or assumed incorrect shooting stances, urging them to rectify their mistakes. After providing guidance to one naval soldier, the scar-faced instructor noticed Chuize's arrival. He stood in the shadows, silently observing Chuize's training for a while, finding no faults. Chuize performed better than the majority of novices handling firearms for the first time. In fact, the results of Chuize's training astonished the scar-faced instructor. Had this fellow's accuracy at close range reached such an extraordinary level? At a 10-meter target, he fired 10 shots, 9 found their mark in the bullseye, and 1 in the 9 ring. The precision was astonishing. The cacophony of gunfire in the shooting range prevented Chuize from noticing the instructor's scrutiny. He remained immersed in his target practice. After briefly reviewing the effectiveness of his close-range shooting, Chuize nodded in satisfaction, then changed the distance and moved to the 20-meter shooting zone to begin his mid-range training. The morning swiftly passed. Chuize has elevated his proficiency in mid-range shooting classified as F-level to that of close-range shooting standards. His next objective is to target the 50-meter range within the shooting training facility, in hopes of unlocking new skills in long-range shooting. Should he succeed, Chuize may even venture to attempt the 80-meter range, a distance that approaches the limits of flintlock rifle capabilities, presenting a formidable challenge. If the 50-meter range can indeed trigger long-range shooting skills, perhaps the 80-meter range might unveil abilities akin to extreme shooting. The scar-faced instructor is profoundly astonished by Chuize's shooting talent. Since joining the training camp, he has yet to encounter a student whose accuracy has improved at such a remarkable pace. On his first day, merely handling a firearm, he achieved precision shooting at the 10-meter target. By the second day, his shooting accuracy extended to the 20-meter range. Is he witnessing the emergence of a super sharpshooter? Observing Chuize's departing figure, the scar-faced instructor silently reflects. If this individual were to master the techniques of armed hockey and observation hockey, reinforcing his bullets and precisely locking onto targets, it is likely that another top-tier sniper would soon arise upon this vast sea. Chuize remained oblivious to the musings of the scar-faced instructor. Even had he been aware, it would have mattered little to him. After all, Chuize had never harbored aspirations of becoming a premier marksman. Over the past few days, he had been fervently honing his proficiency in both close-range and mid-range shooting. This dedication stemmed from his passion for firearms, as well as his desire to acquire a means of engaging in combat at medium to long distances, thereby compensating for the deficiencies within his combat framework. Following the conclusion of lunch, Cui, adhering to the notice left by instructor Shiozue yesterday, made his way to the advanced physical training room aboard the naval warship, intending to delve deeply into the study of iron blocks. The advanced physical training room is somewhat akin to an expansive gymnasium, replete with a diverse array of exercise equipment, similar to a shooting range. This training room also boasts a colossal storage rack against the wall. However, instead of standard firearms, it is adorned with an assortment of heavy, blunt weaponry, such as iron rods, clubs, and hammers. In the very center of the room lies a spacious area, the purpose of which remains a mystery. Cui entered the advanced martial arts training room, where several naval recruits were present. Most were unfamiliar faces. Yet there were one or two recognizable figures, War Peach Pillar and Virgo. Cui's gaze swept past the two familiar figures. Both of these individuals are formidable masters of Haki in the original work. In the Sabaody Archipelago arc, Bartolomeo was capable of unleashing Haki from a distance, while Virgo, 2 years later, could completely harden his body with Busashoka Haki. It appears that the iron block is indeed linked to Busashoka Haki. Cui felt a sense of calm wash over him. The elite Marines, who were engaged in warm-up exercises in the advanced physical training facility, also took note of this newcomer. They quickly recognized him as the individual who had triumphed over Smoker just the previous morning. A silent exchange of glances ensued among the elite Marines, and they collectively discerned a shared sentiment, an eagerness to engage. The one who had bested Smoker, a formidable adversary who had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, was rumored to be a powerhouse who had previously fallen to the Pirate Emperor. Most of the elite Marines found themselves consumed by the thought of taking a shot at him. Cui, whose perception was keen, immediately sensed the sudden and peculiar change in the gazes of the elite Navy personnel before him. Rather than feeling apprehensive, he was instead filled with a sense of delight. Having defeated Smoker earned him a D-rank bait, and considering Smoker's status as the absolute star of the Navy training camp, it was evident that while the training camp boasted of gathering the finest recruits from across the seas, the overall evaluation of these individuals typically peaked at a mere D. Ordinary recruits might even rank as low as E. Such a caliber of opponents was something Cui felt entirely capable of handling now. Cui eagerly anticipates the arrival of the next smog. However, for the time being, he must dedicate his energy to the practice of iron block. Having selected a few familiar pieces of sports equipment, Cui commenced his preliminary warm-up. The other recruits soon recognized the situation and began their own warm-up activities. A few minutes later, Instructor Shiozue entered the training room. He briefly introduced the new recruit, Cui, who had joined the iron block training class. And without further ado, he proceeded to elucidate the practice of iron block. The essence of iron block lies in harnessing bodily strength to attain a hardness akin to steel. Instructor Shiozue crossed his arms, accentuating his already formidable pectoral muscles to an even more exaggerated degree. The practice of iron block is akin to a process of forging iron. To forge iron, one must first endure the trials of resilience. Cui was suddenly startled, feeling as though he had unwittingly stepped into a den of wolves. Instructor Shiozue cast a glance at the delicate and tender Cui, displaying a philosophically rich smile imbued with a robust masculinity. Every new recruit, proceed to the weapon rack and select a suitable armament. Once you have found a sparring partner, engage in self-directed training. The seasoned naval recruits swiftly sprang into action, while Cui remained frozen in place, bewildered. The philosophical aura on the instructor's face deepened. As for the newly inducted recruit, Cui Feit, you shall be my charge for the day. When the instructor's iron rod struck Cui's back, a singular thought reverberated in his mind. Endure the harshest blows to don the thickest armor? I thought I was here to learn a skill. Crack. The solid iron rod collided with flesh and bone, producing a resounding impact. Cui's body trembled slightly, and his mind was instantly flooded with a sharp pain emanating from the struck area. However, it was not as intense as he had anticipated. Just as Cui was engulfed in his bewilderment, Instructor Shiozue swung the iron rod once more, delivering a resounding crack against him. This time, Cui nearly stumbled, and the spot where the iron rod had struck ignited with a searing pain, akin to being sliced by a razor-sharp blade. Cui's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. The subsequent strike followed in swift succession. The intensity and pain of the third blow fell between that of the first and second strikes. It was heavier than the first, yet lighter than the second. perfectly grazing the threshold of Chuize's endurance. A fraction more would render him unable to withstand it. A fraction less would yield mediocre results. Truly a master of torment. After the 3 strikes concluded, Instructor Shiozwa stood leaning on his staff and addressed Chuize, saying, I have now assessed the limits of your body's capacity for pain. Take a minute to rest. Do you still recall the few techniques I mentioned to you yesterday? Chuize ground his molars, the lingering pain not yet fully dissipated as he gritted his teeth, and spoke. Remember, instructor, just yesterday, I practiced several times in private. However, Instructor Shio did not inquire about Chuize's results. Perhaps he held no expectations at all. Even the most gifted naval soldier could not possibly achieve success during their first attempt at wielding an iron block. If Chuize were able to accomplish such a feat, Instructor Shio would surely consider the iron rod in his hand a mere chocolate bar to be devoured. Very well, Instructor Shio nodded with satisfaction, proceeding to elaborate on the comprehensive knowledge of the iron block. When I strike you with the iron rod later, remember to practice the techniques I taught you yesterday, and pay attention to your breathing rhythm, muscle engagement, and other relevant aspects. Remember, you are practicing with the iron block, not passively enduring blows. Chuize meticulously committed to memory the various points recently raised by Instructor Shiozwa, repeating them several times to ensure nothing was overlooked. Now, he continually recalled the lessons he had previously imparted. Instructor Shiozwa raised the iron rod once more, gripping it firmly in his hand. It was time to begin. Chuize took a deep breath and nodded towards Instructor Shiozwa, subsequently activating the abilities he had mastered. Breath of the Beast, total concentration. Iron block. A robust iron rod hurtled through the air, whistling as it struck Chuize's body, yet it did not produce the resounding impact it had earlier. Thud. The iron rod collided as if it had struck a thick layer of leather, yielding a notably muted sound. How could this be? Feeling the reverberations from the iron rod travel through his palm, Instructor Shiozwa was rendered speechless. The technique this fellow just executed was indeed the iron block. The relentless training with the iron rod under the old tormentor lasted a full hour, with the dual enhancement of his wild physique and resilience. Chuize quickly adapted to Instructor Shiozwa's layered armor training. Moreover, his breath of the beast, total concentration, experienced a significant enhancement. As for the iron block, which had yet to fully solidify into a defined ability, Chuize became increasingly familiar with its execution, though its endurance attributes still lagged behind. Repeatedly practicing the iron block, particularly in conjunction with the breath of the beast, proved excessively taxing for Chuize in his current state. Once the layered armor training concluded, Chuize, panting heavily, was drenched in sweat, his skin flushed to a deep crimson, even emanating a certain sheen. Muscles, brawn, iron rods, and perspiration. Stand tall, huh? Yet, unbeknownst to the utterly exhausted Chuize, the astonishment within Instructor Shiozwa surpassed even his fatigue. In just this brief span, he has managed to refine the iron block to such a degree. Instructor Shiozwa gripped the sturdy iron rod tightly, nearly imprinting his fingers into its unyielding surface. Such talent. Truly terrifying. I even begin to believe that the tales of someone mastering all 6 forms during their time in the training camp, after years of rumor, are not mere jest but veritable truth. At Chuize's current pace, in half a month, 10 days, he might indeed be able to execute the true iron block. A groan echoed within Instructor Shiozwa's mind. This is genius. This is akin to monsters like Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan. Standing still, awaiting the next strike, Chuize, puzzled by the absence of the familiar whistling of the iron rod, glanced up towards Instructor Shiozwa. The old tormentor's gaze startled him. The blend of shock, sentiment, envy, and indignation in those eyes was utterly unique, especially when emanating from a muscular man sporting a bushy mustache. Chuize tightened his grip, letting out a couple of dry laughs. Ah, Coach Shiozwa, will the training not continue today? Your training concludes here for the day, Coach Shiozwa replied, regaining his composure. Your stamina is currently insufficient to tackle the subsequent training regimen. Upon witnessing the old tormentor Wang regain consciousness, Chuize let out a sigh of relief and nodded. All right. Coach, I shall take my leave. Indeed, report back to the advanced physical training facility tomorrow afternoon, Coach Shiozwa stated solemnly. Additionally, you must intensify your foundational stamina training. Understood. Chuize responded briefly as he departed from the advanced physical training room. Chuize, weary from fatigue, swiftly returned to his quarters. After a brisk cold shower and changing into a fresh set of clothing, he hastened towards the ship's mess hall without delay. The recent iron block training had taken a considerable toll on his body. If he wished to avoid weakness during the impending fish slaughter, it would be prudent to replenish his energy first, within the confines of the ship's mess hall. As Chuize savored his meal, he reflected on the outcomes of today's training. After concluding his session with the iron blocks, he noticed a new notification had seemingly emerged in the corner of the holographic screen. Upon investigation, he found it to be true. Through rigorous training, he had acquired an E-level ability entry, Forceful Strike. E-level entry, Forceful Strike entry effect. Having undergone training, you possess knowledge of how to attack in a manner that inflicts greater pain upon your adversaries. Entry evaluation. Familiarity breeds agony. It was quite peculiar that, despite undergoing defensive training, he had unexpectedly attained an offensive capability. After replenishing himself with an ample amount of food, Chuize traversed the bustling cafeteria and entered the kitchen's food preparation area, where an unforeseen individual awaited him. Tina? What brings you here? Chuize gazed in mild astonishment at the graceful figure of the pink-haired naval beauty standing amidst a chaotic array of ingredients. Have you taken on the errand of working in the kitchen? This was our prior arrangement. Tina's radiant smile suddenly faltered. Have you truly forgotten, Chuize? Just 2 days ago, I made a pact with you to accompany you in the cafeteria to prevent you, the voracious eater, from pilfering the ingredients. I assure you, I would never resort to such thievery. Chuize had no intention of engaging in a debate with the enchanting young lady. Instead, he beckoned her with a gesture. Let us join together in the task of fish preparation. In the food processing area, Tina's arrival undoubtedly transformed the chaotic kitchen, brimming with disordered ingredients and mingled aromas, into a vibrant tableau of youthful splendor. However, it also inevitably led to a decline in work efficiency. The first to be affected were, of course, the eager sous chefs, those infatuated admirers. Even the mere presence of Tina, standing upon the floor of the food processing area, was enough to captivate the attention of the majority of the male inhabitants in the room, though Chuize remained unaffected. Nonetheless, Tina's presence also influenced Chuize's fish preparation efficiency. Tina, I heard that you attended training for iron block exercises? Indeed. Chuize casually remarked as the sharp kitchen knife in his hand mercilessly sliced through the soft belly of a sea creature. Tina did not pursue the study of iron blocks. Rather, she immersed herself in the art of paper drawing, which happened to be her initial endeavor in the 6 forms of learning. What discernment! Recently, Tina found herself pondering the reason behind the praise for her keen eye. Chuize was compelled to divert his gaze from the dying sea beast to the inquisitive Tina. In comparison to the other 6 styles, the paper drawing, which leaned towards evasion and deflection, was indeed more suitable for girls with less remarkable physical prowess. Indeed, Tina nodded vigorously. Her idol, General Crane, had previously expressed the same sentiment. So, it turns out that Tina holds a deep admiration for General Crane? Chuize instinctively displayed a remarkably practiced playboy smile. In truth, I am not good. Chuize furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was veering off course. If he allowed this young lady to continue her chatter, he would be unable to catch the 30 fish he had set out to capture today. Failing to secure 30 fish would hinder his ability to gather sufficient bait. Without high-quality bait, he could not lure in formidable abilities. Lacking those extraordinary powers would prevent him from vanquishing the myriad beasts and the formidable matriarch. During working hours, it was imperative to focus on the task of fishing. Chuize instantaneously altered his statement, expressing a preference for Admiral Pausolino's work ethic. Tina was left bewildered. Meanwhile, as the diligent Chuize was engaged in fish catching, the iron block training class was drawing to a close. As soon as the session concluded, Instructor Shiozwa promptly announced the dismissal of the class. In the next moment, Instructor Shiozwa's figure vanished like a specter before the members of the iron block training course. The instructor had disappeared. It was nearly impossible to discern what had transpired. That was one of the 6 forms shave. Perhaps the instructor had urgent matters to attend to. Everyone. The instructor has his own arrangements. Let us turn our attention to strategizing how to challenge that fellow, Chuize. Indeed, I anticipated you would think of that. Unbeknownst to Shiozwa, the conversation that followed in the training room continued. After leaving the room, he hastily made his way to the highest office aboard the warship. Arriving before Chief Instructor Zifa. Teacher Zifa, I have a matter to report. Calm down, Shiozwa. Your impetuous temperament certainly requires some refinement. Without looking up from his paperwork, Zifa gestured towards the guest seating area. Once he had completed the documents before him, he finally turned his gaze to his longtime aide. What is it? Shiozwa sprang to his feet, his demeanor brimming with excitement. That Chuize is the same little fellow you had instructing the 6 forms. Zifa's interest was piqued. What of him? He is a prodigy, Shiozwa asserted with conviction. Zifa raised an eyebrow. Are you making such a claim against a student of unblemished background? Before Zifa could inquire further, Shozua continued, that young man practices the iron block at an astonishing speed. I estimate that within no more than half a month, no. In a mere 10 days, he will master the iron block. A flicker of surprise crossed Zifa's eyes. Does that young man truly possess such remarkable talent? Absolutely, Shozua declared, shaking his fist. Chuize's physical aptitude is extraordinary. He is akin to the 3 prodigies who emerged during the early years of the training camp. Now, Zifa took Shozua's words seriously. Sakazuki, Palusolino, Kazan, these 3 are the prodigies you speak of. If Chuize's talent could indeed rival that of these 3, then there would be considerable latitude for his previous plans. During lunch, I even heard that Scarface mentioned Chuize's exceptional marksmanship. Shozua dismissed this notion disdainfully. But a man should not play with handguns. A true man ought to engage in endeavors befitting a man. Such words resonate with gravitas. The iron block, poised for action. Zafa raised his hands, fingers interlaced, adopting a forward-leaning tactical stance. Beyond these 2 aspects, is there anything else noteworthy about Chuize? Shozua, suppressing the fervor on his face, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, reflecting on the moments spent with Chuize over the past 2 days. His breath. Chuize's breathing pattern is peculiar. It differs from that of an ordinary person, and moreover, each time he employs the iron block, he utilizes that strange breathing to enhance his technique. Zafa's brow furrowed slightly as a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he murmured to himself, is there an intrinsic connection between Chuize's breathing and his iron block? Gathering his scattered thoughts, Zafa addressed Shozua. Shozua, do not draw too much attention to that boy, nor disclose the fact that his speed in mastering the iron block far exceeds that of an average person. Inform me only after Chuize has fully grasped the technique. Shozua neatly brought his legs together and rendered a crisp military salute. I assure you, I will fulfill this task, Master Zafa. As night fell, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner in the dining hall, Chuize returned to his room. Following a refreshing wash, he began to compile the day's gains. Influenced by Tina's presence, he managed to defeat merely 28 sea beasts today, a slight decrease from yesterday. Currently, the total stock of victorious bait amounts to 60 pieces, all of F grade. Fortunately, Tina mentioned that she would only be present for today. Chuize closed the light curtain, intending to continue storing bait. Otherwise, the subsequent harvest of fish would be adversely affected, resulting in substantial losses. Chuize currently harbors no intention of revealing his true nature. He is not inclined to indulge in trivial pleasures, with his strength being exceedingly feeble. He feels utterly devoid of security amidst the multitude of monsters that inhabit these treacherous waters. His sole aspiration now is to augment his power. Women merely serve to hinder my efficiency in fishing. Standing in the center of the room, Chuize first reflected upon the progress of the iron block, and then his breathing gradually transformed into a prolonged rhythm, embodying the specific frequency of the beast breathing technique. The full concentration of beast breathing is his current focus, with the next step being the full concentration constant, which entails maintaining the breathing method continuously, whether in a state of wakefulness or slumber. In the past few days, due to pressing matters, Chuize lacked the requisite focus to sustain the fixed frequency of beast breathing. However, most affairs have now fallen into a steady rhythm. Chuize could also redirect his focus towards the subsequent enhancement of the beast's breath technique. In the following days, he would need to compel himself to alter his long-standing instinctual breathing patterns. While daytime proved manageable, nighttime would necessitate the assistance of others for training. Nevertheless, he decided to prioritize maintaining his daytime breathing regimen before addressing the evening challenges. He retired to bed, enveloped in warmth, drifting into a deep slumber. In the subsequent 2 days, Chuize was wholeheartedly immersed in the enhancement of his abilities. After the morning exercises at the training camp concluded, he would indulge himself in the shooting training room following breakfast. He mastered long-range shooting at the 50-meter target area and achieved extreme shooting at the 80-meter range. Upon acquiring the 4 F-grade skill entries, close-range shooting, medium-range shooting, long-range shooting, and extreme shooting, he successfully fused them into a new E-grade entry, which brought further enhancement to their effects. E-grade entry, precision shooting entry effects. 1. Grants a 1-point E-grade bonus to agility. 2. Within a 100-meter radius, when attacking fixed targets, he would achieve a perfect hit rate. Entry evaluation. Well, it seems I shoot quite accurately. Through the evaluation of precision shooting, Chuize discerned his next focus for shooting practice: moving targets. However, at present, His precision shooting capabilities completely satisfied his daily needs, and he had no intention of investing further effort in this area in the near term. Following the conclusion of the morning shooting training, the afternoon brought the grueling iron block training. Instructor Mo's methods of punishment were becoming increasingly sophisticated. Every day, Chuize can perceive the progress of the iron block. He senses that he is likely to master this skill before the weekly assessment this week. When facing Smog's challenge, he will be more assured. After the iron block training concludes, he is steadfastly committed to the fish-catching task. In just 2 short days, Chuize has collected 60 F-grade baits. His total bait stock has now reached a remarkable 120 pieces, even with the most basic F-grade bait. This quantity is sufficient for 2 sessions of D-grade fishing. However, Chuize, resembling a diligent hamster, chooses to continue storing these baits for future use. Furthermore, life in the training camp has significantly enhanced Chuize's physique. With the growth effects of his wild form, both his agility and strength attributes have received a slight boost. As reflected on the personal attribute screen, Chuize's strength attribute remains at E, yet his agility attribute has ascended to E, while the overall evaluation remains unchanged. His specific prowess has dramatically improved. On this day, following the routine morning assembly and practice, and after partaking in breakfast, Chuize, akin to the previous days, proceeded to the shooting training room. However, this time, he did not wish to continue honing his shooting skills. Rather, he had certain inquiries for the scar-faced instructor within the training facility. Amidst the incessant gunfire of the shooting range, the scar-faced instructor stroked his chin, gazing at Chuize with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, there exists such a workshop aboard the ship, designed specifically to cater to naval soldiers accustomed to using unconventional weaponry, where they can either request materials or procure them independently. What prompts your inquiry? I have currently reached a plateau in my shooting proficiency. Chuize, suppressing the elation within, spoke with an air of nonchalance. Standard firearms no longer suffice to meet my requirements. Thus, I aspire to forge a more suitable ranged weapon. Upon hearing these words, the scarred instructor's lips could not help but twitch uncontrollably. It had only been a mere 3 days in total. Chuize has swiftly evolved into an almost unbeatable marksman right under his nose, even if it is merely within the confines of a professional training facility. Even if he is only shooting at stationary targets, the prowess displayed is still exceedingly formidable. However, what is even more alarming is that this individual possesses an unwaveringly ambitious spirit. After a moment of contemplation, the scar-faced instructor solemnly remarked, "At your current level, enhancing your shooting skills cannot solely rely on the use of any fitting weapon." A flicker of contemplative light flashed in Chuize's eyes. "Perhaps you have already begun to speculate." The scarred-faced instructor keenly sensed this, instantly holding a more favorable view of the shooting talent displayed by the individual before him. Indeed, it is the sheer force of will that serves as the sole pathway for a marksman to ascend to mastery. However, I currently lack the ability to harness this formidable will, Chuize lamented, whether it be the armament haki or the observation haki. The cultivation of haki is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It demands a lengthy and arduous process of training. The scarred-faced instructor spoke with a calm demeanor. "Nevertheless, your thoughts are indeed correct. A more fitting and specialized weapon can undoubtedly assist you in further enhancing your shooting skills." "Very well. I shall provide you with a certification. With this document, you may proceed to the weapons workshop to request the crafting of the weapon you require." Chuize expressed his delight, saying, "Thank you, instructor." In truth, Chuize aspires to forge a weapon uniquely his own. Yet the true motivation diverges from the narrative presented by the scarred instructor, with his words merely encapsulating a fragment of the reality. The essence lies in the impending challenge posed by Smoker. Having thoroughly assimilated the lessons from his previous encounter, the Smoke Man shall not be easily vanquished with a mere punch this time. Lacking mastery over armament haki, Chuize must resort to preemptive strategies to secure victory in this round of battle. This yet-to-be-conceived weapon embodies one of Chuize's meticulously devised tactics, harmoniously complementing his recently acquired precision shooting abilities. The bait for Smoker's defeat is firmly within my grasp. Shortly thereafter, Chuize procured a certificate adorned with the instructor's signature. "By the way, instructor, do you have any recommendations for practicing with a moving target?" "A moving target?" The scarred instructor pondered momentarily. "The shooting range lacks the necessary conditions for such practice. Perhaps you could experiment with seabirds. After all, the news birds arrive daily to deliver the papers." "No, that won't do. I recall there are still some balloons left in the ship's inventory. You might want to start with those." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chuize's eyes. Balloons, perhaps. Following the guidance of the scarred instructor, Chuize clutched the proof of authorization and made his way to the ship's compartment housing the naval warship's armory. With half of this year's rookie training camp already completed, the aspiring naval recruits eager to forge their bespoke weapons had long since submitted their requests for creation. At this juncture, the armory primarily undertook modest weapon repair tasks and ammunition crafting, rendering the internal atmosphere rather desolate. Chuize entered the weaponry workshop, where he was greeted by a lean, elderly naval officer adorned with a white beard. "Esteemed sir, here is the certificate from the scar-faced instructor." Chuize did not observe the righteous code of the elder behind him. Thus, he opted for a relatively courteous title and presented the proof document with both hands. "I wish to request the forging of weapons." The naval elder accepted the proof document, merely casting a brief glance before setting it aside, and began to inquire in rapid succession. "What kind of weapon do you wish to forge? Do you possess your own materials? Or do you intend to utilize those available in the workshop? Do you have any specific requirements?" "What I require are 2 ranged weapons, a short-barreled pistol and a slingshot." Chuize spoke in a calm and organized manner, simultaneously retrieving the weapon materials he had gathered in advance. "Although I had not prepared the materials for a handgun, I had collected a significant number of suitable fish bones for the slingshot, along with a resilient rubber band originating from a manatee-like sea creature." The weapon envisioned by Chuize is none other than a slingshot. While its physical damage may be minimal, the psychological humiliation it inflicts is profoundly impactful. This toy-like weapon is certain to deliver a significant amount of mental anguish to Smoker. Furthermore, the slingshot is easily sourced and straightforward to fabricate, aligning perfectly with Chuize's grand strategy. Merely defeating Smoker? Absolutely not. Chuize's ambitions extend far beyond the ordinary. He aspires to challenge certain truths that seem self-evident to the average person. For instance, the belief that natural fruits are invincible. Let us set that aside for now. Certain individuals possess an innate ease in communication. Upon witnessing Chuize's meticulous preparations, the elderly Navy officer could not help but smile in satisfaction. "The construction of a slingshot is quite straightforward. You shall be able to collect it this evening. As for the short-barreled pistol, what are your thoughts?" "A standard flintlock pistol will suffice." Chuize had little demand for firearms. He desired a short pistol solely because long flintlock rifles were cumbersome to carry. Is it not common for a typical pirate to sport 5 or 6 flintlock pistols at their waist? "Ah, quite straightforward." The elderly naval officer nodded in agreement. "Let us collect them together this evening." "Very well, thank you, esteemed sir." Chuize bid farewell to his counterpart after agreeing on a time. With the successful completion of 2 significant objectives for the day, his steps became noticeably lighter. During the remaining hours of the morning, instead of returning to the shooting training room, Chuize ventured for the first time into the combat training facility aboard the warship. The combat training room is a vast and multifaceted space filled with an array of training apparatuses. In every corner of the room, numerous combat platforms have been strategically placed for the Marines to practice. While it may not be the largest room on the naval vessel, it is undoubtedly the most favored by the elite Marines. After all, in this vast ocean, fists reign supreme. The air in the bustling combat training room was alive with energy. Chuize cast a cursory glance and immediately recognized a multitude of familiar faces, including but not limited to Smoker, Tina, Virgo, and the formidable Bartolomeo. These elite Marines dedicate a considerable amount of time each day to honing their skills in the combat training room. Chuize was just about to commence his training when a sudden wave of intense dissonance surged within his heart. Chuize paused his movements and cast a sweeping glance over the familiar faces in the combat training room. There he was, Smog Tina Virgo. Remarkably, Virgo's face today bore no trace of food remnants. How utterly peculiar. Chuize's discreet observation of Virgo persisted until the conclusion of the combat training session. Alas, no discoveries were made. At noon, during lunch, Chuize made his way to the cafeteria, encountering Tina along the way, and promptly shared this piece of information with her. Today, Virgo appeared devoid of any food remnants on his face. Upon hearing Chuize's clandestine revelation, Tina was instantly engulfed in exasperation. Is this a joke? I am naturally beautiful, and suitors for Tina could line up from the Shambadi Islands to Marin Fander. There are plenty of individuals who engage Tina in discussions about the stars and the moon. What business do you have bringing up the unkempt man with remnants clinging to his face? Chuize, have you become foolish from killing fish in the kitchen? Yes. Chuize promptly discerned the peculiar expression on the face of the pink-haired maiden. His extensive experience cautioned him against pursuing the current topic further. prompting an immediate shift in conversation. Primarily, he harbored a nagging sense of foreboding. At this, Tina became considerably more earnest. Foreboding, such a concept is rather esoteric. Yet, it is certainly more reliable than the bizarre and disheveled man's intelligence. Just as Tina prepared to delve deeper into her inquiries, Chuize skillfully bypassed Virgo and broached an entirely different subject. Tina, I recall you mentioned that prior to my awakening, I had been in a state of unconsciousness aboard a naval vessel for a full 3 days. Tina blinked, instantly casting aside thoughts of the tedious, disheveled man. Indeed, Chuize inquired, it has been 3 or 4 days since the naval warships departed from Taigu Island. In other words, are we currently situated in the vicinity of that zombie island? For several days, Chuize had been pondering this question, and today he finally found an opportunity to voice it. His keen interest in the intelligence concerning the zombie island was not due to any lingering personal experiences tied to that land, but rather because he had once fished up the breath of beast there. Although Chuize had only managed to develop his breath of beast to the level of full concentration, he understood the importance of being prepared for the future. Thus, he needed to consider the potential for further advancements in this ability. The zombie island was the sole island he was aware of that was connected to the breath of beasts, which is why he held this matter in such high regard. Theoretically, that is indeed the case, Tina replied, furrowing her brow with uncertainty. However, the shipping routes of the training camp are not fixed, and the Grand Line is exceedingly vast. Tina did not continue her thoughts, but Chuize comprehended her implication. The most they could ascertain was that the current naval warships were on the same horizontal plane as the zombie island. Yet whether they were truly in close proximity to it could not be definitively established. Consequently, Chuize had to abandon his desire to fish tonight. Tina, what was the previous name of that zombie island? It was called Demon Gate Island. Rather peculiar, isn't it? Tina quickly responded, revealing that the unusual name had left a profound impression on her as well. Chuize's lips twitched slightly, reflecting his irritation. How persistent is this specter of Uchiha Tanjiro? To think he has resurfaced today. That desolate isle, which I refer to as Demon Island, must have once been a tranquil and harmonious place, correct? Chuize subtly directed the conversation, pondering how it transformed into its current ghastly state. According to the instructors, a nefarious pirate conducted heinous experiments on the island's inhabitants, leading to its tragic downfall. Tina exclaimed indignantly, her small fist shaking with agitation. Were it not for the fact that this pirate possesses a rare devil fruit ability and must be confined in the depths of the underwater prison, he would have long been subjected to the judgment of justice. Chuize had already acquired substantial information regarding Mzan from the little demon girl, Runti, and now he had devised a plan for dealing with the adversary. Chuize is more concerned about another matter. Thus, does the evaluation island of the elite training camp also encompass the deep-sea prison? How could we possibly go to a prison? Tina inquired, somewhat perplexed. If we do not proceed to impel down, how shall we confine that wicked pirate? At that moment, a radiant smile suddenly illuminated Tina's face, her gaze shimmering with anticipation. A lieutenant general from headquarters will come to transfer the prisoner. Observing Tina's expression, Chuize felt a flicker of thought. Could it be that the lieutenant general arriving from headquarters is Admiral Crane? Hiki, this is indeed a secret among the Navy sisters. Nevertheless, Tina's subtle expressions clearly conveyed. You should hurry and ask me to tell you. Chuize, harboring a flicker of curiosity regarding the fate of that scoundrel, moves on, displayed a pitiable expression brimming with inquisitiveness, thus indulging Tina's subtle desires. The imminent arrival of General He, tasked with escorting the prisoners to the training camp, filled Tina with palpable excitement, even as she lowered her voice in an attempt to conceal it. By tomorrow morning at the latest, General He would arrive. The sisters were all eagerly anticipating this event. It seems that General He holds significant prestige among the female naval personnel. As Chuize pondered this, an all-too-familiar sense of mental oppression descended upon the ship, sweeping through the entire naval mess hall. A few unsuspecting sailors, caught off guard by this psychic onslaught, were rendered unconscious, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground, yet the majority managed to retain their awareness. The presence of Conqueror's Haki. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Chaos erupted in the mess hall as the naval soldiers surged forth, their spirits ignited with fervor. Amidst the throng, before even stepping onto the deck of the warship, Chuize was greeted by a cacophony of almost iconic, maniacal laughter. The peculiar sound resonated in his ears, and recalling the oddities of Virgo that day, he swiftly deduced the identity of the source. Upon ascending the deck, his suspicions were confirmed. There, soaring in the sky not far from the naval vessel, was a magnificent pink flamingo. This audacious bird, cloaked in a symbolic pink velvet coat, danced in the wind. Its golden hair billowing upward, adorned with a pair of bizarre sunglasses that concealed its eyes, and a wicked smile gracing its beak, radiated an overwhelming aura of dominion, an embodiment of the conqueror's haki, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The impact of this overpowering presence was felt not only by the trainees of the camp but also by the instructors, who immediately recognized this audacious flamingo. Zifa, embodying the grace of a moonwalk, was the first to ascend into the sky, locking eyes with Da Flamingo from a distance. "You dare to intercept a warship of the Navy headquarters, little brat? It seems another guest will soon arrive at the deep-sea prison." As the pressure of the Vice Admiral's formidable aura bore down upon him, a bead of cold sweat slowly trickled down Da Flamingo's forehead, yet he remained unfazed. With a theatrical flair, Da Flamingo placed his right hand upon his forehead and let out a booming laugh that echoed through the air. "Vice Admiral Zifa, are you attempting to overthrow the world government? What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" Zifa's brow furrowed as he cracked his knuckles, producing a series of explosive sounds. "I see you are not just any lowly pirate." Da Flamingo, sensing Zifa's irritation escalating, swiftly corrected himself. "I am Don Quixote da Flamingo. That is my name." The moment of Zifa's impending assault came to an abrupt halt, even after years of detachment from political affairs. As a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Zifa still held knowledge of many undisclosed secrets of the sea, including the identity of the audacious golden-haired youth before him. It dawned on him that this was a fallen celestial dragon, exiled from Mary Geos. A sardonic smile crept across Zifa's face. Upholding justice, he had little affection for the parasites of this world. When in the Navy headquarters, or Mary Geos, he might maintain a semblance of decorum when addressing celestial dragons, but only because his accomplishments paled in comparison to that of Carp. Yet, in other realms, Zifa paid little heed to the so-called nobility of the world, let alone a celestial dragon that was not even recognized by Mary Geos. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, several veins suddenly bulged on Da Flamingo's forehead, and the intensity of his conqueror's haki surged to a heightened level, clearly indicating his irritation. Zephyr narrowed his eyes and remarked, "What is this, Da Flamingo? Intercepting the Navy's battleships? Are you weary of being the ruffian chief of the North Sea and seeking to embrace a new life as a pirate?" Da Flamingo chuckled darkly. "Gangster? Pirate? I am merely an unassuming citizen without any bounty." "Unassuming citizen? Humph." Zephyr scoffed disdainfully. "To dare intercept a warship is an act reserved solely for pirates." "Who claimed I was intercepting a warship?" Da Flamingo retorted, pointing towards the sea below with an unfaltering demeanor. "I have merely received intelligence regarding an impending pirate attack on the Navy's battleship and have come to kindly alert the Navy of the potential danger." Not far from the Navy's warship, two sailboats were navigating the waters, one following closely behind the other. The foremost vessel was a relatively rare single-masted sailboat in the Grand Line, beneath the menacing figurehead resembling a black devil goat. A main cannon gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, flanked by 6 other cannons on either side. The sail on the central mast bore the emblem of a skull intertwined with a red heart, indicating that this was likely a crew of novice pirates newly entering the Grand Line. The second vessel was a more conventional double-masted sailboat from the Paradise phase. However, its design was remarkably peculiar, far surpassing the first. Externally, the double-masted sailboat resembled a colossal pink flamingo floating upon the sea. The bow mimicked the slender head of a flamingo, complete with a pair of oversized sunglasses akin to Da Flamingo's perched upon its beak. The sides of the vessel featured broad panels meticulously crafted to resemble flamingo wings. Notably, the flamingo ship bore no cannon ports, and the canvas tied to the mast was exceptionally clean. It was none other than the exclusive vessel of the Don Quixote family, the Numancia. "Unassuming citizens?" Zephyr's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Da Flamingo. "Do not tarnish the notion of kindness, and certainly do not desecrate the image of the populace." Zephyr, ever skeptical of the celestial dragons, harbored deep suspicions that the newly emerged pirate crew was being driven toward the Navy's warship by the golden-haired youth before him. "Do not question the motive. The answer lies with the celestial dragons." Regrettably, Zephyr lacked the evidence required for a direct apprehension of Don Quixote da Flamingo. In the North Sea, the Don Quixote family reigns undisputed as the sovereign of the underworld. However, in the Paradise, they merely represent a fresh and inexperienced entity yet to earn their bounty. The Navy's responsibilities encompass a myriad of tasks, yet the apprehension of gangs or individuals without bounties does not fall within their purview. The palpable disdain emanating from Zephyr was unmistakable, and a cold glimmer flickered in Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses. His fingers twitched slightly, causing fine, nearly imperceptible transparent threads to emerge. In truth, as Zephyr surmised, today's maritime confrontation was meticulously orchestrated by Doflamingo himself. His objective was none other than this elite Navy training vessel. The rationale behind this was simple. In the burgeoning era of grand pirates, Doflamingo yearned to attain the prestige and glory befitting the Don Quixote family. With the Don Quixote family having firmly consolidated their power in the North Sea, Doflamingo, now unencumbered by past worries, resolved to lead his family members into the Grand Line, seeking fame, status, power, and wealth. The Navy elite training ship was the target he had painstakingly chosen. Doflamingo had devised an array of plans tailored to this vessel. If Zephyr was aboard, there was one plan. If Zephyr was absent, another. And if Zephyr was on board but severely injured, yet another plan. Each strategy bore distinct operational directives. The ultimate aim of all these plans was to sink the Navy elite training ship and annihilate an entire generation of Navy elite recruits, thus heralding the arrival of the Don Quixote family to the Grand Line. However, it appeared that Zephyr was indeed on board, unhindered by the previous battle's repercussions with Kaido of the Beasts maintaining his peak strength. Even though Doflamingo brimmed with confidence, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could easily eliminate the formidable Black-Arm Zephyr. Thus, he resorted to the B plan of the first strategy, utilizing the North Sea's novice pirates to assault the Navy elite training ship, while leveraging the presence of a high-ranking family infiltrator aboard to accumulate military merits. In any case, a thief should never leave empty-handed. The transparent threads sliced through layers of invisible air currents, as Doflamingo momentarily suppressed his desire to challenge the Navy admiral. Coldly chuckling, "Fufufu, Black-Arm Zephyr, you should attend to those rookie brats. After all, guns and cannons are indiscriminate." Aboard the Navy warship, after a brief tumult, the crew quickly noticed that Instructor Zephyr had gone to confront the unfamiliar individual who was recklessly exuding conqueror's haki. Trusting their instructor, the crew swiftly redirected their attention to the approaching pirate ship. Maintain military discipline. Distribute weapons. Gunners, prepare. The seasoned camp instructors swiftly transitioned into temporary commanders for this naval battle, issuing commands with remarkable composure, while the elite Marines responded adeptly to their directives. Chueze received a long flintlock rifle and a box of ammunition from the armament officer. Before he could immerse himself in the unique ambience of naval warfare aboard the sailing vessel, he noticed a gunner gesturing towards the pirate ship with a thumbs up. Chueze nodded to himself, absorbing the lesson. Those who raise their thumbs in your favor may not necessarily be praising you. They could just as easily be aiming their cannons at you. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a round cannonball soared forth from the barrel with unstoppable momentum, hurtling directly toward the pirate ship. Unfortunately, just as the projectile was about to strike its intended target with precision, a formidable wave of sword energy surged forth from the pirate vessel, effortlessly cleaving the cannonball in two as if it were mere tofu. Meanwhile, the cannonballs fired from the pirate ship were similarly intercepted by the elite Marines, who showcased their extraordinary skills, sending them crashing into the sea. It seems that artillery tactics are indeed unreliable, as the confrontation will inevitably devolve into a boarding battle or even a clash of ships. Chueze tightened his grip on the long flintlock pistol. This was indeed his inaugural experience in a naval artillery battle. As time inexorably passed, neither the naval forces nor the pirates achieved any significant results with their bombardment tactics, as most of the projectiles soaring through the air were skillfully intercepted. Meanwhile, the distance between the naval warships and the pirate vessels steadily diminished with each passing moment, drawing them ever closer. Chueze's tone was as tranquil as still water as he raised his flintlock and aimed it towards the pirate ship. 200 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. Chueze held his breath, his focus unwavering. As the distance between the two parties narrowed to a critical range, he suddenly squeezed the trigger. A burst of flame and smoke erupted from the muzzle, and the sleek, dark bullet shot forth, traversing several meters in the blink of an eye. It struck with precision at the center of the forehead of a pirate brandishing a long blade. His expression twisted in a ferocious grimace. Blood erupted forth as the bullet effortlessly penetrated the pirate's skull, extinguishing the light of life in his eyes. Before the other pirates could react, Chueze repeatedly pulled the trigger, exhausting all the bullets within the flintlock pistol, and once again dispatched 4 pirates. "You have slain a pirate with an overall rating of F." The messages flashing across the screen like flowing water were dismissed by Chueze. He calmly took a step back and retrieved a magazine, intending to replenish the ammunition for his flintlock. At that moment, a flintlock pistol was unexpectedly handed to him from the side. As Chueze loaded the ammunition, he turned his head and discovered that the individual handing him the firearm was an unfamiliar Marine. "I just witnessed your marksmanship. Quite impressive." "There is no need to squander time on loading bullets," the stranger Marine said, offering Chueze a sincere smile. Chueze nodded, refraining from any unnecessary words. He directly seized the flintlock and continued to fire towards the pirate ship. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of 5 shots rang out, and 5 pirates aboard the opposing vessel fell to the ground in response. As Chueze set down his depleted flintlock, another weapon was swiftly handed to him. In no time, a flurry of 5 rapid shots erupted once more. 5 more pirates met their demise beneath his marksmanship. As the toll of casualties mounted, the pirate vessel became acutely aware of the sharpshooter aboard the naval warship, poised to unleash a barrage of firepower upon them. Yet, Chueze's precision and reaction speed far surpassed that of the ragtag band of pirates who had recently emerged from the North Sea. With his singular prowess, he effortlessly subdued the majority of the gunners on the opposing ship. This continued until the pirate vessel collided with the naval warship. Chueze has already reaped the lives of over 30 pirates, resembling a merciless specter of death upon the battlefield. Thud! The fearsome ram of the pirate ship, adorned with a devilish goat's head, violently collided with the hull of the naval warship, producing a resounding and grave impact. Both vessels trembled under the force of the collision. And soon commenced the most exhilarating boarding battle. The pirates, long subdued by Chueze's overwhelming firepower, surged forward en masse, intent on sending the Marine who had claimed the lives of many of their brethren to the depths of the sea. Yet, the elite naval forces surrounding Chueze were no mere pushovers. They met the oncoming assailants with unwavering resolve. Chueze unexpectedly claimed several pirate heads in swift succession. At such close range, his accurate shooting could indeed achieve pinpoint precision. Marine, do not presume that possessing firearms grants you the liberty to act without restraint. A frail voice echoed from the ranks of the pirates, and in an instant, a remarkably swift figure surged towards Chueze. This was a gaunt old man with a scraggly beard, adorned with a distinctive 2-pointed hat. His upper body was clad in a deep blue bodysuit embellished with lightning patterns, while his lower half featured vividly colored crimson leggings, cinched at the waist with a prominent belt bearing a large G insignia. Chueze raised his flintlock pistol, firing 5 shots in rapid succession. Apologies, but possessing a firearm grants one the audacity to act with impunity. The 5 bullets soared through the air with remarkable swiftness. In pursuit of precise accuracy, Chueze deliberately aimed not at the adversary's head, but rather at the more expansive area of the chest and abdomen. In the blink of an eye, the dark, rounded bullets hurtled towards the elderly man in the tight-fitting attire, seemingly intent on piercing his withered frame. Sensing the lethal threat posed by the gunpowder weapon, the elderly gentleman's expression shifted slightly, his forward momentum momentarily faltering. In the next instant, he forcefully planted his left foot upon the railing of the naval vessel, using it as a pivot, and contorted his body, bending his upper half downward while simultaneously positioning his hands in a manner reminiscent of the letter G. The lower back pain stance. Several bullets narrowly grazed past the old man, assuming this peculiar posture, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Observing the movement that appeared to be a manifestation of the elder's chronic back pain, Chueze instantly discerned the man's identity. Rao Ji, a mid-level officer of the Don Quixote family and a combat instructor under the command of the formidable Diamante, an experienced martial artist whose prowess only intensified with age, dispatching family officers to brazenly assault a naval warship, quickly reloading with a fully stocked new firearm. Chueze suppressed the urge to gaze skyward. Is Xiaoming attempting to emulate the ship King Jack and single-handedly confront the admirals of the naval headquarters? That being said, you are quite bold. Chueze was unaware that Doflamingo's comprehensive plan did not encompass a direct confrontation with the admirals of the Navy headquarters. At best, it involved challenging an admiral who was severely wounded. However, upon sensing that Zephyr remained at the pinnacle of his strength, Doflamingo promptly altered his tactical approach. Otherwise, the assault on the naval warships would not have been limited to merely this single-masted pirate vessel, but would also have included the nearby Numancia Flamingo, which was merely observing the spectacle. Indeed, the Devil Sheephead pirate ship concealed a significant number of the Don Quixote family square troops. Yet the majority of their main forces awaited the young master's orders on the Numancia. In the sky, a sharp red glimmer flashed in Zephyr's eyes as he activated his observation haki, swiftly assessing the situation aboard the single-masted pirate vessel below, which eased his concerns. Compared to other nascent pirate crews just embarking on the Grand Line, the numbers and overall strength of this group of pirates were notably higher. Within the Devil Sheephead ship, there were two formidable individuals with average bounties ranging between 60 million and 70 million berries. If these pirates had targeted a typical branch base of the Navy, they might have indeed succeeded. However, for the Navy's elite training camp, such a level of strength was perfectly suited for military drills. Navy soldiers who had not yet endured the baptism of gunfire were akin to delicate flowers in a greenhouse, utterly fragile. Zephyr cast a glance at Doflamingo. Don Quixote Doflamingo. You might want to worry more about your own men, lest you lose them all. Ho ho ho, General Zephyr, do not speak frivolously, Doflamingo replied, his expression indifferent, seemingly unfazed by Zephyr's words. I reiterate, I am a legitimate businessman entering the Grand Line from the North Sea, not a lowly pirate with a bounty. Above the sea, the boarding battle between the naval warships and the pirate vessel raged fervently, with the sounds of gunfire, collisions, and anguished cries echoing relentlessly. Numerous pirates surged onto the decks of the naval warships, weapons in hand, engaging in fierce combat with elite Navy soldiers. Meanwhile, many Navy personnel utilized the pirates' grappling lines to counterattack onto the pirate ship, wreaking considerable havoc. Chuize remained locked in a standoff with Raoji. At this moment, he had expended 4 flintlock pistols, yet every bullet fired had been deftly evaded by the remarkably agile Raoji through an array of peculiar maneuvers. The newly recruited soldiers, who had just replenished his ammunition and replaced his weapons, had now engaged in combat with other pirates. In Chuize's grasp, the flintlock pistol, laden with ample ammunition, held but one final round. Bang! Another bullet hurtled from the barrel, aimed directly at Raoji's heart. The latter once again assumed a defensive posture, evading the oncoming projectile. While the distance between him and Chuize had now diminished to approximately 10 meters, Chuize was acutely aware that his current combat skills were in no way comparable to those of the martial arts master, Raoji. Consequently, he had no intention of engaging in close combat or attempting to close the distance. However, at that moment, Raoji forcefully stomped several times on the deck of the naval warship, harnessed the power from his core, and spun through the air, rapidly spiraling toward Chuize. The distance between them diminished swiftly. This was a swift movement technique, refined from Raoji's variant of the waist pain style. Chuize retreated repeatedly, simultaneously firing 2 shots. Yet the bullets were deflected by the swirling force of Raoji. Witnessing this scene, Chuize felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Waist pain type, ice. At this moment, Raoji had spiraled forward, closing the distance to Chuize. Like a flash of lightning, he extended his fist with a speed beyond that of ordinary human perception, targeting Chuize's shoulders. With such an action, Raoji aimed to incapacitate the arms of this sharpshooter. Chuize remained extraordinarily composed, inhaling 2 streams of air that solidified like white pillars. The enhancement of his physical prowess, bestowed by the beast's breath total concentration, immediately took effect. Iron block, he mentally commanded, his muscles taut and coiled, as strength converged in his shoulders. Under this force, his once supple shoulders transformed into unyielding iron. This was the essence of iron block. Thud, thud, thud. Raoji's fist struck rapidly against Chuize's shoulders. What should have inflicted excruciating pain instead produced a series of dull thuds. The initial assault yielded no results, prompting Raoji to swiftly alter his technique. Whiplash style, eye puncture. His fists ascended, redirecting from the shoulders to the more vulnerable eye sockets. Observing this, Chuize felt an unexpected surge of delight. He maintained the full-powered eruption of the beast's breath total concentration while slightly bending his knees. This subtle movement caused Raoji's fist aimed at his eyes to inadvertently strike his forehead instead. Raoji remained unfazed. Should his eye puncture connect, it might incapacitate his opponent's vision, but a blow to the forehead would likely render him unconscious on the spot. Crack. The impact between the fist and forehead resonated with a clarity far removed from the earlier dullness, sounding refreshingly crisp. Raoji was momentarily taken aback. As a master of combat, he sensed that something was amiss. Now it is my turn. Seizing the opportunity during his opponent's moment of distraction, Chuize grinned ferociously. The divine mother of disintegration slipping effortlessly from his grasp as he gently flicked it upward, ignoring defenses. The scalpel sliced through Raoji's tight-fitting attire and the soft flesh beneath like a hot knife through butter. Blood erupted in a vivid bloom. Wait, this isn't right? The high-ranking undercover agent of the Navy, the pangolin Virgo, discarded the unconscious pirate lackey from his grasp. He gazed at the deck, where Rao Ji had nearly been cleaved in two by Cui Zai's strike, his expression one of utter shock. As the sole individual aboard the naval vessel privy to the entirety of the pirate assault's intricacies, Virgo had previously discussed the general outline of the event with the young master. He understood well that the young master, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was currently executing Plan B of the first strategy. According to the young master's scheme, this band of new pirates from the North Sea, disguised as a multitude of familial bloc forces, would likely serve to bolster his military achievements. Rao Ji was indeed a pivotal element of this Plan B. In the original plan, Rao Ji was to utilize his unparalleled martial arts skills to wreak havoc aboard the naval warship before ultimately facing defeat at the hands of the valiant Virgo, who would then cast him into the sea, leaving his fate uncertain. Subsequently, gravely injured from battle, Virgo was expected to rally the elite forces of the Navy to subdue all invading pirates, with only a handful of high-ranking pirates managing to escape through their devil fruit powers. In this manner, Virgo would emerge as a steadfast and indomitable hero of battle, garnering immense prestige and military accolades within the Navy. This was the anticipated trajectory of the narrative. But now, Rao Ji had barely stepped onto the naval warship, without having resolved a single target, and was on the verge of being overthrown? Young master, the scene has already unraveled before it even began. How am I to proceed from here? While Virgo stood there in bewilderment, Rao Ji was inwardly lamenting as well. How could the sharpshooter-s head be so unyielding? Moreover, his methods of attack were exceedingly treacherous. Previously, aboard the pirate ship, Rao Ji had taken note of the sharpshooter on the naval warship, a marksman whose aim was unfailingly true. He understood that this individual had nearly single-handedly suppressed the firepower of the entire pirate vessel, precisely eliminating numerous pirates. Driven by the notion that snipers were generally ill-equipped for close combat, and fueled by the anger of avenging his family members, Rao Ji resolved to target this conspicuously vulnerable adversary, intending to use the opponent's life and blood to initiate his subsequent plans. Little did he expect that, after drifting across the seas for decades, he would find himself capsized in such a petty skirmish. The recent strike from Cui Zai's blade, which had severed the mother of Saint's imitation, not only sliced through the outer layer of Rao Ji's tight-fitting attire, but also inflicted a grievous wound upon his abdomen. The knife was astonishingly sharp. Rao Ji could distinctly feel his blood, strength, and vitality flowing ceaselessly from the gash in his belly. Should he fail to receive timely medical attention, he sensed that his frail form might very well be left to perish upon this naval vessel. Nevertheless, a glimmer of determination flashed in Rao Ji's aged eyes. How could he allow his mere corporeal state to jeopardize the young master's grand design? Cui Zai swiftly slashed open Rao Ji's abdomen without pausing for a moment. Instead, he utilized the explosive technique of beast's breath, total concentration, retreating several rapid steps. Players familiar with the game know, while that once a boss is severely injured, it is highly likely that the next round will usher in the opponent's berserk state. Cui Zai was acutely aware of the horrific damage inflicted by his recent strike. He observed it with unwavering clarity, had it not been for Rao Ji's timely intervention, who covered the gaping wound in his abdomen with a single hand. The opponent's innards would likely have spilled forth through that gruesome opening. The sharpness of the sanctified mother of deconstruction was indeed formidable. Moreover, this surgical blade possessed a certain capacity to disregard defenses. However, having severely wounded the boss, one must now brace for the ensuing wrath. Cui Zai's gaze was fixed intently upon every movement of Rao Ji, leaving no room for complacency. His chest rose and fell with each breath, the primal power of the beast coursing through him, and the iron block stood ready to strike at a moment's notice. With a swift motion, Rao Ji released his left hand, which had been pressed firmly against the wound on his chest and abdomen, raising both arms to form the letter G. An extraordinarily intense aura erupted instantaneously from his frail frame. Cui Zai's pupils constricted slightly as he observed a copious amount of blood gushing from the wound of Rao Ji, accompanied by a small segment of crimson intestine. Yet, this gruesome spectacle seemed to have no effect on the elderly man. The ultimate secret technique surged forth with an increasingly formidable aura emanating from Rao Ji's body, radiating outward. His muscles and physique gradually swelled in response to the rising intensity of this energy, his form expanding significantly as more blood streamed from the injury. At that moment, a figure suddenly intruded upon the battlefield between Cui Zai and Rao Ji, sporting a youthful mushroom haircut and a clean face devoid of any remnants of food. It was the pirate undercover agent, Virgo. Iron block, air bamboo. he shouted as he swiftly moved to confront Raoji, delivering a powerful strike to the elder's body while exclaiming, "Chuize, get out of here. Leave this guy to me." Tensed and poised for action, Raoji and a nervous Chuize exchanged glances. "All right, brother. It's settled then. This strange old man is in your hands." Chuize was at a loss regarding the peculiar behavior of Virgo, yet at this moment, his fondness for Virgo surged remarkably. It was unlikely that he would ever leverage the latter's undercover identity for coercion again, though Virgo appeared to exert tremendous force as he collided with Raoji. In truth, he employed nothing but a gentle and skillful maneuver. His true intention was to propel the gravely wounded Raoji off the naval vessel. As a comrade of the Don Quixote family, Virgo would never stand idly by and allow Raoji to perish aboard a naval ship. Sensing Virgo's unwavering determination, Raoji, caught between laughter and tears, had no choice but to abandon the notion of self-destruction unless he wished to include Virgo within the scope of his attack. However, the most powerful technique of the Diong Fist, the Mark of Ji, was far beyond what Virgo could withstand at this moment. Enough, enough, Raoji sighed inwardly, retracting his forceful aura. With a resounding crash, the self-sacrificing Virgo launched the explosive Raoji away with remarkable force. Raoji's body soared through the air, shattering the ship's railing before plummeting into the depths of the ocean. At the precise moment Raoji hit the water, Chuize's screen illuminated with two fresh notifications. "You have defeated an elite pirate with an overall rating of D. You have earned a D-grade victory bait. My valiant comrade Virgo." Chuize approached with a radiant smile, enthusiastically patting Virgo's shoulder, his demeanor so warm it resembled a reunion with a long-lost brother. "You have driven away that wretched old pirate. However, many more pirates aboard the ship remain unchallenged. Now, let us embark on a quest to hunt down more pirates together." Chuize clapped Virgo's shoulder with a resounding thud, clearly brimming with enthusiasm. "Inviting me to hunt down the members of the Don Quixote family Square Brigade?" Virgo was utterly flabbergasted. "I beg you, could you perhaps seek out someone else?" Yet, recalling his own naval identity, he found himself embroiled in a perilous encounter upon the treacherous seas. Virgo stood there for a considerable time, unable to conjure a single reason to decline. "What a steadfast comrade. I knew without a doubt that you would never refuse." Chuize interpreted the other party's silence as acquiescence, or rather, as an affirmation. Chuize had anticipated that Virgo, the pirate infiltrator, would leave him with no means to decline his invitation, unless the latter wished to reveal his identity at that very moment. However, having just performed a rather clumsy act, how could Virgo possibly relinquish his guise as a naval undercover agent? "I just observed you utilizing the extension technique of an iron block when you sent that old pirate flying." Chuize sought out a new firearm nearby and, after inspecting the ammunition, nodded in satisfaction. Yes," stammered Virgo. "I truly admire the ability of iron block, which makes me very dedicated to training." "Excellent. I share your fondness for iron block." Chuize interrupted his counterpart. "Since your prowess with iron is so formidable, let us join forces. You shall take the lead, shielding us, while I shall strike down the pirates from the rear." Virgo retorted, "This deviates drastically from our original plan. The young master expected me to emerge as a hero on the battlefield, yet now I am to become merely a shield, a mere cannon fodder for others?" Chuize offered no respite for Virgo, swiftly positioning himself behind him and raising his flintlock to discharge a shot. Bang! Bang! The resounding gunfire echoed as two pirates, fiercely engaged in combat with the Marines, were instantly struck, blood bursting forth from their foreheads as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. It was that sharpshooter once again. "There are only two of them. Brothers, let us take him down." The fearless pirates surged toward this direction, many of them brandishing firearms and aiming directly at us. "Virgo, utilize the iron block." Chuize commanded the meat shield standing before him as if issuing orders to a Pokemon, simultaneously raising his flintlock and discharging the last 3 bullets from its chamber, claiming the lives of 3 pirates. "I shall reload. Buy me some time, my valiant comrade." Virgo, tightly clenching his fists, his arms trembling slightly, took a deep breath. With tear-filled eyes, he unleashed the 6 styles, positioning himself like an indomitable barrier in front of Chuize. Iron block. Ha! Boom! Boom! The hail of gunfire rained down upon Virgo. Yet it struck him as if he were shielded by an impenetrable umbrella. Aside from tearing a few articles of clothing, it inflicted no further harm. As the pirates concluded their volley of shots, Chuize had completed the loading of his ammunition. Raising his flintlock, he unleashed a barrage of shots, sending the pirates scurrying in panic. Thus it transpired. Cezar and Virgo, this formidable duo adept in both offense and defense, swiftly became a captivating spectacle aboard naval warships. Wherever they ventured, chaos ensued, and pirates met their demise. Roaming the battlefield, Cezar resembled a reaper, harvesting lives with each gunshot signifying the end of a pirate's existence. On the lookout of a pirate ship, what was Virgo up to? Clad in a crimson cape, with two striking red vertical lines etched across his face, the man pondered, scratching his chin in confusion over his companion's actions. This seemed rather divergent from the plans previously articulated by Doflamingo. The man in question was Diamante, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, wielding the power of the flap-flap fruit. Though he had indeed dispatched Aokiji from the naval vessel, Diamante, due to the distance, remained unaware of the complete details of the battle aboard the ship, mistakenly believing that Aokiji had truly been eliminated by Virgo. Enough of waiting. The ranks of the block army were dwindling too rapidly. The combat prowess of these elite recruits from the Navy's training camp exceeded expectations. Diamante grasped the rapier at his waist, steadying his breath as he aimed towards the naval warship, and with a forceful swing, unleashed a half-moon funeral. A torrent of concentrated sword energy surged forth from the blade, slicing through the air with the ferocity of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, aiming to cleave the warship. Fortified with steel and iron, in two. Just moments prior, Diamante had wielded this very technique to sever all explosive shells aimed at the pirate ship. Beyond the capabilities granted by the flap-flap fruit, Diamante was also a formidable swordsman of the one-sword style, proficient in the art of aerial slashes. Aboard the naval vessel, numerous personnel sensed the potency of this soaring strike and hastened to counter it. In an instant, a barrage of white vacuum slashes, propelled by the six styles, gale kick, surged forth to obliterate this aerial assault mid-air. The two opposing strikes collided, producing a thunderous din akin to multiple lightning strikes echoing through the sky, unleashing a fierce shockwave that radiated in all directions. In this tumultuous moment, Diamante made his grand entrance. On the naval warship, Cezar tentatively lifted his flintlock, aiming towards Diamante, but alas, the bullet veered off course mid-flight, deflected by the residual shockwave, losing its mark. Useless Navy scum. Allow me to present you with a magnificent farewell cannonade, Diamante proclaimed as he produced several unique ceremonial cannons from his chest, launching a flurry of paper into the sky. The delicate papers transformed in mid-air into razor-sharp, thorny iron balls, descending as an impenetrable and terrifying iron rain. Boom, boom, boom. On board the naval warship, chaos and uproar erupted instantaneously. Both the sailors remaining on the vessel and the invading pirates found themselves ensnared in a storm of thorny iron rain, rendered mere targets of assault. Cezar, quick-witted and agile, positioned himself directly behind Virgo, with his left hand firmly grasping Virgo's shoulder and his right hand clutching the pant leg. He hoisted him above his head like a formidable human shield. Quick! Use the iron block, Virgo shouted from below. Make sure to protect yourself. After a torrential downpour of iron, the naval warship lay in disarray. Amidst this chaotic turmoil, a pirate ship, closely nestled against the naval vessel, suddenly underwent a remarkable transformation. Accompanied by an unheard, high-pitched voice, a multitude of coarse, hard gray stones surged from the pirate ship's hold, enveloping it like a flowing liquid, transforming it into an immense stone sphere. The sudden increase in weight rendered the sea incapable of supporting the pirate vessel any longer. With a colossal splash, the stone sphere plunged into the depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. The once menacing pirates, only a moment ago, now found themselves submerged, leaving behind a tumultuous wake. The abrupt turn of events caught everyone aboard the naval warship off guard. What is happening? The pirates can submerge into the sea. Could it be that this group had mastered a coding technique similar to that of Sabaody Archipelago? Impossible. The only bubble membrane capable of deep-sea submersion is provided by the Yarkimana tree, and we are still quite far from Sabaody Archipelago. Moreover, what exactly is that peculiar fluid resembling stone that emerged last? Could it be the handiwork of a devil fruit user? The elite marines aboard the warship began to murmur among themselves. Even Zephyr in the sky could not help but narrow his eyes. Oh, I see. Zephyr turned to Doflamingo, succinctly unveiling the truth. Utilizing the powers of a devil fruit, they enabled their wooden vessel to plunge into the ocean, evading the naval warship's subsequent pursuit. Is this the escape route you orchestrated for them in advance? I cannot comprehend a word you are saying, Doflamingo retorted defiantly, tilting his head. I have no connection with those lowly pirates. You wicked celestial dragon brat. Zephyr spat, choosing to disregard this troublesome matter and descended directly towards the ship below. You better not let me catch you. With a rebellious spirit, cold-heartedness, and a willingness to sacrifice for his goals, coupled with that masterful conqueror's haki, Zephyr recalled his brief encounters with Doflamingo, and a thought emerged in his mind. A dazzling new figure is about to emerge in the Grand Line. Even without mentioning the identity of that world noble, the seasoned Zephyr quickly reached a conclusion. An absolute focal point of attention. It seems that a seasoned veteran must be sought to oversee him. The line fruit? Crane? Doflamingo was utterly unaware that his actions today had summoned a formidable adversary. The Vice Admiral who wields the wash fruit, capable of cleansing the malice within one's heart, would undoubtedly deliver a significant surprise to Little Ming. The abrupt naval engagement came to an unexpected conclusion with remarkable swiftness. After enduring the frenzied assault of pirates and the baptism of cannon fire, especially the final onslaught akin to a torrential downpour of thorny iron rain, the naval warship lay in utter disarray. It is truly unfortunate that these despicable pirates managed to escape. Chuize regretfully lowered the humanoid shield from his head. Virgo, you must feel equally disheartened, don't you? Since joining the Navy and becoming an undercover agent, Virgo had never experienced a day as troubled and miserable as today. What troubled him the most was that he had to concur with Chuize's viewpoint. The Navy's day of justice, indeed. Virgo stood upright on the deck and said vaguely, "Yes, pirates are truly the most detestable. By the way, your iron block still lacks refinement, doesn't it?" Chuize proactively removed a thorny iron ball embedded in Virgo's face and casually tossed it aside. At the very least, his resilience had not yet been fully cultivated. His fists clenched tightly, hardened with determination. Virgo realized that the young master's plan had been utterly distorted. Raoji lay gravely injured, having fallen into the sea. His fate uncertain. Even he himself had nearly been disfigured by Diamante's thorny iron ball. Who, then, was truly to blame for all of this? Chuize appeared utterly oblivious to the situation, enthusiastically clasping Virgo's shoulder. "My dear comrade, behold today's skirmish. I have vanquished numerous pirates, and you have amassed a wealth of experience honing your skills with the iron blocks." Chuize wore a smile. "We both gained something. This is truly a win-win situation." "Is this really what they call a win-win? It feels more like you've won twice." Virgo could hardly contain the tension in his expression, which was on the verge of breaking. Chuize gently patted Virgo's shoulder several times. "Good comrade, we must strengthen our collaboration in the future. One of us wields the gun, while the other bears the shield. We make an exceptional duo." Virgo exerted all his strength to muster a rather eerie smile in response to Chuize. "Next time for sure." The injured sailors were transported to the medical bay, while the barely alive pirates were cast into the warship's dungeon. The auxiliary soldiers took charge of repairing the damaged vessel. Once the dust settled, Chuize returned to his quarters and summoned the luminous screen. This recent pirate assault was categorized by the screen as a notable experience. The essence of this experience could coalesce into valuable entries. As anticipated, a stream of information flowed across the screen like a cascading river. In the midst of battle, his marksmanship was impeccable, achieving nearly a perfect record of headshots. He acquired a D-rank informational entry, Sniper. D-rank entry, Sniper entry effects. 1. Personal influence is enhanced, with a D-rank bonus of 1 point to leadership and agility attributes. 2. Visual acuity is amplified, enabling him to discern the movement frequency of an ant's antennae within a 50-meter radius. Entry evaluation. I wager there are no bullets in your gun. Through stealthy tactics, he eliminated several pirates, earning an E-rank ability entry, Cold Shot. E-rank entry, Cold Shot entry effects. 1. Personal agility attribute receives a D-rank bonus of 1 point. 2. If an opportunity arises where the target is inadequately defended, he can aim for vital areas to inflict additional damage. Entry evaluation. Can the actions of a sniper truly be classified as a sneak attack? With an astonishingly high speed, he executed precise eliminations of numerous pirates, leading to the acquisition of a D-rank informational entry, Killing Machine. D-rank entry, Killing Machine entry effects. 1. Personal influence and intimidation levels are elevated, with a D-rank bonus of 1 point to leadership attributes. 2. Exhibiting relentless, machine-like lethality, his endurance and strength attributes each gain a D-rank bonus of 1 point. Entry evaluation, Love, Death, Robots. In a fierce boarding battle, he secured 3 new entries, 2 D-rank informational entries and 1 E-rank ability entry. Chuize's eyes sparkled with excitement. The attribute enhancement of the term sniper not only amplified his capabilities but also brought about an improvement in his static vision, coupled with heightened auditory sensitivity. His sensory perception within a 50-meter radius could be likened to that of a human radar. The term cold gun, an E-grade ability, offered only a modest enhancement to agility, rendering it nearly insignificant for someone of his current prowess. The E-grade abilities, with the exception of those like Beast's Breath, which could be honed through persistent training, held little relevance for him now. Meanwhile, the term Killing Machine, a formidable D-grade ability, promised a comprehensive enhancement of attributes, making it exceptionally powerful. Chuizhe unfurled his personal attribute list. The 3 primary combat attributes, strength, endurance, and agility, have all ascended to the D rank. Concurrently, Chuizhe's overall evaluation has risen to D, symbolizing that his strength has genuinely reached the D rank. No longer is he the pseudo-D of your artificially elevated by a C dominance attribute. The phrase killing and arson Golden Belt holds true in the context of this pirate encounter. Aside from summarizing the 3 new attributes gained from his experiences, Chuizhe also acquired additional invaluable resources during this battle. While the nearly 40 F-grade bait provided by the pirate minions can be disregarded, the key highlight is that one of them is a victory bait from Aokiji, a D-grade bait. Deep within the seasoned angler Xiaozhe's heart, a devilish temptation suddenly resounded. Fishing? Fishing? Chuizhe, of course, yearned to fish. While the experience of summarizing could undoubtedly yield the ability to acquire new skills, the process was protracted, slow to bear fruit, and fraught with uncertainty. What could be more effortless and exhilarating than fishing? Moreover, the adage that a fisherman never returns empty-handed rang particularly true for Chuizhe. With the right bait, success was assured. Although he had indeed caught peculiar items such as bamboo tube plugs and specially crafted rice balls, Chuizhe harbored certain reservations despite his enthusiasm for fishing. During his few days aboard the naval warship, he had engaged in fishing 3 times. The first yielded 5,000 Baileys and a treasure map to the magnetic drum kingdom. The second brought forth a replica of the Holy Mother of Disintegration, a permanent compass from the Isle of Antiquity, and navigational skills. The third resulted in the acquisition of a smoke form. In total, he had fished 6 times, with 4 instances yielding items and only 2 providing ability enhancements. Statistically, fishing aboard the naval vessel had a far greater likelihood of yielding items over skill enhancements, which was precisely what caused Chuizhe to feel apprehensive. This concern was also one of the reasons he had temporarily ceased fishing. While the miraculous efficacy of fishing was indeed satisfying to Chuizhe, the interface itself lacked any spatial storage capabilities akin to a system warehouse. Chuizhe has engaged in fishing numerous times, and each time he reeled in an item, it would instantaneously materialize from the dimensional sea, without exception. Fortunately, since entering the training camp, the items Chuizhe has fished have been inconspicuous trinkets that would not raise any suspicions among others. Otherwise, had he drawn forth a color-changing sunblade from the dimensional sea as he did on the zombie island, it would certainly have attracted undue attention. Chuizhe is not inclined to let his fishing prowess become widely known. After all, it is his ultimate trump card. Chuizhe initially intended to utilize the regular activity of sea fishing during the training camp's rest days as a guise for his true purpose. The items obtained from fishing would remain unnoticed by others, while the treasures he reeled in could be disguised as peculiar objects drawn from the depths of the ocean. An impeccable ruse indeed. However, an unforeseen pirate attack abruptly occurred, granting Chuizhe an abundant haul of victorious bait, which notably included a rare D-grade lure. Chuizhe retrieved a D-grade bait from the luminous screen, silently contemplating the implications. Evidently, the probability of fishing out items surpasses that of acquiring attributes. However, it has been noted that the effects of fishing attributes indicate that the victory bait obtained from defeating an opponent correlates with the capability to reel in rewards. For instance, the D-grade bait obtained from vanquishing Smoker resulted in the acquisition of the smoke form. On the other hand, the victory bait from Aokiji, a master of martial arts rather than a devil fruit user, emphasizes combat skills without reliance on weaponry. In summary, the likelihood of retrieving attributes from Aokiji's victory bait undoubtedly exceeds that of obtaining items. Furthermore, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chuizhe's eyes. My most significant shortcoming at present lies in my insufficient developmental time and a severe lack of combat experience. Once I successfully bait my hook with the allure of Aokiji's victories and reel in any combat-related abilities from the dimensional sea, I will swiftly bridge this gap. However, Aokiji is not entirely devoid of utilizing tools, for instance, the striking red and blue bodysuit he dons. recalling Raoji's peculiar attire. Chuize couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Surely not. The luck of a fisherman cannot be this dismal. Chuize, resolute in his decision, prepared to embark on a D-level fishing expedition. Prior to casting his line, he, as always, accessed his personal attributes panel to assess the fluctuations in his luck. What fortune greeted him today? D. As ever, the luck goddess flaunted her alluring proportions. With his finger as the rod and his thoughts as the line, the fish were ensnared. This fishing endeavor yielded the following type of reward: D-level ability attribute, mastery of unarmed combat. Attribute description: some fighters excel in seeking combat methods that transcend firearms and blades, adept at uncovering the weapons concealed within themselves. Even unarmed, they can inflict harm or even slay their adversaries as if wielding swords. Attribute effects: 1. An increase of 1 point in the strength attribute at D level. 2. A fundamental mastery of various esteemed combat techniques prevalent in the ocean, particularly proficient in unarmed combat. Attribute evaluation: can you withstand this punch, honed over 20 years? This is the ability I desire most. A glimmer of joy flickered in Chuize's eyes as a vast reservoir of combat knowledge surged into his mind, swiftly bridging the gaps in his previous battle experiences. After a moment's pause, Chuize abruptly opened his eyes, and a fierce glint flashed within his deep, dark gaze. Reminiscent of a tiger poised to pounce on its prey, the aggressive aura of a fighter began to emanate from him, spreading like wildfire. Chuize exhaled deeply, realizing the recklessness of his previous close-quarter combat with Aokiji, despite his mastery of unarmed fighting. Had it not been for the absolute defensive characteristic of the wild body, iron head, which led Aokiji to feel overly confident and lose focus, Chuize would have had no chance of turning the tables on that eccentric old man. Thus, it is evident that Virgo is indeed a splendid shield and a commendable comrade. Next time we engage in a team battle, I must ensure to include him. With the deficiencies in his combat experience now compensated, Chuize's spirits soared. The remaining number of victory baits displayed on the screen stood at precisely 160. A sum achieved through the previous defeat of the sea beast, coupled with this latest victory over numerous pirates. Chuize hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided against continuing his fishing endeavor. The reasoning remained unchanged. He feared that reeling in an excessively conspicuous catch would reveal his capabilities. Indeed, it would be wiser to reserve his sea fishing for a day of leisure. Chuize closed the light curtain. However, before the day of rest, he must confront the challenge posed by Smoker. With my mastery of hand-to-hand combat, I now possess greater confidence. After assessing his condition, Chuize stepped out of the room. Due to the unexpected pirate attack today, Instructor Shiozua temporarily suspended the advanced training course for Iron Block. Nevertheless, while the Iron Block practice may be on hold, Chuize's pursuit of fishing shall not cease. Whether it be wind, rain, thunder, or hail, nothing can deter a relentless fisherman from wielding his merciless blade. Bait. Here I come again. The following morning, after concluding the routine morning assembly and exercises, Chuize's Little Sea King radar accurately detected the exuberant spirits of the female sailors aboard the naval warship. Slightly puzzled, Chuize recalled his conversation with Tina from the previous noon, and a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. Admiral Tsuru is arriving today. Regarding Admiral Tsuru's arrival, Chuize felt little emotional fluctuation. In her youth, Admiral Tsuru was undoubtedly a striking figure, a stunning beauty within the Navy. However, this is the aged Admiral Tsuru. It must be said that the world of One Piece is exceedingly harsh towards elderly women. It could even be described as a curse of aging. In the mind of Chuize, the striking images of extraordinary and captivating elderly women flashed by, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. It was morning. Under the eager gazes of the female soldiers, an unremarkable naval warship slowly docked beside the training camp. This was a standard naval vessel, devoid of any distinctive bow figure, with its pristine sails emblazoned with large, bold black letters spelling Crane, as the ship was met with the respectful, admiring, and yearning eyes of the female soldiers. Rear Admiral Crane wasted no time and followed ZFA towards the highest office. The fleeting glimpse of their idol was met with dissatisfaction from the young admirers, who cast discontented glances at Commander ZFA. Interestingly, the highly respected Commander ZFA found himself collectively disliked by the female soldiers over such a trivial matter. Inside the highest office, ZFA warmly poured a cup of strong tea for Rear Admiral Crane, teasingly remarking, "Your prestige among the female soldiers is no exaggeration. Did you notice the way they looked at me earlier? I imagine it's akin to how they regard insects or rats, haha." Rear Admiral Crane smiled gently, lifting her teacup before steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. "What is the status of that notorious pirate who has wreaked havoc across multiple islands?" she inquired, referring to the infamous bioweapons scientist, Mzan, responsible for the tragedy on Zombie Island. He is a paramecia-type devil fruit user, with sea stone shackles in place. He poses no real threat. Zfa shook his head, his expression turning stern. Moreover, that individual has focused almost entirely on the development of his devil fruit powers and is merely an ordinary researcher incapable of defending himself. Zfa has always held a disdain for those who prioritize power development over physical training, with Borsellino, the yellow monkey, being the prime example. Rear Admiral Crane acknowledged Zfa's perspective, although she herself was a formidable devil fruit user. The older generation of naval officers firmly believed that physical prowess and hockey were the true foundations of strength. However, in recent years, the emergence of devil fruit users at sea has become increasingly alarming. Setting aside pirates, even Borsellino, whom Zfa disapproves of, showcases the futility of physical techniques. With the light fruit, his existence alone renders numerous martial arts techniques ineffective. No matter how swift one's movements, can they truly surpass the speed of light? Admiral Kizaru silently shook her head, then nodded in quiet affirmation. With the support of those peculiar beings, a new era for the Navy is on the horizon. I shall expedite the transfer of Mzan to the deep-sea Great Prison. Kizaru chose to overlook the ideological clash between Zephyr and Kizaru. Given his bounty, Mzan would likely be relegated to the first level of the Crimson Lotus Hell, yet considering his fruit abilities and the devastation he has wrought, sending him to the 6th level, known as the Infinite Hell, would be more than appropriate. Zephyr and Kizaru engaged in further discussion regarding the transport of prisoners before turning their attention to the newly established warlords of the sea system. So, it seems the elderly figures in the world government intend to fully implement this pirate system. Zephyr slammed his fist onto the desk, producing a jarring sound. I too am perplexed by the thoughts of the Gorosei. It seems they were provoked by Fisher Tiger, that fishman, who brazenly ascended the red line and nearly toppled the entire Mariawa. Kizaru shook her head. The world government must instill sufficient deterrence over the seas. If not, with one Fisher Tiger, there will inevitably be another, and the world government's dignity will be utterly obliterated. When have they ever cared about such dignity? Zephyr scoffed. It is merely a fear of death. Regarding the warlords of the sea system, it is likely that news will spread across the seas through the news coup by next week, Kizaru mentioned, relaying the latest information received at Navy headquarters. Zephyr paused momentarily. Astonished, have they already found 7 pirates willing to serve as warlords? Kizaru gently shook her head, expressing that those willing to work for the world government, possessing both immense renown and formidable strength, are exceedingly rare. The intention of the world government is to first establish a few exemplars. Zephyr nearly laughed in disbelief. Exemplars? Since when do pirates deserve such a designation? With a hint of sarcasm, Zephyr inquired, who are the exemplars the Gorosei intend to establish? Currently, there are 2. The first has been finalized, while discussions for the second are still ongoing, Kizaru replied calmly. The first warlord of the sea, naturally, is the Logia-type sand fruit user, Crocodile. He suffered a crushing defeat while challenging Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, and is among the vanquished of the Emperor. The second prospective warlord of the sea is the Paramecia-type shadow fruit user, Gecko Moria. He once challenged Kaido of the Beasts, but alas, his pirate crew was obliterated, and he alone managed to escape from Wano. He too is among the defeated of the Emperor. Zephyr stroked his chin. And what emerged in his mind was neither Crocodile's sand alligator nor Moria's nocturnal bat, but rather a new recruit training aboard the ship. The 9th member of the 7 warlords of the sea, the naval undercover agent Trees Fit, had previously challenged Kaido of the Beasts and suffered defeat. One of the fallen underlings of the Emperor. Was there anything amiss? Zephyr, what troubles you? Rear Admiral Crane noticed Zephyr's distraction and inquired with curiosity. Could there be an issue with these 2 individuals? No, Zephyr regained his focus. I was recalling another suitable candidate. Are you referring to the 2 giants on the island of Antiquity? Rear Admiral Crane presumed he was speaking of the 2 captains of the giant warrior pirates. Indeed. Zephyr vaguely brushed over this matter. His plan had yet to be disclosed to anyone and currently resided solely in his mind. The decision to implement this plan did not rest with Zephyr alone, but hinged upon the strength of Trees. Merely bearing the title of a fallen subordinate of the Emperor was insufficient to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ultimately, the ocean speaks only in terms of strength. Zephyr shifted the conversation, By the way, Crane, I encountered a new pirate just yesterday, and he is bound to rise to prominence. Rear Admiral Crane assumed an attentive posture. A wielder of Conqueror's Haki. Zephyr raised 2 fingers. The key point is, his name is Don Quixote da Flamingo. Chueze was unaware that he was about to be assigned by the general yesterday afternoon, thanks to a sudden enhancement in his strength attribute. Chueze excelled in the ingredient processing area, dramatically increasing his fish-catching speed and ultimately harvesting a total of 40 F-grade bait. This accomplishment could be deemed the pinnacle of a master fishmonger. As evening approached, Chueze proceeded to the weapons workshop, where he obtained his customized pair of new weapons from the old sailor, a short flintlock pistol and a fishbone slingshot. While general he was engaged in discussions with instructor ZFA, Chueze occupied the shooting range, diligently practicing with his newly acquired arms. In his practice with the short flintlock pistol, he merely discharged a single magazine, and upon realizing the remarkable accuracy, he casually tucked the pistol into his waistband. The primary focus, however, was on mastering the fishbone slingshot. With the aid of precise shooting, Chueze's proficiency with the slingshot rapidly escalated, soon resembling a seasoned marksman. Within a 10-meter range, his accuracy rivaled that of a firearm. This was more than sufficient. Half the morning had passed. Chueze concluded the testing of the new weapon and turned towards the combat training room aboard the warship. He had yet to put his newly acquired proficiency in unarmed combat to the test. Scanning the bustling training room filled with voices, Chueze swiftly located his target and approached with a radiant smile. Virgo, my dear brother, shall we practice our martial arts together? Chueze's target is Virgo, whose face is adorned with a small octopus sausage. I practice combat while you engage in weightlifting. It is a win-win situation. Virgo, what the heck? You too. The general's hurried departure is as fleeting as the wind. The naval maiden spirits mirror those of fervent fans abandoned by their idols, filled with a sense of loss and confusion, leading to a noticeable decline in their training effectiveness. Chueze felt no sensation, yet he continued to enhance his abilities in various realms. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed. The naval training vessel docked at a small island blanketed in ice and snow. The climate of the Grand Line is a marvel of peculiarities. Ever-changing and unpredictable, yet the weather on most islands remains relatively stable, typically categorized into the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Of course, there are extreme exceptions like Wano Country and 48 Seasons Island. At this moment, the naval training ship approached a quintessential winter island, which served as the venue for this training camp's weekly assessment. Cadets, this desolate isle covered in ice and snow is your first checkpoint for this week's evaluation. Instructor Shiozwa stood prominently on the deck of the battleship, delivering the announcement to the neatly arranged naval soldiers before him. The first challenge was named Traversing the Deserted Island. Within a single day, you are required to traverse this small, snow-laden island, confronting the biting cold, snow, hunger, and other adversities, all of which you must resolve independently. Prior to disembarking, each participant may select 3 items to accompany them, either cold-resistant clothing, gunpowder weapons, or cooking tools, but only 3 items are permitted, with 5 o'clock as the deadline. Any cadet who fails to traverse the deserted island and reach the opposite shore by that time will receive a failing grade for this week's assessment. Lastly, a friendly reminder. Instructor Shiozwa crossed his arms and flashed a chilling smile at the naval soldiers. This ice-covered island is near the Kingdom of Future. Indeed, it is the very homeland of the illustrious Dr. Vegapunk. Before joining the world government, Dr. Vegapunk was active in his homeland for many years, having conducted technological modifications on numerous creatures within the Kingdom of Future. Therefore, the foes you will encounter while traversing the deserted island are not merely the harsh elements, but also the technologically modified beasts crafted by Dr. Vegapunk's hand. Now, the assessment begins. Upon receiving their orders, the naval soldiers promptly disembarked from the battleship's deck and sprinted toward the snow-covered island below. Among the throng, an exhilarated Chueze reveled in the moment. At last, the time for the first weekly assessment has arrived. We finally gained a brief respite for free activity. In other words, the bait I've prepared over these many days is finally ready for use. Chueze's breathing remained steady as he swiftly plunged into the inner forest of the island of ice and snow, outpacing the majority of his fellow trainees. Most importantly, this island is in proximity to the future kingdom, the homeland of the illustrious super scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. I wonder what kind of entries I might reel in. As he ventured deeper into the wintry woods, Chueze's pace gradually decelerated. His acute hearing and the sniper's exceptional vision were simultaneously engaged, constantly surveying his surroundings. This range is still insufficient. Chuize stood still, the myriad techniques of beast breathing flitting through his mind. Beast breathing, seventh form, spatial perception. Invisible waves of energy radiated from his position, swiftly encompassing a radius of several hundred meters, allowing him to grasp the general circumstances of the surroundings. No large beasts were present. It was safe to fish now. Chuize retracted the beast breathing technique. This ability, which once provided him with significant enhancements, had become nearly negligible after all three primary combat attributes were elevated to D level. Nevertheless, Chuize continued to diligently hone the skills of beast breathing. After all, this technique offers more than mere physical augmentation. It serves as a catalyst for accelerated training. Presently, Chuize has mastered the ability to maintain the beast breathing during daylight hours, yet he still struggles to sustain a specific frequency during his nocturnal rest, leaving a considerable distance to achieve full concentration and constant state. Summoning a luminous screen, Chuize surveyed all the bait he currently possessed. Through his relentless efforts over the past few days, his total stockpile of bait had reached an unprecedented 240 pieces of F-grade bait. Although this quantity was remarkable, the efficacy of F-grade items had diminished significantly at his current stage. Chuize fell into a contemplative silence. It would be prudent to begin the fusion first. Among these 240 F-grade baits, 200 were sourced from miscellaneous aquatic creatures, while the remaining 40 were obtained from the previous group of pirates connected to the Don Quixote family, all of which could be classified as mid-tier F-baits. After a thorough fusion process, the 240 intermediate F-baits in Chuize's possession transformed into 15 exquisite top-tier E-baits. Let us first cast our line with the odd-numbered baits. Chuize retrieved an E-grade bait, this time disregarding the whims of Lady Luck, and began his fishing endeavor without hesitation. This fishing expedition yielded the following. Item type, E-grade item, health bracelet source, a certain magical index series description, a wearable smart device effects. 1. This bracelet automatically records real-time data on daily activities such as exercise, sleep, breathing, and heart rate. 2. It is solar-powered, waterproof, and cold-resistant. Evaluation. Now I am also a boy with a little elastic band. It is just the right tool to enhance the breath of the beast. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. In an instant, a sleek, jet-black smart bracelet materialized in the palm of Chuize's hand, approximately the width of a finger, adorned with a screen that exuded a futuristic essence. At a cursory glance, one might mistake it for a simple woven black wristband. The crux of the matter lies in the revelation that the kingdom of the future is somehow intertwined with the realm of the index of magical forbidden books. Could it be possible for me to summon the railgun? Whether it's the railgun sister or the railgun little sister, I would be more than capable. A howl, reminiscent of a wolf's cry, echoed through the air, causing Chuize to startle, almost believing he had unwittingly joined in the howling. Only then did he realize it was the distant howl of an ice wolf. No, remaining stationary while fishing is utterly foolish. I still have an ability yet to be unleashed. With a mere thought, Chuizashin's form swiftly transformed into a fearsome specter wreathed in smoke. He glided to the dense branches high in the forest, halting his advance and remaining stationary. This smoky visage, impervious to all physical assaults of D-grade and below, assured his safety amidst the wintry woods of the island. With concerns now dispelled, he felt secure. Chuize combined the remaining 14 top-tier E-baits in pairs, ultimately transforming them into one premium D-bait, one intermediate D-bait, and one inferior D-bait. Thus, he secured a total of 3 fishing opportunities. In the depths of Chuize's eyes, a shimmering light sparkled, clearly indicative of his eager anticipation. Judging by the remarkably compatible health bracelet attuned to the breath of beasts, my fortunes in fishing today appear to be exceptionally promising. With this in mind, there is no need to further contemplate the goddess of luck's form. I shall commence fishing forthwith. During this fishing endeavor, the types of rewards received included: item, D-class item, clockwork bandage source, from the A certain magical index series description, a military-grade patch equipped on the inner side of the body, possessing supersonic extensibility, a product resulting from the independentization of the power component of the driving armor. Effect: by wrapping the clockwork bandage around the legs, one can attain a speed surpassing that of a train, D, and a leg strength capable of breaking steel, D. Evaluation: absolutely splendid. I am the embodiment of indomitable strength. Suddenly, within the smoky form of Chuize, a resilient and substantial white bandage materialized in his grasp. Before he could secure it, the clockwork bandage pierced through the dense gray mist, plummeting straight down until it became ensnared upon a branch. Observing this occurrence, Chuize dissipated his smoky form, alighting upon the branch to retrieve the bandage. Having never encountered such a phenomenon before, this peculiar ability effect is indeed quite fascinating. When actively entering the smoky form, all items on his person should seamlessly transition along with him. However, thereafter, he found it impossible to grasp other objects. Chuize scratched his head in bewilderment. The smoke form he had extracted from Smoker possessed such an unforeseen flaw, a piece of intelligence he had previously overlooked. Fortunately, this weakness was discovered during a leisurely fishing outing, thereby having a relatively minor impact. Chuize committed this piece of information to memory and swiftly shifted his focus to the newly acquired spring bandage. After examining the effects of the bandage, a glimmer of joy rapidly illuminated his features. Is this the exceptional fishing effect of a top-tier D-lure? How delightful! He had directly reeled in an item with peak attribute values soaring to D. Currently, Chuize's strength and agility attributes are all rated at level D. According to the upgrade rules of the attribute interface, D signifies a doubling of the D level, further amplified. This means that after acquiring the spring bandage, Chuize will be capable of achieving a peak speed and leg strength that is a remarkable fourfold increase over his previous capabilities. Impressive. Chuize wrapped the winding band around his leg, and an overwhelming sensation of power surged through him, as if he could shatter mountains and dry up rivers. However, Chuize was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion induced by a sudden enhancement of strength, and he quickly acclimated to it. With his health band and winding band, his luck in fishing today was simply off the charts. Thrilled, Chuize rubbed his palms together and took out the last 2 D-grade baits, one of moderate quality and the other of inferior quality, casting them into the dimensional sea. Could it be that my fortunes are finally turning? Oh, Lady Luck, grant me a double catch. During the fishing, he received the following items. D-grade item, enormous breasted familiar source, a series from the index of forbidden magic description, an S-grade Indian poker card. Crafted as a simulation learning device for superpowers. Effect, enhances the user's bust size, with effects as described literally. Evaluation, fear not, for big bosoms are endearing. During the fishing, he received another item, D-grade item, white telephone bug description, an animal used for communication, resembling a snail. Effect, a rare white telephone bug, capable of attaching to communication devices and emitting interference waves to prevent eavesdropping on conversations. Evaluation, why are you shouting so loudly? Chuize's hands swiftly materialized 2 peculiar items. In his right hand lay a mysterious card adorned with a simple yet captivating pattern, its cover elegantly delineating a breathtaking arc. In his left hand rested a pale, plump snail phone bug, its chubby visage supporting a pair of languid, antenna-like eyes. What on earth are these curiosities? Chuize casually stowed the white telephone bug into his pocket, his fingers firmly gripping the edges of the Indian playing cards. If the white telephone bug could offer even a modicum of protection against eavesdropping, it might serve a purpose. But what utility does this oversized card truly possess? It is nothing more than a ludicrous prop. Even a pervert like myself finds it grotesque. The crux of the matter is, do such rare creatures as those with modest bosoms truly exist in this vast ocean? The ability to fish for sentiments has always been quite effective. Once upon a time, Chuize once envisioned that during his solitary ventures across the vast ocean, he would don the illustrious vest of tri-state fit. To his utter astonishment, however, he never anticipated that the very first card dealt to him would be a risque depiction of a voluptuous maiden. Instead of receiving something grand like a celestial dragon, a zombie bird, or a sacrificial soldier, he would have been content with even a mere white bride. At the very least, a laborious wave would have sufficed as a protagonist's badge of honor. Filled with indignation, Chuize carefully stowed the card into the inner pocket of his insulated attire, giving it a few firm pats afterwards to express his profound dissatisfaction. After 4 unsuccessful fishing attempts, his bait had been utterly depleted. Chuize leaped gracefully from the branch, akin to a nimble bird, and landed upon the snow-covered ground, stirring up swirling crystals of white. In this I see all draped in silver. Only the warmth of a cough syrup and the embrace of a winding bandage could offer me a semblance of humanity's warmth. Chuize momentarily discerned the direction and set forth, his legs propelling him through the dense forest with astonishing swiftness. The howling wind carried snowflakes, swirling past his ears, as he resembled a silver lightning bolt racing through the snowy thicket, unmatched in speed. Suddenly, an imposing snow wolf materialized in his path, its hind legs modified with mechanized enhancements, and its left eye gleaming with an unnatural crimson light. Just as the snow wolf became exhilarated by the prospect of prey, a startled exclamation escaped Chuize's lips. With a swift kick, Chuize's right leg, ensconced in a bandage resembling a coiled spring, traced an almost ephemeral arc through the air, delivering a resounding blow to the soft underbelly of the half-mechanical snow wolf. The impact was so forceful that it shattered the creature's bones, resulting in instant demise. You have vanquished a half-mechanized snow wolf, rated E in overall evaluation. You have acquired an E-rank victory bait. For such trivial adversaries, Chuize no longer held much regard and proceeded directly to fishing. Fishing outcome: ability entry, E-rank ability entry, 45-degree angled attack, mechanical repair technique. Source of the entry: a certain magical index series. Entry description: a handy trick for repairing malfunctioning machinery. Entry effects: 1. A swift 45-degree angled kick to a spring-worn vending machine will yield a random complimentary beverage. 2. Capability to effortlessly open a pull tab can with one hand. 3. When encountering malfunctioning machinery, utilizing this ability offers a minuscule chance of restoring the machine to normal operation. Entry evaluation: the wretched safety pants crossed out. It is confirmed that there will be no updates this afternoon. The author must observe a vigil today and tomorrow. Efforts will be made to carve out time to type on the phone. This pirate, anchored in justice, will not provide updates this afternoon. Currently typing by hand. Please hold for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Undoubtedly, another peculiar skill has been acquired through fishing. Chuize deactivated the light curtain, confirming that the day's fortune was not conducive to fishing, thus he chose not to waste time in the snowy forest. He fully harnessed the speed-enhancing effect of the spring bandage, propelling himself like a shooting star chasing the moon, swiftly heading towards the makeshift camp at the opposite end of Winter Island. With a D-level attribute, he was already among the upper echelons of the elite training camp. Enhanced by the spring bandage, Chuize's current burst speed had reached D, a remarkable feat that nearly crowned him as the fastest in the entire elite training camp. As he raced through the icy expanse of Winter Island and arrived at the temporary camp set up by the instructors, it was still not yet noon. In the vast, empty camp, there were but a few Navy soldiers who had completed the traversing assessment ahead of time, or rather, there was only one, Smoker. When it comes to speed, you truly excel, Chuize mused. Despite the assistance from the newly acquired spring bandage, he had still relied on his own legs to accomplish the task step by step. Unlike Smoker, who could fly, in this era, the quality of infantry could hardly compare to that of cavalry, let alone the airborne forces soaring above. Just as Chuize silently criticized, upon seeing him arrive at the temporary camp, Smoker's eyes brightened. He promptly discarded the training equipment in his hands and strode over with purpose. "You're here, Chuize," Smoker exclaimed, his expression akin to a predator on the verge of capturing its prey, brimming with eagerness and excitement. "You have no idea how long I've waited for this day." Chuize shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "In truth, it has barely been a week. Although I have undergone a complete transformation, if prior to acquiring the clockwork bandage, my chances of triumphing against Smoker were a mere 95%, then at this very moment, the probability of my victory in this challenge has risen to an impressive 98%. The infinitesimal chance of failure, 1 in 10,000, accounts for external factors that may interfere. The other equally minute chance considers the possibility of Smoker unexpectedly unleashing the full potential of his smoke fruit. Come on, Chuize." Smoker displayed an exceptionally rare expression, one that was both philosophical and fervent. "Face me directly," he urged. "I apologize, but I must decline." Chuize crossed his arms, signifying a firm rejection. "We are currently in the midst of the first assessment period, and our challenge lies ahead in the forthcoming combat evaluation. Time swiftly passes as the sun descends in the west. This island of ice and snow, adjacent to the kingdom of the future, is graced by a stunning evening glow, with the commanding orders of the training camp instructor. The initial phase of this week's assessment, navigating the deserted island, has been successfully concluded. After enduring an entire semester of rigorous training in the elite camp, failure in the first phase is no longer a possibility. What lies ahead for the camp members is the necessity to engage in combat with one another. The combat evaluation. The naval elite who arrive first at the temporary camp enjoy a well-deserved rest and a replenishment of energy, allowing them to maintain their optimal state for the impending battles. Whereas those who arrive last, weary, cold, and famished, must confront their adversaries from a position of absolute disadvantage. According to the instructors of the training camp, all dual participants in the combat evaluation are selected at random. However, when Smoker's name is called first, my name follows closely behind. Chuize soon realized that he ultimately could not escape the subtle machinations at play. Of course, One cannot dismiss the possibility that the instructors of the training camp were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Under the watchful gaze of numerous members of the elite training camp, Cui Zhe and Smoker emerged from the crowd, one after the other. Smoker maintained his usual attire. And despite his inner admonishments to take the upcoming battle with Cui Zhe seriously, he did not make any specific preparations in advance. Perhaps in Smoker's eyes, his previous defeat was merely a result of negligence, having been knocked down by Cui Zhe's punch. He believed that with sufficient caution this time, he could undoubtedly triumph over Cui Zhe, and in a manner that would be utterly overwhelming. In contrast to Smoker's everyday appearance, Cui Zhe is remarkably well prepared. He carries 2 flintlock pistols, one slung across his back and the other tucked at his waist. Beside his legs, bound in coiled bandages, lies a mysterious wooden box. Adorning his face is a rudimentary protective mask, while in his hand, he wields an unconventional weapon, a slingshot. Although I am aware of Cui Zhe's impeccable marksmanship, employing a slingshot against Smoker seems rather presumptuous, does it not? Could it be that Cui Zhe has mastered the intricate application of hockey? The surrounding Navy soldiers begin to murmur amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. Even the onlooking instructors cannot help but cast inquisitive glances, prominently featuring Instructor Shiozua and Scarface Instructor. Is this lad's weapon not overly audacious? Scarface mused internally. Does Cui Zhe truly believe that mere iron can vanquish Smoker? Instructor Shiozua stroked his mustache thoughtfully. Upon witnessing Cui Zhe's full armament, particularly that seemingly trivial slingshot, Smoker's fury ignited instantly, his eyes widening like cowbells. Cui Zhe, you are exceedingly arrogant. Smoker bellowed in anger, not waiting for the examination instructor to issue a command before transitioning into his semi-smoke form. In an instant, Smoker's powerful thighs transformed into a billowing cloud of dense white smoke, propelling him swiftly toward his target, the distance between them diminishing dramatically. At that moment, Cui Zhe placed a foot upon the adjacent wooden crate, revealing a multitude of vibrant balloons exposed to the air. The balloons, swollen and taut, were evidently filled with some kind of liquid. Cui Zhe swiftly grasped a balloon, wedging it between the leather pouch of his fishbone slingshot, and in an instant, he drew the sea cow rubber band taut, launching the balloon into the air. Despite Smoker's cautious demeanor, which urged him to veer away from the plump and enigmatic balloon, the proximity between him and Cui Zhe left him with little choice. He could only manage a slight angle of deviation. Yet he still found himself struck in the lower half by the dense, white smoke emanating from the balloon. The balloon collided with the fog, its rubber composition inflicting no harm whatsoever. Instead, it merely produced a ring of white smoke. A faint assault? Just as Smoker was engulfed in uncertainty, a resounding bang reverberated through the air, as a round bullet, akin to a bolt of lightning, emerged with precision, striking the very center of the rubber balloon. Snap! Boom! The two sounds echoed sequentially, the first, a crackle, heralding the balloon's explosion and the ensuing cascade of water, the latter, a thunderous boom, as the gun belched fire and the bullet sped forth. Just when the naval soldiers believed Cui Zhe was merely toiling in vain, Smoker let out a piercing scream. A crimson hue began to stain the viscous white smoke. This was no ordinary water balloon, but rather a balloon filled with seawater. Cui Zhe stood with a smile, dispersing the faint smoke lingering from the muzzle of his flintlock. The specific form of the smoke manifested as particles resembling dust, constrained by the liquid's influence. If it were seawater, this vulnerability would be magnified immensely. Furthermore, bullets tainted by seawater transform into anything but ordinary projectiles. For certain self-assured users of natural-type devil fruits, these seawater-infused bullets at the very least possess the effect of breaching defenses. In simpler terms, natural types are not invincible in the early stages as many might believe. The surrounding naval soldiers were instantly astounded. They could scarcely fathom that Cui Zhe had managed to injure the formidable Smoker, the top contender of the training camp, by merely employing the mundane elements of seawater and bullets. This revelation was precisely what Cui Zhe aimed to shatter, the seemingly indisputable truth held by the masses. A seawater balloon and a flintlock, paired with commendable marksmanship, indeed posed a threat to natural-type fruit users. Naturally, this only applies to a select few natural-type users. Entities such as magma or ice would remain utterly unaffected by a mere splash of seawater. Similarly, phenomena like lightning or thunder would not be hindered by a trivial droplet of seawater. Ultimately, the smoke fruit, smoke, is simply too inadequate. Smoker stood apprehensively, his legs having reverted from smoke form back to flesh and blood. A burst of crimson blossomed on the azure fabric of his naval uniform, strikingly vivid. The bullet that had just exploded the balloon, mediated by the seawater, had directly struck Smoker's leg, inflicting considerable damage. He could hardly believe that his long-anticipated second challenge had turned so swiftly against him. In a mere exchange, he had been injured by Cui, employing the very ordinary firearm he typically dismissed. "Cui, I'm coming for you." Smoker finally refrained from recklessly entering smoke form this time, showcasing the prowess of the top elite soldier from this naval training camp. With a deft kick, he executed a move with natural finesse. The gunshot wound on his leg seemed to pose little hindrance to someone of Smoker's remarkable physique. Chui's gaze was firmly fixed on the rapidly approaching Smoker. This time, he eschewed the playful fishbone slingshot, opting instead to grasp the seawater balloons with both hands and hurl them directly towards the location of the smoke man. With the aid of precise targeting, Chui's throwing accuracy proved commendable, as the seawater balloons rarely deviated from Smoker's body. A multitude of seawater balloons soared through the air, followed closely by a relentless barrage of bullets. The punctured balloons erupted one by one in midair, creating a small curtain of seawater. Aware of the formidable power of bullets soaked in seawater, Smoker immediately entered his smoke form and ascended into the sky. Quick to respond, Cui launched seawater balloons toward the heavens, detonating them one after another. Smoker swiftly evaded once more. Observing how Cui, armed solely with a gun and a plethora of seawater balloons, was able to corner the top recruit of the training camp, Smoker left the elite Marines utterly astonished. Out of the corner of their eyes, they caught sight of the Navy soldiers' characteristic bulging eyes, mouths agape, and expressions of shock. Cui deemed his educational session to be reasonably satisfactory and voluntarily ceased his antics of hurling seawater balloons. The perplexed Smoker continued to soar above, apprehensive that this might be yet another ruse devised by Cui. However, upon glimpsing the scant few seawater balloons within the wooden crate, Smoker swiftly discerned the truth of the matter. Cui has run out of ammunition. He nearly erupted into laughter at that moment, reluctant to concede defeat. He once again transformed into a dense, viscous cloud of white smoke, plummeting directly towards Chui's position. Utilizing the power of the smoke fruit, Smoker's descent accelerated dramatically, accompanied by a descending fist technique. White fist. Cui, calm and composed on the ground, gazed up at the exuberant Smoker in the sky, much like a master of the Ruli divine palm observing a novice still toiling away at the frog skill. Cui stepped forward, lifting his right leg, which was enveloped in winding spring bandages. The powerful and explosive force of his leg created a resounding whoosh in the air as it directly confronted Smoker's descending fist technique. The impact was akin to a needle piercing a bubble. Cui exerted himself to the utmost, delivering a powerful strike that obliterated Smoker's fists, along with his upper body, which erupted into a swirling cloud of white smoke. What? Smoker's face emerged from the midst of the vapor, incredulously gazing at Cui. The strength he held in such high regard had, astonishingly, succumbed to Cui in a direct confrontation? How could this be? Cui, unwilling to grant the chained Smoker any further time to vent his frustrations, stamped his feet heavily upon the ground, instantly stirring up a flurry of white snow dust. Utilizing the force of reaction, Cui leapt high into the air, executing a merciless downward kick. Smog, who had only just materialized, was once again obliterated by this overwhelming force, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Cui resembled an indefatigable machine, relentlessly bombarding Smoker's form, transforming him into a wisp of ethereal white smoke time and again. Cui, you have truly gone far enough. After enduring countless assaults from Chui's martial prowess, Smoker's inner fury finally reached its zenith. As Cui leapt gracefully into the air once more, Smoker forcefully harnessed his smoke fruit abilities, refusing to revert to his intangible state. With his crimson eyes ablaze with indignation, Smoker gazed fiercely at Cui. This time, I shall not be easily vanquished, he roared, his blood coursing through his veins like a raging river, his muscles swelling and hardening with resolve. Ha! Iron block! A sound of collision erupted, far more intense than any prior impact. Chui's powerful downward kick struck Smoker squarely on the shoulder, with a leg's strength potent enough to shatter steel. The so-called iron block, renowned for its ironclad defensive capabilities, felt as if it were nothing more than a layer of soft cotton. Smoker managed to endure for less than 2 seconds before Chui's kick shattered his scapula. The excruciating pain sent a blinding white haze across his vision, and his body was forcefully propelled into the deep snow, leaving him incapacitated and unable to rise again. Chuize descended upon the snowy ground, his expression somewhat peculiar. What should he use for protection? It had to be an iron block, due to the infamous skill of employing the iron block. The player Smog was compelled to exit the battlefield, inadvertently providing Chuize with a D-grade bait. He did not rush to fish at the first opportunity. Chuize cast his gaze towards the instructor overseeing the combat assessment. Only after the latter announced the results did he gradually withdraw from the assessment arena. Subsequently, a group of robust, dark-skinned medical personnel, impeccably attired in uniforms, carried a white stretcher to escort Smoker out of the venue. Truly, professionals at their finest. Chuize was momentarily taken aback, and his gaze toward Smoker was imbued with a touch of compassionate warmth. Given the intense clash between Chuize and Smoker, the subsequent battle assessments of the others appeared rather anticlimactic. However, including most of the instructors, everyone seemed indifferent to the proceedings of this minor weekly combat assessment. In contrast, it was Smoker's second devastating defeat that truly captivated the discourse, even after the conclusion of the weekly evaluations as everyone returned to the naval warship. Discussions regarding the intricate details of Chuize's second encounter with Smoker persisted, with many engaged in lively chatter. The combat philosophy of Chuize, the intricacies of his battle strategies, and the formidable strength he displayed have captivated the public's imagination. Everything exhibited by Chuize during this challenge has become a topic of lively discussion. When did Chuize ascend to the pinnacle of the training camp? Today. Indeed. It is today. Upon returning to his chamber, Chuize summoned a luminous screen and retrieved the D-grade bait he had acquired by vanquishing Smog. It remained a D-grade bait. It appears that a second triumph does not diminish the quality of the bait. Chuize's eyes sparkled with brilliance, undoubtedly providing substantial assurance for his green circular and sustainable development plan. The concern lies in the subsequent defeats. It remains uncertain whether repeated defeats can compromise the quality of the bait. Thus, I still greatly require Smog as this formidable and experienced opponent. Chuize cast the D-grade bait into the dimensional sea. During the last fishing expedition, Smoker had bestowed a smoke form that granted flight capabilities. One could only wonder what treasures this time might yield. In this fishing endeavor, the acquired type was Ability Entry. D-grade Ability Entry, 6 styles, shave. Entry description, a movement technique of the 6 styles. Entry effect, in an instant, 36 seconds, one can rapidly stomp the ground multiple times, harnessing the explosive reactive force generated to achieve high-speed movement, with speed varying according to one's agility attribute. Note, the requirements for utilizing this ability demand that strength, agility, and endurance all reach D grade, which has been satisfied. Entry evaluation. You might think that the Smoker is a natural-powered jet fighter, but in reality, he is merely a leg-powered jet machine. Shave? Gazing at the newly acquired ability entry, Chuize could not help but pause in astonishment. This marks his second attainment of a 6 style. Indeed, just before accepting Smoker's challenge today, Chuize had already mastered the ability of Iron Block, transforming it into his own ability entry. D-grade ability entry, 6 styles, Iron Block. Entry description, a defensive technique of the 6 styles. The uniform naming convention indicates that the 6 styles constitute a cohesive series of abilities. Chuize swiftly deduced that both the Iron Block and the Razor possessed abilities of D rank. He pondered whether, after mastering all 6 styles, he could fully integrate them into a singular ability, thus advancing to C rank. Chuize found himself lost in contemplation. It seemed there should be no issues. After all, beyond the 6 forms, there exist the profound mysteries of these 6 forms, as well as the remarkable ability of life restoration. These are all extraordinary capabilities, particularly the latter. With visions of the 6 forms and their subsequent powers in mind, Chuize drifted into a reverie. Following the completion of the weekly assessment, the elite training camp was granted a brief respite. The instructors no longer mandated rigorous training for the Marine cadets, yet they remained poised in their respective training rooms, awaiting the voluntary participation of the diligent cadets. Early in the morning, after indulging in a delectable breakfast, Chuize hurriedly made his way to the elite physical training room, specifically the training chamber of Instructor Xiozhua, who specialized in the art of iron blocks. You claim to have thoroughly mastered the iron block technique? Instructor Xiozhua inquired, a hint of astonishment flickering in his gaze as he regarded Chuize. Although he had been confident days ago that Chuize would swiftly grasp the intricacies of the iron block, the rapidity with which he achieved this feat exceeded even his expectations. It was during his previous encounters with that band of marauding pirates that he had gained a modicum of insight. Chueze produced the carefully prepared statement he had been readying. After days of practice, I am confident that I have mastered the prowess of the iron block. Show me, please. Instructor Shozwa beckoned to Chueze with a flick of his finger, simultaneously raising his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. Chueze's lips twitched slightly as he mustered his courage and shouted, "Iron block." Certain techniques, when devoid of their incantations, indeed evoke a sense of incompleteness. Thud. Instructor Shio's fist struck Chueze, producing a dull thud. It seems you have indeed mastered the iron block. Beyond this point, I cannot impart much more in terms of training. Withdrawing his fist, Instructor Shio regarded the exceptionally gifted individual before him with an impassive expression. As for the iron block, I can only reiterate what I once said. The cultivation of the iron block is akin to the process of tempering iron. Chueze comprehended the latter part of Instructor Shozwa's statement. He undoubtedly understood that the subsequent direction of the iron block was indeed the Six Styles' profound techniques, and even the mastery of Busishoka Haki. However, what Chueze was eager to inquire about was not this matter. Instructor Shozwa, may I ask if the acquisition of the Six Styles necessitates military merit for exchange? Instructor Shozwa nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Chueze remarked, however. I have observed that the majority of the members within the elite training camp can freely choose to study the Six Styles. Instructor Shozwa pondered for a moment before responding, I believe you may have misunderstood something. Firstly, the Six Styles indeed require military merit for redemption. Secondly, aside from yourself, the vast majority of individuals in the elite training camp were selected from various naval bases due to their exceptional military achievements, allowing them to effortlessly redeem the opportunity to learn the Six Styles. Lastly, the elite training camp has already completed more than half of its duration. And even those Marines who initially lacked sufficient military merit have, through diligent training over this period, apprehended numerous pirates, thereby increasing their military merit and earning the qualification to study the Six Styles. So, do you understand now? Chueze nodded slightly. The intention of Instructor Shu was abundantly clear. To learn the six forms, one must achieve military merit. However, Chueze found himself pressed for time. The elite training camp had already passed its midpoint, and the latter half of the journey predominantly consisted of training on isolated islands, where encounters with pirates and the likelihood of engaging with them were significantly lower than in the earlier stages. Chueze aspires to accumulate sufficient military merits within such a brief period to exchange for the remaining 4 moves and 6 techniques, a formidable challenge indeed. Fortunately, Chueze possesses another method that is both time-efficient and yields swift results. Would you agree, Mr. Smog, who generously offers his expertise? Or perhaps Mr. Virgo, who excels in the manipulation of iron? And let us not forget Miss Tina, who delves into the art of paper illustration. After a series of processes including ascent and descent, we arrive at the present moment. Allow the author a brief respite for dinner, and upon return, the writing shall resume. The update for this pirate tale, rooted in justice, will be forthcoming. Please remain patient as the content is being crafted. Once updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest version. Chueze's aspirations are grand, yet reality is starkly different. Fishing is not merely a designated lottery of abilities. One cannot simply extract any desired ability or item from the vast sea of dimensions at will. Chueze aspires to gather all 6 types. First and foremost, he must acquire the corresponding D-grade bait. Furthermore, he requires a sufficient foundation of fishing luck. In essence, even if Chueze manages to collect the D-grade bait, without favorable fishing fortune, he will still be unable to catch anything. After consulting with Instructor Shozwa, Chueze's gaze suddenly fixed upon Virgo, who was honing his physical prowess in the advanced martial arts training room. A sincere smile blossomed on his face as he strode confidently towards Virgo's position. Virgo, shall we engage in a sparring session together? The moment these words escaped his lips, they captured the attention of the other elite recruits in the training room. Although Chueze had decisively defeated Smoker in public just the day before, thereby solidifying his status as the new top contender of the training camp, not everyone in this talented elite training camp was wholly convinced by this victory. Indeed, many naval soldiers believed that had Smoker not consumed the smoke fruit, granting him the formidable powers of a Logia-type devil fruit user, he would never have ascended to the position of the camp's foremost champion. Furthermore, numerous soldiers speculated that if Smoker were not a user of the smoke fruit, the title of the strongest in the camp would likely have been claimed by someone skilled in martial arts, such as Weratumaru or Virgo. Therefore, Witnessing Chueze extend a challenge to Virgo could not help but pique the interest of the others. However, Virgo, the subject of this invitation, found himself momentarily frozen in place. This fellow is rather naive and enthusiastic, isn't he? Virgo stared blankly at Chueze, who approached him with purpose. His emotions in turmoil. Merely having withstood Rao Ji's attack for him had inspired such trust. Even considering the fact that Chueze had inadvertently thwarted the Minor Lord's ambush plan in the past, Virgo felt that this generous trust could prove invaluable for the Minor Lord's naval undercover operations in the future. He even entertained the notion that he might be able to win Chueze over through this trust. Yet, for reasons unknown, Virgo sensed that something was amiss. At this moment, Chueze had reached Virgo's side, energetically clapping a hand on the latter's shoulder. "Virgo, weren't you practicing with iron blocks?" Chueze exclaimed loudly. "Just recently. My leg strength has significantly increased, and since it is not a particularly sharp or lethal form of attack, it will perfectly assist you in refining your mastery of the iron block." As one of the participants in the Winter Island assessment yesterday, Virgo had certainly witnessed Chueze's explosive leg power. It was a force that even Smoker's iron block could scarcely endure. However, Virgo was exceedingly confident in his own command of the iron block, believing it to surpass that of Smoker, who required supplementary martial arts training. The attacks that Smoker could not withstand, I am certain I can resist. Moreover, Virgo considered the earnest and passionate Chueze to be a worthy ally to cultivate. No problem. Virgo set aside the training equipment in his hands, his face, smeared with the remnants of fried tempura, now adorned with a serious expression. "Let Chueze accompany me in training the iron block. A good brother, a valiant comrade." Chueze emphatically patted Virgo's arms several times, then inquired with genuine concern. "My leg strength is truly formidable. Are you prepared?" "Absolutely," Virgo replied with a serious expression, adopting a stable stance and positioning himself to brace for the impending impact. "Bring it on." Chueze lifted his right leg, wrapped in a spring-like bandage. Virgo took a deep breath and shouted, "Ha! Iron block!" Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as Chueze's thigh swung through the space, creating a blurred shadow akin to a formidable whip that struck Virgo. The collision produced a dull thud, resonating with the sound of muscle against muscle, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding naval soldiers. The once confident Virgo felt an overwhelming force emanating from Chueze's leg, causing him to stagger. The stance he had just assumed barely held for a moment. To make matters worse, under the tremendous deep power exerted by Chueze, Virgo's prideful iron block defense crumbled in no time, resulting in a spurt of blood from his throat. Accompanied by a cry of anguish and a high-flying battered tempura, Virgo was sent flying across the room, crashing against the training facility's wall. To the eyes of the onlookers, the sequence of the battle unfolded as follows. Ha! Iron block. Pooh. In the prestigious advanced physical training room, Virgo's iron block defense was shattered by Chueze in a mere encounter. The gazes of the elite soldiers in the Navy training camp turned towards Chueze, now imbued with a mix of gravity and respect. Meanwhile, Instructor Shozu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "This fellow has grown stronger. You have defeated an elite sailor with an overall rating of D." The information flashing on the screen was overlooked by Chueze, who was tense and rushed forward to support the dazed Virgo, whose body had just slammed into the wall and then slid down. With a flushed face and tearful eyes, he called out, "Virgo, wake up. Please don't die." Demonstrating a deep concern for his naval comrade, Instructor Shozu's perception of Chueze elevated even further. As for why Virgo deserved such care, that detail was beyond his realm of concern. "Chueze, Virgo has already lost consciousness." A flicker of red light flashed in Instructor Shozu's eyes, a sign of activating his Kenbunchika haki. "Take him to the medical room for a checkup. Moreover, in your future sparring sessions with other sailors, be sure to control your strength." "Understood." Chueze's simple reply caused a subtle change in the expressions of the onlookers. It was no jest. Even the formidable Virgo, who wielded the power of iron, could not withstand a single kick from Chueze, who would dare to recklessly accept his challenge. After sending the disoriented Virgo to the medical bay, Chueze eagerly returned to his quarters to utilize Virgo's D-grade bait for fishing. He wondered if he could reel in Virgo's iron ability. Although Chueze had already mastered the iron technique on his own, his progress was still considerably inferior to that of Virgo. If he could indeed fish out Virgo's iron skill, it remained uncertain whether it would merge with his own, replace it, or simply become ineffective. "Virgo, my dear brother, may fortune favor my endeavor." During the fishing expedition, the haul was categorized as follows. Item type, D-grade item. 1,000,000 berries, item effect, standard equivalent. A neat stack of banknotes materialized in Chuizei's palm, each bill bearing a denomination of 10,000, the air imbued with a faint scent of ink. Damn it, Virgo, that worthless loser. Time passed swiftly, and several months flew by. The elite trainees of the Navy sailed across vast oceans, traversed uncharted islands, battled pirates, and quelled bandits. Their arduous yet fulfilling training journey was nearing its conclusion. One day, the naval training vessel arrived in an unfamiliar maritime region. In the boundless azure sea, a cluster of verdant islands quietly blossomed, resembling a bouquet of flowers. The broad, diamond-shaped leaves formed the landmass of these islands, where numerous lush forests thrived, interspersed with vividly colored petals that exuded a captivating allure. On the expansive deck of the naval training ship, the elite Marines stood in orderly formation, silently awaiting their command. At the forefront stood Chuizei, the charismatic and imposing figure of the Marine elite, embodying the spirit of leadership. Months had passed. The prowess of Chuizei has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to the time he first boarded the training vessel. This is evident through the personal attribute display. Name: Chuizar Feet Strength, C Endurance, C Agility, C Dominance, C Auras, Unawakened Luck. D. Enhanced by visitors from the otherworld. Overall evaluation. D. Through months of relentless effort and the rapid growth attributed to his primal physique. All three of Chuizei's primary combat attributes have reached the C level. The talent and information entries remain largely unchanged. However, the ability entries have undergone some alterations. Through relentless victories over the elite naval forces, Chuizei has repeatedly harvested D-grade resources, ultimately assembling all 6 techniques. Upon their unification, the 6 D-grade abilities transformed into a singular C-grade ability entry. C-grade ability entry, 6 techniques entry description, a martial art that transcends human physical limits, possessing immense power. Entry effects: mastery of 6 techniques: iron block, shave, moonwalk, storm leg, finger gun, and paper drawing. Beyond the 6 techniques, Chuizei has elevated precision shooting, E, to mastery of precision shooting, D, and beast's breath, total concentration, F, to beast's breath, total concentration, constant, E. Furthermore, Chuizei has accumulated a private fortune of 5,005,000 Bailey over time, a testament to his luck in fishing. However, despite his mastery of the 6 techniques and the elevation of all his attributes to grade C, it is rather perplexing that his overall evaluation remains at grade D. D still D. Chuizei suspects that there exists a significant threshold between the D and C ranks, and that threshold is the untapped potential of the overbearing aura. Thanks to his wild physique, Chuizei possesses extraordinary innate abilities in terms of physical prowess. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to transform from a mere F-ranked combatant into a D warrior in just a few short months. Regrettably, he still finds himself at a loss when it comes to grasping the essence of the overbearing aura. Chuizei once sought the counsel of instructor Shiozua, a master of the formidable power known as Haki. The latter's response was that Haki represents the latent strength inherent in all humanity, and that steadfast belief is the essence of true power. Indeed, the essence of instructor Shiozua's answer can be encapsulated in just 4 words: unwavering conviction. Chuizei, a half-native deluded by the waters of uncertainty, has yet to possess such unwavering and fervent conviction in battle. He can only rely on the daily honing of iron and the artistry of paper, hoping to attune himself to the might of dominance. Standing in formation, Chuizei continued to ponder how he might master this formidable power when he suddenly overheard instructor Shiozua's words. This monthly assessment was also the final evaluation of the training camp. What? Startled, Chuizei lifted his gaze towards the meticulous figure of instructor Shiozua at the front of the line, whose serious demeanor made it clear that this announcement was no jest. The training camp was drawing to a close. Chuizei found himself unable to savor the rich experiences of the past few months before instructor Shiozua commenced his discourse on the matters pertaining to the final assessment. Do you see that row of gigantic flowers upon the sea? Instructor Shiozua gestured towards the audience. Those flowers were, in fact, a considerable archipelago known as the Boeing Islands. For the subsequent month, the members of the training camp would each venture into the Boeing Islands to embark on personal survival training. Everything on the islands would constitute the essence of your assessment. At this juncture, instructor Shiozua could not suppress a deep breath, solemnly stating, "May you fend for yourselves." Before long, a fleet of small boats descended from the naval training vessel, ferrying elite naval soldiers towards the nearby Boeing Islands. Due to the numerous participants in the training camp and the limited number of islands, each island would generally host 4 to 5 naval soldiers. Accompanying Chueze to the islands were Smoker, Virgo, and Bartolomeo, nearly the Sea Army de la Sea Army of this year's elite naval training camp. Upon arriving at the Boeing Islands, the composed Chueze was initially assigned to a vast leaf-like expanse. Subsequently, the boats carrying Smoker, Bartolomeo, and Virgo slowly departed from the shore. The soldiers would not be stationed in the same area on the islands. Once the boats vanished from sight, Chueze turned to behold the vividly colored petal-like island. The majority of the naval soldiers had never even heard of the Boeing Islands. However, Chueze, well-versed in the original narrative, was acutely aware that the Boeing Islands were the very locale where Usopp, the sharpshooter of the Straw Hat Pirates, had spent 2 years training. Though they appeared as blooming flowers, these islands were, in truth, several gigantic carnivorous plants known as barren of stomach, floating upon the ocean. A fantastical island teeming with colossal beasts and tempting delicacies. One could only wonder if there were corresponding fishing grounds in another world. Chueze skillfully retrieved an F-grade bait and cast it into the dimensional sea, immediately commencing his fishing endeavor. Over the past several months, each time he arrived at a desolate island for assessment, Chueze would tentatively engage in fishing. However, he regrettably found no suitable fishing islands. To date, he had only encountered the zombie island corresponding to Demon Slayer and the future kingdom related to the Index of Magic. Chueze eagerly anticipates the Boeing Islands, a location previously featured in the original comic, hoping it will offer an appropriate angling experience. With fingers as his rod and thoughts as his line, he envisions the fish biting eagerly. This fishing expedition yields the following item. Item type: F-class item. Item name: roasted whole pig's tenderloin. Item origin: captive of culinary delights. Item description: this exquisite tenderloin is sourced from a colossal pig, thoroughly roasted to perfection. Item effect: satiates hunger. Item evaluation: truly a self-service roasted whole pig. Chueze was momentarily taken aback, as a piece of succulent roasted tenderloin, infused with a rich aroma of vanilla, appeared in his hand. At last it had arrived. A new otherworldly realm. A captive of culinary delights. A tale of an adventurous quest for rare and extraordinary cuisines, diverse cooking methods, and formidable foes in the pursuit of gastronomic treasures. Chueze's familiarity with this work is rather limited. However, he possesses a fundamental understanding of its basic premises, as well as knowledge of the formidable characters and abilities it encompasses. Notably, he is particularly intrigued by the legendary gourmet cells, which purportedly evolve and grow stronger through the enjoyment of exquisite cuisine. Given that the fishing world corresponding to the Boeing Islands is captivated by the allure of gastronomy, this island must undoubtedly be an unmissable destination. Chueze held the tenderloin of a whole roasted pig in his hand, the fragrant aroma and flowing fat trickling through his fingers. He felt an urgent need to catch the corresponding magnetic pointers of the Boeing Islands to confirm his thoughts. At this moment, Chueze couldn't help but be momentarily lost in contemplation. By the way, do the Boeing Islands even possess magnetic pointers? The Boeing Islands are not islands in the traditional sense. Their essence is that of a colossal plant, the barren of the sea, floating upon the ocean. Does such a massive botanical entity even possess what one might call magnetism? Chueze remains uncertain. Regardless of the means, be it the magnetic compass or the maritime chart, he must procure them without delay. The location of the Boeing Islands cannot be overlooked. After all, when it comes to the global scale, the pinnacle of culinary captivation surpasses even that of the Pirate King. The current dilemma lies in the bait of victory. Over the past few months, aside from fundamental training, Chueze has diligently labored in the kitchen, meticulously preparing fish. His technique in wielding the knife is both ruthless and masterful, a testament to his unwavering skill. Due to the previous survival assessment on the deserted island, he has scarcely encountered any fishing-friendly locales akin to the Winter Island or the Zombie Island. Consequently, the bait for victory, amassed through his fish preparation, has been largely preserved. The bait consumed daily by Chueze is derived from the spoils obtained by vanquishing the elite Marines of the training camp. To this day, the victories accumulated by Chueze have, when fused in pairs, culminated in the creation of a premier sea bait. The prowess of this sea-grade capability remains uncertain as to which tier of strength it corresponds within the realm of culinary captivation. It is unlikely that it relates to the culinary cells. However, what about the other abilities? Chueze felt an overwhelming impulse to fish immediately. However, he rationally restrained himself. Currently, he possessed only a single sea-grade bait, which had a low margin for error and was not to be squandered. His recent F-grade fishing had yielded nothing more than a piece of pork, indicating a rather lackluster fishing fortune for the day. It would be wise to first gather additional bait on Boeing Island before proceeding. Choueze devised a plan and exhaled deeply, only to be greeted by the rich aroma of food emanating from his hands. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the tenderloin in his grasp and let out a soft chuckle. He had a portion of sustenance at hand. Though modest in quantity, it was sufficient to stave off hunger. Choueze swiftly indulged in the succulent pork tenderloin, devouring it with remarkable speed. Truly, it was a gourmet delight born from the realm of culinary captivation, far surpassing the fare served in the naval training ship's mess hall. Evoking an irresistible craving that was difficult to resist, Choueze gently licked the remnants of lard from his fingers. He had barely savored the exquisite taste of the tenderloin before it was swallowed into his stomach. Could it be that after the survival assessment on Boeing Island, I, who had been spoiled by culinary delights, would find myself unable to consume any other food? Suddenly, a possibility crossed Choueze's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. I sincerely hope not. After satiating his hunger, Choueze began to reminisce about the information regarding Boeing Island as depicted in the original text. At the periphery of the island, powerful sea beasts and other creatures were drawn by the alluring aroma of food. The central region of the island was a tantalizing forest brimming with a variety of delectable dishes. As for the innermost part, it was the gaping maw of the Baron of Gluttony. Choueze took a moment to discern his direction before setting forth towards the enchanting forests of the central region of the Boeing Islands. The marine beasts drawn by the tantalizing aromas of food on the island were his intended targets for slaughter, especially those plump creatures residing in the central zone, whose easy dispatch would prove to be a straightforward task. Along the way, Choueze continuously pondered his survival strategy for the forthcoming month. Most crucially, the Baron of Gluttony was, in essence, a form of plant life. Though considerably larger in size, I currently lack weaponry of sufficient potency to deal with it effectively. As he delved deeper into thought, Choueze transitioned from the outer coastal areas into a verdant forest teeming with diverse flora and lush trees. Upon entering the thicket, he ceased his wandering thoughts and focused his attention. The breath of beasts and spatial awareness was unleashed, attuning him to the environmental conditions surrounding him. The periphery of the Boeing Islands, being the most perilous part of the island, was rife with numerous large creatures yet to be ensnared by the Baron of Gluttony. Choueze found himself compelled to tread with utmost caution, lest he encounter an unforeseen calamity. Just then, a sudden rustling emanated from the nearby thicket, the dense foliage quivering as if some malevolent creature was poised to leap forth from its depths. Choueze slightly bent his waist, his gaze wholly fixed upon the distance. After a brief moment, a colossal insect, cloaked in a heavy, dark brown exoskeleton, leaped forth from the thicket. Its form resembled that of a cockroach magnified 1,000-fold, with two yellow compound eyes embedded in its forehead, from which elongated antennae swayed rhythmically in the air. It was indeed a repugnant creature. Choueze's expression grew frosty as he suddenly lifted his right leg, which was wrapped in the winding bandages of a mechanical spring. This apparatus, once capable of bestowing upon Choueze a tremendous enhancement of power, now seemed to be on the verge of becoming obsolete. Choueze's right leg traced a fierce arc in midair, executing a high-speed kick that unleashed a powerful gust of air, slicing through the atmosphere. The sixth style, gale kick. The shimmering air slash whistled through the air, reaching the colossal cockroach before it could blink, cleaving the incessantly chirping creature cleanly in two. Shattered exoskeleton, severed limbs, and spurting blood rendered the scene utterly horrifying. Although Choueze's overall rating remains a mere D, his primary attributes are all rated C, and his true prowess far exceeds the superficial assessment. Even without a summoning device, Choueze stands as a formidable D warrior. You have vanquished a giant insect rated E. An E-level bait? Quite commendable. Choueze retracted the luminous veil and hastened his departure from this place, making his way towards the heart of the island. It would undoubtedly pose a challenge for the other naval personnel to resolve this matter. Approximately 10 minutes later, Choueze successfully traversed the outermost fringes of the Boeing Islands, where a myriad of colossal creatures thrived in the treacherous forest of bandits. Along the journey, Choueze has resolved numerous mutated creatures, including but not limited to colossal cockroaches, man-eating sunflowers, giant ants, and camouflaged carnivorous plants, amassing a total of 7 E-rank baits. The perilous nature of the robber's forest on the outermost fringes of Boeing Island is evident. After dispatching a formidable giant earthworm that obstructed his path, Cezar acquired his 8th E-rank bait and subsequently embarked on a journey into the central region of Boeing Island, a forest teeming with a plethora of culinary temptations. The first sight to greet him was an utterly incongruous ramen waterfall. Enormous Naruto rolls, sliced in half, giant soft-boiled eggs, generous chunks of char siu, and delicate flakes of nori filled the air with an intoxicating aroma. Cezar's gaze shifted away from the ramen waterfall, exploring the surroundings. Beneath the waterfall, what appeared to be a rocky terrain was, in fact, a thick layer of succulent meat, infused with an irresistible aroma from an unknown force. Further to the side, one could find fragrant herbs of pasta, ham fruits, chocolate rocks, and hot dog bushes, among countless other delights. Cezar finds himself immersed in a fantastical realm of culinary delights. These botanical wonders are utterly beyond reason. Cezar crouched down and plucked a tender green blade of grass from the ground, tasting it as he placed it in his mouth. To his surprise, it was reminiscent of a sweet apple-flavored candy. It did not seem to be a product of nature, but rather the creation of a certain devil fruit user. Could it be the work of the renowned chef of the Big MOM Pirates, Charlotte Pudding, who wields the power of the paramecia-type Sara no Mi, capable of transforming all things into culinary ingredients? The meaning of Cezar does not imply that a long loaf of bread created the expanse of the Boeing Islands. Rather, it suggests that historically there existed an individual endowed with the power to consume fruits, who, through his abilities and botanical principles, crafted a class of extraordinary flora known as the Baron of the Stomach. The lack of sufficient information precludes the establishment of the factual truth. Yet the reality is likely not far from this assertion. Cezar discarded the remaining half of his apple-flavored candy and surveyed his surroundings. The biological density of this enchanted forest was, without a doubt, comparable to that of the previous bandit-infested woods. However, the issue lay in the stark contrast between the creatures inhabiting this beguiling realm and those in the earlier treacherous domain. The former were devoid of the aggressive and carnivorous tendencies that characterized the latter. Each creature, irresistibly drawn to the delectable delicacies of the enchanted forest, appeared plump and robust. Their bodies round and well-fed. Their primal instincts had significantly diminished, as had their desires to attack. In short, they had become utterly domesticated. The rotund antelopes, the portly wild boars, the chubby cheetahs, the plump little birds, and the corpulent cows all exemplified this transformation. Cezar initially believed he had arrived at the set of an animated film where all the creatures were plump. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from addressing these corpulent beings and instead focus on constructing a temporary sanctuary. Cezar contemplated the task at hand. Constructing a sanctuary on the Boeing Islands was no simple endeavor. The ground of these islands was, in fact, the feeding apparatus of the Baron of the Stomach. At a designated time each day, the Baron would elevate this terrain, depositing the plump creatures from the temptation forest directly into the gaping maw at the center of the islands. Naturally, the outermost realm, known as the Forest of Bandits, lay beyond the Baroness' dominion. Logically, it would seem most prudent for Cezar to establish a temporary camp within the Forest of Bandits. However, the density of colossal creatures within that forest posed a significant threat. Should Cezar venture forth to hunt, leaving his temporary refuge, the risk of it being ravaged by other beings loomed large. Even if he remained within the sanctuary, the famished giants, reluctant to enter the temptation forest, might very well launch an assault against him. While constructing a temporary refuge in the Forest of Bandits eliminated concerns about the Baroness' interference, the inherent dangers were considerable. Conversely, erecting a shelter in the temptation forest alleviated such worries. The sole issue to address would be securing a sturdy tree within the temptation forest to create a treehouse. After making up his mind, Cezar immediately set his plans into motion. With the breath of beasts and the full activation of spatial perception, he swiftly located a gigantic tree that perfectly matched his specifications in both shape and girth. The trunk of this tree was thick enough for several people to embrace, and its lush branches were adorned with clusters of pink watermelons resembling lanterns. Remarkably, among all the peculiarities, the pink watermelons growing on the tree seemed rather plausible. Cezar did not seek out additional tools to assist him in hollowing out the tree trunk. At this moment, his hands served as his most effective instruments. More precisely, they referred to his firearm. A series of rapid, hammering sounds echoed, reminiscent of a pile driver. Cezar resembled an emotionless automaton, fervently thrusting his hands against the robust trunk before him, accompanied by the frenzied splintering of wood. Cezar swiftly unearthed a spacious interior treehouse from the colossal tree, which was thick enough for several people to embrace. The bed, chairs, tables, shelves, and other furnishings were intricately connected to the massive trunk, alleviating any concerns about potential collapse. It was the time of dusk. Chuize concluded the construction of the treehouse and casually extended his hand out of the window, plucking a large, round, pink watermelon. As he savored the delightful fruit, he retrieved 8 E-grade baits he had previously acquired. These baits, being of a lowly E-grade, when melded together, formed a singular top-tier E-bait. Uncertain of what he might catch during this fishing expedition, he could only hope it would not be something culinary. Chuize murmured softly to himself, glancing at the cup of the goddess of fortune. "O fortune, goddess of ample bosom, grant me your blessing." Fishing. During this fishing venture, the following item was obtained. Item type: goods, E-rank item, rainbow fruit source. Captivated by culinary delights. Item description: the aroma of the juice creates a vibrant rainbow in the air, and upon tasting, its flavor transforms into 7 distinct variations, influenced by the surrounding temperature and humidity, hence its name, rainbow fruit. Item effects: 1. Serves as a delightful dessert in the life menu. 2. Produces juice. Note: a single drop of the rainbow fruit's essence can turn the water of a 25-meter swimming pool into a rich, aromatic juice. Item evaluation: you shall have exquisite juice to savor. In the hands of Chuize, there materialized a vibrant fruit, as large as his own head. Its flesh was plump and smooth, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the wooden cabin, creating an ethereal rainbow. Ah, a delicacy, the most superfluous of delicacies. Chuize lifted the vibrant fruit, burying his head into it, and taking a gentle bite. The rich, luscious juice erupted in his mouth like a balm, instantly overwhelming his taste buds with an exquisitely sweet flavor. Were it not for the constraints of special effects, Chuize might have burst forth in ecstasy. Is this merely cuisine? This must be a miraculous fruit. Chuize exerted immense restraint to avoid devouring the vibrant fruit before him. He turned his gaze towards the pink watermelon outside the window. What had recently appeared to him as a delightfully sweet and thirst-quenching treat now resembled nothing more than a bland, sandy model. Having merely taken a bite of the colorful fruit, Chuize found himself utterly devoid of earthly desire for the remaining fruits. Alas, am I truly destined to perish of hunger on the Boeing Islands? This morning at 5 o'clock, I was summoned to the mountains due to the numerous burial customs on the author's side. Thus, the update this afternoon will be slightly delayed. There will be no interruption in updates. The pirate, anchored by justice, is currently undergoing a delay in updates. Please bear with me for a moment as I manually input the content. Once the updates are complete, kindly refresh the page to access the latest content. After savoring the entirety of the colorful fruit, Chuize intended to venture into the enchanted forest to gather some of his favorite delicacies for dinner. Given his current appetite, a succulent pork tenderloin and a vibrant fruit would scarcely suffice. They would merely serve to fill a small crevice in his stomach. Strangely, however, before he had even stepped beyond the threshold of his treehouse, he experienced an inexplicable sensation of satiety, akin to the substantial portion typically allocated to 90 individuals in the dining hall of a naval training vessel. Chuize, with a hint of perplexity, touched his belly. After indulging in the tenderloin, he felt no sense of satiety. Instead, the enticing aroma of the roasted pork only heightened his hunger. Thus, the issue must lie with the colorful fruit that followed. Could it be that? Chuize furrowed his brow in contemplation, endeavoring to recall the general attributes of the within the realm of gourmet captor. Regrettably, he found himself at a complete loss, leading his thoughts to another intriguing possibility. The world of gourmet captor is replete with an array of extraordinary high-grade ingredients, each surpassing ordinary food in both delectability and the challenge of acquisition. Most significantly, those premium ingredients marked with levels are capable of providing a certain degree of evolutionary potential to the gourmet cells. Although my body currently lacks these gourmet cells, the high-quality food sourced from the gourmet captor universe can still fulfill its fundamental role in replenishing the substantial caloric expenditure required by my body. Broadly speaking, the ingredients within this world can be regarded as abundant sources of energy and nutrition. Upon deducing this possibility, Chuize's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. His mind began to conceive a grand aquaculture plan, aptly named the Baron of Stomach's private cultivation. As for the reason, ordinary individuals cannot fathom the excruciating experience of a meal that requires at least 50 large bowls. Ever since he acquired the wild body, Chuize had completely transformed into a relentless eater, dedicating nearly 2 to 3 hours daily to the act of consuming food. This was an egregious waste of life. Once he captured exquisite, energy-rich ingredients, Chuize would no longer need to squander such an extensive amount of time on relentless feasting. Instead, he could devote more time and energy to his more noble pursuit of fish slaughtering. I, Chuize, the fish slayer, or angler, shall never falter. I am not merely a heartless eater. High-quality cuisine stands as a crucial solution to the current issue of prolonged dining. Chuize settled back onto the freshly crafted wooden stool, his fingers gently stroking his chin. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that I cannot remain on Boeing Island indefinitely. Moreover, many of the exquisite ingredients captured by the allure of gourmet cuisine are notoriously difficult to preserve. It would be ideal to possess a storage space of infinite capacity, where time stands still and the ingredients remain eternally fresh. Alas, such a quintessential ability of a protagonist eludes me. Chuize, filled with resentment, mused to himself. This light screen, devoid of any storage capabilities, is truly lacking. However, there exists another method. By consuming a substantial quantity of food within a brief period, one can significantly enhance the upper limit of energy storage within the body. Chuize clenched his fist, and a concept known as gastronomic virtue flickered through his mind. Gastronomic virtue is a unique ability within the realm of culinary captivation, a technique that elevates one's spiritual essence, thereby significantly enhancing the user's agility, skill proficiency, attack power, and energy efficiency. The second avenue that Chuize had just contemplated was the advanced application of gastronomic virtue, termed culinary oblivion. Although culinary oblivion is indeed one of the sophisticated utilizations of gastronomic virtue, it remains fundamentally an auxiliary ability, and its overall evaluation may not be particularly high. Chuize raised his gaze towards the window, his eyes gliding slowly over the plump and immobile creatures nestled within the alluring forest, as if he were beholding a throng of live bait in perpetual motion. In the ensuing month, by persistently vanquishing these beings on the Boeing Islands, he would likely encounter the opportunity to develop the feeding ability. At the very least, he still possessed that premier sea bait accumulated during his time in the training camp as a foundation. Now, it was the moment to reap the rewards of his bait. Chuize stood within the wooden cabin, stretching his limbs before deftly executing the technique of shave, vanishing like a fleeting shadow from his original position. Moments later, the forest of temptation echoed with the anguished cries of dying creatures. You have vanquished a wild boar with an overall evaluation of F. You have defeated a crocodile, also rated F. The messages on the screen cascaded like a flowing stream, their density nearly forming a continuous blur. Within the galley of the naval warship, Chuize meticulously processed the sea beasts, carefully filleting the meat to prevent any wastage. However, on the islands of Boeing, Chuize harbored but a singular objective: to slay. A single fatal strike was all that was required. Chuize fully harnessed his C-class agility, swiftly navigating through the enchanted forest. The scalpel transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly reaping the lives of sluggish, corpulent beasts. In less than half an hour, the fallen creatures of the forest had been entirely harvested by Chuize. What once resembled a dreamlike kingdom of sustenance was now permeated by a thick, almost suffocating stench of blood, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation. Chuize exhaled a breath of murky air and drew back the luminous curtain to take a glance. In merely half an hour, he had amassed 8 E-grade baits, alongside a copious quantity of F-grade bait. The quality of the bait seemed somewhat amiss. The scarcity of E-grade bait was striking, while the abundance of F-grade bait was excessive. Chuize furrowed his brow. He recalled the journey through the bandit forest, where he had vanquished formidable beasts, all classified as grade E. In contrast, the corrupted creatures within the temptation forest were predominantly of grade F, with grade E beings being exceedingly rare. It appears that he must refrain from hunting in the temptation forest in the future. Although the act of slaying was not particularly arduous, the quality of the bait was subpar, rendering it an unworthy investment. Chuize temporarily altered the future hunting plans. Nevertheless, one should still hunt animals in the bandit forest. The temptation forest serves as a place for rest and recuperation. However, this was originally a conventional developmental method within the Boeing Islands. Indulging in abundance within the safe zone while fiercely foraging in the wild depletes the calories and fat accumulated in the safe zone. Chuize raised his gaze to the sky, noticing that twilight was swiftly approaching, prompting him to conclude today's hunting expedition. At that very moment, a thunderous rumble erupted from the depths of the enchanted forest as the ground trembled violently. The entire earth tilted towards the center of the island, while the opposite end soared skyward. Baron of Gluttony stood majestically upon the sea. The land inclined. The heavens twisted. The corpulent creatures, mercilessly slaughtered by Chuizhe, now lay in pools of their own blood, their lifeless bodies rolling like boulders towards the gaping maw of the Baron, ultimately cascading into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Chuizhe leaped into the air, instantly transforming into a nebulous form, embodying a terrifying specter of smoke, surveying from above the catastrophic upheaval engulfing the island. This monumental transformation of the island extends beyond merely the enchanted forest of the central region. It equally encompasses the more distant robber's forest. Chuizhe merely cast a cursory glance and immediately discerned several colossal beasts struggling in midair, having inadvertently plummeted due to the sudden upheaval of the island's surface. The graceful and powerful, streamlined bodies of these creatures were unmistakably not the domesticated failures of the Temptation Forest, but rather the resilient beasts that had endured relentless battles within the Thief Forest. It appeared that the impending hunting expedition would not only necessitate competing with the other wildlife of the Thief Forest for prey, but also contending with the Baron of Gluttony. Suspended in the air, Chuizhe shook his head and activated the beast's breath, spatial perception, continuously scanning the group of creatures that were on the verge of being devoured by the Baron of Gluttony, hoping to uncover any unexpected revelations. It seemed that Smog and his companions had remained unaffected by this cataclysm. Chuizhe did not discover the familiar figures among his targets, and he couldn't help but exhale with relief. It is worth noting that during the daylight hours, he had logged into the Boeing Islands alongside Smoker, Trafalgar D, Waterlaw, and Virgo, all of whom were among the most exceptional talents in the elite training camp of the Navy. Chuizhe's profound concern for Smoker and his companions extends beyond the mere fact that they are colleagues in the Navy. The more significant reason lies in the fact that each of these individuals possesses an overall rating of D. Each one is akin to a D-grade bait. This is an opportunity Chuizhe would never allow to slip by. While the Bonin Islands are indeed home to numerous sea beasts and wild creatures lured by the aroma of food, as well as a plethora of domesticated livestock rendered useless, their overall ratings rarely exceed E. At least, Chuizhe has yet to encounter any large creatures on the Bonin Islands with a rating surpassing E. With the exception of Baron of the Stomach, Chuizhe would undoubtedly not overlook the densely populated E and F-grade beasts and sea creatures within the Bandit Forest. However, he would equally not disregard the formidable naval elites present on the island, such as Smoker, Virgo, and Jinbei. The worth of a D-grade bait is several times, if not dozens of times, that of E and F-grade bait. Defeating individuals like Smoker is far more advantageous than slaying beasts and sea creatures. Just as Chuizhe was contemplating how to skillfully encounter Smoker and his companions, Baron Gastro finally concluded his daily feeding ritual. The ground of the Boeing Islands trembled several times before gradually returning to its original smooth curvature. Baron Gastro resumed his reclining position. Chuizhe dispelled the smoky form and descended into the ground. After the consumption by the Baron of the Stomach, the ambience of the enchanted forest transformed back into a state of dryness and clarity. The previous remains of beasts, along with the lingering stench of blood, had completely evaporated. Chuizhe discreetly noted the intricate details of the environment within the enchanted forest of temptation, intending to return the following day to observe and verify whether this culinary haven would indeed engage in self-repair and restoration. The following dawn arrived. Chuizhe emerged from the treehouse and set foot upon the ground of the enchanted forest, promptly validating his conjecture from the previous day. Indeed, the culinary delights within this realm possessed the remarkable ability to replenish themselves. Once a particular delicacy was nearly consumed, it would mysteriously regenerate according to an unknown set of rules. What a wondrous island this is. Chuizhe raised his hand and plucked a cluster of cucumber-like plants from a nearby towering tree. Their appearance resembled that of cucumbers, yet unlike the elongated form of cucumbers, they bore a striking resemblance to clusters of verdant bananas. Chuizhe has temporarily dubbed it the banana cucumber. It resembles a mutated banana, requiring peeling, yet in essence, it is simply a cucumber within. Chuizhe peeled away the green, supple skin of the banana cucumber, revealing the tender green flesh within. He took a crisp bite, savoring the delightful crunch. Indeed, it was refreshingly crisp. Embracing the philosophy of balancing meat and vegetables, he found the task to be effortlessly enjoyable. Chuizhe once again cut several large pieces of meat rolls beside the noodle waterfall, wrapping them around crispy cucumbers and popping them into his mouth. The rich, greasy fat combined with the refreshing crunch of the cucumber created a delightful contrast of flavors that burst forth in his mouth, providing him with an extraordinarily novel experience. After finishing his breakfast, Chuizhe has withdrawn from the Temptation Forest. following his cleansing hunt yesterday, coupled with the feasting activities of the Baron of Gluttony. The small area of the Temptation Forest and the Robber Forest adjacent to the Central District has nearly been devoid of any wild beasts. Cui, wishing to continue his pursuit of the hunt, must set forth towards the outskirts of the Bandit Forest. After a considerable journey, Cui arrived at the Bandit Forest. The tumultuous uprising on the island yesterday instilled a profound sense of dread among the beasts of the Bandit Forest, rendering them devoid of the frenzied combativeness and aggression that characterized the previous day. With no creatures presenting themselves willingly, Cui was compelled to seek them out one by one. Be it the colossal earthworm half buried in the soil, the serpentine green giant entwined around the tree trunks, or the seemingly innocuous but deceptive man-eating plant, none could escape Cui's keen gaze. The caliber of the beasts within the Bandit Forest indeed far surpassed that of the Temptation Forest. As the morning unfolded, Cui has successfully eliminated over 30 E-level beasts. The speed and quality of such slaughter far surpasses fish processing endeavors in the culinary training facility. The kitchen at the rookie training camp is gradually failing to keep pace with my consumption. I require a more expansive venue for my fish dispatching. As Cui pondered, he hastened towards the enchanting forest in the heart of the island. Fortunately, he was soon to return to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, where the mess hall was undoubtedly far more expansive than that of the rookie training camp. Surely, it would not merely harbor inferior sea beasts, but also feature medium-sized and perhaps even colossal sea kings. If I can endure for 2 or 3 years and achieve the title of Sword God of 10 Mile Slope, I shall master the art of fish slaying and venture to Wano to assist Master Kaido in his endeavors. Upon returning to the enchanting forest, Cui immediately noticed the arrival of a familiar guest. "Ah, Smoker, it is good to see you." A familiar smile adorned the face of Cui as he approached the young Marine, whose form was shrouded in rising white smoke. "Smoker, take a seat." With Smoker's arrival, the D-Class bait has come. With Smoker here, how far behind can Virgo and Peachbeard be in this unfamiliar setting? Smoker instinctively displayed a wary expression upon hearing the sudden chatter. Turning to investigate, he was relieved to discover that the speaker was none other than Cui. Cui? Smoker was about to inquire why Cui was present in this place when he suddenly recalled the earlier statement made by Cui. "When you said I have arrived, did you mean that you had already reached this forest last night?" Cui approached Smog and casually explained, to be precise. "After arriving on the island yesterday, I made my way towards the center, as is my personal habit. It was then that I stumbled upon this enticing forest filled with an abundance of food. I've temporarily dubbed it the Forest of Temptation." "The Forest of Temptation, you say?" Smog inquired, glancing around as his gaze swept over the delectable delicacies scattered throughout the forest. He nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the allure of this place. Indeed, it was a realm that could easily lead one to moral decay, not solely for humanity. Cui proactively disclosed intelligence, revealing to Smoker that the Boeing Island is, in fact, an immense living entity. Smoker's expression immediately shifted to one of astonishment and horror. "Are you suggesting that this island is a living being?" Cui nodded, affirming the truth of his statement. Indeed, at the very heart of the Boeing Islands lies an immense feeding mouth. The earthquake that struck the island yesterday evening was merely a manifestation of the island's feeding activity. Smoker displayed an expression of disbelief. "It is nothing of great concern," Cui replied, shaking his head. "It is merely a living island. I have heard tales of colossal goldfish that specifically feast upon islands in the ocean." "You must be referring to the island-eating goldfish, correct?" Smoker's astonishment began to wane, gradually transforming into a sense of yearning, accompanied by a hint of excitement. "I too have heard legends of such monstrous beings, capable of devouring an entire island in a single bite." Cui remained unfazed. In contrast to himself, Smog was the true native of the sea, well-versed in the legends of bizarre creatures. After a brief conversation, Cui sensed that the atmosphere had reached an opportune moment and resolved to extend a challenge for a duel. He was eager to swiftly secure this D-grade bait that had conveniently presented itself. "Cui," Smog called out, "do you think we might one day hunt the elusive Food Island goldfish?" "The Food Island goldfish? Such a colossal sea monster should surely be worth an A-grade bait, if not at least a B-grade one." In the depths of his mind, Cui swiftly calculated an equivalent formula, casually responding, "Who can say with certainty what the future holds? However, I am resolute in my pursuit of that colossal catch." Smoker nodded, having heard of Cui's peculiar penchant for fishing. After all, it is indeed rare to encounter a marine soldier like Cui, who diligently dedicates months in the food preparation area, relentlessly pursuing fish. The future remains an enigma, as Smoker quietly remarked. We cannot guarantee that we will encounter the golden fish of Food Island in the future, yet the Boeing Islands lie right before us, do they not? Chuize widened his eyes slightly. You wish to destroy this island? Smoker replied calmly, don't pretend you don't want to. Of course I do. Chuize said with irritation, however, the Navy must always be grounded in reality. The expanse of Boeing Island is so vast, neither you nor I possess any means to defeat it, let alone harm it. After all, Boeing Island is merely an island. Do you possess the power to annihilate an island? Smoker fell silent, as this question had not crossed his mind until now. To obliterate an island is indeed a formidable task. Smoker began to reassess his abilities, the smoke fruit, the 6 styles, marksmanship, and staff techniques. His earlier remark was undeniably a notion bordering on the fantastical, and success was utterly implausible. In truth, Chuize has similarly included the Baron of the Stomach within his hunting domain, though that remains a plan for the future. Chuize is an exceedingly pragmatic and rational individual, much like his decision to quietly develop his strength for a few years before confronting Kaido and Big Mom. The Baron of Gastronomy represents a challenge that Chuize currently lacks the means to address, unless his fishing prowess yields some extraordinary surprise, such as reeling in a formidable entity like Great Ivan from the Dimensional Sea. Alas, the goddess of fortune has proven to be quite capricious in her favors. Chuize found himself lacking in high-grade bait, which must not be wasted. Shaking his head, he ceased to ponder this elusive goal. Rather than contemplating how to hunt down the Baron of Stomach, it would be far more prudent to devise a strategy to defeat Smog, thereby acquiring D-grade bait. Come, Smog, let us engage in battle. You have vanquished an elite marine with an overall rating of D. Months ago, Chuize was capable of overcoming Smog through various means. Now, with his significantly enhanced power, defeating Smog posed no considerable challenge. Soon, he effortlessly harvested this D-grade bait that had presented itself willingly, converting it into his reserves. 1 D-grade bait secured. Chuize cast the unconscious Smoker beside a rock heated by the flames of a barbecue. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Virgo and Bartolomeo remained oblivious to when they would depart from the outer bandit forest and venture into the inner seductive forest. I must take the initiative to venture out and hunt. The seductive forest poses little peril, and as a user of the smoke fruit, Smoker is impervious to ordinary threats. Chuize felt a sense of assurance as he left the fellow behind in the temptation forest, taking the initiative to venture into the outer realm of the bandit forest, while continuously harvesting E-grade beasts within the bandit forest. Chuize also employed his multifaceted perception abilities in an attempt to locate the whereabouts of Virgo and Jean Tawan amidst the vast island. The afternoon's hunting yield proved less bountiful than that of the morning, yielding merely over 20 E-baits. After all, despite the bandit forest expanse, the number of high-ranking predators within was limited. The reason Chuize was able to eliminate such a significant number of E-grade creatures in one go was due to the painstaking accumulation of these provisions by the Baron of the Stomach over an extended period. It is to be anticipated that in the days to come, Chuize's rate of bait accumulation will only diminish, not increase. Fortunately, I do not solely rely on the creatures of the Boeing Islands for my sustenance. Chuize concluded today's hunting expedition and returned to the enchantment forest. Those 3 D-rank marines truly accounted for the lion's share of the contributions. Virgo, Jean Tawan, come forth. The enchantment forest still resembled a fantastical culinary kingdom. After a day of indulgence, numerous lowly beasts from the bandit-infested woods had been lured here, now plump and rotund. In comparison to yesterday, the overall density of the corpulent creatures in the enchantment forest had diminished significantly. This suggests that the frequency of Baron Stomach's feasts is likely not a daily occurrence. Upon Chuize's return to the enchantment forest, Smog had vanished, presumably preparing his makeshift shelter. Chuize paid no heed to the departure of the Smoker, for he remained confined within the bounds of Boeing Island. Upon returning to his treehouse, he indulged in dinner, attended to his personal hygiene, and retired for the night. In the subsequent days, Chuize traversed the Temptation Forest and the Robber Forest repeatedly, harvesting E-level beasts while persistently challenging Smoker to accumulate a substantial stock of bait. On the 3rd day of his arrival at Boeing Island, Virgo reached the Temptation Forest, only to be soundly defeated by Chuize. On the 5th day, the formidable Bartolomeo invaded the Temptation Forest, meeting a similar fate at Chuize's hands. His days were filled with eating, sleeping, battling marines, and slaying beasts. Through the selfless contributions of Smoker, Virgo, Bartolomeo, and the myriad creatures of the robber forest, Chueze steadily amassed his own bait, ultimately gathering several sea-level baits. On this day, the weather was delightful, the sky clear and bright. The waters were gentle, and the mountains warm, presenting an ideal opportunity for fishing. In the temptation forest, within his treehouse, he had successfully accumulated a total of 4 sea-level baits. This constituted the entirety of his current bait reserves. Chueze summoned a luminous screen to inspect the fishing baits at his disposal. He possessed 4 grade sea baits. In addition to the premium grade sea bait he already owned, which had been amassed through months of relentless training and the persistent slaying of fish, he had acquired 3 additional baits. The first of these premium grade sea baits was forged through the repeated defeat of Smoker, Virgo, and Tontata, amalgamating their D-grade baits. The second was an intermediate grade sea bait, formed from the countless E-grade creatures he had dispatched over the past days in the Temptation Forest and the Robber Forest. The third, a lower grade sea bait, predominantly consisted of materials harvested from F-grade beasts on the Boeing Islands, with a minor portion derived from the remnants of low-grade sea creatures processed in the kitchen. Thus, he possessed 2 premium grade sea baits, 1 intermediate grade sea bait, and 1 lower grade sea bait. Chueze's gaze flickered with intensity. At this moment, he found himself presented with a final opportunity for fusion. By merging 2 top-tier sea lures, he could acquire a B-level bait and embark on B-level fishing. After but a brief moment of hesitation, Chueze resolved to proceed with his plan. The distinction between C and B levels was stark, and the chance to possess the capability for B-level fishing was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Chueze retrieved 2 top-tier sea baits, skillfully intending to fuse them together. However, an unexpected message suddenly appeared on the screen. Fusion failed. Notification. Notification. Baits of grade B and above cannot be obtained through the fusion of lower grade baits. To his astonishment, the fusion had indeed failed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chueze's face, yet he swiftly acclimated to the reality before him. Upon deeper reflection, it is indeed reasonable for fishing skills to possess such limitations. Otherwise, if one were to wield a power akin to Conqueror's Haki to vanquish thousands of lowly minions in a single blow, according to the principles of bait fusion, tens of thousands of F-grade baits could effortlessly yield an A-grade bait. Such a scenario would render A-grade abilities exceedingly trivial. Although Chueze remains unaware of the intricate standards that delineate C, B, and A-grade masters, he recalls a particular instance. Back on Zombie Island, Teacher Kaido was able to engage Admiral Zephyr in battle for several days without showing signs of defeat, yet his overall evaluation was merely an A. Chapter 10. Summary of Experiences. It is evident that even top-tier titans of the sea, like Kaido, can only attain an A-grade evaluation. This serves as a microcosm. The ability or item that reaches A-grade must surely be exceptionally powerful and rare. Thus, it is entirely logical that B-grade and higher baits cannot be obtained through the fusion of lower-grade baits. It does not imply that one who effortlessly eliminates 50,000 fishmen on Fishman Island possesses the Conqueror's Haki or any other form of strength that genuinely touches the realm of pirate emperors or A-grade masters. If fusion is unattainable, then so be it. Chueze took a deep breath, clutching 2 premium sea baits in his hand. The angling opportunities presented by these superior sea baits may not necessarily hold less value than those offered by the inferior B baits. Thus, today marks the occasion of 4 sea-level fishing attempts. Such a momentous occasion calls for reflection. Before casting his line, Chueze instinctively accessed his personal attributes to assess the state of the goddess of fortune. Would she still be draped in a future of uncertainty today? Chueze originally believed he would encounter the familiar figure of the Great D, but to his surprise, he found himself in an unexpected situation. Fortune, enhanced by the visitors from the otherworldly realm, seemed to be smiling upon him. What could this mean? Was the goddess of fortune about to bestow her favor upon this false admirer of modest bosoms? His luck, a rarity to behold, was on the rise. Chueze dared not entertain even the slightest notion of wasting time. He could not even afford to use the low-grade sea bait as a preparatory tool, and instead, he commenced fishing with the premium sea bait directly. A double fishing session. During this endeavor, he acquired the following type of ability entry: sea-level ability entry, primate martial arts source, the captive of gourmet description, primate martial arts. Also known as the dance of the monkey, is a combat technique personally imparted by one of the 8 kings of the culinary world, King Bampina, to the 5 billion monkeys residing on the 7th continent. Effect: The essence of primate martial arts lies in the complete unification of the thoughts of all cells within the body, allowing them to move in perfect harmony. Evaluation. Are you also dancing? During this fishing session, he acquired yet another type of ability entry, sea-level ability entry, culinary virtue source, the captive of gourmet description, a special state of mind. Effect. By maintaining a constant sense of gratitude towards all things in the world, the user's attention and concentration are elevated to a higher realm, allowing for the elimination of unnecessary movements, thereby reducing consumption and enhancing the precision of actions. This can even lead to physiological changes, slowing down caloric expenditure while increasing the capacity for heat storage. Evaluation. Witnessing the reverence for food. A dual ability entry? Cezar was taken aback. Such fortuitous luck was a rarity for him. Furthermore, it had been previously mentioned that the probability of fishing out items from the dimensional sea far surpassed that of various other attributes. To his astonishment, as soon as his luck began to rise today, he promptly reeled in 2 ability attributes. Judging by this, one could certainly say that his luck today was nothing short of explosive. Cezar was acutely aware that personal fortunes inevitably oscillate. The opportunity to fish is fleeting and demands immediate action. He promptly discarded the remaining 2 C-grade baits, one of medium quality and the other of inferior quality, and resumed his double fishing endeavor. During this fishing session, he acquired the following. Type. Ability entry C-grade ability entry, super sense source, gourmet captor description, a sense of smell that surpasses that of ordinary humans and even canines. Effects. 1. Capable of discerning even the faintest variations in airborne scents. 2. Can identify the gender, age, and approximate danger level of other humans or creatures through scent. Evaluation. A most peculiar olfactory experience. Additionally, he garnered. Type. Item C-grade item. Species of snack tree source. Gourmet captor description. A gastronomic tree that yields an array of delectable snacks. Effects. Produces various delightful treats according to the changing seasons, boasting an astonishing variety of over 100 million types, thus earning the moniker Tree of Millions. Note. Due to its substantial nutritional requirements for producing these snacks, this tree is exceedingly rare, rendering the surrounding area barren for a radius of 1 kilometer. Evaluation. A tree laden with blossoms, overshadowing the crabapple, and a tree of snacks dominating the hearth. Having concluded nearly all matters concerning his hometown, he is set to return this afternoon. As he cannot compose text during the journey, today's updates will be postponed until evening. By the latest, the regular update schedule will resume the day after tomorrow, occurring at 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. He's also diligently working on accumulating drafts. This pirate, steadfast in righteousness, is currently engaged in the writing process. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. All 4 C-grade fishing opportunities have been exhausted. Cezar did not immediately check his fishing harvest. Instead, he first accessed his attributes list. Luck, D, enhanced by the visitors from the other world. His luck value plummeted once again. Cezar found himself at a crossroads, unable to discern whether his emotions were rooted in disappointment or satisfaction. However, a stroke of fortune had bestowed upon him not only 3 coveted attributes but also a prized item. This transaction was undoubtedly commendable. The goddess of luck continues to favor me, her devoted acolyte. Yet, I cannot help but ponder, does my baseline luck still languish at an F? I wonder if, in the future, I might alter my fate by acquiring other ability attributes. A flurry of ideas briefly flickered through my mind, yet Cezar shook his head. Setting aside thoughts of enhancing his fortune for the moment, prioritizing the results of his fishing endeavors, Cezar meticulously examined the fruits of his labor for the day. The first thing that caught his eye was the sea-level ability attribute, Primate Martial Arts. Primate Martial Arts. Cezar perused the luminous screen, his gaze subtly shifting, for he possessed a certain comprehension of this ability. Beyond the information presented in the description, Yuan Wu is also one of the extraordinary powers wielded by Alu, the protagonist ensnared by the allure of gastronomy. The essence of Yuan Wu lies in the mastery over all cells within one's body. Its most fundamental manifestation is the attainment of perfect force release, enabling the expulsion of all external forces. These forces encompass not only the assaults from adversaries but also the gravitational pull of the planet itself. Indeed, upon delving into the profound depths of Yuan Wu, its possessor can even liberate themselves from the planet's gravity. For instance, one of the 8 kings of the culinary realm, the Monkey King, before slumbering, can effortlessly leap, ascending to the stratosphere within a mere second, reaching an altitude of 50 kilometers above the ground, subsequently surpassing the mesosphere and soaring into the thermosphere. This altitude is several hundred kilometers high, nearly the threshold of outer space. The ultimate force release achieved through the pinnacle of Yuan Wu is indeed terrifying. However, the quintessence of Yuan Wu transcends mere force release or defense. When the collective will of cells, fully synchronized in fundamental defense, is transformed into an offensive capacity, Yuan Wu can unleash an astonishingly formidable lethality manifesting in but an instant. Chuize discerned that the abilities possessed by the ape martial arts harmoniously aligned with his current capabilities. Undoubtedly, the iron block and the paper drawing. Furthermore, these two techniques, along with the 6 forms, were intricately linked to the armament haki and the observation haki in Chuize's original hypothesis. The synergy between the ape martial arts and haki was evident. In the depths of Chuize's mind, a sudden flash of insight emerged. Recalling the valuable advice imparted by instructor Xiao Zhuo, the essence of domineering presence lies in unwavering conviction. In other words, it is a manifestation of one's willpower. The true nature of the primal strength, or Yuan Wu, resides in the mastery over the thoughts and intentions of every cell within one's body, unifying them into a singular force. Thus, it can be succinctly stated that, at this moment, having attained the primal strength, I am likely on the cusp of unlocking the power of domineering presence. Chuize's mood suddenly became electrified. The formidable power of haki had long been his pursuit, yet he had never grasped its essence. In this treacherous sea teeming with monsters, lacking haki ultimately renders one insignificant. Consider 2 illustrious examples, Crocodile and Enel. Both were invincible users of natural-type devil fruits during the first half of the Grand Line. Yet they were vanquished by the inexperienced rookie, Luffy. Beyond the so-called protagonist's aura and the inherent weaknesses of their fruit abilities, the most critical point remains that neither Crocodile nor Enel had mastered the power of haki. This could also be attributed to their early appearances, failing to keep pace with the evolving narrative, which is indeed unfortunate, if not tragic. Had Crocodile or Enel possessed the power of armament haki, could Luffy have triumphed over them? Furthermore, let us discuss Chuize's formidable adversaries, Kaido and Big Mom. These 2 emperors of the sea are both powerful haki users, wielding the supreme 3 types of haki. Without haki, Chuize would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with these 2 formidable Yonko. Yet now, Chuize can undoubtedly be said to have taken a pivotal step towards the grand ambition of contending alongside the 2 Four Emperors. The concept of Yuan Wu may be regarded as the key to unlocking the powers of armament haki and observation haki. Chuize took a few deep breaths, suppressing his exhilaration, and then directed his gaze toward the next fishing catch. Sea-level ability descriptor, benevolence. Benevolence. A look of surprise once again graced Chuize's face. Indeed, today's fishing luck was extraordinary. Just a few days ago, Chuize once pondered how to resolve his culinary dilemma. Among the captives of gastronomy, the concept known as food righteousness, more precisely the power of culinary deprivation, represents his envisioned second solution. Although he did not directly fish out culinary deprivation, it inherently embodies an advanced application of food righteousness, and the 2 can be regarded as a unified entity. Chuize clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With the possession of the ability of food essence, I can independently delve into this state of mind and ultimately refine the technique of food oblivion. Moreover, since I have already fished out the food essence, I am confident that the food oblivion can also be discovered, and perhaps further opportunities will arise. The 3rd bounty from my fishing expedition is a sea-level ability attribute, super smell, an enhancement in the realm of olfactory senses. Chuize was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist the urge to stroke his chin. With an acute sense of hearing enhanced by auditory sensitivity, coupled with a mastery of precision marksmanship through visual augmentation, and further complemented by a superhuman sense of smell, one cannot help but ponder the potential for the acquisition of tactile and gustatory enhancements in the future. Might these amalgamate into a higher-order ability, perhaps a supersensory capability, or even a superior talent? However, it must be said that when juxtaposed with the immense potential of the formidable ape warrior and the noble ideals of righteousness, the prowess of super smell appears rather inadequate. Aside from the disparities in the quality of bait used for fishing, it is likely that a decline in one's own fortune plays a role as well. Chuize gazed upon the final acquisition, which was also the sole item retrieved from this 4-day fishing expedition. A grade C item, the seed of the snack tree. The seed of the snack tree? Indeed, it was yet another food item. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a veritable bounty of food. Chuize harbors no sense of disappointment. Fishing for delicacies from the captivating realm of gastronomy is merely standard practice. Skills such as culinary prowess, gastronomic ethics, and an extraordinary sense of smell are merely fortunate anomalies bestowed upon him. The ability to yield an astonishing array of over 100 million distinct varieties of gourmet treats from the pastry tree is truly remarkable. Chuize raised his hand, and within his palm lay a peculiar seed of vibrant hues, exuding a sweet, delectable fragrance that transformed the surrounding air into a fragrant haven. Would this delightful specimen compel the elderly lady to surrender outright? Or perhaps it could be exchanged for a devil fruit among the myriad of nations. Wait. The negative effect of the confection tree's seed renders this area devoid of any flora within 1,000 meters. After browsing through the descriptions of the effects of various items from the dim sum tree species, Chuize instinctively shifted his gaze towards the temptation forest beneath his feet. A bold idea suddenly struck me. Digging. Planting trees. Indeed, Chuize's audacious idea is to cultivate the dim sum tree species on the Boeing Islands. More precisely, it involves planting it within the enchantment forest located in the central region of these islands. According to the description of the dim sum tree species, once planted, the surrounding area within a 1-kilometer radius will become desolate and barren due to the tree's excessive absorption of nutrients from the soil, resulting in a complete lack of vegetation. Thus, if Chuize were to plant the dim sum tree species in the enchantment forest, the enchanting realm filled with an array of magical delicacies would inevitably transform into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. The Boeing Islands, or as they are also known, the barren of stomach. Chuize was unaware of the intricate principles governing the formation of such beings, nor of their historical origins. Yet, one truth was undeniably clear to him. The Baron of Stomach ensnared his prey by luring them with the rich aromas of delectable food wafting from the enchanting forest. This forest was undoubtedly an irreplaceable organ for the Baron of Stomach. If Chuize were to plant the seed of the dessert tree within the enchanting forest, this tree, capable of transforming all the nutritional delicacies of the forest into exquisite treats hanging from its branches, would not only drain the forest of its essence but would also continuously siphon the vital nutrients from the Baron of Stomach. The dessert tree would inevitably become a parasitic blight upon the Baron. Once the seed of the dessert tree had fully matured, the Baron, depleted of all its sustenance, would be reduced to a lifeless isle devoid of existence. At that moment, Chuize would effortlessly claim the high-grade bait symbolized by the Baron of Stomach. One seed of the dessert tree could be exchanged for the Baron, or to put it another way, utilizing C-grade bait to acquire B-grade or even A-grade bait, a transaction most advantageous indeed. Chuize brought his fingers together, cradling the seeds of the biscuit tree within his palm. As for the notion of handing these seeds over to Charlotte Linlin in exchange for the treasures of the world, such a proposition is utterly implausible. Who is Big Mom? She is a natural-born destroyer, the Empress of Tato Land, and the sole surviving female Emperor of the Sea. Should Chuize venture to Tato Land bearing the biscuit tree seeds to meet Big Mom, it is likely that before he even reaches the heart of Tato Land, the Cake Island, his precious cargo would be seized by other members of the Big Mom pirates. Furthermore, Chuize harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the old lady, a grudge that transcended mere rivalry, akin to one that could annihilate nations. Regrettably, the seed of the pastry tree was not of the poisonous delicacies he had hoped for. Had it been otherwise, Chuize would have risked everything to plant this tree, which possessed a fatal allure for the old lady, in the kingdom of Topland. Departing the treehouse with the seed of the pastry tree, Chuize wandered through the temptation forest, ultimately discovering a site of exceptional geomancy near the Ramen waterfall. With mountains, water, broth, and grilled meat, it was indeed a land blessed by fortune. Chuize raised his finger, employing the 6 techniques of the finger gun to excavate a deep pit in the ground, which was strewn with roasted meat, before casting the seeds of the snack tree into the hollow. This should suffice, one would presume. Chuize clapped his hands, filling the pit with scattered grilled meat. Let it flourish here. It would be best if it grows quickly. Tomorrow, let it completely drain the temptation forest. Chuize harbored no concerns that the species of the dim sum tree he was planting would precipitate a complete collapse of the Boeing Islands, thereby forfeiting the culinary captivation of the world coordinates. The Boeing Islands constitute a cluster of isles. The Baron of Gastronomy is not solitary in his pursuits. Once the planting of the dim sum trees was completed, Chuize did not remain idle. While awaiting the growth of the dim sum trees, he sat cross-legged upon the ground, quietly immersing himself in the study of the techniques of primate martial arts. As for matters of culinary ethics, those could be addressed when mealtime arrived. The essence of primate martial arts lies in the mastery of one's own cellular control. Chuizhe closed his eyes, his mind inundated with the intricate details of the fighting techniques inherent in the dance of the monkey. Fortunately, he had directly drawn the ability of the primal arts from the dimensional sea. Otherwise, merely mastering the control of cells could have taken an interminable amount of time. It is worth noting that among the 6 techniques, there exists an arcane capability known as life restoration, which allows one to deftly manipulate the body. However, in terms of precision, life restoration can control not only the body but also the hair and internal organs, whereas the primal arts enable direct manipulation of cells. Chuizhe immersed himself for several minutes in the foundational techniques of the primal ape martial arts and suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment gleaming within them. He had anticipated that mastering the basics would require at least half a day's effort. However, a particular ability bestowed upon Chuizhe a delightful surprise. The 6th technique, paper drawing. The essence of paper drawing lies in relinquishing all bodily strength, allowing one to perceive the subtle fluctuations of air currents generated by an opponent's movements, thereby rendering the body as light and supple as paper, effortlessly evading attacks. Although the forced relinquishment of paper drawing does not equate to that of the primal ape martial arts, it nonetheless lays a commendable foundation for the latter. Utilizing this insight, Chuizhe seamlessly acquainted himself with the capabilities of the primal ape martial arts, beginning to intricately and profoundly regulate his own cells, his right fingers, right palm, right forearm, left hand, and torso. Chuizhe's control over the progress and scope of the cells continues to enhance, with merely half an hour having elapsed. Chuizhe was able to exert a rudimentary control over all the cells in his body, temporarily alleviating the force of gravity upon himself. Once he achieved this milestone, he paused his in-depth study of the martial art, Yuan Wu. While maintaining his command over his bodily cells, Chuizhe employed another technique of physical mastery, iron block. As he tightened the entirety of his right forearm with the iron block technique, he simultaneously activated the skills of Yuan Wu, commanding all the muscle cells in his right forearm to adopt a defensive posture. Time continued to elapse. The forces of iron block and Yuan Wu clashed and merged countless times until this very moment. Iron block, Yuan Wu. The two powers erupted simultaneously, and a profound dark hue suddenly manifested upon Chuizhe's right forearm, exuding a metallic sheen as heavy and formidable as steel, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Concurrently, a series of notifications emerged in rapid succession. Through relentless honing of his physique, you have comprehended a higher tier ability technique, and you have acquired the C-grade ability entry, Armament Haki. C-grade ability entry, Armament Haki description. Armament Haki is one of the 3 classifications of Haki, capable of enhancing both one's defensive and offensive capabilities. Effect of the entry. 1. Hardening. The most fundamental application of Armament Haki, enveloping the body in this power, renders it harder than steel, significantly bolstering one's defensive strength. 2. Devil Lock. The most basic effect of Armament Haki, allowing one to physically interact with the entities of Devil Fruit users. Entry evaluation. Stone has become even more stone-like. The attributes of Haki have been activated. Haki. See, your comprehensive evaluation has risen to C. Everything appears to unfold with an effortless grace. Chuizhe was utterly absorbed, his gaze fixed intently upon his right forearm, which had been enveloped in a deep, jet-black hue by his Armament Haki. He stood motionless, as if transformed into a silent statue immersed in profound contemplation. In the next moment, Chuizhe suddenly sprang into action. He slightly bent his knees, unleashing an inexhaustible force beneath him, propelling himself into the air. With his right forearm enveloped in a cloak of Armament Haki, he soared high, before descending like a shooting star. Boom! Chuizhe's fist struck heavily upon the earth of the Temptation Forest. The collision between his Haki-imbued fist and the solid ground, laden with robust flesh, resulted in a deep crater several meters wide, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Fragments of flesh erupted like rain, scattering in all directions. Merely through the most fundamental form of Haki hardening, my strength was amplified nearly twofold. Chuizhe rose from the ground, gently shaking his wrist as the inky black hue of his Armament Haki gradually faded from his forearm. On the surface, my physical strength attribute stands at a mere C grade. However, in reality, with my mastery of the Armament Haki hardening technique, the power I can unleash far exceeds that classification. The might of Haki grants me the genuine capital to engage in battles beyond my apparent capabilities. After conducting a brief assessment of my newly acquired armament hockey abilities, Cui felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He was acutely aware that the potential of armament hockey extends far beyond mere hardening. The two fundamental applications of this power are hardening and wrapping. When developed to an advanced stage, it can even achieve remote strikes or internal destruction, much like the strength of a great ape. The power of armament hockey requires continual and profound exploration. Both of these abilities possess immense potential, promising a bright future ahead. Cui waved his hand to disperse the armed color hockey and glanced at the sky, noticing that it was nearly time for dinner. He decided to gather some food right there. Moreover, there was another new ability he had yet to test, food justice. Cui placed the food before him, closed his eyes, and silently contemplated the gratitude embedded within the essence of the meal, enhancing his focus and concentration. Through the assistance of Yuan Wu, he could distinctly perceive that as he gradually entered the meditative state of appreciating the meal, his energy expenditure was steadily diminishing. The previously vibrant aura within him gradually settled, transforming into a state of tranquility and naturalness. Indeed, it was a truly remarkable ability. Cui opened his eyes and methodically savored the food before him. As each morsel was consumed, his movements became increasingly precise and minimalistic, devoid of any superfluous exertion. Once dinner concluded, Cui took a moment to estimate his food intake for the day. Typically, he required a minimum of 50 servings to satiate his hunger. However, now he found that a mere 40 servings sufficed to provide the nourishment that would ordinarily necessitate 50. Cui gently caressed his abdomen, a subtle sense of contentment blossoming within him. This satisfaction stemmed not solely from the fulfillment of his hunger, but also from the spiritual gratification brought forth by the state of culinary righteousness. The release of force by Yuan Wu, the hardening of the armed color hockey, the mental cultivation of culinary righteousness, and the mastery of the 6 styles all intertwined in this profound experience. In the recesses of Cui's mind, a myriad of abilities he currently possesses flickered before him. When it comes to an overall assessment, I might only warrant a grade of C. However, in terms of comprehensive combat prowess, I could perhaps achieve a C level. Tomorrow, I may seek out Smoker, Virgo, and Trafalgar D. Water Law for a novel approach to battle. As the sun sets and rises, and the moon waxes and wanes, the Boeing Islands once again welcome a serene morning. Out of respect for the survival test, and fueled by confidence in their own capabilities, Smoker, Virgo, and Trafalgar D. Water Law chose not to reside in the same vicinity as Cui, instead dispersing themselves across the various corners of the Temptation Forest. Early in the morning, Cui departed from the treehouse and first proceeded to inspect the growth of the snack tree species. Initially, he had anticipated that it would require at least another 2 days for the tree species to mature. However, upon reaching the spot where he had dug the hole and planted the tree the previous day, he was astonished to discover a small tree, approximately the thickness of a finger, had already sprouted from the ground, reaching a height equivalent to his calf. The growth was precisely to my satisfaction. Cui inspected the growth of the various tree species in the dim sum tree, and upon finding no issues, he promptly made his way to the temporary encampment of the other 3 individuals in the Temptation Forest, gathering these elite marine soldiers together. Ever since Smoker, Virgo, and Sabo entered the Temptation Forest, Cui has taken to challenging the trio daily with diverse tactics, thereby harvesting their D-grade bait. Smoker and Sabo are quintessential Marines. Even though they are acutely aware of their disadvantage against Cui, they never shy away from his challenges. Moreover, engaging in combat with Cui allows them to continually refine their fighting skills, thereby enhancing their overall prowess. Thus, each bout leaves Smoker and Sabo in a state of bittersweet agony. As for Virgo, he shares a bond of life and death with Cui, making it inconceivable for him to decline a request for sparring. Although Virgo is an undercover agent within the Navy, his commitment to self-improvement rivals that of his fellow Marines. Not to mention, he has contemplated turning Cui into an insider for the Don Quixote family. When Cui approached, the 3 Marines felt no surprise. "It's my turn to battle you today, Cui," boomed the tall and robust Sabo, stepping forward with his arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence, though his vigilant gaze betrayed his true sentiments. "Let me, the most tight-lipped man in the world, take the stage. I shall not reveal that I mastered a new technique yesterday." Smoker and Virgo exchanged glances. Despite having trained alongside Sabo for nearly a year, they still found it challenging to adapt to his incessant self-praise, especially when such boasts lacked any factual basis. It was as universally acknowledged as Smoker's reputation as a chain smoker and Virgo's disheveled appearance. Who could forget that Sabo's discretion is looser than Big Mom's skirts? Chuize felt a profound sense of helplessness. Among the 4 individuals on this Boeing island, he was the sole bearer of sanity, while the other 3 were, to varying degrees, afflicted by peculiarities. Yet, he had inadvertently exposed his own intelligence. Chuize shook his head, dismissing the inconsequential topic. However, this was of little significance. Zanzamaru. Today I do not intend to challenge just you. Zanzamaru touched his watermelon-like hairstyle, momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? Are we not fighting today? No, that is not the case. Chuize raised his fist, and a pitch-black hue of armament haki surged forth from within his body, enveloping his forearm in darkness. Today, I shall take on 3. What? Exclaimed Smoker, Virgo, and Jinbei in unison, particularly taken aback by the ominous sheen signifying the power of armament haki. Master Chui struck a pose, revealing a smile that showcased his pearly white teeth, glinting with a chilling light. I shall take on 3. Hey, Chuize, even if you have mastered armament haki, to challenge all 3 of us at once is rather presumptuous. Smoker advanced with a displeased expression. Though he acknowledged Chuize's superior strength and understood the haki's restraining effect on his smoke fruit abilities, that did not imply the proud Smoker would willingly ally with his fellow Marines against Chuize. Nor did it suggest that Smoker believed the newly initiated wielder of armament haki could stand against 3. It was essential to remember that he, Virgo, and Jinbei were among the elite of the training camp, with overall strength not significantly inferior to Chuize's. However, Chuize had no intention of allowing Smoker to finish his statement, nor did he intend to grant these 3 any opportunity or time to refuse. With a determined step forward, he advanced. With a slight push of his toes, Chuize propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, aiming directly at the conspicuous figure of Zhang Taowan. Fully prepared to face the challenge, Zhang Taowan harbored no thoughts of carelessness at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly and assumed a defensive stance, simultaneously letting out a thunderous shout. Iron block. Under the influence of his indomitable will, the muscles within Zhang Taowan's physique instantly tensed, transforming into a protective barrier as solid as steel. As one of the elite trainees in the advanced physical training facility, Zhang Taowan's mastery of the iron block technique far surpassed that of the majority of soldiers within the elite training camp. Aware that he could never outpace Chuize in speed, Zhang Taowan's strategy was to withstand the initial wave of attack with the iron block and then seize the opportunity to counter. This had become his habitual strategy for confronting Chuize's challenges over the past few months. Just in time, in the blink of an eye, Chuize had already appeared before Zhang Taowan, his raised right fist enveloped in a layer of dark, formidable armed haki. Bang! Chuize unleashed a straightforward yet powerful jab. His fist, enveloped in armament haki, collided with the taut abdomen of Zhang Taomaru, producing a dull thud akin to 2 colossal boulders crashing against one another. The invisible shockwave radiating outward. A fleeting expression of anguish flickered across Zhang Taomaru's face. He felt as though his abdomen had been pierced by a searing hot iron drill. An unrelenting torrent of agony surging from the point of impact. The defensive iron block held for scarcely 2 seconds before being shattered by the direct assault of the haki-imbued punch. With a violent puff, Zhang Taomaru expelled a spray of blood, his massive form hurtling backward, crashing through countless delectable trees in the forest of temptation. Zhang Taomaru! Smoker exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could he be defeated so swiftly? Virgo, too, struggled to conceal his stoic expression. Their long history of skirmishes had afforded both Smoker and Virgo a clear understanding of Chuize's capabilities. They were acutely aware that they were no match for him. Yet the disparity in their strengths was not as pronounced as they had anticipated. Take Zhang Taomaru as an example. His mastery of iron block rendered him exceptionally formidable within the elite training camp. In past encounters with Chuize, Zhang Taomaru had never succumbed due to his iron block being breached. Typically, his defeats stemmed from Chuize exploiting openings during their clashes, leading to his downfall. Moreover, battles between Zhang Taomaru and Chuize often endured for a minimum of 10 minutes. Yet today, in merely one exchange, Zhang Taomaru was vanquished, and his iron block was shattered outright. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the recollection of Smoker and Virgo. The 2 seasoned Navy soldiers swiftly deduced the critical information at hand. Chuize's strength has significantly escalated. To be precise, it is the enhancement brought about by the armed color haki that has greatly augmented Chuize's capabilities. Smoker, suppressing the arrogance swelling within him, cast a serious gaze toward Chuize's direction, simultaneously advising Virgo beside him, I shall take the left, you take the right. let us strike together. Be cautious not to inhale my smoke." As soon as the words left his mouth, the lower half of Smoker's body transformed into a swirling mass of smoke, propelling him swiftly toward Chuize. Two thick, grayish-white tendrils of smoke surged ahead, attempting to ensnare Chuize in place before he could react to Smoker's smoky blockade. Chuize leaped upward, subtly employing the force-dispelling technique of the ape martial arts. His form resembled a swift, fluttering swallow, evading the obstructive tendrils of smoke with remarkable agility, ultimately colliding head-on with Smoker, who was charging in this direction. White fist. A glimmer of defiance flickered in Smoker's eyes as he clenched his right fist, channeling the power of the smoke fruit. In an instant, his fist swelled slightly, delivering a fierce blow towards Chuize. Chuize, striking with swift precision, unleashed yet another seemingly unremarkable punch, cloaked in the formidable aura of armament haki. Bang! The collision of two fists, one black and one white, resonated through the air, only to separate instantly, unleashing a torrent of shockwaves. A closer inspection revealed Chuize's countenance, resolute and steadfast like a rocky outcrop amidst the ocean's tumult. In stark contrast, Smoker felt a searing pain radiate through his knuckles, his fingers trembling as if struggling to maintain their form. Chuize keenly seized upon this flaw, which could scarcely be deemed a flaw at all. With a right fist that had just retreated a fraction, he propelled it forward once more, his ebony fist striking Smoker's left cheek with unerring precision. Crimson blood mingled with two pristine white teeth, soaring through the air. Smoker was sent hurtling backward at a velocity several times greater than that of his approach. Chuize paid no heed to the cigarette addict who had been sent flying by a single punch. Instead, his gaze shifted to the final contender, Virgo, who was stealthily preparing to launch an attack from the left. A faint smile graced his lips. "Virgo, my dear brother, it is your turn." Virgo, bang. You have triumphed over an elite Marine rated D. X3. After completing his task, Chuize was greeted by 3 notifications on the screen, indicating that he had once again acquired 3 D-grade fishing baits. None of them were of any merit. Ever since Chuize effortlessly triumphed over Smoker, Virgo, and Jinbei in a single encounter, the trio had entirely relinquished any ambitions of competing with him for the title of top contender in the elite training camp. It was not that our side lacked strength. Rather, it was Chuize's overwhelming ferocity that rendered them disheartened. In the following days, whenever Chuize contemplated challenging Smoker and his companions once more, those 3 would invent inexplicable excuses to avoid him. Battling opponents of a similar caliber could be deemed training. However, engaging in combat against those with a significant disparity in skill was nothing short of a beating. Smoker, Jinbei, and Virgo certainly did not possess a penchant for masochism. Chuize's aspirations to take advantage of the final days of survival training to scour for D-grade bait were ultimately thwarted. Left with no alternative, he resorted to venturing daily into the robber's forest to indulge in a modest feast. The species of the snack trees grew taller with each passing day, while the expanse of the temptation forest diminished daily, leading to a decline in both the quantity and quality of the culinary delights within. On the 30th day of landing on Boeing Island, the final survival assessment of the elite training camp approached its conclusion. Boeing Island, Temptation Forest. Chuize stood quietly beneath the newly planted dessert tree. This culinary marvel, having only been planted a few days prior, displayed an astonishing growth trajectory, rendering it one of the tallest flora within the Temptation Forest. Its luxuriant branches were adorned with an array of exquisite confections, while the rich aroma of honey wafted through the air, irresistibly tantalizing the senses. Ultimately, it has still grown a tad slowly, he mused. Chuize extended his hand, gently resting it upon the rough bark of the dim sum tree. His initial intention was to harness the dim sum tree to eradicate this floating island of vegetation before departing from the Boeing Islands. However, plans often falter amidst unforeseen circumstances. He had planted the species of the dim sum tree a tad too late. Now, the survival assessment on the Boeing Islands had come to a close. Chuize is on the verge of departing from this island. The growth of the dessert tree has indeed reached a formidable level, yet it remains a considerable distance from Chuize's ultimate objective. I wonder if, after leaving the Boeing Islands, the dessert tree will be able to completely drain the barren of gluttony. Should the dessert tree succeed in utterly depleting the barren, I cannot help but ponder whether this achievement would be attributed to me, and if so, what caliber of bait it would entail. In Chuize's mind, a series of fleeting questions flitted by, yet none could find resolution. It was inconceivable for him to abandon the elite training camp and linger alone on the Boeing Islands, awaiting the languid growth of the snack tree. The only course of action left was to depart. Behind Chuize, a rustling sound emerged as Smoker, Virgo, and Tontata slowly stepped forward. What a peculiar tree. How come I never noticed it before? Tontata remarked with curiosity, leaning closer to the tree. He plucked a handful of purple yam glutinous rice balls from the branches and popped them into his mouth, chewing with delight. The flavor seemed superior to the other confections found in the Temptation Forest. Indeed, it was decidedly more exquisite. Chuize silently responded within his heart. The delicacies upon the dessert tree are indeed transformed from the essence and nutrients of the forest of temptations. It is well known that only the concentrated form is the true essence. Enough, Chanterelle, cease your indulgence. Smog expressed his impatience. The warship will soon be approaching. It is time for us to await at the outskirts of the bandit forest. Chanterelle shot a glare at Smog, finding him utterly tedious. Virgo concurred, exclaiming, indeed. Culinary islands, such as the Boyne Archipelago, are exceedingly rare upon the vast sea. Once we depart from the Boyne Archipelago today, we cannot ascertain when we shall next savor the delightful pastries found here. The remnants of food that occasionally adorn Virgo's visage are ample evidence that he is undeniably a true gourmand. Enough of the bickering. Chuize finally patted the trunk of the snack tree and decisively proclaimed, let us set out now. After enduring various trials and tribulations, Chuize had established himself as a leader in the hearts of Smog, Virgo, and Jean Tawan. His words carried considerable weight and persuasion. Chuize boldly emerged from the enchanted forest, followed closely by Smog and the other two. With the pace of the four, they swiftly arrived at the coastal edge of the Boeing Islands, the very spot where they had initially set foot on the island. After waiting for approximately half an hour, a naval training vessel, adorned with a white background and blue seagull flag, gradually approached. Prominently positioned at the forefront of the battleship's deck was none other than Chief Instructor Zifa. Chuize and his companions were among the last to arrive. Upon their return to the training vessel, the other Marines who had boarded early were already arranged in neat formations on the deck. Marines, I am gratified to announce that during this final survival training, no unfortunate soul perished on the Boeing Islands. Once Chuize and his companions integrated into the ranks, Chief Instructor Fa commenced his address, his steady voice effortlessly resonating in every ear, capturing the undivided attention of the assembly. However, the safe return does not signify a complete triumph over the survival assessment. The chief instructor's words tightened the expressions of many within the training camp. Fa's gaze swept across the formation, his hawk-like eyes lingering momentarily on a few noticeably plump Marines. With a sharp clap of his hands, a team of medics emerged from the cabin, bearing an array of diagnostic devices. We shall now commence a thorough examination of each individual's physical condition. The instructors will evaluate based on performance on the island and current physical status, culminating in a comprehensive score. The most critical assessment criterion is the body fat percentage. With over a decade of experience as a chief instructor, Fa was acutely aware of the nature of the Boeing Islands. For disciplined Marines, it served as an exceptional training ground. Conversely, for the undisciplined, it became a haven for indulgence, yielding no beneficial results. Fa ardently hoped that every Marine in the elite training camp embodied unparalleled discipline and commitment. Unfortunately, each year, a few indolent individuals would emerge from the Boeing Islands, plump and lethargic. As the medical personnel navigated through the crowd with their equipment, they meticulously assessed the Marines' physical conditions. Once the evaluations concluded, Fa announced an immediate dispersal, stating that the final rankings of the survival training would be revealed the following morning. The majority of the naval personnel opted to rest on the spot, while a select few, driven by high standards and self-discipline, sought out their familiar senior instructors to reflect on the insights gained from the past month of survival training. Chuize's fingers twitched slightly. Upon boarding the naval training vessel, his long-dormant instincts for fishing surged within him, unable to be restrained. To fish. To fish. As Chuize murmured to himself, he made his way towards the naval ship's canteen. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a robust figure obstructed his path. Chuize, I have heard that you have mastered the art of armament hockey. Instructor Suizuo's exuberant voice echoed across the vast deck of the naval vessel. Upon hearing this, medical personnel assessing physical statistics, Navy soldiers taking a break, and even perplexed senior instructors all turned their attention towards him. Even Chief Instructor Fa could not help but glance in their direction. His gaze fixated directly on Chuize. Instructor Suizuo, how did you come to know this? Before Chuize could voice his confusion, he caught sight of the conspicuously large presence beside Instructor Shiozua. Who else could it be but the famously tight-lipped man, Jean Tamaro? Oh, you slovenly fellow, how dare you? Chuize tugged at the corner of his mouth, suppressing his urge to confront the ginseng rooster in battle with Tao Wan. Indeed, I have truly grasped the essence of formidable power. Chuize, without any superfluous words, raised his right hand, unleashing the formidable power of armament haki, which instantly enveloped his forearm in a layer of resilience as robust as iron, gleaming with a deep ebony luster. Armament haki, hardening. Actions speak louder than words. Indeed, it was the manifestation of armament haki. Instructor Shiozwa displayed a signature expression of astonishment. However, what occupied his thoughts extended far beyond merely recognizing that Chuize had mastered armament haki. Demonstrating this powerful technique in public, Chuize, seemingly unfazed, continued on his planned course to the food preparation area to continue his fish slaughtering. Yet, the repercussions of his actions were still rippling through the naval training ship. In every nook and cranny of the vessel, the deck, the cabins, the training rooms, the dining hall, conversations regarding Chuize echoed throughout. The power of haki appeared to be commonplace in the original narrative. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, armament haki had become a ubiquitous skill. Even some low-ranking naval soldiers and pirate minions could harden and entangle. A nod to the shortcomings of the animated adaptation. However, in truth, within these vast seas, the three types of haki were exceedingly rare high-level skills. With a few exceptions within the colossal naval ranks, only those at the upper echelons of the officer class possessed the power of haki. In other words, with the abilities Chuize has displayed, he could easily serve as a commander at a branch base in the Four Seas, without a hint of difficulty. The minimum requirement for such a position is the rank of Rear Admiral. Even in the highly competitive Navy headquarters, Chuize could leverage his armament haki to vie for a colonel position. The mastery of haki and the lack thereof represent entirely different tiers of existence. In the highest office of the naval training ship, Zephyr exclaimed, Chuize has indeed mastered the power of armament haki. Instructor Shiozwa stood before the desk, trembling with excitement. The elite Navy training camp was ostensibly designed to cultivate the most elite cadre of new naval recruits from the entire naval community. Yet, even so, over the past decade, the number of new recruits in the elite training camp who could harness the power of haki during their tenure could be counted on one's fingers. Each could be deemed a natural prodigy. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, Gaki, and now, yet another, Chuize. Moreover, in comparison to his predecessors, Chuize faced even greater disadvantages. It is worth noting that prior to joining the elite training camp, Chuize had no combat foundation whatsoever, nor any training background. Furthermore, his time in the elite training camp was half that of his predecessors. Could it be that Chuize's innate physical talent surpasses even that of Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan? An astonishing thought suddenly pierced through Shiozwa's mind. No, it cannot be, can it? It must be that peculiar breathing pattern of Chuize at work. Shiozwa raised his gaze towards Zifa. Teacher Zifa, do you recall a few months ago when I reported to you about Chuize's unusual breathing frequency? Indeed, Zifa replied, nodding slightly from behind his desk. He held Chuize in high regard and naturally remained attentive to any information regarding him. After all, Zifa intended to introduce Chuize as an undercover agent of the Navy to intervene in the so-called warlords of the sea system. Chuize's reputation was exceptionally fitting for such a role, being a former subordinate of the Emperor. Furthermore, Chuize had now mastered the power of armament haki. This situation solidified Zifa's resolve in his plan. He intended to relay this initiative to headquarters tonight, to have a discussion with several old comrades regarding the feasibility of the details. Shiozwa was unaware of Zifa's intentions and continued his report. I had previously informed you that whenever Chuize entered that peculiar breathing frequency, he simultaneously executed Iron Block. Zifa responded with an inscrutable demeanor. Thus, you suspect that Chuize's breathing frequency could enhance the mastery of Iron Block. You later confirmed this. Yes, Teacher Zifa. Shiozwa affirmed with a nod. Through continuous observation during that period, I am quite certain that Chuize utilizes that strange breathing frequency to accelerate his training in Iron Block. However, it now appears that the effects of that breathing frequency are not limited to this alone. That breathing may not only assist in the practice of Iron Block but could also aid in the cultivation of armament haki. It possesses the potential to facilitate the training of Iron Block and expedite the mastery of haki. These represent two distinct strategic significances. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zifa's eyes as he commanded, "Bring Chuize to my office." He had just finished slaying several sea beasts in the ingredient processing room. Cui Zhe then received a notification from the messenger. Is Zhe Fei looking for me? Cui Zhe, aware of the urgency of the situation, promptly set aside the fish-scaling knife and hastened towards the highest office. Along the way, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as he pondered the reasons behind Zhe Fei's summons. After much contemplation, Cui Zhe could only attribute it to the significance of mastering the haki. Is the mastery of haki truly of such monumental importance? It transcends mere assistance in the kitchen. Even Zhe Fei is so invested in it. Cui Zhe found himself in a state of perplexity. In his recollection, the ability to wield haki was rather commonplace, particularly in the latter half of the Grand Line. In the New World, one would be remiss to venture forth without possessing any mastery of haki. Yet, how could the seasoned Admiral Zephyr, with his wealth of experience, display such urgency over a mere rookie's acquisition of this skill? With a profound sense of confusion, Cui Zhe entered Zephyr's office for the second time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zephyr straightforwardly revealed his intentions. What about my breath? Cui Zhe was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the breath of beasts would be discerned by the instructors at the Navy elite training camp. The nature of the breath of beasts was inherently subtle. Who among ordinary people would pay heed to the respiratory patterns of others? However, upon further reflection, such exposure was not entirely unfathomable. The senior instructors of the elite training camp were almost all adept masters of the dual-colored haki. For individuals of their caliber, detecting Cui Zhe's peculiar respiratory rate would indeed be a rather simple task, particularly during his initial training with the iron block. He had demonstrated the ability of the breath of beasts to enhance his physical attributes in front of instructor Xiaozhua on multiple occasions. With this in mind, Cui Zhe abandoned any thoughts of concealment. After all, it was futile to maintain a faade. It would be far better to reveal the truth willingly. Cui Zhe candidly stated, indeed, Instructor Zhe Fei, the breathing technique I have mastered did indeed expedite my ability to acquire the skill of manipulating iron blocks. Was it merely the manipulation of iron blocks? A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhe Fei's eyes. Could it not aid in the cultivation of the armament haki? Could it assist in the training of haki? Cui Zhe shook his head, acknowledging that the breathing technique did not possess such formidable effects. However, the seasoned Zifa quickly composed himself, dispelling any disappointment, and inquired with earnest curiosity. Could you kindly elucidate the general effects of your breathing technique? Although the breathing technique that Cui Zhe had mastered bore little advantage in the cultivation of haki, it could still significantly enhance the training progress of the Marines, rendering it a substantial benefit. After a moment's contemplation, Cui Zhe proceeded to expound on the fundamental effects of the beast breathing technique. He refrained from detailing all the sword forms associated with it, focusing instead on the enhancements to physical prowess and explosive power. Zifa, upon distilling these elements, sensed the technique's profound implications. In essence, this so-called beast breathing could indeed empower one's strength merely through the act of breathing. Cui Zhe blinked. Indeed, breathing can become stronger. Upon hearing this, Zhe Fei's expression instantly grew more serious. Initially, based on Xiaozhua's description, Zhe Fei had assumed that Cui Zhe's breathing technique was merely a temporary physical outburst, incapable of sustaining itself for an extended period. However, Cui Zhe now revealed that, when mastered to a profound level, this technique could astonishingly maintain its effects continuously throughout the day. This revelation carried an entirely different significance, especially considering that the difficulty of practicing Cui Zhe's breathing method was relatively low, with far lesser requirements for individual physical fitness compared to the 6 styles. Yet it promised a commendable enhancement in physical capabilities. Should this ability be fully developed, it could very well herald a monumental leap in the overall strength of the grassroots naval soldiers. The mere thought of such a glorious prospect made even the seasoned veteran like Zhe Fei catch his breath in excitement. Regaining his composure, Zhe Fei earnestly inquired, Cui Zhe, what level of strength do you believe your breathing method could potentially reach when cultivated to its utmost depths? The utmost depths? Cui Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. The first thought that crossed his mind was, of course, the formidable Kagaya Yurichi, who had instilled a profound psychological trauma in Muzan, the progenitor of demons, for centuries. Given Yurichi's prowess, one might speculate that he could attain the rank of a rear admiral within the world of One Piece. Yurichi's abilities, including the breath of the sun, his seamless connection to the world, his distinctive patterns, and his crimson blade, culminate in an extraordinary capability to unleash over 500 strikes in a single onslaught, all directed at Muzan. However, as soon as this notion emerged, Cui Zhe promptly dismissed it. No, The requirements for a rear admiral demand a high level of mastery over the dual haki. Thus, Yorichi would be more suitably classified as a captain or perhaps a commodore. Chuize was eager to articulate his deductions, yet he suddenly realized the distinction. Jigui Yuan remains as it is. At this moment, what Cza comprehends as the breath of beasts. Merely mastering the breath of beasts to its utmost could potentially elevate one to the caliber of a naval officer at the academy level. Chuize pondered his words meticulously. After all, I have not thoroughly tested the limits of beast's breath. This outcome is merely my personal conjecture. Yet, that is entirely sufficient. Even if it were one rank lower, the impact would still be remarkable. Zifa did not conceal his elation. Now, let us discuss your breathing technique. Does Instructor Zifa imply that I should voluntarily offer beast breath to the Navy? Without awaiting Zifa's response, the composed Chuize inquired first. Ahem. That is more or less the case, Zifa replied with a slight cough, providing a serious explanation. Perhaps you, Chuize, do not fully grasp the formidable power of beast breath. For seasoned sailors like us, this ability may seem of little consequence. However, for those junior sailors who currently lack strength, beast breath could prove immensely beneficial. Thus, I have come to this realization. Chuize silently recited a phrase in his heart, yet maintained a calm demeanor on his face. Personally, I do not harbor any aversion to offering up the breath of beasts. Zafa exclaimed with joy. If that is the case, it would be splendid. However, Chuize shifted his tone. May I inquire, Admiral Zifa, is it necessary for me to unconditionally offer my unique abilities? Zifa immediately sensed the change in Chuize's address and demeanor. However, he was a man who distinguished clearly between public and private matters and did not take offense. After all, the Navy had its own code of conduct. Zifa shook his head, elucidating, an unconditional contribution is nothing short of forcible plunder. In such a case, how would we differ from pirates? Hearing this, Chuize secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, I am but a fish on the chopping block. If Zifa truly intended to extract the beast-breathing technique from him in his capacity as admiral, Chuize truly finds himself with little room for refusal. Fortunately, this esteemed elder is a steadfast guardian of principles, at least for the time being. Chuize tentatively inquired. So, if I were to contribute beast breathing, the Navy would also have to pay a certain price? That is more or less the case, Zifa replied with a gentle nod. Chuize inquired with curiosity, what might one be able to exchange? A promotion and a raise? Or perhaps something else? Zafa replied, all options are feasible, but they must be assessed based on the specific functions of the breath of beasts. Instructor Zafa, your response lacks any semblance of sincerity. Chuize, summoning his courage, shook his head. You just mentioned that the breath of beasts can significantly enhance the capabilities of the rank-and-file Marines, and I am equally aware of this fact. If the foundational strength of the Navy expands substantially, it will not only stabilize maritime order, but also free up resources to address the persistent, grave issues that have long plagued the Navy, specifically the notorious pirates of the New World. In this light, the strategic significance of the breath of beasts is indeed monumental. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Zafa's eyes, impressed by Chuize's far-reaching perspective. Somehow, Zafa felt a renewed confidence in the imminent implementation of the Undercover 7 Warlords plan. I had almost forgotten that you were once a royal prince. Such astute foresight is not a quality possessed by everyone, Zafa remarked with a sense of admiration. Given this, what do you wish the Navy to offer in return? Promotion and salary increase. That is the most fundamental request. Chuize revealed a dazzling smile, his expression resembling that of someone who had just encountered a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. Ideally, I yearn for a devil fruit. Zifa's countenance darkened instantly. The entire elite training camp's leadership was well aware that this commanding officer harbored a profound disdain for those who relied solely on the powers of devil fruits, neglecting the cultivation of their physical prowess. Indeed, this was a reference to Borsellino. What devil fruit? Zifa scoffed. Could it possibly be the Pika Pika Nomi? In truth, the Goro Goro Nomi is quite remarkable as well. Chuize murmured softly, yet he understood that the thunder fruit had likely already been consumed by Enel. Nevertheless, he knew he must eventually carve out time to journey to Skypiea, otherwise he would find it difficult to attain peace of mind. What did you say? Zephyr exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ahem. Chuize hurriedly cleared his throat. In truth, my demands are not lofty. I do not insist on a natural type, nor do I yearn for mythical beasts. An ordinary superhuman or animal type would suffice. Considering Zifa's temperament and my own wild nature, Chuize ultimately added, of course, An ordinary animal type would be preferable. Zifa's expression softened somewhat, yet it remained rather indifferent. To my knowledge, the stock of devil fruits at the Navy headquarters is exceedingly scarce. The vast majority are promptly exchanged by those who have rendered service. The remaining fruits are either submitted to the world government or discarded at punk hazard for experimentation. Aware of his indiscretion, Zifa quickly fell silent. I will consider your request. However, bear in mind that the reward you receive will be assessed based on the effectiveness of the beast's breath. I fully understand this. Chuize beamed with a radiant smile, exchanging a mere F-grade beast breathing technique for an EX-level devil fruit. What a remarkable bargain. Naturally, his smile was indeed resplendent. Captain Zephyr, may I inquire when you plan to send personnel to learn the beast breathing? Zephyr held the strategic ability of beast breathing in high regard. Upon hearing Chuize's words, several names of suitable naval elites who could learn beast breathing quickly flashed through his mind, primarily those trainees who had yet to master the 6 forms. Iron block. Zephyr was eager to witness the efficacy of beast breathing and whether it truly possessed the extraordinary capabilities described by Shiozua. By tomorrow morning, I shall dispatch Instructor Shiozua along with select representatives from the Marines to study your breathing technique. Zephyr swiftly formulated his plans. He was unconcerned that today's actions would impact Chuize's future scheme as an undercover warlord. To the outside world, Chuize Feit was merely an obscure prince of a fallen kingdom, and having been out of contact for over half a year, it was entirely plausible that he had perished in some forgotten corner of the sea. The intelligence regarding Chuize's enrollment in the Navy elite training camp is nearly impossible for the outside world to ascertain. In such circumstances, Zefei's decision to assign Chuize a covert mission within the Navy significantly minimizes the likelihood of exposure. Furthermore, to further mitigate the chances of discovery, Zefei has devised an additional plan, awaiting Chuize's execution in the future. By the time that plan is set into motion, it is anticipated that even the current members of the Navy elite training camp will believe that Chuize has genuinely defected from the Navy. Zefei's intricate strategies undoubtedly aim to reduce the risk of Chuize's exposure to its lowest possible level. Upon learning of Zefei's arrangements, Chuize felt a twinge of confusion. Did Instructor Zefei not intend to fully implement the study of the beast breathing technique? However, there was no need for haste. Zefei waved his hand dismissively, simultaneously revealing the next steps in the elite training camp's agenda. The final survival training on the Boeing Islands had only just concluded, and a culminating combat assessment was about to commence within the camp. The instructors would evaluate the members' rankings based on a comprehensive assessment of their performance. Thus, it was best to allow those individuals a moment of respite. Chuize expressed his acceptance of this notion, accompanied by a subtle sense of delight. I wonder if the final combat assessment will allow me to engage in a one-on-one duel against a group of Marine soldiers. Zefei's arrangements were nothing short of decisive. Early the following morning, Instructor Shiozui arrived with the so-called representative of the Marines, having sought out Chuize. Chuize, Commander Zefei has assigned me to learn your breathing technique alongside the new recruit, Tina. Instructor Shiozui gestured towards the enchanting girl with pink hair beside him. None other than Tina, who had mysteriously disappeared from the narrative for several chapters. Tina had been focused on learning paper drawing and shaving techniques, making her an exceptionally suitable candidate for this endeavor. Indeed, she was quite fitting, possessing the abilities of the kankank fruit. Tina ranked within the second tier of the elite training camp, trailing only behind the true top-tier soldiers, Chuize, Smoker, Virgo, and the formidable Pantua. What is even more significant is that she had yet to learn the iron block technique. This latter aspect holds greater importance. While both Zefei and Shiozui valued the enhancement of basic Marine soldier strength through the beast-breathing technique, they would not overlook its training benefits for the iron block technique. It has been a while, Miss Tina. You remain as beautiful as ever. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chuize directly commenced the instruction on the breath of beasts. The breath of beasts is a technique of breathing, while the term sword form refers to the specific techniques derived from this breathing method. Zefei places great emphasis on the essence of the breath of beast itself, remaining unaware that this singular technique encompasses an additional 11 sword forms. Chuize would not play the role of a Navi benefactor, willingly divulging all 11 sword forms of the beast breathing technique. After expounding upon some fundamental principles of the beast breathing, Chuize disclosed only one sword form to Shiozui and Tina, the 8th form, explosive charge, widely recognized as the famed boar rush. This technique, characterized by a sudden surge in speed and a direct, unyielding assault, is ideally suited for novice marine soldiers. Approximately half an hour later, Shiozua, an instructor skilled in physical techniques with remarkable physical prowess, grasped the essential elements of the beast breathing, even managing to achieve a temporary state of total concentration breathing. In contrast, Tina, who lacked a solid foundation and possessed relatively weaker physical attributes, appeared somewhat clumsy. Fortunately, the young lady demonstrated exceptional mental resilience. Undeterred by the rapid mastery of the breathing technique displayed by instructor Shiozua, he expressed his confusion to Chuize. Sensing that the enhancement provided by the beast breathing to one's physical capabilities was not as formidable as he had anticipated. "This is merely a reflection of your superior physical condition, instructor." Chuize spoke with evident frustration. "I have consistently emphasized that the breath of beasts is effective only for those with relatively weaker physical attributes among the Marines. By the time one reaches the rank of a cadet officer, the efficacy of the breath of beasts is virtually non-existent." As for Chuize now, his overall prowess has already ascended to the level of an officer, rendering the enhancement effects of the breath of beasts, particularly the complete concentration and constant state, moot. Ultimately, it remains merely an E-rank ability. One cannot expect it to confer significant improvements even to those at the C-rank level of mastery. Chuize further reminded instructor Shiozua. After mastering the total concentration breathing technique, the next step is total concentration, constant, which entails maintaining the fixed frequency of beast breathing continuously for 24 hours. "I understand." Instructor Shiozua nodded solemnly, committing this information to memory. Chuize, having effortlessly bypassed the rather straightforward Shiozua, shifted his gaze towards the more demanding Tina. After an additional half hour, the exuberant young woman with vibrant pink hair, under Chuize's unreserved guidance, finally grazed the threshold of the beast's breath technique. One cannot deny that individuals blessed with robust physiques and keen intellects, like Tina, experience significant advantages when mastering breathing techniques. Tina's chest heaved dramatically as she inhaled deeply. A long, misty breath escaping her cherry-red lips, her face glistening with perspiration and flushed with a vivid hue, clearly indicating the toll of her exertion. From Chuize's assessment, Tina's endurance attribute likely hovers around E-rank, perfectly aligned with the limits that the beast's breath can amplify. However, this also means that practicing the technique exacts a considerable toll on her stamina. The training for today has reached its pinnacle. Chuize meticulously examined Tina's training progress, while Suzua remained outside his purview. "Tina, for the next 3 days, at this very hour each morning, come to my room. I shall assess your training advancement. If all proceeds smoothly, by the end of 3 days, you should be able to master the fundamental technique of total concentration breathing. Subsequently, you will begin to practice total concentration, constant." The bright-eyed Tina nodded earnestly, understanding the task at hand. Even though it was her first encounter with beast breathing, she could already perceive the significant enhancement this technique brought to her physical abilities. Tina valued this capacity for strength derived from breath greatly. For 3 consecutive days, Suzua and Tina persistently sought Chuize's guidance on all aspects of beast breathing, undeterred by the elements. Aside from the sword techniques, Chuize imparted nearly all the knowledge he possessed regarding beast breathing to the two of them. Instructor Suzua had thoroughly mastered beast breathing. Apart from his inability to maintain the state of total concentration, constant, his proficiency in this breathing technique was nearly on par with Chuize. At this juncture, appointing Suzua as an instructor for beast breathing would pose no issue, which was precisely Zifa's intention. Meanwhile, Tina was also capable of executing total concentration beast breathing and was diligently striving towards attaining total concentration, constant. During these 3 days, the results of the survival training assessment were announced, and without question, Chuize, having mastered armament hockey, emerged as the top contender. Furthermore, the combat assessment mentioned by instructor Zifa had concluded, and Chuize effortlessly defeated a host of sailors, securing the crown. Considering the cumulative results of multiple assessments, Chuize, who had boarded the ship midway, ultimately emerged as the standout of this elite training camp. 2 more days passed. The shimmering screen of Chuize finally revealed the long-anticipated notification. "You have slain a carnivorous plant rated as B, barren of stomach. You have obtained a B-grade victory bait, which allows you to fish for B-level talents, abilities, informational attributes, or other miscellaneous items from the dimensional sea." Meanwhile, the vessels of the Navy Elite Training Camp have finally arrived at their ultimate destination, the Navy headquarters, Marineford, accompanied by the resounding sound of a horn. The training ship docked steadily at the port of the town behind Marineford. A dense crowd gathered at the dock, eagerly gazing towards the Navy training ship. Most of them were family members of the current elite training camp participants, but many had simply come to witness the event. Led by Zephyr, the elite training camp members streamed out of the training ship and formed a neat line on the dock. Zephyr stood at the forefront of the crowd, his expression solemn and grave as he regarded the elite trainees before him, his sharp gaze subtly passing over the few standout individuals among them. Sensing the palpable atmosphere, the onlookers instinctively settled down, and the once bustling dock fell silent, save for the sound of waves lapping against the stones. As of today, this training camp is officially concluded. Zephyr's closing address was unexpectedly succinct. Regarding your future, the headquarters will meticulously arrange your subsequent ranks and assignments based on the evaluation results and performances from this elite training camp. Now dismissed. The elite sailors initially paused for a moment, then erupted into jubilant cheers. Long live Teacher Zephyr. It's finally over. The flowers of Marineford have bloomed again. After venting their emotions, most of the trainees hastily rushed towards their family and friends nearby. These must be what they call the Navy's direct descendants, someone mused. Noting that their relatives were primarily veterans of the Navy, Chueze quietly observed the group of exuberant individuals. Their performance in the elite training camp may not be remarkable, but they will undoubtedly become the true backbone of the Navy in the future. After a brief moment of reflection, Chueze also took his leave, stepping away from the harbor and making his way toward the inner town behind Marlon Vondo. New recruits like him, who had joined the training camp midway and had no relatives or friends in the town of Marlon Vondo, were also provided with special arrangements. Essentially, this meant accommodation in dormitories. Chueze, following the preliminary guidance of the training camp instructors, arrived briskly at the collective dormitory in the town of Marin Van Du, specifically designated for the elite naval troops. Fortunately, it was not a large communal sleeping arrangement. Instead, it was a cozy single room. Chueze expressed a sense of satisfaction with the environment of his new dormitory, and soon he eagerly summoned the light screen. Prior to reaching Marin Vondo, the light screen had displayed a fresh notification. The Baron of the Stomach, who had been planted with the pastry tree species, has finally met his demise. What a relief. After waiting for so many days, the pastry tree species has finally vanquished a Baron of the Stomach. Chueze examined all the bait he currently possessed. A gleaming large bee caught his eye instantly. How delightful. According to the Baron of Stomach's formidable physique, this creature could easily rival the colossal sea monarchs exceeding 5,000 meters in size. Chueze's initial expectation was to acquire an A-grade bait. However, even a B-grade did not evoke any feelings of disappointment within him. After all, it was a bait obtained in exchange for a variety of the snack tree. When rounded up, it was nearly tantamount to receiving it for free. The most significant aspect is that I am currently stationed at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, which can essentially be regarded as the focal point of the Navy's elite in this vast sea. Chueze's eyes sparkled with excitement. In such a place, one is bound to reel in something remarkable. Moreover, it is B-grade bait. Yet, he pondered whether the naval headquarters might conspire with other worlds. Contemplating this, Chueze glanced over the remaining bait he possessed. Ever since his last endeavor of 4 consecutive C-grade catches, Chueze has amassed a considerable amount of bait through various means, including defeating marines and slaying sea beasts. Currently, the total collection of bait consists of 1 B-grade, 1 C-grade, 2 D-grade, and countless F-grade specimens. Let us begin by experimenting with the F-grade bait. Chueze retrieved an F-grade bait, a classification that has now become merely a means to pass the time. Before embarking on his fishing expedition, he cast a glance at the whims of Lady Luck. As ever, the Great D remained unchanged, yet he had grown accustomed to it. With his fingers as the rod and his thoughts as the line, the fish were ready to bite. During this fishing endeavor, the following was acquired: type of harvest, item F-grade item, wide-brimmed hat source of item, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series description of item, a white hat adorned with golden trim, embellished at the front with a golden dolphin and sun insignia effect of item, decorative item evaluation. The hat is the true essence. In an instant, a splendid wide-brimmed hat of exquisite quality materialized in Chueze's hands. Is that not the hat of the Platinum Star? Strangely, it possesses a certain allure. Wait, what connection could the Marine headquarters at Marineford possibly have with the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Is there any shared link between these two realms? Chueze casually placed the hat upon his head, and an overwhelming impulse to unleash a flurry of aura surged within him. Indeed, the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series boasts an array of remarkable abilities, particularly the stand powers. Yet, Reflecting on his earlier doubts, Cui felt a twinge of skepticism. He refrained from recklessly employing B-grade or C-grade bait for fishing. Instead, he opted for a single D-grade bait during the fishing expedition. The type of harvest was as follows. Item type, D-grade item. The hand of black that brings death. Item source, Fate series. Item description, noble phantasm. Revolver. Item effect, fires bullets inscribed with bad luck, penetrating the opponent's head from behind. Even bullets shot from the front will inevitably curve to strike the target from the rear. It is said that the victim, in their dying moments, will perceive an illusion of the pair of aces and eights in playing cards. Item evaluation. I relish the thrill of shooting from behind. The world of fishing has transformed. In Cui's hand materialized a single-action revolver, its barrel gleaming with brilliance. The grip, crafted from exceptionally pure white ivory, resembled a work of art more than a mere weapon. Fate world. Cui idly toyed with the exquisite pistol in his hand. This marked his second encounter with a noble phantasm from the Fate series, the previous being the surgical knife of the dissolution Holy Mother. Could it be that the island of Marin Vondo corresponds to an utterly disjointed world? The incongruity between these two realms led Cui to this conclusion. If that were the case, then there would be no clear direction for his fishing endeavor. He retrieved the last piece of D-grade bait and cast it into the dimensional sea, eager to see what treasures might emerge this time. Fishing results. Type, item D-grade item. M1897 75mm cannon source. Bright sword. Item description, caliber 75mm, weight 1,160 kilograms, length 2.7 m, effective range 8,500 m. Initial velocity 529 ms. Item evaluation, squad leader. Today is certainly not suitable for fishing. Cui, in a moment of decisive action, swiftly shut the light curtain while preparing to step out and inform others about the unexpected presence of a cannon in his room. How on earth did I manage to haul an Italian cannon here? You claim there is a cannon in your room? Smog regarded Cui with an expression of profound skepticism, yet beneath the surface, a glimmer of eager anticipation danced in his eyes. Surely, you did not procure it from a warship, did you? Do not jest. Cui spoke with a hint of irritation, still reeling from the pangs of financial strain. Moreover, did we not just hastily arrive at this communal dormitory from the dock together? Where would I find the time to pilfer a cannon? Much like Cui, Smog found himself in a similar state of isolation in Marin Fanduo, thus he too resided in the communal quarters. Subsequently, Smog followed closely behind Cui to inspect the cannon that had mysteriously appeared in the latter's room. To his delight, it was none other than the Miss 75. Smog affectionately patted the robust barrel of the M1897 75mm artillery piece, his excitement palpable. What boy does not relish the thrill of artillery? Standing by, Cui subtly steered the conversation. Smog, how do you suppose this cannon came to be here? Surely it was smuggled in by some lonely soul, Smog replied, crouching down to tenderly caress the hefty, dark, and sturdy barrel of Miss 75, not even turning his head. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar at the branch base in the East China Sea. Yet it was surprising to discover that someone at the headquarters had the audacity to sneak a cannon into the dormitory. What a splendid rationale! It seems that reaching out to Smog in advance to apprise him of the situation was indeed a prudent choice. Cui nodded to himself and then spoke. I am about to hand this artillery piece over to the dormitory administrator. Would you care to join me? Let us proceed. Smoker patted the cannon, lifted it with ease, and followed closely behind Cui as they made their way downstairs to locate the dormitory administrator. Upon seeing the two young men descending with the cannon in tow, the robust and formidable dormitory administrator's expression instantly grew stern. You little rascals! How dare you pilfer a cannon from a naval warship and bring it into the dormitory? Even I did not possess such audacity in my youth, exclaimed Sister AY, the administrator. Cui discerned a subtle malice emanating from the dormitory supervisor, and in an instant, he altered his tone, his words dripping with honeyed charm. We are both members of this elite training camp. Having only just returned to the main headquarters today, the cannon was not brought into the communal dormitory by us. Rather, it was discovered in my room. Smog cast a sidelong glance at Cui, surprised that this man with thick brows and large eyes could be so eloquently flattering. I made a mental note of this and resolved to inform Tina later. So that was the case. The benevolent dormitory supervisor immediately accepted Cui's explanation, her smile resembling that of a female Methria Buddha. This young man is truly handsome. Are there any lovely ladies he has his eye on? The supervisor, or rather, the older sister, knows many contacts for the beautiful young female soldiers at the headquarters. Chuize's eyes suddenly sparkled, and the sincerity of his smile deepened. The female soldiers of the headquarters are truly remarkable. As the saying goes, a full belly inspires thoughts, and strength is the foundation of one's confidence. Having been promoted to sea level and mastering a commanding presence, Chuize's posture had notably straightened. According to his personal plan, once Zifa confirmed his naval rank, he intended to proactively request a posting to the Four Seas branch, preferably to the weakest East Sea, where he could bide his time for a few years and develop quietly. Ideally, he hoped to acquire 7 or 8 devil fruits, and once he possessed extraordinary abilities, he would return to the Grand Line in an invincible manner. In that case, it would be delightful to engage in conversations about the sea and the moon with a young female soldier from the naval headquarters. After all, there would be no need for a long-term commitment. He had already devised 3 reasons for a potential breakup. You love the sea. I once loved you. I'm sorry. You are a wonderful girl, and I don't want to hold you back. You deserve someone better. Let us take a break from our relationship. Would that be too heartless? However, before Chuize could voice his thoughts, he felt the presence of a scheming man beside him. Smoker abruptly wrapped an arm around Chuize's shoulder and urged him away from the dormitory, exclaiming, "Oh dear, carrying a cannon downstairs is exhausting. I'm so hungry I could faint." Listening to Smoker's awkward remarks was quite a spectacle. Chuize nearly excavated a basement with his toes on the spot. As long as you remain unembarrassed, it is others who shall feel the embarrassment, is it not? At that moment, Smog suddenly leaned in close to Chuize's ear and whispered, "I will relay every detail of today's events to Tina without omission." Inform Tina? Chuize felt somewhat perplexed. Why? Smoker squinted at Chuize, remaining silent. Observing the subtle expression on Smoker's face, Chuize finally grasped the situation and hurriedly gestured with his hands. Wait, have you misunderstood something? Tina and I do not share any connection, at least not at this moment. Chuize silently added a remark. No relationship? Smog let out a cold laugh. She visits your room every morning, and you claim there is nothing between you two. That is because Tina wishes to join me. Chuize, eager to defend himself, suddenly stumbled upon a particular revelation. Wait, how do you know about Tina's daily activities? Smog retracted his sardonic smile and, with a stern countenance, replied, I am famished and lack the energy to converse with you. However, I will certainly relay today's events to Tina. Unfazed by the revelation of secrets, Chuize shrugged nonchalantly. I shall also convey all the details of today to Tina, especially concerning a certain voyeur who takes pleasure in surreptitiously observing her every move. Smog fixed his gaze upon Chuize, as if reacquainting himself with the man's audacity. After a prolonged pause, he gritted his teeth and declared, I shall treat you to lunch today. Very well, Chuize said with a smile. In that case, nothing has happened today. Let's go for a meal. Smoker seemed to utter those 3 words as if they were extracted from his back molars. Under the guidance of the seasoned veteran Smoker, the two of them headed towards the culinary street in the town behind Marineford. Chuize's desire to deliver a decisive blow to Smoker was swiftly dashed during their journey. As a companion town to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, this quaint settlement, filled with the families of Navy personnel, thrived with activity, particularly following the infamous incident when the Golden Lion boldly infiltrated the headquarters. The Navy had significantly intensified their protective measures for the towns in the rear. It is no exaggeration to assert that, aside from the Holy Land Mariewa above the Red Line, this town behind Marineford is arguably the safest place upon the seas. Thus, it is not uncommon for various festive celebrations to be held in this rear town from time to time. For instance, today, as Chuize and Smoker made their way to the food street, they stumbled upon a competitive eating contest. Let us partake in this, Smoker exclaimed. Free food. And plenty of it. No way. I want a grand feast. Chuize resolutely opposed, for he yearned to continue inflicting torment upon Smoker. The funds I possessed were insufficient. Swiftly, Smoker concocted an excuse. No worries, I have ample resources. I can lend you some. Chuize provided an unexpected response. Just a mere 3% interest will suffice. Smog's expression darkened with disbelief. I seek to borrow money from you, treat you to a meal, and yet still be required to repay interest afterward? Chuize, can you behave like a human? Just eat this. Smog reached into his pocket, contemplating that with Chuize's appetite, treating him to a meal would likely leave him subsisting on dirt for several months. What are your terms? The young man is quite astute, isn't he? Chuize gently patted Smoker on the shoulder. This afternoon, we shall engage in a training session at the camp. I am eager to witness your latest mastery of the smoke fruit. Smoker glared at Chuize, reluctantly nodding in agreement. If it must be a fight, Then so be it. Just wait until I have mastered hockey. Hehe. Chuize and Smog eagerly arrived at the venue for the grand eating competition. Today's contest, held in the bustling food street, boasts a remarkably straightforward rule. The participant who consumes the greatest quantity of food within the allotted hour shall emerge victorious. According to the host's introduction, past champions of this illustrious event have typically been individuals of remarkable vigor and extraordinary presence, notably the formidable marine hero, Vice Admiral Carp. However, due to Carp's absence this year as he visits his hometown to see his grandson, he will not be participating in the competition. Consequently, the organizers have thoughtfully altered the featured dish for this year's contest from donuts to cherry pies. The host expended considerable effort extolling the exquisite flavor of the cherry pies meticulously prepared by the organizers, emphasizing their immense popularity along the Grand Line and the numerous branches established on various islands, such as Gaia Island and Honeycomb Island. Cherry pies. Chuize found the name oddly familiar, yet he could not recall the specific details at that moment. With a command issued, the eating competition commenced in earnest. Gazing at the towering mountain of cherry pies before him, Chuize clasped his hands in prayer, invoking the spirit of gastronomic valor. In the next instant, he began to devour with fervor, indulging in an unrestrained feast. Chuize transformed into a merciless culinary automaton, voraciously devouring cherry pies as if replenishing his stock. The once abundant cherry pies rapidly diminished before the naked eye. As time incessantly flowed, the number of contestants dwindled as well. Ultimately, only 2 competitors remained on the stage. Chuize, alongside the unexpected arrival of Zhang Taowan, found themselves here. Hush! An hour has elapsed, and the host took out a whistle, blowing it forcefully. The sharp and piercing sound heralding the conclusion of the eating contest. Before the staff could announce the final tally, a wave of strikingly familiar information flowed through the light screen of Chuize. Your E-level information entry glutton has been changed. You have now acquired the D-level information entry Big Eater. D-level entry, Big Eater. Entry effects. 1. Your durability attribute receives a D-level enhancement of 1 point. 2. Your stomach capacity and digestive function are elevated by 30. The cherry pie, which had just seemed so delectable, suddenly lost its appeal. The last time I felt this way was during the previous occasion. Chuize is truly an unparalleled talent. At this moment, the burping Zhang Taowan unexpectedly approached this way. Chuize, Master Zifa is looking for you. Chuize fell silent, doubling down on his composure. So, if Zifa has matters to discuss, does the esteemed Sanji choose to dine here first? Indeed, you are an indolent man, ensnared in a pit. Beside him, Smoker inquired with curiosity. Could it be that the training camp's arrangements have been finalized? Do not attempt to probe me, the most discreet man in this world. Sanji cast a glance at Smoker and declared with pride, I certainly shan't divulge that I am utterly uninformed. At such a tender age, must one confront the legendary monsters that are the notorious pirates? How truly frightening. In the spacious, well-lit headquarters office, a peculiar, sardonic tone suddenly pierced the air. It was the Vice Admiral, Kizaru Borsellino. Kizaru held a slender sheet of paper, detailing a highly confidential plan known as the Undercover 7 Warlords. Known only to the Fleet Admiral, the 2 admirals, the Chief Staff Officer, and himself. The participant in this clandestine operation was a naval recruit, and notably, one who had taken a circuitous route to enlist. Kizaru repeatedly scanned the contents of the plan, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Zifa, and he probed with his words. Could it be that this unfortunate recruit has fallen victim to the intrigues of the Navy? Do not indulge in baseless speculation, Borsellino. Zifa admonished sharply, as he had never held a favorable disposition towards Borsellino. Were it not for the fact that Kizaru was currently engaged with several secret special forces, including the Navy Science Corps and SWORD, Zifa would never have approached him. The assignment of naval recruit Cezar Feit as the executor of the Undercover 7 Warlords plan was solely due to his capabilities and status, nothing more. Capabilities and status? Kizaru's expression became decidedly peculiar. Are you certain you are describing a recruit, Zifa? Ah yes, indeed, Kizaru replied casually, seemingly acquiescing to Zifa's assertion. What the Admiral says is undoubtedly correct. This fellow. The sardonic tone of his voice caused veins to throb on Zifa's forehead, and his iron fist clenched involuntarily. Fortunately, a knock at the door timely shattered the awkward atmosphere in the office. Come in. With Zifa's words, Chuize, clad in a naval uniform, entered. I have come to pay my respects, Admiral Zifa. Chuize instinctively raised his palm, performing a naval salute. But he soon found his gaze fixed upon another individual seated in the principal position of the office, his eyes widening involuntarily. he had encountered Admiral Kizaru. Chuizei's indiscreet remarks stemmed solely from the peculiar circumstances before him. Throughout his journey to the headquarters, he pondered repeatedly the reasons behind Cezar Feit's visit. Was it due to the completion of the elite training camp and the subsequent assignment of military ranks? Or perhaps it was in light of the initial successes in the teaching of beast breathing, with intentions to distribute devil fruits? Chuizei had contemplated numerous scenarios. Yet he never envisioned the scene before him. One of the well-known secrets within the naval headquarters is the discord between Cezar Feit and Admiral Kizaru. At this very moment, these two individuals are inexplicably seated together in the same office, and they are entirely alone. Hadn't they just been on the brink of conflict? Admiral Kizaru. Cezar Feit glared with indignation, pondering how he failed to recognize Chuizei's remarkable skill in manipulation. In stark contrast, Kizaru's expression appeared rather lecherous. "Oh, what an admiral I am, yet I am not one at the moment," he proclaimed, though inwardly his countenance was nearly beaming with unrestrained delight. Chuizei immediately realized that the current trio of red, yellow, and green had not yet ascended to power. He had just misspoken. Fortunately, rectifying the situation was not overly difficult. Previously, aboard the training vessel, he had heard from other comrades that Admiral Yellow Ape had already been designated as a candidate for the Admiralty. Thus, a candidate for admiral is not a true admiral. One can only ascend to that position once a vacancy arises. Yellow Ape stroked his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Zephyr. "I haven't misremembered this rule, have I?" "Teacher Zephyr? We mustn't allow the sailors to mock us," Zephyr replied coldly. Yellow Ape, unwilling to yield, retorted, "But I believe this is merely an introduction to naval protocols for the soldiers." The glances exchanged between the two crackled with intensity, as if they might ignite sparks in midair. Chuizei stood immobile, his gaze unwavering, entirely disengaged from the celestial confrontation between Huang Yuan and Cezar Feit. The vacancy of a high-ranking officer. This notion is remarkably straightforward. With Cezar Feit's demise, Huang Yuan would ascend to power. Oh, Huang Yuan, do you aspire to reach the heavens? Ultimately, it was the seasoned and judicious Cezar Feit who took a step back. After all, revealing discord among the high-ranking naval officers in front of the junior sailors is an act of sheer folly. Chuizei, you have been summoned for a specific task. Cezar Feit grasped a document from the table and cast it towards Chuizei with an effortless flick. As the document glided through the air, it lost all its momentum, descending into Chuizei's hand like a feather. The control exhibited in this action was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Chuizei lowered his head, swiftly scanning the confidential documents in his hands, only to be taken aback as he raised his gaze. Me, an undercover agent among pirates? The task assigned to Chuizei by Zephyr had naturally undergone certain modifications. He could not simply present Chuizei with the notion of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea from the outset. Becoming one of the 7 warlords was the ultimate aim of Chuizei's undercover operation, rather than the initial assignment. Indeed. Zephyr nodded and began to elucidate the rationale behind this decision. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, an abundance of pirates has emerged across the globe. This year, the Mariewa incident has further exacerbated the situation, prompting the world government to bypass the Navy and establish the Warlords of the Sea initiative, which has once again emboldened the audacity of pirates. In a bid to counter the rampant proliferation of piracy, the Navy headquarters has specifically devised this undercover operation to dismantle the pirate factions from within. After careful consideration, you have been deemed the most suitable candidate for this covert mission. Chuizei inquired with a hint of confusion. What makes me suitable? Furthermore, his ambition had always been to firmly attach himself to the naval forces, even though he had recently ascended to Class C, significantly enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. He still faced a protracted journey before achieving complete safety. Why would he abandon the warm, comfortable, and secure confines of the naval office to venture outdoors? Enduring the elements and becoming a wandering pirate? The disparity was indeed staggering. In terms of prowess, he was the star of the elite training camp, rivaling even the officers of the naval headquarters. Zifa highlighted 2 particularly striking attributes. Regarding reputation, he had previously been defeated by Kaido yet survived the encounter. The title of a fallen adversary of the Emperor held considerable prestige among pirates. Zifa, however, omitted another crucial factor, his identity. Chuizei is the exiled prince of the Tobias Kingdom. The intelligence regarding his enlistment in the Navy is largely unknown to the outside world. In contrast to other naval officers, Chuizei has the inherent advantage of anonymity as he operates undercover as a pirate. The tale of a small prince falling from grace and subsequently becoming a pirate is a narrative not uncommon across these vast seas. Chui Zizi pondered deeply, ultimately discovering a rather clever angle to counter Zifa's assertions. However, I harbored grave concerns regarding the potential exposure of my identity as an undercover agent, particularly considering my colleague in the Navy, renowned for his discretion. On this matter, there is no need for concern, Huang Yuan, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, suddenly interjected. I hold a great fondness for that child, War Peach, and I intend to place him in another secret unit, the Naval Science Division. His qualities are ill-suited for engaging with others in the outside world. Even the most glaring weaknesses have now been addressed. Chuize fell silent. The most troublesome aspect of clinging tightly to the naval hierarchy had finally emerged, namely, the orders from above. Chuize had long pondered when he would receive directives from above that did not align with his own needs. Little did he anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. Seeing Chuize ensnared in silence, Zfa gently inquired, "What are your thoughts? Do you agree to undertake this undercover mission? Will you consent or refuse?" Chuize tugged at the corner of his mouth. What significance do these words hold now? Personally, I have no issues. Chuize stated with unwavering integrity. However, I remain uncertain about the extent of support this department can provide for my undercover operations. Life is indeed challenging. Chuize has opted for flexible employment. He does not intend to reject the undercover pirate plan assigned by Zfa, for that would serve no purpose. As long as Chuize remains in the Navy, he must accept tasks delegated by his superiors, whether they be Zfa, Kizaru, or any future commanders of various branches. Chuize has long been psychologically prepared for such matters. Although becoming an undercover pirate somewhat contradicts his personal ambitions, upon reflection, it becomes evident that there are indeed advantages to this path. If the primary benefit of serving in the Navy lies in safety, then the greatest advantage of infiltrating the pirate world is undoubtedly freedom, possessing the ability to fish. Chuize is destined never to be confined to a specific sea area for long, whether it be the initial arrival at the Zombie Island, Zaomin Island, the adjacent Winter Island of the Future Kingdom, or the Boeing Island teeming with the Baron of the Stomach. Each of these stunning islands represents a gateway to otherworldly treasures ripe for fishing. Should Chuize follow his original plan to lie low in the East Sea, his attempts to utilize his fishing abilities to explore the mysteries of these islands would likely be confined to brief Navy vacations. This would present significant challenges in terms of both time and space, as these islands are primarily located along the Grand Line, far removed from the East Sea. Not to mention those islands Chuize has yet to have the opportunity to fish. Magnet Drum Kingdom, Alabasta, the Valley of Magic, Skypiea, Water 7, Sabaody Archipelago, Fishman Island. These are merely the delights of the first half of the Grand Line, with even more extensive exploration required in the later stages of the New World. However, should Chuize choose the path of piracy, such concerns would largely dissipate. Furthermore, the prescient Chuize possesses knowledge of numerous maritime treasures, particularly the locations of several devil fruits yet to be consumed at this juncture in time, the Flame fruit from the East Sea, the Operation fruit and Gold fruit from the North Sea, the Rumble fruit from Skypiea, the Vampire fruit from Sleepy Town, and the Artificial Zoan fruit from Punk Hazard. The distribution of these exceptional devil fruits spans every corner of the ocean, disconnected from one another. For Navy man Chuize, accessing and collecting these devil fruits is exceedingly difficult, yet, as a pirate, those concerns would be significantly alleviated. Of course, despite the numerous advantages of choosing the pirate's life, this does not deter Chuize from desiring to first extract a substantial leverage from the Navy headquarters. The support from the headquarters? Upon hearing the words of QIs, Zifa and Huang Yuan exchanged glances, a mixture of surprise and contemplation evident in their expressions. Ordinarily, the Navy headquarters would extend a certain degree of support and subsidies for such undercover pirates, encompassing aspects such as remuneration, intelligence, and rank, among various other provisions. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that whenever personnel were dispatched by the Navy headquarters for highly classified missions in the past, each individual would fervently pledge their unwavering loyalty to justice. Yet, now it was QI's turn, and this fellow had the audacity to make demands. Such behavior was unprecedented. Noticing the silence that enveloped Zifa and Huang Yuan, QIs could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Surely, esteemed commanders, the headquarters would not offer not in terms of support? Ahem. Certainly not. Zifa coughed lightly, hastily responding. The mission you are about to undertake is of paramount importance, therefore, the headquarters will undoubtedly bolster its support. Chuize nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "That is satisfactory." Huang Yuan stroked his chin, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, Young Master Chuize, may I ask what specific assistance you seek from our department? With a surge of enthusiasm, Chuize immediately began to count on his fingers. In truth, the list was not extensive. To aspire to become a formidable pirate, one must undoubtedly possess immense strength. Thus, it is preferable to acquire 7 or 8 devil fruits, as I hold a particular fondness for these extraordinary items. Furthermore, a great pirate's vessel cannot be meager. I envision a state-of-the-art battleship from the naval headquarters, which, with some modifications, could serve my needs splendidly. However, the interior must exude opulence. Additionally, the kitchen should be spacious, ideally accompanied by a fish-raising pond, for I have a deep affection for nurturing fish. Moreover, a great pirate's travels must certainly convey a sense of grandeur. This issue can be effortlessly resolved with a mere 1 or 200 million berries. Furthermore, a lone pirate is destined for obscurity. If the naval headquarters could provide some pirate underlings, not necessarily officers or captains, but a few members from this elite training camp would suffice. Lastly, a great pirate must cultivate his personal renown. Although I previously clashed with that scoundrel Kaido and suffered a rather humiliating defeat, perhaps I could find a high-ranking admiral from the headquarters to engage in a staged match with me? A pretense of defeat would suffice. Chuize's demands could be counted on 5 fingers. He raised his right hand, palm open, towards Admiral Zifa and Admiral Kizaru. Gentlemen, my requests are quite modest. Merely 5 trivial conditions. He had yet to mention logistical support, naval escorts, or exemptions from plunder. And you still have more. Zifa's roar nearly threatened to bring down the entire naval headquarters building. Kizaru's expression was equally grim. If Chuize's demands were met, it would not merely be arranging for a pirate infiltrator, it would nearly amount to nurturing a Shichibukai outright. Chuize asserted emphatically, I am merely negotiating terms. Have the 2 esteemed officials never engaged in commerce? Sky-high prices warrant immediate discounts. Should there be any dissatisfaction, you may certainly negotiate further. Chuize was initially taking a bold stance. He did not expect either Zifa or Kizaru to acquiesce to all his demands. However, should these 2 suddenly lose their senses and agree to even a fraction of his requests, even if it were but a diluted version, the consequences could be significant. Chuize can certainly be regarded as having made a substantial profit. Zafa was filled with such fury that he felt a pang in his liver. His cheeks flushed crimson, and his breathing grew noticeably rapid. Porcelino, you handle the shrewd little rascal. In his exasperation, Zafa passed the matter on to the bemused vice admiral. Caught off guard, the yellow monkey had no choice but to take up the conversation. He adjusted his pale yellow sunglasses perched on his nose, leaning slightly forward. His eyes behind the lenses fixed intently on Chuize. Young Master Chui, your demands are indeed rather excessive, wouldn't you say? Chuize wore an utterly innocent expression, seemingly frail and pitiable. Thus, how had Admiral Borsalino arranged the fate of this helpless little marine? The yellow monkey appeared to be a slacker, meandering through life without a care. Well, in truth, he indeed embodied that very persona. However, to have ascended to the position of a candidate for admiral, he must possess a substantial degree of capability. He began to systematically refute Chuize's demands. Firstly, regarding the devil fruit. The supply of devil fruits at the Navy headquarters is exceedingly scarce, and rewards of this nature are only bestowed upon those naval members who have accomplished remarkable feats. Hence, the headquarters will not provide you with a devil fruit. Chuize interjected suddenly, recalling that Teacher Zephyr had previously mentioned the possibility of rewarding him with a devil fruit. Kizaru momentarily appeared taken aback, glancing towards Zephyr, who, albeit reluctantly, nodded in affirmation. The devil fruit mentioned by Q-Eyes is a reward obtained through the exchange of beast breathing. Due to time constraints, the effects of beast breathing remain ambiguous, and Zephyr has yet to convey this matter to the other high-ranking officials at headquarters. We shall discuss that devil fruit further at a later time. With that, Zephyr concluded the topic. Chuize, sensing the opportune moment, remained still, as obedient as a fledgling chick. Huang Yuan, seemingly retrieving a cup of hot tea from an unknown source, cleared his throat and resumed the previous discourse. Secondly, the new class battleships. Their numbers are severely limited. The earliest construction schedule for a new battleship has been set for 2 years from now, which you cannot acquire. Thirdly, regarding financial provisions, we can discuss this in greater detail. As an undercover pirate, your remuneration and social benefits will elevate by at least 1 tier. However, it will not be as extravagant as 1 or 200 million berries. Fourthly, personnel support. Your undercover pirate operation is extremely confidential and should not be disclosed to other Marines. Furthermore, Vice Admiral He, the chief strategist at headquarters, has specifically devised a plan to facilitate your discreet departure from the Navy, ensuring that the elite training camp Marines remain oblivious to the authenticity of your pirate identity. Fifthly, the prestige of being a pirate. At this juncture, Huang Yuan abruptly halted. Chuize gazed expectantly at his dear, esteemed, and beloved boss, the yellow ape. To be frank, the conditions he had previously mentioned were largely mere fabrications. What truly captivates Chuize are merely the first and fifth aspects, particularly concerning the devil fruits. Chuize is acutely aware of the limitations of the Navy. The truly exquisite fruits have essentially been claimed by the world government and the celestial dragons. He harbors no illusions regarding the trifling fruits that remain. Therefore, the focus lies on the fifth option, orchestrating a fixed match. Defeating an admiral would yield an A-level victory bait. However, he is uncertain whether the screen will acknowledge this. Regardless, it is worth a trial. Under Chuize's eager gaze, Kizaru initially shook his head. The admirals at headquarters are unlikely to concern themselves with such trivial matters, and Kazan is far too indolent. If you seek to court death by challenging Sakazuki, it would be prudent to arrange your affairs in advance. As for myself, Chuize held his breath, while Boss Huang flashed a crooked smile. How delightful! If not for the inappropriateness of the time and place, Chuize would have leapt to his feet, arms raised in jubilant celebration. From this day forth, he, Xiaoze, would be the most loyal and devoted subordinate of Boss Huang, the yellow ape. Should anyone dare to insult Boss Huang to his face, branding him as a slippery, lecherous, and contemptible thief of wages, a naval infiltrator, and so forth with an additional 38 derogatory epithets, they would face his ire. Chuize shall not spare him. What a misnomer, kawaii, when it should be kawaii. Defeating the yellow ape, securing grade A bait. One can only wonder what abilities might be gleaned. A shimmering form? A yellow shimmer? A divine light staff? Chuize found himself lost in a reverie. Brother Chuize, I would indeed not mind engaging in a small spar with you. However, the script may not unfold as you envision it, he remarked, observing the barely restrained excitement radiating from Marine soldier Xiaoze. A sly smirk curling at the corners of Huang Yuan's mouth, decidedly mischievous in nature. Speed is power. Have you ever been struck by the velocity of light? With the fundamental conditions established, the remaining details simply required adherence to the regulations of the Navy. Huang Yuan withdrew from the discussion, allowing space for Chuize and Zifa to converse. Regaining his composure from the earlier distraction, Chuize eagerly turned to Zifa and inquired, Teacher Zifa, when shall I commence this undercover pirate mission? Very soon, within the next couple of days, Zifa replied, having assessed that Huang Yuan's stipulations were within acceptable limits, and his irritation had subsided. Upon the conclusion of the elite training camp, each elite Marine is granted a 3-day leave. My plan is for you to embark on a naval vessel to the Sabaody archipelago tomorrow under the guise of a vacation, where you will officially initiate your undercover operation. Sabaody archipelago, a fantastical island brimming with bubbles. Chuize pondered what sort of fishing world this bubble-laden isle would correspond to. Such thoughts flickered fleetingly through his mind. Connecting it with Huang Yuan's earlier remarks regarding the escape plan, Chuize could not help but ask, so my emergence from the Navy, or rather, my rise to fame as a pirate, will commence in the Sabaody archipelago? Zifa nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is correct. However, specific details of the plan will be communicated to you tomorrow. Chuize's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He genuinely believed in the escape plan proposed by ZFA. After all, the mastermind behind this scheme was none other than the illustrious Admiral He Zhong, renowned within the Navy. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Admiral He did not possess the ability to see through deception. Perhaps in the eyes of ZFA and He, Chuize's escape plan would undoubtedly elude detection by everyone, including all members of the elite training camp. Yet, Chuize was acutely aware that this year's naval elite training camp had been infiltrated by an undercover agent from a pirate faction. It was none other than Virgo, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family and the first-generation Red Heart. The presence of Virgo was precisely the reason Chuize had recently posed a fourth request to ZFA and Admiral Kizaru. Don Quixote da Flamingo had dispatched Virgo to infiltrate the Navy as an undercover agent. I swiftly maneuvered to involve Virgo in the undercover pirate scheme. The sight of a true pirate going undercover among pirates would undoubtedly be a most intriguing spectacle. In Chuize's mind, a title of a story collection instantly materialized. The family patriarch sent me to infiltrate the Navy, only to be assigned by my superior as an undercover pirate. Rejoining the family, a mission of espionage. Regrettably, this proposition was summarily dismissed by Kizaru. At that moment, he found himself unable to disclose Virgo's true identity to his two superiors, to infiltrate the Navy, particularly into the elite training camp with its stringent scrutiny. The Don Quixote family must have invested considerable effort in crafting Virgo's disguise. Chueze found himself at a loss to articulate the reasons behind his awareness of Virgo's true identity. Moreover, he shared a profound bond of camaraderie with Virgo, having fought side by side as naval allies. He could only hope that Zifa and Crane's so-called escape plan would indeed succeed in eluding Virgo. Otherwise, his undercover mission would be in jeopardy, leaving him vulnerable to Xiao Ming's manipulations. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Chueze hesitantly inquired, "Teacher Zifa, is it truly impossible for me to bring along a few trusted comrades to assist in the execution of this undercover plan?" Chueze further remarked, "Take Virgo, for instance. Our relationship is exceptionally good. He would certainly not refuse my request." Virgo would never deny Chueze. "Mr. Virgo, you surely do not wish for Admiral Zephyr to uncover your undercover identity, do you?" "No, the pirate infiltration plan demands utmost confidentiality. This matter must remain unknown to other Marines, and they must not be permitted to partake in it." Zephyr shook his head. However, Admiral Crane had previously suggested that perhaps tomorrow you could bring along a few familiar companions to the Sabaody archipelago. This would indeed lend greater authenticity to your departure from the Navy. Such a maneuver. Admiral Crane truly possesses remarkable prowess. Chueze pondered with a touch of surprise. Regrettably, the plan for Laverne to board the ship had ultimately faltered. However, at present, it appeared that there was no alternative. Zephyr mistakenly believed that Chueze was in a state of panic due to the imminent undercover operation, prompting him to seek the company of a few close friends for support. He offered words of consolation, saying, "I understand that you share a close bond with Verne, often training together and honing each other's physical prowess. Yet, this undercover scheme must remain a secret from Verne." Chueze opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. The complete asymmetry of intelligence led Zfa to believe that Virgo was indeed a genuine Marine. However, in reality, if Chueze were to truly become a pirate, the first outsider to sense something amiss would undoubtedly be Virgo. "I am merely a faux pirate, while he is a genuine scoundrel of the seas. This predicament is quite exasperating." "I understand," Chueze murmured, feeling a bit suffocated. Zephyr displayed a look of approval, nodding in satisfaction, before commencing to instruct on the critical details necessary for undercover operations. During such missions, one must never reveal their identity to outsiders. Especially when associated with the Navy, utmost discretion is paramount. Zephyr reminded him, "I recall that you fortuitously captured a white snail near the Winter Island by the Future Kingdom, correct?" Chueze replied, "Indeed. That plump, white snail, notable for its adorable appearance, was frequently borrowed by some female soldiers for care during our time aboard the training ship. If my memory serves me correctly, that white telephone bug is currently in Tina's possession." Zfa expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. The white telephone bug can significantly enhance the anti-eavesdropping capabilities of our communication devices." Chueze certainly comprehended this principle. The white telephone bug was indeed an item of D rank that he had painstakingly fished out himself, with its effects clearly delineated. Henceforth, shall my communications with the Navy headquarters be conducted directly with Teacher Zfa or Admiral Kizaru? Chueze inquired, harboring a sense of uncertainty. "Not quite," Zfa replied, shaking his head. "There will be a Marine responsible for your dedicated communication line. She is currently employed as a clerk in the depths of the great undersea prison, where the confidentiality of intelligence is of the utmost importance." "She?" Chueze keenly discerned the intelligence embedded within Zfa's discourse. "Becoming an undercover pirate and also securing a personal customer service representative? Quite splendid." Zfa offered a few more words of guidance to Chueze before permitting him to exit the office, instructing him to prepare for the operational plan for the following day. "Do not forget the time. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at Pier 13 in the town. We shall embark on a sightseeing cruise to the Sabaody archipelago." As he stepped out of the headquarters, Chueze returned to the communal dormitory, where he encountered the ever-patient Smoker. "What does Teacher Zfa require of you?" Smoker inquired. "Has the arrangement for the training camp finally been revealed?" Chueze casually remarked. "Indeed, the position assigned by Teacher Zfa is that of a colonel in the headquarters. Envy it, do you not?" Of course, his words were mere fabrication, for Zfa had not yet had the opportunity to discuss his military rank arrangements. How could one not feel envious? Smoker's eyes nearly reddened with longing. Remaining at the headquarters was the ultimate aspiration for most Marines. I wonder where I shall be assigned. In truth, given your rebellious nature, regardless of where you are placed, it is likely you will swiftly be relegated to the vast seas. Chuize gazed thoughtfully at Smoker. It is highly probable that he has been relegated to Logue Town, where he is tasked with the daily pursuit of those comedic entertainers. However, it appears he is biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to capture 2 future emperors of the sea. Chuize shifted the topic, saying, by the way, to celebrate my promotion, I plan to visit the Shambadi archipelago tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Smoker hesitated, pondering the cost of such a trip to Shambadi. Isn't that quite expensive? He inquired. Not to worry. I shall cover all expenses for tomorrow, Chuize assured him. Chuize patted his chest, exuding an air of confidence as if to take on the world. He had amassed over 5 million berries through defeating the Marines and fishing. Yet he had yet to find an opportunity to indulge in his newfound wealth. Smoker nodded in agreement. Then I shall count myself in. Should we invite a few others? Just you and me will suffice. As for Virgo, let's not include him. I've been rather vexed by that fellow lately. Chuize has assembled the candidates. You, me, and Virgo. Just the 3 of us. Excellent. I shall promptly inform Virgo, who resides in the communal dormitory. Just as Smog was about to turn and leave, Chuize grasped him by the arm. Wait. We must first complete today as challenge task. Smog turned back, bewildered. What? Engage in combat with me. You have triumphed over an elite Marine with an overall rating of D. Chuize carried the unconscious Smoker back to the communal dormitory. As for the task of informing Virgo, that could wait until evening. Upon returning to his room, Chuize retrieved the D-grade bait he had just acquired from defeating Smoker. Despite the previous fishing endeavors, today's fortune appeared rather lackluster. Chuize's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps encountering the esteemed boss Huang could grant him an opportunity to bask in the glow of greatness. He resolved to give it another try. Chuize cast a D-grade bait into the dimensional sea, using his finger as a rod and his thoughts as the line, embarking on a fishing expedition. May the benevolence of the yellow ape bless him with a bountiful catch. Let it not be another Italian cannon. During this fishing endeavor, the type of reward obtained was Ability Attribute, D-grade Ability Attribute, Steel Rending Finger. Source of ability, Fist of the North Star. Attribute description, an ultimate ability from Fist of the North Star. Attribute effect, significantly enhances the strength of the fingers, enabling one to tear through steel with bare hands and effortlessly crush the bodies and bones of adversaries. Attribute evaluation, Steel Rending Finger. After perusing the luminous screen, Chuize felt an abrupt rigidity seize his fingers. The following morning, within the confines of the Naval Headquarters Male Soldiers Dormitory, he experienced a sudden surge of acute danger while lingering in a state between dreams and wakefulness. Instinctively, he rolled several times on his bed, deftly maneuvering himself into the narrow space between the wooden bed and the wall, adopting a semi-crouched position on the floor, utilizing the bed as a temporary shield. Chuize focused intently on the source of the ominous sensation, bellowing, "Who goes there?" However, upon recognizing the face of the threat, his voice swiftly diminished to a whisper, lest he attract the attention of his fellow sailors in the dormitory. To his surprise, the imminent danger was not a stranger but Huang, whom he had briefly encountered the previous day in the headquarters building. With a cheerful demeanor, Huang dissipated a small cluster of shimmering light gathered on his fingertip. Regarding the half-crouched Chuize with his characteristic tone of praise, "Chuize, you are quite vigilant." With a less than pleasant disposition, Chuize rose from the floor, dusting off his clothes with a vigorous gesture. "What brings you here, Boss Huang?" he asked curtly. Anyone would harbor a sense of irritation when their peaceful slumber is disturbed, especially after a frustrating day of fishing that yielded nothing but inconsequential items. This was, after all, the naval headquarters of Mariford, teeming with formidable individuals and monstrous entities. Hats, pistols, Italian cannons, and that inexplicable Beidou steel splinter. Just the thought of it was infuriating. It's not of great importance, Huang continued, seemingly unfazed by Chuize's abrupt change in address. "You have been assigned to the sword unit under my command by Teacher Zifa, and I will oversee the majority of your future operational plans." As he spoke, Huang produced a folder and extended it towards Chuize. "This contains your rank assignment, salary details, and specifics regarding the escape plan." Upon hearing that it pertained to official matters, Chuize restrained his rising frustration. He accepted the folder with both hands and began to peruse its contents meticulously. The monthly salary and compensation amount for the Naval Headquarters Lieutenant Commander, Chuize skimmed over some relatively insignificant details and swiftly turned to the final part of the document, which pertained to the so-called escape plan. The plan involved heading to the Chagos archipelago to confront the individual depicted in the photograph, followed by a retreat via a specific route. Upon closer inspection of the man with golden curly hair in the photo, it became evident that he was an unfamiliar face. Who was this individual? Chuize raised the photograph in his hand and inquired with curiosity. Would an attack on him allow one to escape from the Navy? Without the iconic bubble helmet, and certainly not a celestial dragon, such irreverent words evoked a sudden shift in the expression of Kizaru, who regarded Chuize with newfound seriousness. An attack on the celestial dragons? Truly remarkable. Kizaru adjusted his tone, questioning whether young Chuize intended to assault the celestial dragons. How terrifying indeed. Undoubtedly. Assaulting a celestial dragon is the swiftest route to notoriety upon these seas, and one could never evade the notorious label of a pirate. Chuize shrugged nonchalantly and candidly remarked, "Moreover, hasn't Boss Huang agreed to cooperate with me in staging a match? Striking against the celestial dragons aligns perfectly with Boss Huang's abilities. In that case, I shall become the legendary pirate known for beating the celestial dragons and toppling the headquarters general." Even with Chuize's audacity, his thoughts were solely focused on assaulting the celestial dragons, rather than annihilating them. After all, if one were to truly eliminate a celestial dragon, the world government would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. At this moment, Chuize was not adequately prepared to face a full-scale pursuit by the world government. For now, it was best to disregard that despicable group of celestial dragons. Clap, clap, clap. To everyone's surprise, Kizaru began to applaud, a look of appreciation gracing his features as he gazed upon the naval officer before him. Chuize, since you harbor such grand aspirations, I wholeheartedly encourage you to take action. Moreover, I shall not forget to visit you in Impel Down, provided you do not perish on Sabaody Archipelago. Kizaru's words were sincere. He genuinely held a measure of admiration for Chuize. There were many within the Navy who despised the celestial dragons, and Kizaru was among them. However, it was rare to encounter someone like Chuize, who boldly expressed his disdain for the celestial dragons and proclaimed his intentions to assault them in front of a rear admiral. As far as Kizaru knew, Chuize was truly a unique exception. Pirates did not possess such courage. Chuize's lips twitched slightly, ceasing his nonsensical chatter. So, who exactly is the person in the photograph? Huang Yuan tilted his mouth and mused, would it dishearten young Master Chui if I were to say, not a celestial dragon? Chuize awaited with a cold demeanor. Bored. Kizaru decided to unveil the mystery. Very well, though he may not be of the illustrious lineage of divine descendants or a member of the world's aristocracy. He is indeed a personage of significant stature. He is none other than His Majesty, King Henry Cavendish of the Brucois Kingdom, a member state of the world government. Furthermore, not long ago, the Brucois Kingdom completely annexed the entire territory of the now extinct Tobias Kingdom. Standing on a sightseeing boat departing from the town of Marineford, adorned with a platinum wide-brimmed hat, Chuize gazed at the shimmering surface of the sea, his mind occasionally flickering with the last piece of information provided by Kizaru. Admiral Crane certainly found me the most fitting target for action. For Chuize, whether in his former life or the present, the true adversary responsible for the obliteration of the Tobias Kingdom is none other than the formidable Big Mom pirates, reigning over the New World, the Brucois Kingdom. Having since taken control of the entire territory of the Tobias Kingdom, can at best be likened to a hyena drawn in by the scent of food. To be frank, Chuize harbors no significant animosity towards the kingdom of Brujua. Even in the absence of Brujua, other kingdoms would inevitably seek to seize the unclaimed territories of the kingdom of Tobias. For any kingdom and its sovereign, the expansion of territory is an unparalleled achievement, one that cannot be overlooked, an endeavor destined to be etched in the annals of history. No nation can resist the allure of such accomplishments. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Chuize's lack of hostility towards the kingdom of Bridgewood does not deter him from planning an assault on this member state of the world government that has encroached upon the lands of Tobias. Whether motivated by a sense of loyalty to his former homeland or driven by his own naval ambitions, the king of this member state of the world government remains a target. Chuize has made up his mind. Even the yellow ape cannot obstruct him. This is what he proclaimed. Henry Cavendish, a visage and name of a golden-haired gentleman suddenly flashed through Chuize's mind. The name seemed somewhat familiar. I wonder if it could possibly be connected to the future captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, the White Horse Cavendish. Yet, I distinctly recall that Cavendish is known as Rommel's scythe, while this is the exceedingly unfamiliar kingdom of Burkoa. Chueze shook his head, casting aside inconsequential information. Regardless of any connection between the kingdom of Burjois and the future pirate nobleman, Sir Cavendish of the White Horse, Chueze will commence his action plan. He gazed silently at the breathtaking seascape for a while. Chueze suddenly summoned a luminous screen to examine his current personal attributes, a benefit derived from the undercover pirate initiative devised by ZFA. Chueze acquired his military rank long before the other members of the elite training camp. On the very first day of becoming a sailor, he realized one pivotal truth. Being in the Navy comes with the privilege of acquiring informational entries. Advancements in rank, undoubtedly, bring forth even higher-tier informational entries. The screen notifications cascaded like a relentless torrent, inundating him with updates. Your E-rank informational entry, Elite Marine, has been promoted. You have attained the D-rank informational entry, Navy Corporal. D-rank informational entry, Navy Corporal entry description, a rank within the Navy, symbolizing entry into the non-commissioned officer tier. Entry effect, grants a 1-point D-rank boost to strength, endurance, agility, and leadership attributes. Entry evaluation, we all have a bright future ahead. Your D-rank informational entry, Navy Corporal, has been promoted. Your D-rank informational entry, Navy Corporal, has transformed into Navy Sergeant. The entry effects remain unchanged. Navy Sergeant has been promoted. It is now changed to Navy Staff Sergeant. The entry effects remain unchanged. Navy Staff Sergeant has been promoted. You have acquired the C-rank informational entry, Navy Officer. Navy Officer has been promoted. It is now changed to Navy Captain. The entry effects remain unchanged. C-rank informational entry, Navy Headquarters Major entry description, a rank within the Navy, belonging to the officer tier. Entry effect, grants a 1-point C-rank boost to strength, endurance, agility, and leadership attributes. Entry evaluation, you can now sit back and await rewards. Your overall evaluation has subtly improved, culminating in a dense stream of information. In summary, Chueze has gained a new C-rank informational entry, Navy Headquarters Major, which has enhanced all 4 core attributes, aside from sheer might and fortune, significantly augmenting his capabilities. Is a Navy Headquarters Major already classified as a C-rank informational entry? Chueze gently rubbed his slightly aching eyes. After perusing a series of information, he had managed to deduce a few insights. The information entries for the junior officers were classified as C-level, which suggested that the corresponding entries for higher-ranking officers would be classified as B-level. As for the information entries related to candidates for generals, or marshals, they ought to be classified as A-level. The A and B-level naval information entries were still somewhat distant from Chueze's current status and could be set aside for the moment. However, he was on the verge of becoming an undercover agent within the pirate ranks. If the Navy possessed information entries, it stood to reason that the pirates would have their own as well. Chueze shut off the light curtain, his mind swirling with thoughts. Once I become a pirate, perhaps the light curtain will subsequently update with the information regarding pirates. Small pirates, great pirates, supernovas, and the 7 warlords of the sea. I wonder, however, if the entries concerning pirates will conflict with those of the Navy. Furthermore, there is another matter that demands attention. If one day I were to regain my identity as a Navy officer, would the entry of my pirate identity be erased? Just as Chueze pondered the future, the sound of footsteps approached from behind him. A hand then landed on his shoulder, and Smoker, with 2 cigars clamped between his lips, leaned in from behind. Chueze, why not join us in the cabin? A significant figure is aboard our vessel. Chueze turned his head, gazing at the nearby chain smoker, and waved his hand vigorously before his nose to disperse the thick haze of smoke. It is unlikely that one could find another eccentric on the vast ocean who indulges in 2 cigars consecutively. Smoker, unfazed, shook his head and remarked, regardless. You mentioned that you would cover all expenses for this trip. I clarified that I was referring to the expenditures on the islands of the Shambadi archipelago. And as it stands, we are still aboard the vessel. Chueze kindly offered a reminder. Who cares? Smog retorted defiantly, yet secretly extinguished a cigar. I smoke because it brings me joy. Without the reimbursement from a generous benefactor, Smog's current financial situation could hardly sustain such a lavish personal indulgence. Smoking 2 cigars at once can indeed be quite costly. Chueze, disinterested in exposing this miser, directly inquired, who is that big shot you just mentioned? The distance between Marinvado and the Shambadi archipelago is remarkably short. During their leisure time, many naval personnel from headquarters often choose to visit the Shambadi archipelago for recreation. After all, the Shambadi archipelago can be regarded as the most prosperous island at the pinnacle of paradise, offering far superior commercial, entertainment, and recreational opportunities than Marinvado. Chueze was about to speculate whether the person was Boss Kizaru when he overheard Smoker exclaim, "It's Vice Admiral Aokiji." Aokiji? The future candidate for Admiral of the Navy. The tea-loving Aokiji? Chueze was taken aback. Sharing the same boat with such a prominent figure? What a coincidence. It surely has no connection to my undercover mission. Does it? Smoker continued, Chueze, you haven't been in the Navy for long, so you may not be familiar with the name of Vice Admiral Gaki, who is quite renowned within the headquarters. No, in fact, I have heard of him, Chueze replied. Chueze regained his composure and spoke with an air of nonchalance. He referred to the terrifying man who, according to legend, had failed in his 100 confessions. Cha Tunjiajing had confessed to Tao Tuzi Yuan 100 times. Yet all were in vain. Smog's cheeks twitched slightly, clearly indicating that he, too, had heard this tale. The LSP is indeed a wellspring of power. Moreover, this story encompasses the legendary duo of Beauty and the Beast. Frankly speaking, given Tao Tuzi Yuan's beauty, to label Cha Tunjiajing as the Beast is somewhat of a compliment. Ahem. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is uncouth, Smog stated with utmost seriousness. Let us instead discuss how we shall entertain ourselves in the archipelago of Shambadi. Chueze cast a disdainful glance at Smoker. Filled with contempt for this corrupt Navy officer whose mind was consumed only by cigars and indulgence. This was a warship of the righteous Navy, not a vessel to escort you to brothels. Chueze, utilizing his index and middle fingers, reinforced by steel-like strength, prodded Smoker's shoulder with a vigorous jab. The Street of the Inn lies between numbers 70 and 79. The distance between Marinford and the Sabaody archipelago is remarkably short. Even though Chueze was aboard a leisurely sightseeing vessel, he arrived at the vicinity of the world-renowned Bubble Islands before noon. On the foredeck of the sightseeing boat, Chueze gazed longingly at the enchanting Bubble Island on the horizon, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. Instincts of a fisherman surged within him at that moment. He wondered what marvels he might reel in from this whimsical isle. Yesterday's fishing endeavors at the naval headquarters had yielded a rather disappointing catch, to say the least. Chueze was eager to discover a new island to alleviate the torment of yesterday's distress. After the exhausting events of the previous day, he found that his bait reserves were dwindling, consisting of 1 B grade, 1 C grade, and a modest quantity of F grade bait for daily use. With a small interval remaining before the vessel could dock, he waited in anticipation. Chueze exchanged a few words with Smog and Virgo beside him, then swiftly entered the cabin of the sightseeing boat, retrieving an F-grade bait. The abilities of the items caught while fishing would fluctuate in accordance with the surrounding island conditions. Chueze clenched the F-grade bait in his hand, his gaze flickering. The most captivating feature of the Shambodi Islands is, without a doubt, the bubbles. What might one catch on Bubble Island? With his fingers as the rod and his thoughts as the line, he embarked on this fishing expedition. This fishing endeavor yielded the following results. Type of catch. Item F-grade item. Blue flower source of item. Life with slaves description of item. A blue wildflower that grows in thickets. Possessing a calming effect of item. Brewed as tea for tranquility and moderation item evaluation. Hilwa, it's time to take your medicine. The 5 exclamation marks unequivocally attest to Chueze's astonished state. He could hardly believe that he had managed to fish out such an extraordinary item. The key point lies in the origin of this blue flower. No, it can't be. Chueze gently twirled the stamen of the blue flower in his hand. As the cool nectar gradually oozed forth, saturating his fingertips with a damp indigo hue. Surely, it cannot be so restrictive? Though the Sabaody archipelago undeniably ranks as one of the grandest islands on the Grand Line, and indeed the largest slave trading hub in the entire sea, the existence of such a life must surely be a mere coincidence. I am a person of integrity, destined not to meet a grim fate at the hands of the river crab's deities. The Sabaody archipelago should be akin to Marineford, intricately intertwined with numerous otherworldly connections. While I soothed my startled soul, Chueze, with a sense of trepidation, extracted another F-grade bait. Should his conjecture prove erroneous, and if the Shambodi archipelago indeed symbolizes that realm of servitude, it would be wise to maintain a considerable distance from this perilous isle in the future. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even to being ensnared in a literary prison. He resolved to attempt once more to ascertain the truth of the matter. Chueze cast the second F-grade bait into the dimensional sea, his gaze fixated on the fluctuations of the information displayed on the luminous screen. Fishing expedition details, type of harvest, item F-grade item, Misfire Dragon's oiled barbecue source of the item. Evaluation guide. With modifications. Description of the item. Ordinary barbecue. Extraordinary grill effects of the item. 1. Satisfies hunger. 2. Provides a slight replenishment of fire. Attribute mana item evaluation. It has already taken on the shape of. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Chuize completely extinguished his desire to continue fishing. He feared that if he persisted, he would inevitably be dragged into the sea. Such malevolence. What sheer wickedness. The Shambodi Islands are truly diabolical. Chuize first placed the oiled grilled meat into his mouth, followed by a sip of blue flower tea to alleviate the greasiness of the meat. On one hand, there was the indulgence of flavor. On the other, a serene simplicity. A duality of taste, a duality of pleasure. After 2 fishing excursions, Chuize had essentially deduced the islands corresponding to the Shambodia archipelago, which were predominantly those realms of adult complexity that defy description. Thus, it is best to earnestly focus on the task at hand. Chuize meticulously cleared away the remnants of oil-smeared barbecue and the fragments of blue flowers, proceeding calmly towards the deck. A few minutes later, the sightseeing cruise docked at the harbor pier of Peninsula 69 in the Shambodi Islands. Peninsulas 60 to 69 of the Bubble Islands primarily serve as a naval base and government entry and exit points. They had finally arrived at Shambodi. Chuize stretched his arms widely, casting a teasing glance at Smoker. The 70th Peninsula is quite nearby, Smoker. Would you like to address it first? Your flames seem rather intense. Virga felt out of sync, inquiring, what are you two discussing? With a chuckle, Chuize chuckled as he patted Virgo on the shoulder, preparing to elucidate. It is Smoker who intends to step into adulthood. Before Q-Eyes could finish his words, he was abruptly silenced by the irate Smoker, who hastily concocted an excuse, claiming his cigar was nearly extinguished and he needed to procure a new supply. Oh, Virgo nodded, seemingly acquiescing to this rationale. As far as he was aware, the 70th to 79th Peninsula primarily comprised leisure, entertainment, customs, bars, and a street lined with inns. Smoker, are you merely indulging in smoking here without any other pursuits? I find that hard to believe. This burly man with thick brows and prominent eyes secretly harbored such a peculiar vice. Virgo lowered his head, concealing his unusual expression. Was it possible to enlist the family's ships, given the evident weaknesses of this elite navy? Wasn't it merely a matter of delivering a few beauties? If Q-Eyes were to discover Virgo's current thoughts, he might very well burst into laughter. Let us depart the ship, Smoker declared, wrapping an arm around Q-Eyes' shoulders and forcibly ushering him off the vessel, with Virgo closely trailing behind. The 3 elite sailors blended seamlessly into the throngs of tourists aboard the sightseeing cruise, remaining utterly inconspicuous. Upon setting foot on the land of Shambord Archipelago, Q-Eyes finally relished his newfound freedom. Rubbing his neck, he inquired, Ahem, gentlemen, where do you intend to venture first? The very essence of Shambord Archipelago is embodied in a colossal Yalchaman red tree. The entire island consists of 79 trees, each distinctly numbered. Let us first visit the island of the 40th sequence, suggested Smoker. The areas from the 40th to the 49th are primarily tourist attractions and specialty shops, likely offering numerous entertaining activities. Virgo refrained from expressing his views, as his enthusiasm for exploring Shambord Archipelago was not particularly fervent. Had it not been for Q-Eyes' insistence, he would likely still be at the headquarters honing his skills with iron blocks, striving to master the art of armament hockey. Chuize jested. Are you not planning to visit the peninsula from the 1st to the 29th? It is a hub for human trafficking, a marketplace for auctioning lives, where numerous lawless territories converge. The reason Chuize offered this suggestion was due to intelligence from the Navy headquarters indicating that a delegation from the Kingdom of Berkoya was unlawfully lingering in a particular area. As for the rationale behind it, well, it is self-evident. I fear that once I arrive there, I shall be unable to restrain myself from taking direct action. Smoker rolled his eyes. As an elite of the Navy, he was certainly aware of the general circumstances surrounding the Sabaody archipelago. Thanks to the overt support of the world nobles, the deliberate neglect of the world government, and the inaction of the Navy headquarters, heinous acts such as slave trading and human trafficking could be openly conducted as normal business activities in the Sabaody archipelago. The Navy headquarters did not lack opinions on this matter. Unfortunately, their concerns were never taken seriously by the world nobles or the world government. Over time, the Navy headquarters also ceased its efforts to combat crime in the Sabaody archipelago, focusing solely on pursuing those pirates who ventured into the area. A compelling justification indeed. Chuize shrugged his shoulders. Let us first venture to the peninsula of Sequence 40. Conveniently, the peninsula of Sequence 40 is encompassed within the evacuation route of the escape plan, setting aside the malevolent aspects. The Shambadi archipelago undoubtedly stands as the most prosperous island in these waters, perhaps unrivaled in its splendor. The Peninsula 44, renowned for its distinctive scenic vistas and unique bubble products, surpasses even some of the central towns of larger islands in terms of prosperity. Chueze, Smoker, and Virgo hastened from the 69th Peninsula and were the first to arrive at the 40th Sequence Island. Glancing at the time, Chueze proactively suggested, "Let us first indulge in a hearty lunch. Only with satisfied appetites can we muster the energy to engage in our pursuits." Virgo promptly nodded in agreement. Having felt the pangs of hunger for some time, exercising and honing our haki are both quite energy-intensive endeavors, aren't they? Smoker, on the other hand, had a desire to procure some cigars first, yet yielded to the majority's decision and was unceremoniously ushered into a nearby restaurant. Upon entering, both Smoker and Virgo wasted no time with pleasantries, immediately diving into the menu with fervor. Chueze paid no heed to the situation and instead chose to join their revelry, regardless of how much these two indulged. Their combined appetite paled in comparison to Chueze's. While they claimed to treat him to a meal, in reality, Smoker and Virgo were merely inconsequential companions. Even the addition of Tandrew would not suffice, for that fellow had an insatiable hunger. An abundance of food was brought forth by the restaurant servers, and the three Marine brothers indulged with great fervor. Within 2 minutes, Smoker withdrew from the feast. 5 minutes later, Virgo followed suit. Yet the relentless Chui gourmand Zhe continued his voracious consumption. After attaining the title of eating champion, Chueze's capacity for gluttony surged by nearly a third. Once he had devoured every morsel on the table, he found himself only modestly satiated. "Are you done eating?" Smoker, his craving for a cigarette gnawing at him, trembled with urgency. "Once you're finished, let us hurry outside. This restaurant absurdly prohibits smoking indoors. If you wish to smoke, then by all means, go ahead." Chueze gently patted his belly and waved his hand towards the chain smoker. "I desire to indulge a bit more. My appetite remains unquenched." Gazing at the disarray of the table, piled high with empty plates, Smog declared, "Virgo, let it be so." Rising from his seat, Smog added, "I shall step outside for a smoke and return shortly." Chueze, without lifting his head, casually waved his hand, swiftly ordering an array of delicacies. As he indulged in a delightful assortment of snacks following his main course, a fervent discussion erupted from a nearby table. "Hey, have you all heard? There is a significant auction taking place on the 13th Peninsula today. It is said that many slaves, who previously escaped from Mariewa, have been recaptured and are set to be auctioned off once more. Aren't the slaves from Mariewa the property of the Celestial Dragons? How could anyone openly auction those slaves? Who knows? Perhaps the slave auction on the 13th Peninsula is backed by one of the Celestial Dragons. Is it solely slaves being sold? Are there no notable swords or devil fruits among the offerings?" Chueze's ears suddenly twitched, keenly capturing the essence of the conversation. Unfortunately, one of his thoughts quickly dissipated. The initial speaker, with a coarse voice, proclaimed loudly, "To my knowledge, the auction on Peninsula number 13 features only slaves, yet their quality is exceptionally high. Those interested should certainly take a look." "You must be a shill, aren't you?" Chueze curled his lips in disdain. He had no interest in an auction devoid of devil fruits. "Wait, the Peninsula number 13? Is that not the very peninsula where Shaki's notorious bar is situated? Furthermore, it is home to the legendary Silvers Rayleigh, a figure of comparable renown to the notorious Mr. 3. Rayleigh, Shaki, slave auction." These phrases flitted through Chueze's mind, intertwining in a way that hinted at an undisclosed event, yet he could not quite grasp it at that moment. Virgo, noticing Chueze's unusual demeanor, cast a glance in the direction of the conversation, questioning whether he held a keen interest in their discussion of the slave auction. To that, Chueze had to admit, he did not. Chueze shook his head, casting aside trivial matters from his mind. At this moment, he had no need to concern himself with the actions of Old Laylee. Old Laylee was not the illustrious MR3. He was merely a retired pirate of many years. Chueze elucidated, expressing his curiosity solely regarding the devil fruits. The promising Marine, Chueze, held a keen interest in these enigmatic fruits. Virgo took note of this information, intending to report it to young Master Doflamingo when the opportunity arose. However, ever since their encounter concluded, the young master had mentioned being entangled with Vice Admiral Tsuru, subsequently lacking the time to communicate. Was it truly beyond the young master to handle an aging vice admiral? Virgo found himself perplexed. After all, in his eyes, the young master was a born ruler destined to contend with the Emperor of the Sea. How could the knight Yasha possibly be intimidated by a mere vice admiral? Virgo suppressed his doubts and returned to the topic at hand, acknowledging that devil fruits were exceedingly rare. Even at grand auctions, they were not guaranteed to be available, particularly the most exceptional varieties. I understand. Chuize nodded, his gaze towards Virgo imbued with sincerity. In truth, your Don Quixote family consistently possesses some of the most exceptional devil fruits, such as the surgery fruit, the gold fruit, and the flame fruit. In the future, we could undoubtedly engage in trade. When you are ready with the devil fruits, I shall simply come to collect them. After all, this is how everyone operates. Just as Chuize intended to speak about Virgo's homeland in the North Sea and his views on the notorious pirates of that region, a new wave of conversation erupted from the adjacent table. This time, Chuize could not afford to ignore it. It was the voice of the man, seemingly an auctioneer. From earlier, this slave auction has attracted numerous kings from the member nations of the world government. Among them are the Goa Kingdom from the East Blue, the North Sea, and the Brajoya Kingdom, among others. One intrigued guest inquired, "What brings these dignitaries here? Are they competing with the celestial dragons for slaves? I suspect they might wish to purchase slaves only to present them to the celestial dragons, thereby gaining their favor. For instance, that small East Blue nation. Named after a duck, ha ha ha. Indeed, the celestial dragons have visited the Goa Kingdom and even sank Sabo's small ship." Chuize paid little heed to the idle chatter of the guests, only catching the specific term Burjoy's kingdom. Suddenly, his countenance darkened, and he rose abruptly. "I have matters to attend to outside." Virgo, perplexed yet noticing Chuize's grave expression, instinctively nodded. "Very well, go ahead. I shall explain to Smog later." With a heavy heart, Chuize did not spare a moment for farewells and dashed out of the restaurant towards the direction of Peninsula 13. Virgo remained alone in the dining area. Moments later, a cheerful Smog, enveloped in smoke, entered from outside. He scanned the surroundings but did not see Chuize, prompting his curiosity. "Virgo, where is Chuize?" Virgo explained. Chuize just overheard a conversation from the nearby table and mentioned he had something to attend to outside. "He has yet to return." Smog nodded, suddenly sensing something amiss. "You mean Chuize has left?" Virgo confirmed, "Indeed." Smog immediately inquired, "Did Chuize mention when he would return?" "No." Smog glanced at the staggering number of plates on the table, instinctively swallowing hard. Did Chuize settle the bill? With Chuize's explosive speed fueled by his fury, the distance between Peninsula 44 and Peninsula 13 rapidly diminished. Within mere minutes, he traversed a significant portion of the Shambadi archipelago, reaching the vicinity of Peninsula 13. At that moment, his ordinary phone bug in his pocket emitted a series of ringing alerts. After 2 rings, it abruptly ceased. Chuize comprehended that this signal was provided by the headquarters, indicating that the target had already arrived in the illicit zone. He recalled the details of the escape plan meticulously prepared by General He. Chuize subtly adjusted his trajectory, ultimately colliding with the entourage of the Kingdom of Bridgewa at the edge of Peninsula 13. Leading the group was a middle-aged man adorned in resplendent garments, his golden curls cascading elegantly, none other than Henry Cavendish. The audacity to encroach upon the territories of the Kingdom of Tobias. "May you repent for your ambitions in the depths of hell." Chuize shouted incomprehensible slogans as he charged directly towards the entourage of the Kingdom of Brajoya. "Assassin! There is an assassin! Protect the king! Do not allow his majesty to come to harm. Quickly alert the nearby navy. These are the remnants of the Kingdom of Tobias." Bang! Chuize drew forth the lethal hand of darkness, directly firing at the last speaking guard. "If you cannot speak, then remain forever silent." The ominous bullet, inscribed with the mark of bad luck, erupted from the chamber of the exquisite revolver, striking unerringly at the guard's brow. As a royal guard of a nation allied with the world government, his prowess was certainly beyond that of an ordinary individual. In a flash, the guard swiftly turned his head, attempting to evade the bullet's trajectory. However, to his astonishment, the bullet's flight path became erratic, vanishing abruptly midair. "What?" The guard's eyes widened, and before him appeared the spectral images of 2 playing cards, the ace and 8 of clubs. The dark bullet, accompanied by a gruesome spray of blood and shattered brain matter, erupted from the guard's forehead, instantaneously ending his life. The hand of darkness that beckons death ensures that even bullets fired from the front will inevitably curve to strike from behind, piercing the head with precision. You have slain a royal guard rated D. The sudden demise of a comrade instilled a sense of dread among the remaining guards, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Amidst the initial chaos and losses, the people of the kingdom of Brujua began to comprehend the true identity of this assassin. It was undoubtedly someone from the kingdom of Tobias. It must be the young prince of Tobias. The chief guard leaned close to King Cavendish, whispering in a hushed tone. Meanwhile, his vigilant gaze remained fixed upon Cui Zhe, his gloved right hand resting upon the hilt of his rapier. The distance between them continued to diminish. At that moment, the chief guard unsheathed his sword in an instant. Beautiful sword, azure bird. The blade of the rapier sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. A shimmering azure aura enveloping the sword, subtly forming the ethereal shape of a bluebird. Cui Zhe narrowed his eyes, his heightened sense of smell indicating that the danger posed by this chief guard was relatively low. Nevertheless, he raised his right fist, enveloping it with the formidable haki of armament. The dark haki, gleaming with a chilling sheen, swiftly encased his forearm. Channeling the techniques of the ape fist, he concentrated all his strength into a singular force, gathering it upon his right fist, and launched a powerful strike towards the sharp beak of the azure bird. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely, resulting in an extraordinarily intense explosion of sound. A circular shockwave emanated from the point of impact between the dark haki and the azure sword, energy radiating outward in all directions, pressing the surrounding bubble grass flat against the ground. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate for a brief moment. Cui Zhe stood resolutely in place, his form unwavering, resembling an ancient, enduring rock. In stark contrast, the chief guard exhibited a slight tremor in his forearm, causing even the sword's aura, resembling a bluebird, to falter. In terms of strength, I cannot compete with this young prince. The chief guard decisively ended the feudal standoff. He leapt into the air, executing a somersault above Cui Zhe's head, and unleashed a new technique. The beautiful sword, Swan Lake. The western sword traced a graceful arc in midair. Its sharp blade aimed directly at the vulnerable space between Cui Zhe's neck and shoulders. A flamboyant display of flashy swordsmanship. Cui Zhe's feet struck the ground repeatedly, unleashing an unimaginable force. The combination of the ape-like martial arts and the explosive power of the lunar step transformed Cui Zhe into a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the chief guard. The primal strength of his iron head, a weapon of paramount significance at that moment, was formidable. With a thunderous crash, Cui Zhe delivered a headbutt that collided fiercely with the unprepared chief guard's abdomen. The latter expelled a mist of blood, soaring into the air like a swan struck in the belly by a powerful crossbow, only to plummet to the ground, wings broken. Thud! The chief guard of the kingdom of Brahoa lay defeated. You have vanquished a royal guard with an overall rating of C. The kingdom's chief guard has been effortlessly subdued. The remaining adversaries, witnessing this, have nearly abandoned all thoughts of resistance. Cui Zhe approached the flustered Henry Cavendish with unimpeded ease, towering over the middle-aged man whose charming golden curls still held their allure. Prince Feit. Cavendish felt his legs weaken. Were it not for the so-called glory of kings, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. The kingdom of Bourgeois is willing to return the entire territory of the kingdom of Tobias and fully supports Prince Feit's restoration to the throne. Under the exhilarating pressure of life-threatening peril, Henry Cavendish instantaneously conceived this thought and shouted it aloud. Cui Zhe's gesture suddenly faltered. Me crowned as king? An utterly unexpected turn of events. Yet, regrettably, Cui Zhe is not the legitimate prince of the kingdom of Tobias. In comparison to assuming the precarious role of a monarch in a small and uncertain nation, Cui Zhe remained inclined to wander in search of treasures, striving to augment his own strength. The divine mother of dissolution, resembling a falling star, pierced through the air and embedded itself into the shoulder of Henry Cavendish like a nail. The blade sank into flesh, and a bloom of crimson erupted. The delicate and precious king of the allied nation emitted a muffled groan of anguish, yet he steadfastly suppressed any cries of pain. King Cavendish, I sense your goodwill. This is commendable, truly commendable. Cui Zhe pressed the disintegrating mother of saints deeper into Henry Cavendish's shoulder, whispering softly into the other's ear. However, I am a person of gratitude and remembrance. The kingdom of Tobias has nurtured me, and I perpetually cherish her in my thoughts. Should misfortune befall the kingdom of Tobias once more, whether through a malicious attack, the encroachment of pirates upon our borders, the oppression of our people by officials, or a cataclysmic tsunami inundating our lands, I shall hold every individual of the kingdom of Bourgeois accountable. From the highest noble to the humblest commoner, I will wield this scalpel. tainted with the blood of kings, to slice open your abdomen, excise your liver, and, after meticulously slicing it, mix it with sweet rum, only to return it back into your own mouth. The tardy yellow ape fortuitously overheard these final words from Cui, nearly dropping his glasses in shock. Cui, how do you play the role of an undercover pirate? Please, restrain yourself. Through the refracted blade of the disassembled Mother Saintess imitation, Cui caught a glimpse of the glaring, resplendent figure of the yellow monkey. He remained entirely unfazed, abruptly withdrawing the scalpel embedded in Henry Cavendish's shoulder. With a swift motion, a jet of crimson blood erupted forth. The removal of the blade should have elicited a heart-wrenching scream. However, at that moment, Henry Cavendish lay as silent as a corpse. The words of Cui had utterly shattered the king, leaving him engulfed in an abyss of terror. He did not cry out in agony. Instead, he suppressed his trembling body, fearful that any further provocation might incite Cui to escalate his actions. Witnessing this scene, Cui felt a sense of satisfaction as he gently patted Henry Cavendish's cheek. Snap! Snap! Cui's palm gently struck Henry Cavendish's face, producing a resounding clap. Such an act, imbued with an intangible violence, sent shivers down the spine of His Majesty the King. Meanwhile, observing this scene, the yellow ape pondered, had this young man truly spent years as a pirate before joining the Navy? With such demeanor, such presence, such posture, surely his bounty must exceed 100 million. Cui remained oblivious to the thoughts of the enigmatic Admiral Kizaru. He draped his arm casually over Henry Cavendish's shoulder, his index and middle fingers playfully pinching the hilt of the replica of the Holy Virgin's blade, the blade rhythmically tapping against Cavendish's arm. The glint fruit? You must be Rear Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, correct? With a keen awareness of the situation, Cui feigned an air of indifference. Ah, it seems you have the time to personally undertake a mission today? Upon hearing this tone laced with sarcasm, Kizaru inexplicably felt as though he had somehow been bested. Truly, this newcomer is rather formidable. Kizaru stroked his chin, forcing himself into the rhythm of conversation. Cui shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, so what? Suddenly, the yellow ape felt an itch at the roots of his teeth. This little rascal! The yellow ape instinctively narrowed his eyes. How dare you attack and hold hostage the king of a member nation of the world government? It seems you are seeking a permanent suite in the deep-sea prison. Well, indeed. Cui raised his head with an air of carefree audacity. And then, with a deep exhale, Huang Yuan released a breath of frustration. It was the first time he felt his composure disturbed by another, and a fierce desire to strike Cui surged within him, threatening to overwhelm his restraint. Could it truly be that a vice admiral of the Navy lacked even this modicum of emotional control? Cui teeters on the brink of self-destruction. A spectacle indeed befitting a mere candidate for a general. How utterly absurd. At this moment, the fury of the yellow ape reaches its breaking point. Accompanied by an otherworldly sound, a beam of light erupts from the tips of the yellow ape's fingers, slicing through the air with a swiftness that defies comprehension. Striking with precision the quivering blade of the deconstruction mother, replica that Cui clutches. A resounding chime reverberates in the air. The E-grade surgical blade, a mere trifle, proves no match for the incandescent wrath of the yellow ape's laser. The deconstruction mother, replica, which has accompanied Cui for several months, barely withstands half a second before being severed in twain by the laser beam, the upper half of the shattered blade soaring far away, embedding itself into the ground. Cui's pupils instantaneously constricted to a mere pinprick. He had scarcely registered the movements of the yellow ape. Only a fleeting flash of yellow had illuminated his retina before his weapon was utterly obliterated. This cannot be right, can it? Was it not agreed that this would be a staged match? How dare you, Master Yellow Ape, be the first to destroy my weapon? What a treacherous game you play. Cui gave no thought to the profound impact his recent string of sarcastic remarks might have on Huang Yuan's psyche. You are growing increasingly anxious. Cui positioned the broken blade against the neck of Henry Cavendish, a hostage still firmly in his grasp. You dare to launch an attack while I hold the hostages? How audacious of you, Navy, he exclaimed. Controlling the hostages? That is merely an illusion you have conjured. Before his words could fully register, the figure of the yellow ape was reflected in his eyes. With a right hand clad in white gloves, it gripped his wrist with the strength of an iron clamp, immobilizing the hand that clutched the knife. Only at this moment did Cui fully comprehend the words spoken by the yellow ape. Recalling the prior arrangements made at Navy headquarters, Cui relinquished his attempts to manipulate Henry Cavendish. Engaging with the kings was far more exhilarating than confronting the formidable generals at headquarters. Naively, he believed that the yellow ape would adhere to the script at this juncture. Chueze abruptly lifted his right leg, the thigh enveloped in a coiled bandage, exuding a formidable force capable of shattering steel. As he unleashed a kick towards the abdomen of the yellow ape, the dark hue, emblematic of the conqueror's haki, adorned his toes, generating a resounding gust of wind. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the esteemed yellow ape should be able to put on quite a performance here. In Chueze's mind, the scene of the yellow monkey being kicked away by Marco flashed before him. However, no matter how swift Chueze may be, he cannot surpass the speed of light. The unremarkable white glove appeared as if it were glitching, materializing in the path of Chueze's advancing right leg. With impeccable precision, the glove grasped his calf and forcefully pulled him to the side. Chueze's body was instantly propelled through the air by the force of yellow ape. The wind howled in his ears, and as he soared through the sky, a fleeting sense of confusion flickered in his eyes. This appeared to deviate from the script that had been previously agreed upon. Wasn't it supposed to be the legendary pirate tale of beating the allied king and defeating the headquarters Grand Admiral? How did it transform into Chueze flying through the heavens? Speed is power. The voice of yellow ape thundered in Chueze's ears, accompanied by a dazzlingly bright yellow leg. Have you ever been struck by the speed of light? Before Chueze could finish his attempt to report the actor's words, he was abruptly interrupted by a blinding kick from the yellow ape. Bang! In an instant, a violent flash erupted, and Chueze was sent soaring like a rag doll, propelled by the yellow ape's kick into the cluster of buildings on Peninsula number 13. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening roar, a series of structures were successively demolished as Chueze, transformed into a meteor, crashed into them, collapsing into useless ruins. Fragments of broken bricks and swirling dust scattered in all directions at that critical moment. Chueze barely managed to shield his back with armament haki, and then employed the techniques of the monkey fist to dissipate the relentless impact of debris striking his body, thus averting being sent off the line by a kick from Kizaru. Boom! Chueze ultimately crashed into a sizable slave auction venue, where the opulent and magnificent structure collapsed in an instant, engulfing him within its ruins amidst the dim surroundings. Chueze felt an upheaval in his internal organs, with waves of pain coursing through his entire being. The notification from the luminous screen delivered a final blow. You have been defeated in your battle against the A-class powerhouse. Borsalino, you have failed to acquire the bait of victory. I must formally report the Marine Headquarters candidate Admiral, Borsalino. He toys with the affections of youth. He plays with the script of fate. Within the dark ruins, an enraged Chueze bypassed all formalities and unleashed a torrent of invectives at Borsalino. What treacherous disposition! What lascivious conduct! What an unsightly appearance! What a plethora of derogatory adjectives I could enumerate. Damn that wage thief! Cursed be the Revolutionary Army's infiltrator. The scoundrel who released the seized treasures. Having vented his frustrations internally, Chueze finally regained his composure from the recent devastating blow. He did not hasten to extricate himself from the debris, but summoned the luminous screen directly. Although he had not secured the victory bait from Borsalino, he had at least engaged in a worthy battle. Perhaps he could glean some valuable spoils from the Admiral's radiant aura, akin to the previous acquisition of the beta steel splitter. This time, Chueze refrained from utilizing the most rudimentary F-grade bait and instead retrieved the D-grade bait he had just obtained by vanquishing a guard. May fortune smile upon me. This time, while fishing, I shall offer the sacrifice of Borsalino's 3 years of official fortune. Chueze silently offered a prayer and then promptly commenced fishing. During this endeavor, the following item was obtained. Item type, D-grade item name, world color cancer source, Lancelot series description, stamina recovery item effect, for entities with an overall rating of D or lower. Consumption restores full stamina. For entities rated C, it restores 1/3 of stamina. No effect for entities rated B or higher. Note, cannot be used in combat. Item evaluation, blue pill. What a bizarre item this is. Chueze was taken aback, his hair bristling with disbelief. The fishing conditions in the Chambered Islands were indeed quite scandalous. What a surprise. However, after perusing the detailed effects of the medicinal pills, Xiaozeachu Milov's expression shifted dramatically. These pills are truly remarkable. Chueze currently holds a comprehensive evaluation of grade C. Even though he may not attain the full restorative effects of the world color cancer, he is capable of instantly recovering a small portion of his vitality. This can be likened to a diminished version of the celestial being. Chueze promptly concealed the blue pill known as world color cancer, safeguarding it alongside the enigmatic card belonging to the voluptuous handmaiden. Chueze shrank his neck, a lingering sense of something amiss enveloping him. The sacrifice of the Yellow Ape boss's official fortune yielded remarkably extraordinary results. Chuize once again retrieved a bait, this time a C-grade lure. Spurred by the invigorating effects of the worldly cancer, he did not hesitate and cast the C-grade bait into the dimensional sea. During the fishing expedition, the type of reward obtained this time was Ability Attribute. C-grade Ability Attribute, Magic Reflection. Source of Ability, the otherworldly demon lord and the summoned girl's slave magic. Description of Attribute, a one-time special ability. Effect of Attribute, when other entities employ enslavement spells or utilize special means of mental domination against you, the ability will automatically trigger, reflecting the enslavement effect back to the user. Note, the reflection limit is C. Attribute Evaluation, are you my master? Chuize gazed at the information displayed on the luminous screen, his mouth opening slightly. At a loss for how to appraise the ability attribute acquired during his second fishing attempt, Magic Reflection. While it could be deemed useful, it appeared to hold some merit. Yet upon further contemplation, he could hardly fathom its practical application. It was a rather superfluous ability, neither palatable nor easily discarded. In fact, discarding it would not evoke any regret. Chuize retrieved his last C-grade bait, a contribution made before the chief guard's unfortunate defeat. It appears that the entire world of fishing in the Shambadi archipelago is, to some extent, intertwined with the notion of slavery. This includes the lives of slaves, evaluation guides, the Lance series, and the tales of otherworldly demon lords and the summoned maidens wielding enslaving magic. So be it, slavery is what it is, even in a world of slaves. Remarkable treasures can emerge. Oh Fortuna, for this final C-grade bait, may it yield something extraordinary. This time, I am willing to sacrifice the glasses of Boss Huang Yuan. One day, I shall personally shatter them. Fishing Summary, Type of Harvest, Item C-grade Item, Kichiku Glasses Source of Item, Kichiku Glasses Description of Item, a Mental Type Artifact Effects of Item, 1. Decorative, 2. The glasses harbor a forbidden power that can alter one's attributes of offense and defense upon wearing or removing them. 3. While wearing the glasses, one gains a hidden enhancement of 1 point in D-grade mental attributes. Item Evaluation, a man should act decisively when the time calls for it. Upon finishing these lines, Chuize wore an expressionless face, merely desiring to cleanse his eyes. Were it not for the fact that these spectacles were worth a C-grade bait, he would undoubtedly crush them on the spot. A slave, a male slave, male slaves and male slaves. Chuize gritted his teeth and remarked, the Shambadi archipelago is indeed extravagant. After 3 fishing attempts, I have depleted my supply of bait. I am left with only the B-grade bait I previously pilfered from the Baron of Gluttony. Given the consistently poor quality of the fishing and the peculiar location of the Shambadi archipelago, Chuize resolutely suppressed the urge to continue fishing with B-grade bait. After all, wasting bait was not something to be taken lightly. At this moment, even BL-themed game items had been caught. Who could possibly predict what bizarre and extraordinary items from whimsical worlds might be reeled in next? It was akin to the notion of a reborn lowly island. To those who have searched for it, I extend my apologies. I did forewarn you. Chuize casually stuffed the grotesque glasses into his pocket and began to excavate the debris that had accumulated above him. After a few minutes, the disheveled Chuize emerged from the ruins of the slave auction house. At this moment, he had no intention of returning to the peninsula number 44. Rather, he was contemplating an assault on the royal family and the abduction of the king. The initial phase of the undercover operation led by Qi's was executed with remarkable success. According to the strategy devised by Admiral Crane, following the conclusion of his battle with Kizaru, Qi's was to promptly seek an evacuation route and withdraw from the Sabaody archipelago. The headquarters had pre-arranged vessels, stationed at Peninsula 35. Chuize brushed off the dust from his attire and surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, he found himself on Peninsula 13, and to reach Peninsula 35, he would need to traverse a considerable distance. The immediate priority was to ascertain his precise location. However, after the recent violent collision, the environment around him was in disarray, rendering it impossible to discern any direction. Chuize activated the beast-breathing technique, focusing on spatial perception, and managed to locate a relatively intact building nearby. He swiftly made his way towards it. The plans of Admiral Crane would only extend to the Sabaody archipelago, and any subsequent actions after boarding would be communicated later. As he hurried along, Chuize pondered the future. His previous actions had already warranted a bounty from the world government, making the transition to piracy an unavoidable fate. What he needed to consider now was the destination of the ship arranged by Admiral Crane. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chueze arrived at the vicinity of the intact buildings he had sensed earlier. He lifted his gaze and unexpectedly spotted a wooden sign bearing a name he found strikingly familiar: Shaki's Bar. Shaki's Bar, the lair of the Vice Admiral? Chueze instinctively narrowed his eyes, his nostrils slightly flaring. With a gentle inhale, his extraordinary sense of smell was instantaneously activated, drawing in the minuscule molecules present in the surrounding air. A myriad of scents flooded his senses, some aged, some mature, and others youthful. The aroma of oil-soaked parchment, the pungent scent of gunpowder, and the rich bouquet of fine spirits enveloped him. Moreover, there were several humans nearby, a robust man in his 60s, an elderly woman in her 50s, both exuding a considerable level of threat, particularly the former. Additionally, 3 young girls, reeking of blood, caught his attention, one aged 16, another 15, and the youngest merely 13. With this information, Chueze swiftly deduced the identities of the individuals within the bar: Riley, Shaki, Hancock, and her 2 younger sisters. He mused. No wonder it felt as though a memory was surfacing. The 13th Peninsula, Riley, Shaki, and the slave auction. A flicker of realization flashed in Chueze's eyes, soon followed by a hint of perplexity. After the Hancock sisters escaped from Mariewa, it was indeed through the hands of Rayleigh and Shaki that they returned to the Combelt's Amazon Lily. However, the incident at Mariewa had concluded several months ago. Logically, the Hancock sisters should have already returned to Amazon Lily by now. Why, then, were they still present in the Sabaody archipelago at this juncture? Connecting this to the scent of blood he had just detected, Chueze couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the Hancock sisters, after their escape from Mariewa, had unfortunately been recaptured by a slave ship and brought back to the Sabaody archipelago for auction? Was it only then that they encountered Rayleigh and Shaki? Chueze felt that his deductions were largely devoid of error. In the original text, the 3 sisters of Hancock indeed returned to Amazon Lily from the Sabaody archipelago with the assistance of Rayleigh, Shaki, and Gold. Roger. However, a considerable distance still lay between Mary Geos and the Sabaody archipelago. It is illogical to assume that Rayleigh would have sprinted to the vicinity of Mary Geos at the onset of the assault, only to fortuitously encounter the 3 sisters. The most plausible scenario is that the Hancock sisters were recaptured while fleeing Mary Geos and subsequently brought back to the Sabaody archipelago, where they encountered their old acquaintance. Although Chueze believed he had unraveled the general truth, he had no intention of provoking the patrons within the bar at that moment. Hey there, young man. Have you been standing outside my bar for so long without considering coming in for a drink? A magnetic female voice resonated, piercing through Chueze's ears, making it hard to believe such a sultry tone could emanate from a woman in her 50s. Chueze was not surprised by Xiaqi's discovery. After all, she was a genuine veteran pirate who had washed her hands of the sea decades ago. In terms of experience, she surpassed even Silbaz Rayleigh, although her strength remains ambiguous. There are claims that Xiaqi was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, while others suggest that she hails from the island of 9 Snakes. This need not be elaborated upon. Chueze stood outside the entrance of the bamboo bar, hesitating to step inside. I still have some matters to attend to, he uttered. Yet the heavy door creaked open from within. Standing at the threshold, Chueze beheld a comprehensive view of the tavern's interior. Behind the bar counter stood the alluring Xiaqi, while seated at the counter was the bespectacled Rayleigh. Additionally, 3 ragged young girls, adorned with traces of blood, were present. Their necks, wrists, and ankles bore evident signs of restraint. They cast fearful and disdainful glances in this direction. Chueze's gaze slowly drifted. He did not linger on the sight of the bean sprout Hancock and her 2 sisters, but rather ultimately settled upon a pair of glasses. Is Rayleigh, who also wears glasses, really sending out such ludicrous eyewear? Or is he planning to pass it on to Admiral Sengoku later? That seems rather unfair. It turned out to be the young man who had just clashed with Kizaru, Borsalino, by the bar. Rayleigh gently shook his wine glass and cast a glance in this direction. There seems to be an undercurrent of mischief in your gaze. It appears that Rayleigh's observation hockey had indeed captured the earlier battle's circumstances. Chueze shrugged his shoulders, hesitating for a moment before stepping into the blackmail bar. Who would dare to casually reveal their sinister intentions in the presence of the formidable Pluto, Silbaz Rayleigh? The motion of Rayleigh swirling his drink abruptly halted, and a sharp glint flashed beneath his lenses. How could you possibly know? Chueze felt an immediate tension throughout his body, as if ensnared by an invisible aura. He promptly offered an explanation. Before the esteemed predecessor, the king of the underworld, shaves off that iconic bearded barrier. Anyone who has laid eyes upon your bounty notice would undoubtedly recognize your identity. To speak candidly, the fact that Rayleigh's disguise has evaded detection for so many years in the Sabaody archipelago is utterly absurd. It is akin to Clark Kent donning spectacles. Rayleigh, in silence, stroked his beard, and the imposing atmosphere suddenly relaxed, a sense of reluctance washing over him. Behind the bar, Shaki propped her chin on her hand, a smile gracing her face as she listened intently to the exchange between the two. It was only at this moment that she interjected, "Young man, did you not express your intention to abstain from alcohol? What brings you in here still?" "I suddenly recalled something," he replied. Chuizhe approached the bar, fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon the proprietress, Xiachi. It appeared that this establishment not only served as a bar but also engaged in the trade of intelligence. Did it not? Indeed, it was just as he suspected. Xiachi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The scope of business at this bar is remarkably expansive. Pray tell, what kind of information do you wish to procure, young man? In light of your handsome visage, allow me to clarify in advance that my prices are rather steep. Chuizhe reached into his pocket, feeling the weight of the 5 million berries he had previously acquired through fishing. However, an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness lingered, as though a payment had slipped his mind. "I shall inquire first. We can assess the appropriateness of the price later." Chuizhe spoke. "What I seek is information regarding the devil fruits." Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret passed through Shaki's eyes, as if she had missed out on a lucrative opportunity. The legendary treasures of the sea, even the most modest devil fruits, could fetch a staggering price of 100 million berries. "Indeed, I possess a piece of information about the devil fruits," she continued. "As for the price, a mere 1 million berries will suffice." "Just 1 million berries." Chuizhe's lips twitched slightly, yet he unhesitatingly pulled out a stack of bills, each worth 10,000 berries. Xiachi accepted the money, casually shook it, and then tucked it away into the mature woman's four-dimensional pocket. In Alabasta, the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile, held in his possession an unutilized devil fruit. "Thank you." Chuizhe nodded subtly at Xiachi, then rose and departed without a moment's hesitation. In truth, what he desired most was information regarding the unclaimed devil fruit. However, the devil fruit currently held by the sand crocodile was practically unattainable. At this stage, Chuizhe had no means to defeat the sand crocodile, especially not in the latter's home turf of the desert region of Alabasta. Yet, for a mere 1 million berries, such precise intelligence could be procured. Chuizhe felt no sense of loss whatsoever. This mindset of indifference persisted until he arrived at the 35th Peninsula and boarded the vessel prearranged by headquarters. "Is everyone heading to Alabasta?" "Indeed. I've heard that the grandest casino of the Paradise Phase is about to be inaugurated. Who would want to try their luck? Not to mention that Sand Crocodile has openly offered a devil fruit as a reward for that rain banquet casino on the day of the casino's grand opening. The biggest winner will be able to claim that devil fruit from Sand Crocodile himself." Piecing together the fragmented information, Chuizhe abruptly turned to gaze at the gradually receding Sabaody archipelago. 1 million berries merely bought him widely known intelligence? That cunning old hag. Chuizhe silently attributed this account to old Rayleigh, planning that when he had amassed sufficient strength, he would repeatedly assault this retired pirate of many years. Well, it was a sustainable means of harvesting bait. After casting a final glance at the Sabaody archipelago, Chuizhe departed from the deck and returned alone to his pre-reserved cabin. The vessel arranged by Rear Admiral Crane appeared, on the surface, to be an unremarkable medium-sized ship. The central mast bore not the Navy's iconic white flag adorned with a blue seagull, but rather a broad sail imprinted with the deep gray letters UMIT. This signified that the ship belonged to one of the sovereigns of the Dark World, the Navy King of the Deep Sea Currents, Umit. Before boarding, Chuizhe learned from the ticket inspector about the ship's itinerary. Aside from basic supplies, the vessel would journey directly from the Sabaody archipelago to Alabasta. The Umiti Logistics Company, owned by that maritime king Umit, would likely find itself on the brink of bankruptcy due to the competition from Buggy Express. Chuizhe shook his head, the names of several other sovereigns from the Dark Realms flashing through his mind, all of whom were esteemed providers of high-quality bait. However, the bait from these individuals seemed rather distant. For now, let us observe the fishing conditions following the departure from the Sabaody archipelago. Chuizhe retrieved one of the few F-grade baits and, without a hint of remorse, cast it into the dimensional sea. During this fishing expedition, the type of harvest was as follows. Item type: F-grade item, leather triangular hat source, Pirates of the Caribbean series description. A commonplace decorative piece effects. 1. Provides shade. 2. Offers protection from rain. 3. Symbolizes one's identity as a pirate to a certain extent. Evaluation. He, another hat? Chuize was momentarily taken aback, as a gleaming, polished leather tricorn hat materialized in his hands, its golden rivets so lustrous that they could reflect a human silhouette. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that the Pirates of the Caribbean series is far superior to the Caribbean series. Well, in any case, it is quite safe. Chuize steadied his mind. After completely distancing himself from the Cambodia archipelago, he had finally found an opportunity to fish for B-grade bait. Just as Chuize intended to light incense and bathe to cleanse away his misfortunes, a sudden sound of buzzing interrupted the tranquility. Chuize swiftly retrieved 2 telephone insects from his pocket. The pure white one was a secure listening device, previously caught while fishing near the Winter Island in the Kingdom of the Future, while the yellow one was a communication apparatus allocated by the Navy headquarters. Chuize answered the phone worm, witnessing with his own eyes as the yellow creature transformed into a yellow monkey. Moshi Moshi, this is the yellow monkey. Is anyone there? In a tone marked by indifference, Colonel Chuize Feit of the Naval Headquarters replied, "This is Colonel Chuize Feit speaking. What directives does Admiral Paul Usolino have for me?" Ah, young Chuize's words indeed resonate with a certain coldness. The voice of the yellow ape emanating from the phone bug remarked, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inform you of the conclusion regarding the events on the Sabaody archipelago, followed by the arrangements for the subsequent course of action." Chuize inquired, "When will my pirate bounty be issued? Do I look handsome in the picture?" The voice of Kizaru conveyed a hint of exasperation. "We had initially intended to commence your manhunt forthwith. However, King Henry Cavendish has resolutely denied the execution of your bounty. In other words, you shall likely have to wait a while longer for your pirate reward." "King Henry Cavendish refuses to pursue me?" Chuize momentarily lost his composure, nearly unable to maintain his stoic demeanor. "Why? Could it be that he harbors a fear of my potential retribution?" Huang Yuan remarked, "It seems that is indeed the case. It appears that King Henry Cavendish harbors quite a significant psychological shadow regarding you, young Chuize. One must acknowledge that he is the ruler of a nation in the New World, having encountered countless formidable pirates. Yet to witness him so intimidated by you is rather astonishing." Chuize's lips twitched slightly. "This is indeed an unexpected turn of events. It was you who asked me to assume the role of a pirate. So what should I do now? If I am not burdened by a pirate's bounty, can I simply return to headquarters to report?" Kizaru replied, "According to my discussions with Vice Admiral Tsuru, I must ask you, young Chuize, to proceed to Alabasta. Based on our intelligence, the warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile, is currently recruiting and seems to be planning a significant operation. Is the headquarters suggesting that I confront Crocodile?" Chuize suddenly realized that transforming a false pirate into a genuine one was quite an intriguing notion. However, that was not the case, as Huang Yuan elucidated. Crocodile was a man capable of contending with monstrous figures like Whitebeard and Barrett, and he was in his home turf, the desert. Even if an admiral were to intervene, victory was not guaranteed. No, in truth, it would only take a newcomer from the East China Sea with a bounty of 30 million berries to bring that sand crocodile to its knees. Chuize quietly harbored his doubts. The decline in the strength of the sand alligator was likely far greater than anyone in the vast ocean could fathom, including the current yellow ape. The yellow ape continued, stating, "Therefore, our department's arrangement for young brother Chuize is to first conduct an independent investigation into Crocodile's activities within Alabasta. Additionally, another vice admiral from our department will also be heading to Alabasta." A fleeting silhouette crossed Chuize's mind. "General Kaji?" The yellow ape remarked, "Indeed. It seems that young Chuize has had at least a brief encounter with Kaji." Chuize shook his head and inquired further, "Must I cooperate with General Kaji's actions?" "There is no need," replied Huang Yuan. "Kaji is unaware of your true identity, thus your cooperation is not required." "Understood." Chuize has fundamentally clarified his operational strategy in Alabasta: indulgence in pleasures and neglect of serious matters. "By the way, when will the headquarters deliver my devil fruit?" At this juncture, Kizaru has become aware of Zephyr's acquisition of the beast-breathing technique from Chuize and has gained a substantial understanding of its effects and potential. The headquarters is currently testing the efficacy of the beast-breathing, but preparations for the reward of Chuize's devil fruit are already underway. Kizaru disclosed a piece of intelligence to Chuize. It pertains to a Zoan-type devil fruit, which was originally intended for experimentation at Punk Hazard. A Zoan fruit from the island of Punk? Chuize raised an eyebrow. The fish fruit? Mythical Zoan type? Kaido's sun form? Ahem. Chuize acknowledged that his notion was merely a fabrication. The dragon fruit is an artificial mythical beast species, while the yellow ape pertains to the Zoan type. Chuize eagerly inquired, "So when will this devil fruit be bestowed upon me?" "It should be soon," assured Kizaru. "For now, young Chuize, let us focus on Alabasta." "Understood," he replied. Chuize exhaled a deep breath, striving to quell the restlessness within him. He was acutely aware of the vastness of the Navy headquarters, where the intricacies of internal processes and the complexities of factional distinctions were overwhelmingly convoluted, not to mention the presence of the world government and the celestial dragons, whose unreasonable demands added to the burden. The application for rare items such as the devil fruit was inherently tedious and indeed required considerable time. Following this correspondence, subsequent communications would be entrusted to specialized personnel, including the task assignments arranged by the headquarters, which would be conveyed through that marine. After delivering this final statement, Kizaru terminated the call. "What about that customer service representative from Impel Down?" Chuize squinted his eyes, swiftly dismissing the presence of the woman he had yet to meet. Fishing was of paramount importance. He retrieved the B-grade bait obtained from defeating the Baron of the Stomach and silently offered a prayer to the goddess of fortune. Fishing. During the angling session, he garnered the following. Item type: goods B-grade item. A half-day experience card of A-grade golden law source of the item. Fate series description of the item. A fate card prop effect of the item. For half a day after use, one's personal fortune will ascend to an A level, with wealth reaching its zenith. Item evaluation. Whether standing, kneeling, lying down, or prone, one can earn money. Chuize wore an expression of disbelief. Could this trinket truly be worth a B-grade bait? Even if the methods employed to defeat the Baron of the Stomach were somewhat underhanded, it hardly justified the acquisition of such a paltry item. And it could only last half a day. How much could one earn in half a day? Just as Chuize was spiraling into a frenzy, he suddenly recalled another matter. The Rain Feast Casino in Alabasta was about to open, with the grandest victor of the day set to receive the coveted devil fruit reward of the Sand Crocodile. It appeared that this golden law experience card had arrived at the most opportune moment. However, he wondered if this opportunity could propel him to new heights. Paradise, Alabasta. Canola Flower Port. This city stands as the most renowned and prosperous port in the super desert nation of Alabasta, celebrated for its production of exquisite perfumes. At the bustling docks, an array of vessels, both large and small, lay anchored. Sweat-drenched workers scurried back and forth, transporting goods between the ships and the wharf, while guests, tourists, and vendors filled the scene with vibrant energy. As noon approached, a medium-sized merchant ship emblazoned with the letters UMIT slowly drew near the dock. Once the anchor was secured and the vessel steadied, Chuize, donning a leather triangle hat, disembarked, his footsteps almost inaudible as he walked. With the passage of time and his relentless training in the martial arts, Chuize had increasingly honed his ability to manipulate gravity through cellular control. He had a premonition that if he continued this path of training, his agility attribute would soon ascend to AC level. Standing on the dock and surveying his surroundings, Chuize silently observed the demeanor of the Alabastan populace at Canola Flower Port. To his astonishment, he had anticipated that the citizens, living under the dominion of the notorious pirate, the seven warlords of the sea, would be relatively downtrodden. At the very least, their spirits should have been somewhat subdued. After all, the Nefertari royal family had ruled this region for 8 centuries, and the loyalty of the citizens should have been unwavering. Yet, the reality was that the dockworkers exhibited little sign of discontent. On the contrary, most bore expressions that subtly conveyed a sense of stability and confidence. Was this the heroic endeavor of Sand Crocodile? Chuize averted his gaze and set forth, making his way into the depths of the Canola Flower Port. He had no intention of lingering in this port city. Rather, he was determined to proceed directly to the dream city of Rainy Alabastan, an expansive oasis that also housed the renowned Rainy Banquet Casino. In the depths of Crocodile's mind, intelligence regarding the Sand Crocodile perpetually flickered. The Sand Crocodile, possessing information from an unknown source, learned of the whereabouts of the most notorious battleship among the 3 ancient weapons, the Pluto, hidden within Alabasta. Upon ascending to the rank of Warlord of the Sea, Crocodile extended his crocodilian claws towards this desert kingdom, simultaneously hunting pirates under the guise of a warlord to enhance his influence and renown in Alabasta. Throughout these relentless campaigns against piracy, he was frequently heralded in newspapers as the guardian hero of Alabasta. Subsequently, he exploited the illicit substance known as dancing powder, which nearly precipitated the downfall of the Alabasta kingdom. Chueze found it difficult to comprehend Crocodile's actions. Strictly speaking, this individual is not a truly malevolent pirate. This can be discerned from the amount of his bounty. Prior to becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile's bounty was a mere 81 million berries. What does this signify? 7 years ago, after the conclusion of the O'Hara incident, the bounty on the 8-year-old Robin was 79 million berries. It is noteworthy that Crocodile has battled formidable figures such as Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, and Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir. Yet, this top-tier powerhouse, more than a decade ago, had a bounty of only over 80 million. This can only attest to one fact. Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, is not a man who delights in villainy. During his time at sea, he preferred to challenge the strong. Moreover, after becoming one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile often appeared before the world as a hero, vanquishing pirates. Consequently, Chueze arrived at a rather peculiar conclusion. At this stage, could Sand Crocodile actually be considered a good person, just having become one of the 7 warlords? With Baroque works yet to be established and organizations like the billionaire and millionaire groups not yet formed, the current Crocodile indeed seems to be a good person who enjoys combating pirates. What a strange circumstance, Chueze remarked. When did pirates ever need to engage in virtuous deeds? This thought led him to reminisce about several other warlords of the sea. Crocodile is deemed a hero, Gecko Moria. An established warlord, spends his days indulging in zombie figurines within the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. Bartholomew Kuma serves as an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. Dracule Mihawk is a solitary wanderer, and Jinbei stands as the guardian of Fishman Island. Among these warlords, the only true pirates seem to be Boa Hancock and Don Quixote da Flamingo. What sort of grand pirate system is this? In contrast, the newer generation of warlords appears to be more competent, with 2 of them even ascending to the rank of Yonko. Chueze recalled the mission assigned to him by headquarters, to independently investigate Crocodile's activities within Alabasta. This was hardly an investigation at all. Chueze shook his head. At this juncture, even if the Sand Crocodile were to unleash a rampage, it would be utterly impossible. After all, this fellow is poised to become the hero of Alabasta. Contemplating this, Chueze's resolve regarding his course of action in Alabasta grew ever more steadfast. Indulge in revelry and frivolity, forsaking all serious pursuits. Ideally, he could also reclaim the fruit from the Rain Banquet Casino. The B-grade item, the Golden Law Experience card, could likely only be utilized there. As his thoughts wandered, Chueze had already arrived at the Quick Duck rental agency within the Canola Flower Port. The Quick Duck, a unique creature of Alabasta, is renowned for its swiftness in traversing the arid desert and is considered the fastest animal in the Desert Kingdom, serving as a means of transport for the residents of Alabasta. Chuezegong had just paid to rent a duck with a splendidly glossy coat when 2 voices suddenly echoed from the entrance of the rental shop. "Good day, sir. I wish to rent a duck." "So do I, my good man." Chueze turned his gaze upon hearing the voice, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. The first individual to speak was someone Chueze was quite familiar with. They had crossed paths multiple times during their tenure aboard the ship. He was a vice admiral from the naval headquarters, Kaki, who had yet to receive a code name. However, the person who followed was truly unexpected. He was tall, with a circle of facial hair adorning his chin, his eyes firmly shut. A distinct X-shaped scar marred his forehead, and he donned a light purple kimono, his feet clad in wooden sandals, while gripping an ordinary cane sword in his hand. The future admiral of the naval headquarters, Fujitora Ichisai, T-Pig, Fujitora. Chueze withdrew his gaze, refraining from any hasty actions. What level of conflict does my Alabastan operation truly represent? However, with these 2 esteemed individuals present, this mission is undoubtedly secure. Jia Ji and Yi Shao appeared to be companions, both having noticed Chueze standing within the shop. The future tea merchant offered Chueze a serene smile. "My friend, the winds and sands of the desert are quite formidable. It would be prudent for us to proceed together, as mutual support is advantageous." In the boundless expanse of the desert, 3 swift ducks lined up in formation, their webbed feet striking the ground in unison, stirring up endless clouds of dust. Chueze did not decline the invitation from his colleague, Jia Ji. To speak candidly, he harbored a modicum of interest in this prospective future champion. This interest, indeed, pertains to the metaphorical bait that the other party represents. Through their sporadic interactions aboard the vessel some time ago, Chueze gathered a rudimentary understanding of Jia Ji's character, which is scarcely depicted in the original narrative. If one were to characterize him through the lens of the Navy's customary sense of justice, Jiaji could be seen as embodying a gentle form of righteousness. This notion of justice is inspired by the character prototype, Torajiro, from whom Jiaji is derived, though this is merely conjecture. A gentle righteousness, characterized by serenity, ease, authenticity, and a benevolent disposition. Chuizhe can almost be said to regard T-Pig as the most unassuming presence among all the admirals he has encountered in the Navy headquarters. Kizaru is rather slick, akin to a slacker, a thief of wages. Aokiji embodies laziness and negligence, often absent from duty. It is no wonder that T-Pig enjoys such high popularity among the general populace. Indeed, he may not possess the most attractive appearance. Ahem. As for the smile accompanying him. Prior to this moment, Chuizhe had not encountered the future Vice Admiral Fujitora aboard the vessel, suggesting that the two must have separated to pursue their respective missions, with an agreement to reconvene in Alabasta. After all, among the limited intelligence disclosed by the team merchant, there was mention of a close relationship with Fujitora, hinting at a friendship that may have spanned many years. Presently, this conjecture appears highly plausible. Chuizhe harbors considerable interest in Fujitora. He has been dispatched by the headquarters to operate as a pirate. Yet, in the vastness of the ocean, how many pirates truly act alone? Figures like red-haired Shanks and Dracula Mihawk are, after all, but a rare breed. Absent unforeseen circumstances, this holds true. Chuizhe is destined to embark on the path of forming his own pirate crew in the future. As for Fujitora, with his formidable strength and amiable disposition, he is greatly adored by the common people. Although he possesses a penchant for gambling, which is a notable flaw, he would make an excellent candidate for a vice captain. In other words, Chuizhe has taken a liking to the chubby tiger. Young man Chuizhe, I wonder what brings you to Alabasta? The voice of the T-Pig drifted through the sand and reached Chuizhe's ears. Indeed, Chuizhe is quietly harboring intentions towards the vine tiger with a smirk. However, in reality, there is another individual with a similar mindset, Tunji J. I observe that young Master Chuizhe, despite his tender age, possesses striking looks and formidable strength. With eyes that gleam with clarity, he is indeed a promising candidate for the Navy. Chuizhe unexpectedly joined the elite naval training camp, where he spent merely a day or two at the headquarters before being recruited into the pirate undercover operation. The bounty on the pirates was abruptly halted due to personal reasons concerning Henry Cavendish. Considering all these factors, even the Rear Admiral Jiaching of the naval headquarters remains unaware of Chuizhe's true identity. What about me? Chuizhe raised his hand and pointed towards a hint of green at the horizon of the desert, casually explaining, I heard that Alabasta has opened a grand casino, and I merely wish to visit. Brother Gigi, are you not planning the same? Chuizhe remained oblivious to the intricate machinations within Jiajia's mind. Yet he had no intention of revealing his undercover identity to her. He possessed a fundamental sense of professional confidentiality. Unlike a certain individual whose loose lips could rival the flutter of an old lady's skirt, when it came to matters of gambling, the seasoned veteran could not afford to miss out. With a knowing grin, he suddenly interjected into the conversation. Poker dice. Pachinko, what type did the young Master Chuizhe excel in? Does Dodiju count? Chuizhe suddenly became aware of a troublesome predicament. He aspired to acquire the enigmatic devil fruit from the Rain Banquet Casino. The objective was commendable. Alas, he lacked proficiency in the art of gambling. Well, to be honest, my skills in gambling are rather limited. I merely rely on a stroke of luck. Chuizhe, with an audacious demeanor, boldly expressed his thoughts, reassured by the golden rule that shielded him from any potential exposure. Brothery, could you kindly impart to me some foundational rules of casino gameplay? He inquired. If one lacks knowledge of the basic gameplay, how can they claim to be merely inexperienced? He fell into contemplative silence. As a seasoned gambler, the instinct to lure newcomers into the thrill of the game surged within him. A small wager brings joy, while a large bet can be perilous. Allow me to elucidate the rudimentary gameplay of the casino for young Master Chui, he offered. Meanwhile, Jia Ji chuckled lightly, refraining from interjecting. The notion of inviting Chuizhe to join the Navy was a fleeting whim of his. At present, his understanding of Chuizhe remained superficial, providing an opportune moment to glean insights into the latter's true character through E. Time slipped away swiftly. The trio of hasty ducks finally arrived at the enchanting city of Rainy Earth in the kingdom of Alabastan. The Alabastan kingdom epitomizes a quintessential desert realm, with vast expanses of desert dominating its territory. However, the city of Rainy Earth, hailed as the Dream City of Alabastan, is a lush oasis, abundant in water and vegetation. Encircled by verdant shade, and home to a plethora of rare greenery and freshwater resources in the arid region. It is precisely due to this unparalleled geographical advantage that Crocodile chose to establish the Rainy Banquet Casino here, envisioning it as his future stronghold. Throughout the journey, Yi's relentless instruction served as a guiding light. Chuize has acquired a brand new ability entry, F-grade ability entry, gambling. Entry description: gambling refers to the act of utilizing valuable items to speculate on the outcome of a competition, contest, or an unpredictable event, with the intention of acquiring other valuable possessions. Entry effect: a rudimentary understanding of conventional gambling practices at sea. Entry evaluation: wow, a big catch. Disregarding the disparaging evaluation of the entry, Chuize finds a degree of satisfaction in mastering this new ability, as it ensures that upon entering the Rain Banquet Casino, he will not resemble a novice who knows nothing, thus minimizing the risk of revealing his ignorance. Chuize Jiaji and a third companion hastened to return the duck to the rental shop, and soon found themselves drawn together to the Rain Banquet Casino. The Rain Banquet stands as a colossal pyramid-shaped edifice at the heart of the Rain City, its exterior seemingly drenched in gold, sparkling brilliantly under the sun's embrace. Opulent and resplendent, it serves as the most authentic portrait of this luxurious pyramid. Chuize Jiaji and Yi Xiao followed the throng of visitors into the Rain Banquet Casino. With less than 3 days remaining until its grand opening, the casino had nonetheless opened a small section for travelers to explore and enjoy. Upon entering the interior of the Rain Banquet Casino, Chuize was drawn to the small pyramid suspended in the center of the casino. It was a crystalline glass pyramid, its luminous surface constantly reflecting the ever-changing skies of the rainy city, providing ample natural illumination for the entire Rain Banquet Casino. What truly captivated Chuize, however, was not the exterior of this glass pyramid, but rather the peculiar fruit perched atop its apex. The dark red and black skin of the fruit was adorned with numerous intricate arabesque patterns, with shapes resembling hearts, spades, diamonds, and clubs protruding prominently. Having perused the devil fruit compendium, the tea-loving accountant immediately discerned the true identity of this fruit. It was the paramecia-type card fruit. The card fruit. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cezar Feit's eyes. This object is indeed fated to be mine. The chapter at 9 o'clock is currently under review. Likely due to the poetic content exceeding the limits, it remains uncertain when it will be approved. I would like to inform everyone in advance that there may be a delay of several tens of minutes. I am already in communication with the editor regarding this new chapter of the Pirate Saga, which is presently being typed out. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. I wonder what EX-level abilities or items the card fruit might yield. Departing from the Rain Banquet Casino, Chuize's mind continued to ponder this question, his curiosity clawing at him like a cat scratch. Although he had yet to formally participate in the inaugural gambling event of the Rain Feast Casino, he had already regarded the card fruits as his own possession. Were it not for the concern that prematurely staking his claim might lead to a misstep, he would have acted sooner. Chuize, brimming with an unwavering confidence, felt compelled to utter a couple of phrases to demonstrate his firm resolve. His burgeoning emotions were on the verge of spilling over when he was soon noticed by the duo, Jiaji and his companion, who sensed something unusual. "What troubles you, young Master Chui?" Jiaji inquired with a hint of concern. "Are you experiencing any discomfort due to the unfamiliar surroundings?" Chuize hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to reveal his true thoughts. "I was merely contemplating the card featuring the fruit I had just seen. It turned out to be a devil fruit." Jiaji felt a sense of relief and slowly nodded. He himself was not a wielder of any devil fruit powers and held no grand expectations regarding them. In contrast, his friend possessed an extraordinarily powerful superhuman-type gravity fruit. It was entirely reasonable for Chuize, who lacked such abilities, to harbor a desire for the devil fruits. Jiaji first offered words of comfort before imparting some advice. "However, it is important for you, Chuize, to understand that in the vast oceans, there are no utterly invincible or flawless devil fruits. While one may harbor hopes for these fruits, one should not become overly obsessed. By the way, I have already utilized an ancient Zoan-type fruit. And there is another Zoan-type fruit that the Navy headquarters will soon distribute." Chuize opened his mouth. Yet the words he wished to convey could not be disclosed to Jiaji. Meanwhile, the easygoing Vice Admiral T. Pig, with genuine intent, offered a few words of guidance. In his helplessness, Chuize nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." He also referenced the renowned saying of Master Kaido, Haki is the supreme existence that transcends all. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiaji's squinting eyes. Haki? Though the question might be somewhat presumptuous, curiosity piqued within me. Has young Cui truly mastered the art of Haki? If that were the case, Jiaji would be even more inclined to recruit him into the Navy. Such a promising youth would be a travesty to let slip away from the Navy. Driven by trust in Jiaji and Ishiao, Cui extended his index finger, subtly releasing a small sphere of armament Haki that darkened the tip of his finger. Unfortunately, my mastery of Haki is fleeting, and my skill remains limited. After listening quietly for some time, he smiled and spoke. That is quite impressive, young Cui. In my youth, I did not possess such remarkable abilities. Cui cast a skeptical glance at Fat Tiger, doubting the veracity of his words. A creature destined to become a formidable general in the future must surely have been remarkable in his youth. With eyes gleaming with excitement, Jiaji could not restrain himself from interjecting. Cui, my young friend, forgive my boastfulness, but I possess a certain proficiency in the realm of Conqueror's Haki. Would you care to engage in a mutual exchange of insights later? It would be beneficial for the propagation of the Navy's righteous ideals, and ultimately, we could bring this promising talent into our ranks. How splendid indeed! Having known each other for many years, Ishiao instantly discerned Jiaji's intentions. The blind swordsman smiled faintly, opting not to intervene. His observation Haki revealed no malevolent aura emanating from Cui. For this fortuitously encountered young man, joining the Navy would be a commendable path. At the very least, it would spare him from Jiaji's persistent urgings to enlist and disrupt his gambling pursuits. With a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth, Fat Tiger chuckled softly. Cui, momentarily taken aback by Jiaji's proposition, realized he had overlooked the immense experience possessed by these two giants of wisdom. Now, unburdened by the weight of a pirate's bounty, he could seize the opportunity to learn from them. Not to mention, could he seek guidance regarding observation Haki? Certainly, that would not pose a problem. In that case, he would undoubtedly require the assistance of brother Jiaji. Cui readily agreed. Yet, recalling the card fruit atop the glass pyramid, a wave of insatiable desire washed over him. How about this evening? Cui proposed a time. Evening? Jiaji glanced at the sky. There were still 2 or 3 hours until dinner. Did young Master Cui have something he wished to pursue? Cui nodded and promptly composed a poem. The powerful should proceed with caution. I hear the gentle whispers of rain. Behind the wall, I dare not speak loudly, lest it be the jade pestle pounding in the courtyard. He exchanged a knowing smile with Jiaji, sharing the location of their inn, remaining near the Rain Banquet Casino to seek a pyramid scheme. Cui discreetly observed the ebb and flow of the crowd, particularly focusing on the patrolling guards. Even though the inaugural gambling event was set to commence in merely 3 days, the sand crocodile had no choice but to masquerade as a benign figure at this stage. Cui harbored some apprehensions regarding this individual's integrity. Who could predict whether the sand crocodile might suddenly retract his promises? Who could foresee if he would unexpectedly impose peculiar demands? For instance, one might require that those who acquire the card fruit must pledge their allegiance to him. If one could, through some clandestine means, secure the card fruit in advance, would that not be a delightful prospect? Nevertheless, with the advantage of the Golden Rule Experience card, Cui approached the impending gamble with unwavering confidence. After all, gambling is merely a skillful endeavor. Luck, however, is a matter of divine decree. What does it mean to be a chosen one? Strategic card drawing. Regrettably, the Baroque studio has yet to be established, and the patrols within the Rain Banquet Casino are predominantly composed of individuals whose abilities are barely above those of the average person. They waited patiently for over an hour. Cui finally encountered a somewhat familiar figure, with shoulder-length black hair cascading down, a scruffy rectangular face adorned with a pair of pale blue spectacles, and draped in a sun-protective white linen cloak. He wore an upper garment that resembled a vintage blue vertically striped dress with frills. Cui inhaled sharply, suddenly sensing that the intensity of the battle in Alabasta was about to escalate once more. The newcomer was none other than the future Vice Admiral, Mr. 3, Galdino. With one hand, he blocked the imposing figure of Magellan, the chief warden of Impel Down. Has Mr. 3 already joined Crocodile's ranks at this stage? Cui furrowed his brow slightly, filled with intrigue. It is indeed possible. When discussing elite agents, Galdino could almost be regarded as the oldest in Crocodile's grasp. In truth, Miss Merry Christmas is older than Galdino. Cui shook his head, momentarily setting aside trivial matters. The presence of Mr. Jail D. Nuon in Alabasta, particularly as a member of the patrol at the Rain Banquet Casino, clearly indicated a connection with Crocodile. Given this, It would be prudent to probe whether the pyramid transaction could indeed be successful. After adjusting his attire, Chuize stepped forward and raised his hand to halt the future vice admiral. Mr. Jail D. Nua, would you be interested in engaging in a conversation? Chuize gestured towards a nearby CAF. Faced with the invitation from a stranger, Gal Dinu naturally displayed a wary demeanor. After much persuasion, Chuize finally succeeded in inviting Gal Dinu into the CAF at the price of 100,000 berries. Now, pray tell, what brings you here? Gal Dinu inquired, delicately grasping the porcelain handle of his coffee cup and leisurely savoring a sip. It is worth noting that the appearance fee for this esteemed stylist is indeed exorbitant. Quite exorbitant. 1,000 chobas, to be precise. My esteemed vice-emperor. Chuize, suppressing his urge to comment, unveiled the carefully prepared disguise. Mr. Galdino, I must confess, I am a reporter from the World Economy Journal. For the past few days, I have been discreetly gathering intelligence in the rain-soaked metropolis. Unbeknownst to him, Galdino straightened his posture, adjusting the creases of his antiquated attire. Are you going to take my picture soon? Should I return home to change into something more appropriate? Is this truly the matter you should be focusing on? Chuize held his breath, unable to speak. No need for that, Mr. Gal. No. In truth, I had intended to interview Crocodile, but alas, I was unable to encounter him. Indeed, Lord Crocodile is quite enigmatic. Upon hearing that no photographs were required, Gal No appeared somewhat disheartened. I have not been under Lord Crocodile's command for long, and I have yet to meet him. This is valuable intelligence. The fact that Gal No has not served under Crocodile for an extended period raises questions regarding his loyalty. Chuize remarked, it seems that we can only have Mr. Gal Dinu replace the interview with Crocodile. Oh, must I still take photos for the newspaper? Gal Dinu suddenly regained his vigor. No need. Chuize responded with an air of irritation, casually rolling up a menu to serve as an impromptu microphone, directing it towards Mr. Galdino. Mr. Galdino, the interview is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. Galdino sat upright. Understood. Based on my recent visits, the vicinity of the Rain Banquet Casino has become a melting pot of diverse crowds, exerting considerable pressure on the security situation of Rain City. I wonder what suggestions Crocodile might have in this regard. The inquiry, strikingly professional, caused beads of sweat to form on Galdino's forehead. How am I to respond to this vexing question? Why should a pirate like me concern myself with national security strategies? Just as Galdino pondered his reply, Chuize posed another pressing question. From my recent observations, Rain City, aside from its title of Dream City, also bears the reputation of being the entertainment capital, fashion hub, and romantic haven of Alabasta. Is the establishment of the Rain Banquet Casino intended to shift the pillar industry of this oasis city from entertainment and fashion to gambling? What an absurd question. How was I unaware of Rain City's myriad peculiar titles? What constitutes a pillar industry? I have some understanding of fashion, but what exactly is gambling? The perspiration on Galdino's forehead increased significantly. The questions that truly concern Chuize are interwoven among a myriad of sophisticated inquiries. Crocodile has placed the card fruit atop a glass pyramid. Does he not fear that others may attempt to steal it? I can provide an answer to this question. Gal Nua eagerly raised his hand to respond. Chuize regarded him with an encouraging gaze. Gal Dinu remarked, that glass pyramid was indeed crafted by Lord Crocodile utilizing his sand fruit. The moment someone attempts to touch it, Lord Crocodile will sense their presence, thus eliminating any concerns regarding potential thieves. Previously, a few audacious little rascals attempted to pilfer the devil fruit, only to be swiftly reduced to mere husks by Lord Crocodile. The transformation between sand and glass? Crocodile, you are still capable of such feats? Chuize was profoundly disheartened. With the intelligence gathered from Galdino, he realized that his plan to seize the card fruit prematurely had essentially come to naught. He found himself unable to evade Crocodile's senses, nor could he withstand Crocodile's counterattack. It appeared that the only recourse left was to pursue the fruit through conventional means. He could only hope that Crocodile was a man of integrity, akin to the selfless Don Quixote da Flamingo, who generously provided the devil fruits for everyone's benefit. Chuize posed several questions to Galdino, inquiries that even he himself struggled to comprehend. After leaving the man dazed and bewildered, he finally declared, my interview has come to a close. Is that so? How splendid. Galdino instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief, for he had genuinely feared succumbing to this journalist's relentless barrage of sophisticated inquiries. Chuize rose to his feet and inadvertently caught sight of Mr. Galdino's spectacles. Mr. Galdino, I sincerely appreciate your cooperation in this interview. Chuize retrieved the grotesque pair of glasses he had caught while fishing in the Shambodi Islands and casually handed them to Galdino. This is a small personal gift. I hope you don't mind. Glasses? Alas, the lenses are not a pale blue. Galdino examined the gold-rimmed, frameless spectacles in his hands, turning them over thoughtfully, before willingly removing his original glasses and donning the new pair. Before Chuize could raise his hand to intervene, he asked with a peculiar expression, Mr. Galdino, how do you feel wearing these glasses? Feeling? Chuize couldn't shake the impression that Galdino's voice had grown markedly more indifferent. I sense that my artistic inspiration is being ceaselessly ignited. Galdino, adorned with the eccentric glasses, suddenly turned his gaze towards Chuize, revealing a smile he presumed to be charming. Mr. Reporter, your physique and appearance are quite commendable. Would you care to visit my home to discuss artistic perspectives? My bed is quite large and soft. It has become rigid. My fists are stiff, unable to contain the surging revulsion within him. Chuize clenched his fist and unleashed it upon the weathered visage of Galdino, with a resounding thud. Accompanied by a gushing torrent of blood and the viscous remnants of candle wax, the future vice-emperor was sent sprawling by a single blow. You have triumphed over a pirate minion rated E. Ah, what a thrilling sensation. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the rainy banquet casino, where the patrolling guards remained oblivious to the fray, Chuize hastily extricated himself from the tumult. In the subsequent 3 days, Chuize remained diligently at the inn, immersing himself in the study of observation hockey. On the morning of the 3rd day, he successfully manifested the ability of the observation hockey. Through profound exploration and insight, he attained a higher echelon of skill, acquiring the sea-level ability, observation hockey. Sea-level ability entry. Observation hockey entry description. Observation hockey is one of the 3 classifications of hockey, allowing for acute awareness of the surrounding atmosphere. Based on the currently mastered sea-level ability of super smell, D-level information entry of sniper, and E-level ability of keen hearing, the efficacy of your observation hockey has been enhanced to a certain degree. Sea-level ability entry, observation hockey entry effects. 1. Super smell. Accurately perceive the sense of nearby objects. 2. Supervision. Visualize the aura emitted by the human body. 3. Super hearing. Detect sounds produced by the body. Entry evaluation. No matter how strong the wind blows, I can still hear it. Mastering the observation hockey instilled Chuize with greater confidence for the imminent betting game at the opening ceremony. On the 3rd day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chuize, accompanied by Jiaji and Yi Xiao, ventured to the Rain Banquet Casino to partake in the official gambling event. The rules for the inaugural game at the Rain Banquet Casino were quite straightforward. From 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, patrons were free to roam within the casino, indulging in all forms of gambling equipment provided. As the clock struck 5, the 5 players who had amassed the greatest fortunes would be invited to the glass pyramid to engage in a final showdown with the formidable crocodile, Shikuyaku. In a game of Texas Hold'em, the ultimate victor would be bestowed with the coveted card fruit as a reward. Upon hearing the rules articulated by Crocodile himself, Chuize couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The entire glass pyramid was constructed by Crocodile. Could one genuinely assert that he hadn't concealed something within? Surely. The gamblers were equipped with high-tech devices that offered complete transparency over the game. They were destined to face the consequences of fate. As the official game commenced, Chuize exchanged all his berries for chips and made his way to the opulent slot machines at the Rain Banquet Casino. Yi Xiao and Jiaji, intrigued, approached him. Chuize, do you intend to start with the slot machines? Yi Xiao inquired with a hint of melancholy. Such mechanical contrivances lack the thrill of direct involvement. Chuize cast a peculiar glance at Fat Tiger, sensing that the fellow was driving, albeit lacking any tangible proof. Nevertheless, he felt that fortune was on his side today. Silently, he activated the A-Class Golden Law half-day experience card on himself. Taking a deep breath, Chuize tossed a chip into the slot machine and pressed the start button. A flurry of sound and dazzling lights ensued as the 3 reels of the slot machine spun wildly downward. 7, 7, 7. Jackpot. The grand prize. A smile graced his lips. Chuize was not at all surprised to witness such an outcome. He unfurled his personal aura, intending to relish what it truly meant to possess a level luck. However, in the next moment, Chuize's pupils constricted sharply. Luck. Yes. Enhanced by the presence of a visitor from the otherworld. The otherworldly visitor. How could I have forgotten my Transcender's halo? The A-grade Golden Law half-day experience card could forcibly elevate one's fortune to an A level. Meanwhile, The otherworldly visitor could entirely disregard all effects, forcibly raising their luck attribute by 2 whole tiers. Under the dual enhancement, his luck was poised to soar to unprecedented heights. Gazing at the EX-level luck displayed on the screen, a flicker of undeniable brilliance erupted in Chuize's eyes. In the past, Shindaozi had managed to turn $20 into 37 million. It would be a piece of cake for me, Cezar Feit, to win the card fruit with 3 million berries. From now on, please refer to me as the gambling monster. Nearby, Yishao seemed still unable to accept Chuize's sudden stroke of genius, softly reassuring himself. After all, it was merely a machine reliant on luck. How could someone's fortune remain so consistently favorable? Mastering the art of gambling requires dedicated study. By the time Yishao regained his senses, Chuize had already ventured quite far. The melodious sound of jackpot music echoed continuously. Every luxurious slot machine in this area displayed the words grand prize on their electronic screens. Master, I want to learn this. The seasoned gambler, Yishao, momentarily forgot his previous thoughts, lifted the hem of his lavender kimono, and scampered over to Chuize's side. Brother Yishao? The unyielding winning machine, Chuize, turned his head to glance at the grinning fat tiger. Playing the slots requires luck, much like how one cannot simply stroll down the street and randomly pick up money. At this juncture, Chuize suddenly felt an unusual sensation beneath his feet. He looked down to find a completely golden crocodile coin being crushed underfoot. This was the highest denomination chip at the Yu Casino, valued at 1 million berries. Despite being oblivious to his surroundings, Yishao still caught sight of this scene. What the hell is this thing daring to poke my foot? With a deft flick of his toe, Chuize sent the golden crocodile chip soaring through the air, mingling with the crowd until it vanished from sight. The seasoned gambler chuckled, undeniably taken aback by the audacious display from the lucky dog, Aze, his heart silently lamenting the loss. That was a staggering 1 million berry. Beside him, Jiaji was equally entranced, truly indifferent to wealth. Indeed, this young sailor is the one I have long admired. I must ensure that young Master Chuize joins the Navy. Chuize proceeded onward, depleting all the slot machines within the Rain Banquet Casino. Although the establishment had only recently opened its doors, the jackpot accumulated within the machines was not particularly substantial. Nevertheless, the chips in Chuize's possession rapidly swelled from over 3 million berries to nearly 90 million berries. It is widely recognized that the bounty on crocodile, the sand alligator, amounts to 89 million berries. Thus, a simple conversion reveals Chuize won a sand crocodile. The slot machines had been completely emptied, and Chuize turned his attention to the remaining games within the Rain Banquet Casino: roulette, blackjack, and baccarat. The number of chips in Chuize's possession continues to swell, leading to a resounding victory on all fronts. As time progresses, the number of individuals within the Rain Feast Casino who have taken notice of Chuize's remarkable wins is steadily increasing. Ultimately, every set of eyes within this opulent establishment is fixated upon him. Even without the use of observation haki, Chuize can sense the gazes of the gamblers, which are imbued with a blend of excitement and adoration, intertwined with jealousy and malice. It is uncertain how many hope for Chuize to triumph in this final wager. Yet an even greater multitude yearns to witness him lose everything with the last card. Ignoring the gaze of those around him, Chuize cast a light laugh towards his opponent at the opposite end of the poker table. After a series of dealing and betting, the game of Texas Hold'em had progressed to its final stage, leaving only him and his adversary. Seated across from him was a portly gentleman, his nose adorned with black round sunglasses, a cigar clenched between his teeth. He donned an exquisitely tailored suit, complemented by a handcrafted fur cloak draped over his shoulders. Each of his short, stout fingers bore rings of gold that shimmered with a hint of crimson, each adorned with gemstones the size of pigeon eggs, their worth surpassing the fortunes of most individuals in the casino. This was Liu Feld, one of the sovereigns of the underworld, infamously known as the King of Usury. His hands stained with the blood of countless ill-gotten gains and innocent lives. Simultaneously, he was one of the few significant figures within the Rain Banquet Casino, drawn here for the coveted Superhuman Series card fruit. Chuize gazed at Liu Feier and spoke up. "It is time to reveal the cards, Mr. Liu Feier. Do not presume to instruct me, you fortunate little rascal," Liu Feier replied, taking a deep drag from his cigar and exhaling a cloud of pungent white smoke with a hint of sarcasm. "Do not think that your luck can sway me." "Is that so?" Chuize let out a low chuckle, casting a sweeping glance over the surrounding crowd. meeting the gazes that were either filled with greed or intense curiosity. Since you are so confident, why not engage in a grand wager? Lufield indeed showed interest, leaning slightly forward. What do you have in mind? After spending an entire afternoon at the Rain Banquet Casino, my current stake stands at approximately 13 billion Bailey. Chuize casually spoke of the wealth that ignited envy in the eyes of the surrounding gamblers. How about a high-stakes game? A single hand to determine victory or defeat. Just one hand. Lu Feier greedily licked his lips. Even for the renowned king of usury, possessing over 1 billion Bailey, this was no trifling sum. Most crucially, should he falter in this gamble, he would forfeit the opportunity to compete for the coveted card fruit, a truly splendid prize, especially for someone like him, who wielded considerable influence over multiple casinos. Casting a glance at the table, Lu Feier noted that his visible cards displayed 3 kings, while his opponent revealed a 7, an 8, and a 10, albeit all of hearts. I refuse to believe you can draw another straight flush. A glint of madness flickered in Lu Feier's small eyes. The madness of a gambler. I wager 13 billion Bailey against you. The gamblers within the Rain Banquet Casino collectively gasped. Even those seasoned in high-stakes affairs, such as Yishao and Jiaji, could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Dealer, please deal the cards. Chuize cast a glance at the middle-aged dealer. Drenched in sweat, had it not been for the unwavering gaze of his superior fixed upon the scene, the dealer would likely have succumbed to his trembling legs and collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged dealer swallowed hard, his hand shaking as he reached out to deal the cards. Suddenly, a golden hook descended from above, obstructing his palm. Allow me to take charge of this final round of dealing, rumbled the voice of Sand Crocodile, as his form gradually coalesced near the golden hook. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. To their surprise, the elusive warlord of the sea, Crocodile, finally revealed himself in this climactic gambling showdown. Chuize remained unfazed. He even contemplated inquiring with the crocodile whether his left hand was truly severed. Lu Feier, on the other hand, secretly exhaled with relief. Now that Crocodile had taken matters into his own hands, he need not worry about the novice across from him resorting to any underhanded tactics. Crocodile commenced dealing the cards. Lu Feier received a heart jack, and an arrogant grin instantly spread across his portly visage. The heart jack is in my possession. Lu Feier raised the aged jack, revealing his concealed card, a solitary heart king. For kings, what do you possess to triumph against me? Chuize merely glanced at Crocodile, raising an eyebrow in a silent challenge. Deal the cards, Sand Alligator. Crocodile recalled the fortunes amassed by this youthful visage throughout the afternoon, and with a deliberate motion, he revealed the card he was about to play. The 6 of hearts. It seems, fate is on my side. Chuize revealed his hidden cards. 5 playing cards displayed face up, a royal flush in hearts. An undeniably winning hand. What nonsense is this? How could 4 kings possibly lose? The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding drama, were left utterly astounded. Billions in Bailey, lost in an instant, and a visibly furious Lu Feier suppressed his rage with great effort, refraining from overturning the gambling table. He cast a venomous glare at Chuize for a prolonged moment before striding out of the gambling hall. From Lu Feier's every action, it was clear that this king of usury had no intention of allowing today's game to conclude so easily. Chuize paid no heed to the lamentations of the defeated as he gazed upon the towering pile of golden chips before him. A staggering fortune exceeding 2 billion berries lay upon the modest tabletop, exuding an intoxicating aura of wealth that could easily captivate the heart and cloud the mind. Truly, it was an abundance beyond imagination. Chuize casually grasped a handful of golden chips, then suddenly released his fingers, allowing the chips to plummet freely under the influence of gravity. The collision of gold emitted a sound so crisp that it could drive one to the brink of madness. For this vast fortune, capable of rendering an ordinary person dizzy with desire, Chuize remained largely unfazed. After all, it was merely half the bounty of a mere 4 emperor. Ah, the Sand Crocodile. Chuize diverted his gaze from the golden chips to the makeshift dealer, Crocodile. The value of these chips was approximately 2.5 billion berries. He pondered whether he could directly use them to purchase the paramecia-type card fruit. Chuize's resolve is remarkably clear. His objective, from the very beginning, has solely been that card fruit to which he is destined. The price of 2.5 billion berries is sufficient to procure a Logia-type fruit, or even a mythical Zoan. For a paramecia-type, this is undoubtedly an astronomical sum. Even the worldly-wise Crocodile couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, the Sand Crocodile slowly responded. According to the rules of the Rain Banquet Casino, The card fruit shall belong to the ultimate victor of today's inaugural betting match. To exchange a card fruit for over 2 billion berries? If there were no onlookers, Crocodile would certainly be inclined to agree. Yet, this is the opening day of the Rain Banquet Casino. To publicly contravene the casino's reward regulations on its very first day of operation? How could the Rain Banquet Casino continue thereafter? Moreover, who is to say that the 2 billion berries truly belong to this unfamiliar young rascal before him? Crocodile lifted his gaze towards the glass pyramid suspended above. The venue for the final wager. Let me show you, Lou Field, the inept gambler, what true mastery of skill entails. Everything within the glass pyramid is under my dominion. I can see through the hidden cards. I can change the cards on the spot. I am both the gambler and the house. Allow me to teach this newcomer, who knows nothing but to rely on fortune, a lesson. Inside the glass pyramid, the first round of the ultimate gamble commenced with astounding speed and concluded just as swiftly. Chuazilian had yet to reveal his hidden cards when the online dealer, a lady, dealt him 3 aces. In contrast, Crocodile's hand consisted of a 5 of spades, a 3 of hearts, and a 2 of clubs. On the surface, he couldn't even find a single card greater than 6. Crocodile exclaimed, "No, I haven't even used my ability to change cards yet. And isn't that brat's luck rather astonishing? Even the hidden card is an ace. For aces at the start. How brazen is that? In the first round, I lost," Crocodile said nonchalantly, covering his cards. There was still ample time. He couldn't believe that the luck of that young rascal would remain so fortuitous. The second round commenced. Chuaze, for old kings. Sha'ayu, pass. Third round. Chuaze, a straight flush. Sha'ayu, I fold. The fourth round. Chuaze, 3 aces and 2 kings, a full house. Sha'ayu, I pass. The fifth round. Chuaze, a royal flush of spades. Sand alligator, Mr. Crocodile, you consistently wager the bare minimum of 100,000 berries with each bet. Just how long do you intend to persist with such a strategy? Chuaze slammed his royal flush of hearts onto the gambling table, expressing his displeasure towards Crocodile. Are you planning to deliberately stall for time? He inquired. The Sand Crocodile retorted, you must be cheating. Another royal flush? A casino expert informed me that the odds of drawing such a hand are less than 1 in 10,000. How could you possibly draw 2 in succession? Yet, Crocodile found himself unable to accuse Chuaze of cheating. Everything within the glass pyramid remained under his control. He was well aware that the imp across from him had not engaged in any deceit. In fact, he rarely even drew cards. Typically, after the dealer dealt the cards, the Sand Crocodile would simply cover his hand. The opponent would either reveal 4 aces, 4 kings, or a flush. What kind of game was this? Could this be considered stalling for time? Crocodile's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he continued to argue. He uttered a series of incomprehensible phrases, lamenting that he had yet to draw a good hand and pleading for a break. You draw a flush, yet I cannot. How infuriating. Nevertheless, a jovial atmosphere enveloped both inside and outside the glass pyramid. Had he known it would turn out this way, he might as well have sold the card fruit to me earlier. Chuaze, vexed, interrupted Sha'ayi's words. Why not resolve it decisively as I did with Lou Feared before, determining the outcome in one fell swoop? At that moment, Crocodile, too, was filled with regret. If this trend continued, he would not only fail to recoup Chuaze's money, but he risked losing his entire fortune, an unfortunate turn of fate indeed for Chuaze. Upon hearing Chuaze's suggestion, Crocodile could not help but grit his teeth. Rather than merely dealing the cards face down, it would be better to take one last gamble. Very well. Crocodile's gaze sharpened, radiating an extraordinary aura. If I apply myself, I shall prove my superiority. The dealer began to distribute the cards. Chuaze, a royal flush in hearts. Sand Crocodile, the card fruit is now yours. The goddess of fortune smiles upon you. In his hand, Chuaze held the card fruit, whistling cheerfully as he made his way towards the VIP lounge of the Rain Banquet Casino. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of utilizing this paramecia-type fruit for his angling pursuits. As for consuming the card fruit, Chuaze had never contemplated such a notion. Upon entering the VIP lounge, he beheld a stranger clad in a black suit, seated on the plush sofa, exuding a formidable aura. Young man, my boss wishes to make your acquaintance. The man in the black suit, upon noticing the door ajar, sprang to his feet and uttered the customary words of a henchman. Lord Field was rather displeased. Chuaze, however, found himself disinclined to endure such trivial banter from the lackey. With a decisive motion, he deftly drew forth his deadly weapon, unleashing a single shot. The bullet, enveloped in a shroud of darkest haki, soared forth, penetrating the brain of the man clad in black, resulting in his immediate demise. You have eliminated a gangster with an overall rating of D. A mere D-grade pawn? Chuize was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling another matter. Had he not yet indulged in fishing in Alabasta? This D-grade bait would serve as an excellent opportunity to test the waters. With a firm grip on the D-grade bait, Chuize seized the moment, aided by the dual fortunate buffs from the A-grade Golden Law Experience card and the visitors from the otherworld, and cast it directly into the dimensional sea to commence his fishing expedition. During this endeavor, the type of harvest was as follows: item type, goods D-grade item, simulated space item origin, Yu-Gi-Oh! Series item description, field magic card item effects. 1. This field magic card can be utilized as any card with the same name as a field magic card, granting the same effects as the original field magic card, provided the original card is already owned. 2. Simulated space encompasses a three-dimensional area measuring 1 kilometer in length, 1 kilometer in width, and 1 kilometer in height. Item evaluation, Tada, the king of cards. In an instant, the field magic card, simulated space, materialized successfully. Chuize gazed at the magical card in his hand, and instantly, visions of the card dueling world, which brought forth smiles, flooded his mind. A D-grade bait could summon a field magic card that mimicked a spatial realm. What wonders could an EX-grade superhuman card fruit lure? This was the epitome of EX-grade fortune, combined with EX-grade fruit and EX-grade fishing, resulting in a triple-layered enhancement of unparalleled magnitude. Chuize gripped the Superman series card fruit tightly, a flicker of fervent excitement flashing in his eyes. He had once envisioned the legendary 3 phantom gods, the Abyss Dragon, the Resurrection Bird, and the Sacrificial Soldier, along with the various Blue Eyes White Dragon family heirlooms that boasted remarkable damage resistance and an array of exceptionally powerful deities or artifacts. Chuize repeatedly confirmed his luck. Taking a deep breath, he transformed the card into an EX-level bait and cast it into the boundless sea of dimensions. Today is indeed my fortunate day, Chuize murmured softly. During this fishing expedition, the harvest consisted of the following: ability entry, EX-level ability entry, blank deck. Source of ability, Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. Entry description, a virtual game card deck comprising 54 cards. Entry effect, allows the user to freely imprint monsters and spell trap cards of any type and ability, with card levels ranging from F to EX according to their own needs. Entry evaluation, the strongest duelist embodies inevitability. Even the cards themselves are crafted by the duelist. Gazing at the fishing prompts refreshing on the screen, Chuize's pupils instantly constricted. He had anticipated catching tangible, definitive game cards. Yet, to his astonishment, he had reeled in an entire set of freely imprinted blank cards, and the card levels were unrestricted from F to EX. Could this be the legendary playing with a printer and blank paper? Chuize summoned a blank card, grasping it in his hand, unable to contain his excitement. Since it is thus, I shall not hold back. Adhering to the rules, let us engage in a delightful duel. Arise. The god of destruction, Obelisk the Tormentor. In the void, a faint cawing of crows echoed ominously. Chuize's attempt to imprint a card on the spot inevitably ended in failure. But wait. Everyone else is successfully imprinting cards. Why is it that I cannot summon an ethereal deity? Chuize raked his fingers through his hair, uttering a complaint. Is it truly because my hairstyle is unsuitable for card games? After silently pondering the capabilities of his blank deck for a while, Chuize finally came to a rather significant realization. The art of free imprinting does not equate to the unrestricted creation of cards. Imprinting requires a template. In other words, Chuize seeks to imprint monster or trap cards, necessitating a specific target for reference. At this point, his gaze instinctively drifted downward, resting upon the floor of the VIP room. Speaking of which, is it not entirely reasonable for an additional card, the Rain Feast Casino, to be included among the field magic cards? Chuize's fingers gently flickered for a moment, yet he momentarily restrained a somewhat perilous thought. He approached the recently slain gangster, once again conjuring forth a blank card. The system detected that the target had completely lost its free will. Should he imprint an F-grade card, the Corpse of Death? Could this truly be imprinted? The corners of Chuize's mouth twitched slightly as he retracted the blank card. He had no desire to squander such a card on a mere lowly thug, let alone a lifeless corpse. Temporarily setting aside the notion of imprinting cards, Chuize retrieved the E-grade bait he had previously used to vanquish Galdinu and cast it into the dimensional sea. At present, his luck was on the verge of breaking through its ceiling. It was far more prudent to seize the moment and go fishing. during this fishing endeavor. The type of reward obtained was Talent Attribute E-Grade Talent Attribute, Flickering Candle in the Wind Source of Attribute. Yu-Gi-Oh! Series description of the attribute. The flame before the wind is ever at risk of being extinguished, symbolizing something that may perish at any moment. Effect of the attribute. Upon enduring an unbearable blow, it forcibly locks the minimum vitality while simultaneously granting a temporary E-grade boost of 1 point to the luck attribute. Attribute evaluation. Your life is akin to a flickering candle in the wind. This. Chueze blinked in astonishment, never expecting to unleash such a remarkable ability. Truly, he is deserving of being the trusted aide of the future Emperor Buggy. Mr. Three's existence has always been precarious, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Neither Magellan, nor Kazan, nor even Sengoku has ever inflicted a genuine blow upon him. Is this the terrifying talent of a powerful vice-emperor, invulnerable and formidable? Setting aside the trivialities, it is undeniable. This is the first time Chueze has encountered such a compelling ability. The flickering candle can undoubtedly be deemed the most potent E-tier ability he has witnessed thus far. Truly a stroke of EX-level fortune. As the bait was nearly exhausted, Chueze contemplated venturing out to seek some oblivious prey. Perhaps the notorious king of loan sharks. The king of loan sharks. The king of loan sharks. He intended to hunt for superior bait and expedite his fishing endeavors. At that moment, Jia Ji and Yi Xiao simultaneously entered, their expressions somber. Brother Chueze, I just caught a whiff of blood outside, Jia Ji remarked. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the lifeless body clad in a black suit in the corner. Another lawless gambling den, it seems. Yi Xiao, sensing the same ominous atmosphere, grasped the hilt of his cane sword, his countenance darkening. I initially believed that Crocodile, the so-called heroic pirate, would maintain a more respectable establishment. Yet it appears that a pirate is still a pirate, surrounded by scoundrels and rogues. No, my dear brothers. You seem to be mistaken, Chueze clarified. This individual is not one of Crocodile's subordinates, but rather a member of the Loan Shark King, Lu Feld. Yi Xiao's expression softened slightly. So it is Lu Feld, the one who just lost so much money to you? He has indeed taken actions I would have wished to undertake myself. Brother Yi Xiao, let us refrain from making cold jests in this moment. Chueze produced 2 blank cards, presenting one to Yi Xiao and the other to Jiaji. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is highly unlikely that Lu Feier will relinquish his pursuit of me. Thus, my dear friends, would you be willing to lend me a modicum of your strength? What does this imply? Jiaji held the blank card in his hand, toying with it for a moment. Has young Chueze perhaps consumed the card fruit? Indeed. That is precisely the case. Chueze found himself unable to elucidate the peculiar nature of his fishing abilities, thus conceding to Jiaji's assertion. This is the power manifested by my card fruit. It allows me to harness the strength of others. Jiaji inquired with curiosity, what is the specific method? Simply grasp the card and refrain from resistance. Chueze swiftly activated the imprinting ability of his blank deck. A notification appeared, indicating that the target individual was willing to bestow their strength upon him. Imprinting an effect monster card? Imprinting a normal monster card? Time was of the essence. So Chueze promptly selected the former. The imprinting succeeded. He obtained a B-grade card. B-grade card. Vice Admiral Khaki card type. Effect monster card effects. 1. Card possession. Usable once per battle. After use, enhances one's strength, endurance, agility, and domineering attributes to B-grade for a duration of 30 minutes. 2. Dual-colored domineering. Usable once per battle. Upon activation, elevates the levels of one's armed hockey and observation hockey to B-grade. So effect monster cards are meant to amplify one's own abilities. Then what circumstances surround normal monster cards? A flurry of fleeting thoughts traversed Chueze's mind, and he subsequently turned his gaze toward Jiaji. Brother Jia, do you feel anything? He inquired. I sense a rather peculiar sensation, Jiaji replied, gripping the card tightly and stretching his neck. It's akin to having engaged in a scuffle with someone, yet it isn't overwhelmingly exhausting. Chueze finally felt a sense of relief. It appears that this level of engraved cards, aside from the consumption of physical strength, does not inflict any additional harm upon the targeted individual. Chueze reclaimed the effect monster card, Jiaj, and then turned to Yi Xiao. Brother Yi Xiao, would you be willing to lend me your strength? Since Jiaj was agreeable, I have no objections whatsoever. Yi Xiao revealed a broad and hearty smile. Chueze swiftly acquired his second monster card. You have obtained a B-level card. B-level card. Benevolent Hero. 1 smile card type. Normal monster card effect. 1. Card summoning. Usable once per battle. upon activation. Benevolent hero, one smile is summoned to the battlefield, with its duration contingent upon its stamina consumption. 2. Gravity fruit, usable once per battle, after activation. Benevolent hero, one smile gains the ability to freely utilize the gravity fruit, albeit at a significantly increased rate of stamina consumption. Normal monster card, ready for battle summoning. A look of astonishment illuminated Chuizei's face as a myriad of formidable naval figures surged through his mind, including, but not limited to Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Burgess, Sakazuki, Kazan, Garp, Cheyenne, Ichiyo, and Aramaki. Indeed, the most powerful players, this was an inevitability. Such strength, overwhelming strength. It could be aptly described as soaring to great heights. Chuizei, with a sense of satisfaction, collected the 2 monster cards, Jiaji and Ishiao. For someone like him, whose overall evaluation stands at merely C, these 2 B-grade cards represent a significant advantage. I have essentially grasped the imprinting rules of monster cards, he mused. It is imperative that the target completely relinquishes their free will. Alternatively, the target must willingly bestow their power, according to the established patterns that allow monster cards to reach the EX level. There should be no creature in this vast ocean that can escape the constraints of monster cards. In other words, if I can render my enemies completely unconscious, I will be able to imprint their cards. Given time, I may even transform the 4 emperors of the New World into monster cards. And let us not forget the formidable array of marine forces. As a pirate undercover who operates in a realm fraught with peril, seeking support from the Marine headquarters prior to engaging in battle is surely a reasonable course of action, is it not? When the time comes, it would also be entirely justifiable to summon a few admirals from the headquarters and replicate their monster cards, wouldn't it? What does it mean to be a pirate backed by justice? As Choi Zixin's thoughts raced, a myriad of intricate strategies materialized in his mind. For instance, he envisioned enlisting the future admirals of the Navy to visit Totland and extend warmth to the widowed matriarch, or rallying the current vice admirals to journey to Wano and offer solace to the solitary beast, or even collaborating with Jiaji and Ishiu to bring comfort to Crocodile and Lufeld. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an immense fondness for card games. Draw for cards. May the adorable monster cards prevail. These 2 cards have proven immensely beneficial to me, for which I am profoundly grateful. After stowing the cards away, Choi Zixin inquired about the purpose of Jiaji and Ishiao's visit. Dear brothers Jiaji and Ishiao, I wonder if there is a matter you wish to convey upon your arrival in the VIP lounge? Almost forgetting to address the main issue, Jiaji snapped his fingers emphatically, feigning a moment of realization. In fact, Ishiao and I have come here to invite you to leave the Rain Feast Casino with us. Leave? Chuizei subtly furrowed his brow. Why must they leave? Was there an urgent matter requiring their attention? If the 2 gentlemen needed my assistance, they should feel free to ask. It was hardly a pressing issue. With a smile, he continued the conversation, his scruffy, plump face displaying an expression of helpless plea. Yet, within the casino, where a myriad of characters intertwined, Chuizei had once again amassed a staggering fortune of billions of Bailey, alongside acquiring a devil fruit. The combined allure of these 2 factors was undeniably formidable. It appeared that the 2 gentlemen were indeed concerned for my safety. Chuizei smiled cheerfully. Yet his thoughts delved much deeper. Perhaps Ji and Ishiao genuinely harbored concerns for Chuizei's personal safety. However, it is more likely that their apprehensions stemmed from the imminent conflict that could ensnare the innocent populace of Yudi City. On this matter, Chuizei expressed his understanding. Moreover, Chuizei's next target in his hunting expedition is the king of loan sharks, Lu Field. From the events observed at the Rain Banquet Casino that afternoon, it is evident that this sovereign of the shadowy realm harbors a degree of trepidation towards the sand crocodile, Crocodile Das, within the confines of the Rain City. This usurer may resort to merely engaging in minor acts of harassment, such as assassination or small-scale assaults. However, should the setting shift to the vast, open desert, it is likely that this lone shark king would take matters into his own hands. This serendipitously aligns with Chuizei's cautious stratagem, systematically dismantling his foes rather than attempting to ensnare them all at once. Thus, my dear associates, let us embark on this endeavor together, Chuizei proactively suggested. However, before we depart from the rain-soaked grounds, let us first exchange our chips. With 2 formidable figures standing guard, we would be better prepared to counter Lu Feier's impending retaliation. Jiaji and Ishiao were momentarily rendered speechless. They were eager to leave, yet could not utter the foolish notion of simply discarding the over 2 billion belly wager. Over 2 billion belly. Fat Tiger bowed his head, his shoulders drooping. In all my years, I have never bet such a substantial sum. The Rain Banquet Casino has not devised any trickery regarding the chip exchange. The over 2 billion berries won by Cui predominantly do not originate from the reserve funds of the Rain Banquet Casino, but rather from the personal fortunes of gamblers who frequent the establishment. As the casino staff conducted their calculations and tallied the chips, a familiar figure emerged before the trio. With slicked back hair and a thick cigar clenched between his teeth, Crocodile exuded an air of authority. His gaze swept over the group with indifference. To his left stood a scruffy, bespectacled man in a purple kimono. To his right, a garishly dressed man with a bulbous nose and squinting eyes. Their appearances were unremarkable, and their demeanor mediocre. Clearly, they were mere jesters in his eyes. With a palpable disdain, he dismissed Fujitora and Tontada, directing his full attention toward Chuize, and bluntly extended an invitation. "Lucky lad, would you care to join me in my endeavors?" Chuize glanced at the future admiral candidate on his left and then at the prospective fleet admiral on his right. In that fleeting moment, he held a deep disdain for Crocodile's choice in recruits. No wonder he missed out on the formidable vice admiral, Galdi. Ino, you were given an opportunity, yet you proved to be ineffectual, Crocodile. Additionally, Jia Ji and Ishao directed their attention towards Chuize, silently awaiting his response. "Well, first, let me pose a question." Chuize casually picked up a stack of money, his fingers deftly flicking through the bills, producing a crisp rustling sound. "What benefits do you gain from working with me?" he inquired, causing Jeduin to tense up immediately. "Fame, status, wealth, women, everything you desire, I can provide." Crocodile cavalierly issued a blank check, as if money were of no consequence. "Let us momentarily set aside the trifles of fame, status, and women." Chuize gently flicked the stack of berries in his hand. This mere bundle was worth 1 million. "Speaking solely of wealth, could you possibly offer me a daily wage of 2.5 billion berries, and merely for a 6-hour shift at that?" Crocodile was struck profoundly by Chuize's incisive remark, shattering his psychological defenses. The formidable warlord of the sea found himself at a loss for words. Rendered speechless for an extended moment. 2.5 billion berries? A daily wage? Why don't you just rob a bank? Observing the silence of the sand crocodile, Chuize chuckled softly. It appears that the crocodile boss does not possess such substantial funds. Thus, I shall take a step back. What about a monthly salary of 2.5 billion berries? Crocodile repressed the smile that had graced his face, realizing that this young imp was merely toying with him. A boy who relies solely on luck. "I hope you do not come to regret the decision you make today. The sandstorms of the desert can obscure all fortunes. As the warlord of the sea with a bounty of only 89 million berries, Mr. Crocodile, if you cannot offer a salary, it would be wise to refrain from discussing recruitment altogether." Chuize shrugged slightly, producing a blank card that transformed the room designated for exchanging and calculating chips into a venue card. "You have acquired an A-level card. A-level card, treasure chamber card type, field magic card effect. The treasure chamber houses the personal riches of Cezar Feit, valued at approximately 2.5 billion berries." The A-level card radiated a mesmerizing glow, instantly absorbing all the berries calculated within the room, which then fell into Chuize's grasp. The illustration on the front of the card depicted a mountain of berries. How long has he consumed the card fruit to wield such power so effortlessly? Witnessing this, Crocodile's pupils constricted slightly, and he silently exited the room. Chuize toyed with the A-level card, treasure chamber, for a while. The card's rating seems rather peculiar. Is it possible that the A-level classification, with a value exceeding 2 billion berries, is based on the bounties set for pirates? Chuize retracted his treasure chamber, intending to, when time permits, transfer all the otherworldly items he had previously fished out into this A-grade card. The imprint effect of the field magic card has already manifested, and it will not inflict any damage upon the real-world scenario. In light of this, Chuize once again revealed a blank card, from which a mesmerizing radiance erupted, instantly enveloping all directions. Crocodile, who had just exited the chamber, found himself similarly ensnared by this luminous aura. Instinctively, the sand alligator assumed a defensive stance, summoning a multitude of sand particles to encircle his form. Yet, he soon realized that this brilliance bore no intent of aggression. In a fleeting moment, a second field card materialized. You have acquired a D-grade card. D-grade card, Rain Banquet Casino card type, field magic card effect, the largest casino within the borders of Alabasta Kingdom. Resembling a colossal pyramid crowned with a grand sculpture of a banana crocodile, lavishly adorned within. Such an unusual card rank. I find myself somewhat perplexed. Chuize gently tapped the cover of the D-grade card, Rain Banquet Casino. Jiaji, observing the card in Chuize's hand, inquired with a hint of curiosity, Chuize, have you crafted a new card once again? Chuize simply replied that he had merely replicated the casino beneath their feet. Chuize nonchalantly handed the card from the Rain Feast Casino to Jiaji, considering it a suitable refuge. Jiaji, upon receiving the card, gazed at the magnificent image of the golden pyramid emblazoned upon it, feeling an involuntary surge of strength. Having just consumed the card's fruit, he was amazed at the ability to extend his powers over such an expansive area without any visible depletion of stamina. Moreover, he had resolutely declined Crocodile's recruitment. Chuize, the young man, is indeed a remarkable individual. It is imperative to recruit him into the Navy. Yet, what allure could the Navy possibly hold for someone like Chuize? After returning the venue card of the Rain Banquet Casino to Chuize, the already less than appealing expression on his face bore a hint of melancholy. Surely, one cannot genuinely offer Chuize a monthly salary exceeding 2 billion berries. Having attended to the trivial matters within the Rain Banquet Casino, Chuize, Jiaji, and Ishao departed from the bustling oasis of Yudi, embarking on their journey towards the vast and boundless Alabastan Desert. Shortly after their departure, a band of menacing figures clad in black suits, wielding gunpowder weapons, relentlessly pursued them. Following closely behind was a swirling gust of sand. The moonlight, delicate as gossamer, gently enveloped the endless expanse of the desert, illuminating 3 sets of footprints of varying depths upon the golden sands. Brother Jiaji, Brother Ishao, just as you were previously concerned, there is indeed a group of tailing us. Chuize casually flipped through the cards in his hand, continually experimenting with the application of the tester cards as he progressed. If all went as expected, he was likely in the presence of the notorious loan shark, Lu feared. As his words fell, a series of fresh notifications appeared on the invisible screen. You have replicated a D-grade card, Rain Banquet Casino, using the simulated space. The effect of the simulated space card has been altered. You have acquired a D-grade card, Simulated Space, Rain Banquet Casino. Since the D-grade card, Simulated Space, does not belong to the blank deck, you have activated the subdeck of the blank deck. The number of cards in the subdeck does not count towards the blank deck. There is no limit to the number of cards in the subdeck. You have erased the D-grade card, Rain Banquet Casino. You have gained a blank card, Main Deck and Subdeck. Chuize was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with surprise. It seems that in the future, the Yu-Gi-Oh cards caught while fishing in Alabasta will no longer be a concern regarding the limitation of occupying the 54-card empty deck. Chuize, your mastery of the observation hockey is quite commendable. Jiaji cast a glance at Chuize, clearly astonished. It was merely this afternoon that he had just acquired this ability. Perhaps it was due to my inherently decent perception skills. Chuize smiled faintly, his hands never pausing in their motion. He placed the D-grade items, including the Hand of Death that summoned demise, the Winding Band, the Voluptuous Hand, the Worldly Color Cancer, along with the E-grade items, the Eternal Compass of the Ancient Island and the Health Bracelet, as well as the F-grade items, the Treasure Map of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, the Wide-Brimmed Hat, and the Leather Triangular Hat, all into the A-grade card Treasure Chamber. The card level within the A-grade Treasure Chamber experienced a slight enhancement. In the future, I can regard the Treasure Chamber as my personal storage room. Regardless of what items I may fish from the dimensional sea or treasures I may acquire upon the ocean, they can all be safely housed within the Treasure Chamber. Chuize's gaze flickered slightly. Of course, it is preferable to store commonly used tools separately. With this thought in mind, Chuize retrieved the sinister Black Hand of Death from the Treasure Chamber and re-engraved the card. The grade of the A-class card in the Treasure Chamber experienced a slight decline. You have acquired a D-class card. D-class card, Black Hand of Death card type, Equipment Magic card. However, Chuize, your observation hockey has overlooked another individual. The bottom of a staff-like blade gently pressed into the desert, leaving a small indentation in the sand. It was none other than the warlord of the Seven Seas, Crocodile. He had also come along. Is that so? Chuize gently touched the 2 monster cards, one belonging to Jiaji and the other to Ishao. If I were to engage in battle with the Sand Crocodile, would you two be willing to support me? Upon hearing this, Jiaji and Ishao exchanged glances, their expressions revealing uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Jiaji who spoke first. While I have no objection to providing support, Chuize, are you truly confident in facing Crocodile? Remember, he is a legendary pirate who has once clashed head-on with the likes of Whitebeard and Barrett. Jiaji's demeanor hinted at hesitation. Indeed, Yishao tightened his grip on his staff sword, his expression grave. Despite Crocodile's actions in Alabasta indicating that he is not inherently cruel, we cannot overlook the sheer magnitude of his terrifying power. Moreover, we find ourselves in a desert region, which significantly amplifies the potency of his Sansan fruit. Chuize retracted 2 monster cards and once again revealed a blank card. No matter, some things can only be understood after the experience. You have obtained a D-level card. D-level card, desert card type, field magic card effect. The desert within the realm of the Alabastan Kingdom. Chuize has temporarily suspended his experiments with blank card sets. Not because he has completed all his trials, but due to a group of oblivious men in black suits standing in front of the trio. Gazing at the heavily armed figures ahead, Chuize retrieved the recently engraved desert card and, turning to Jiaji with a smile, inquired, "My esteemed colleagues, I trust you wouldn't oppose my resolution to eliminate these obstructive individuals?" Jiaji maintained a calm demeanor, remarking that even if he were to dispatch 100 of Lord Fei Erda's men, not a single one would be wrongly slain. With composure, Yishao responded, "If young Master Chui is reluctant to take action, I am more than willing to intervene." "That will not be necessary," Chuize replied, directing his attention towards the men in black as he activated the desert card. "Allow me to conduct further experiments with my newly acquired abilities, especially since we are soon to confront the legendary 7 warlords. Hey, you 3 over there, Lord Fei Erda has sent me to convey a message." The leader of the men in black sneered, brandishing his weapon with arrogance. However, before he could finish his sentence, the desert card that Chuize had unleashed emitted a soft glow. In the next instant, a vast torrent of yellow sand cascaded from the heavens, as if a segment of an endless sandy river in the clouds had broken off, pouring forth its desolation and wrath upon the earth. The well-equipped and ferocious men in black, unable to utter a single word, were utterly consumed by the relentless flow of sand. In an instant, a multitude of messages flashed across the screen before Chuize. "You have defeated a gang enforcer with an overall rating of D. You have slain a gang enforcer with an overall rating of E." Within a mere moment, Chuize had amassed dozens of D and E grade bait. As the dust settled, both Jiaji and Yishao wore expressions of astonishment. How could this be possible? The 2 seasoned warriors simultaneously harbored this thought. The superhuman series, card fruit, why does it possess the ability to manipulate yellow sand? A similar notion echoed in another's mind. "Little brat, how is it that you 2 can wield control over sand?" The silhouette of the sand alligator emerged from a swirling tempest of sand, its voice laced with barely contained fury. "Do you wish to know?" Chuize retracted the desert card, which had devolved into a blank card due to his exertion of power. "Inquire with your sand fruit," he suggested. Upon hearing such provocative words, the sand crocodile revealed a menacing and terrifying grin, the massive scar running across his nose resembling a centipede ready to devour its prey. "Very well." The sand crocodile raised his right palm, and a spiral-shaped yellow sandstorm began to coalesce within it. "Let me question you with the sand gale." With a swift motion, Crocodile hurled his arm, and the yellow sand gale erupted from his palm, rapidly expanding into a colossal whirlwind that sliced through everything in its path, obliterating all rocks along the way. "How terrifying indeed," Chuize mused, gazing at the oncoming sand gale. He gently flicked out a blank card, opting for imprinting. The endless sand gale, as if ensnared by an invisible force, surged toward the blank card, ultimately vanishing into it entirely, not a single grain remaining. "Imprinting successful. You have acquired a C-level card." C-level card, sand gale card type, normal trap card effect. A terrifying sand gale that intensifies with the winds, ultimately transforming into an uncontrollable sandstorm disaster. When used at close range, it can easily shatter rocks and bring buildings crashing down. Crocodile, taken aback, gazed at the seemingly innocuous card that had swiftly transformed from the tempestuous sandstorm. A gentle smile graced his lips as he regarded the astonished sand alligator. It seemed that the desert bore no utility. This was inconceivable. Witnessing the ferocious sandstorm, which in an instant morphed into a petite, enigmatic card, left Crocodile utterly incredulous. What folly is this? If a sand alligator had not succumbed to senility, then that fortunate young lad must have only recently acquired the card fruit. Perhaps just a couple of hours prior. If, within such a brief span, that youth could harness the powers of the devil fruit to such an extent, then had Crocodile truly squandered decades of his life, rendered no more than a mere banana crocodile? What indeed is impossible? Chuize gently flicked the Solon card in his hand. Who among us is not a spell warrior? It is worth noting that the potential of a blank deck can reach the extraordinary realm of EX. In other words, a blank card can accommodate attacks of any level upon this vast sea. A mere Solon is but a trivial sprinkle. Now, it is my turn to play. Chuizhe cast forth the Sandstorm card, transforming it once more into a menacing sandstorm that surged toward Crocodile's location. Who do you think you are, card trickster? A hint of crimson flickered in Crocodile's pupils, akin to a cold-blooded crocodile provoked to fury. You dare to use my own technique against me. Crocodile's arm morphed into a swirling mass of yellow sand, rapidly expanding several-fold, shaping itself into a broad and razor-sharp giant sand blade that he swung forward with ferocity. The desert saber, capable of cleaving the very ground of the desert, effortlessly sliced through the nascent sandstorm, scattering the curtain of sand into disarray. The momentum of the desert saber surged onward, carrying with it an unstoppable force, aimed directly at the positions of Chuizhe, Jiji, and Ishao. Chuizhe activated his observation haki, a flicker of crimson light shimmering in his eyes. He aimed towards the blade of the desert treasure sword and cast forth a blank card, which instantaneously transformed into a C-grade card, the desert treasure sword. He then unleashed the power of this card. The desert treasure sword swiftly reversed its blade and shot straight towards Crocodile's position. You have truly angered me, little imp. Crocodile's voice suddenly shifted to an unsettling calmness, signifying that this formidable sand crocodile, who had roamed the seas for years, had indeed entered a state of fury. Crocodile raised his arms, which instantaneously turned to sand, crumbling, expanding, and reshaping into 4 colossal blades of sand, each several times larger than the desert treasure sword. Diamond treasure sword. Crocodile abruptly swung his arms, and the 4 massive sand blades whistled through the air, simultaneously striking the desert treasure sword that Chuizhe had retaliated with. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 resounding impacts echoed almost simultaneously, and the desert treasure sword, which had just been capable of cleaving the sandy ground, was instantly severed into 4 pieces under the might of the superior diamond treasure sword. Dust billowed and yellow sand sprayed forth. The diamond treasure sword, with an unstoppable momentum, aimed to slice Chuizhe and his companions into pieces. At that moment, another blank card interposed itself before the blade of the diamond treasure sword. Your ability is quite impressive. Chuizhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately imprinted the card. Now, it belongs to me. The imprinting was successful. You have obtained a B-grade card. B-grade card. Desert Diamond Sword card type. Normal trap card effect. For colossal blades of sand capable of effortlessly severing mountains and cleaving the earth, wielding immense power. Crocodile's face was as cold as ice, yet a fierce fire blazed within his heart. Without hesitation, he unleashed the powers of the sand fruit once more, conjuring a superstorm of sand far exceeding the previous tempest. Heavy sandstorm. The dense grains of sand nearly enveloped the entire world, obscuring the radiant moonlight from the sky. Instantly, both heaven and earth were plunged into darkness. Faced with such a ferocious sandstorm, capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire city, Chuizhe's expression remained unperturbed. He merely yearned to imprint another card. Blank card. The imprinting was successful. You have obtained a B-grade card. B-grade card. Heavy sandstorm card type. Normal trap card effect. A once-in-a-century supermassive sandstorm possessing the terrifying power to easily obliterate several towns. The colossal sandstorm was fully absorbed by the card, and the world was cleansed, revealing a scene of sparse stars under the moonlight. Beneath the moon's glow, Crocodile had mysteriously descended upon the desert, half kneeling upon the coarse yellow sand. His right palm pressed against the rough terrain, and an invisible wave of energy radiated from his position, swiftly spreading in all directions. Wherever this wave passed, whether coarse sand or hardened rock, even the henchmen of the Lone Shark King were gradually reduced to delicate particles of dust, causing the entire desert to sink slightly. Erosion cycle. Crocodile slightly hoarse. Deep voice echoed across the desolate desert. In the face of such a vast-scale attack, even Keiki and Ishao could not help but were solemn expressions. This is the legendary pirate who once competed with Whitebeard and Barrett. This ability is impressive. A powerful move to clear the field has finally arrived. Chuizhe's expression radiated joy as he cast forth a blank card. Indeed, the sand crocodile was a benevolent soul, presenting not only treasures of berries but also the coveted devil fruits, and now even his enemy techniques were graciously bestowed. The erosion cycle, capable of effortlessly annihilating a small kingdom, succumbed to the allure of the blank card without a hint of resistance. A fleeting shimmer of ethereal light danced across the air, and the invisible waves generated by the sand fruit vanished entirely. In their stead hovered an A-class card. A-class card. Erosion cycle card type. Normal trap card effect. An awakened technique of the natural type, sand fruit. It boasts an extensive range, instantly draining moisture from living beings or other materials and spreading outward. Even rocks may be pulverized into sand, wielding the desiccating power to utterly slay the earth. Such a formidable ultimate move was effortlessly countered, causing Crocodile's composure to shatter, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move. Little did he know that at that moment. Chuize too was perplexed as to why the Sand Crocodile's ultimate attack warranted an A rating. How could the erosion cycle attain an A rating? Both Jackie and Ishiao currently hold only B and B ratings. While Kaido and Kizaru boast A ratings, the Sand Crocodile seemingly cannot reach that echelon. Could it be that the warlords of the sea, or indeed this caliber of pirates, typically possess an overall rating of merely B? Yet Command 1 are several skills capable of rivaling those of A-class warriors. This conjecture seems the most plausible. Chuize carefully stored away the A-grade card, Erosion Rebirth, intending to reserve it as a trump card for critical moments. He contemplated locating a notorious pirate lair where he could casually deploy the Erosion Rebirth, envisioning a swift and effortless harvest of bait. With eager anticipation, Chuize gazed at the stationary crocodile, hoping that the sand alligator would willingly present a few more cards of erosion and reincarnation. Unfortunately, the mentally shattered crocodile had lost all desire to unleash any further large-scale attacks. Regaining his composure, Crocodile transformed into a subtle quicksand that meandered across the desert, dashing at an astonishing speed towards Chuize's position. It was only when he was perilously close that he suddenly lunged forth, his right arm morphing into a flowing sandsword, aimed directly at Chuize's body. The Desert Greatsword. Confronted with such a close-range assault, Chuize dispatched a blank card. Regrettably, this blank card failed to absorb the Desert Greatsword. It merely served to block, intercepting the attack midair. The imprinting of cards necessitates that the target completely relinquishes its free will. Close-range slashes and punches do not fall within the imprinting scope of the blank card. In the depths of Chuize's mind, a flurry of thoughts raced through. Upon encountering that cursed card, he was elated to see that the Desert Greatsword had finally not been absorbed. Even though the first Desert Greatsword was thwarted by the blank card, Crocodile immediately summoned a second Desert Greatsword, aiming it directly at Chuize's waist. With no other option, Chuize was compelled to unleash the power of his armament haki to block the second Desert Greatsword, yet he was still sent flying by the ferocious strike. Is this the extent of your power? Crocodile mused, momentarily taken aback, before a cold smirk appeared on his face. I have discovered your weakness, card trickster. Is that so? Chuize, propelled high into the air by the Desert Greatsword, resolutely retrieved the Kaiji card and pressed it against himself, enhanced by the effect of the monster card. Vice Admiral Kaiji, your strength, endurance, agility, and haki attributes are elevated to grade B for half an hour. Your armament haki and observation haki levels are also boosted to grade B. Now, I shall summon my fist in an offensive stance. Dear esteemed readers, good afternoon. Today, this book has made it onto the Sanjong recommendation list. Let the celebrations commence. Ahem, I digress. To be honest, reaching Sanjong so swiftly truly exceeded my expectations. This tale of pirates, backed by righteousness, owes its ascent to the unwavering support of all you readers. My heartfelt gratitude for your generous rewards, monthly votes, recommendations, and collections. Thank you for your continued readership. After the Sanjong period, at the beginning of next month, the book will officially be available, and I kindly ask for your continued support. Here, I shall reiterate the rules for additional updates. For every 100 subscriptions, an extra chapter will be added. For every 1,000 monthly votes, 3 extra chapters. For every 10,000 recommendations, an additional chapter. For every 10,000 rewards, 2 extra chapters. Due to the backlog from my previous work, how sorrowful. Compounded with this current work's delays, even more sorrowful, the exact number of outstanding chapters has yet to be calculated. But it is estimated to exceed 40 chapters, sorrowful enough to make my fingers twitch. Readers who have followed over from my last work should be aware that, despite the backlog, I still possess the capability for explosive updates. The delays shall not prolong excessively unless they continue to accumulate. During the Sanjong recommendation period, I will strive to update diligently. By the way, writing stockpiled content is truly a challenging endeavor. Lastly, I would like to extend a modest invitation to the readers group. Those who wish to join the community and engage in lively discussions with fellow book lovers may click on the book's detail page, where you will find information regarding the communication group. It is affectionately referred to as the communication group. Within this space, Two dedicated administrators eagerly await the presence of esteemed readers. I express my sincere gratitude for your unwavering support along this journey. The author shall persist in diligently crafting the narrative. The reflections on the pirate's justice are currently being composed, so please bear with me momentarily. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest developments. Chueze slightly bent his knees, utilizing the technique of moonwalking, and forcefully stomped into the void of air, propelling himself downwards like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Crocodile with astonishing speed, creating a swirling white wave around his figure. Nanny. Faced with Chueze's sudden acceleration, Crocodile momentarily found himself taken aback. Just as he turned to glance, a fist, imbued with the dark hue of armament haki, loomed larger in his vision. Instinctively, Crocodile activated the abilities of the sand fruit, conjuring a seemingly thin yet remarkably resilient barrier of sand around him to absorb the impact of Chueze's punch. Boom. The fist, enveloped in armament haki, struck the sand barrier with a resounding thud, the collision erupting in a dull, thunderous sound. The sturdy sand barrier shattered instantly under the immense surge of Chueze's newfound B-level strength, collapsing into formlessness. However, in that fleeting moment of reprieve provided by the sand barrier, Crocodile regained his composure. He attempted to submerge into the desert to evade Chueze's peculiar burst of power, but a sudden, fierce gust of wind howled in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, Chueze had shifted positions, his long leg, cloaked in armament haki, lashed out like a steel whip, aiming to cleave Crocodile in two. For nearly a decade, Crocodile had devoted himself to the pursuit of ancient weaponry, seeking to harness the legendary power of these artifacts to compel the strongest man in the world to bow before him. Even when encountering lesser foes along his quest for ancient arms, the might of the sand fruit allowed him to dispatch them effortlessly. In other words, Crocodile, consumed by his obsession with ancient weaponry, had not engaged in combat with top-tier or near-top-tier experts for almost 10 years. This was evidenced by the meager bounty of just over 80 million. Having been out of practice against such formidable opponents for an extended period, Crocodile's battle instincts had grown rusty, rendering him ill-equipped to respond effectively to Chueze's explosive onslaught. He instinctively attempted to turn away to dodge Chueze's whip-like kick. Yet the toe of the foot, still cloaked in armament haki, grazed his cheek. A trickle of crimson blood immediately seeped from Crocodile's face, cascading downward. Overwhelmed by the unexpected sensation of pain, Crocodile gritted his teeth and summoned a massive sword of sand, intending to force Chueze back. A sharp crimson light flickered within Chueze's pupils. With his observation haki activated, he moved with the agility of an elusive fish, skillfully evading the assault of the enormous desert sword and maneuvering close to the side of the sand crocodile. He raised a fist the size of a cauldron, enveloped in a dark, dense armament haki, and struck without mercy. Bang! A devastating punch landed squarely on Crocodile's cheek. Moments ago, the once arrogant warlord of the sea, who had exuded an air of invincibility, was now reduced to a rolling gourd, tumbling helplessly across the desert, a sight of utter disarray. This turn of events left the onlookers astounded. Was Crocodile truly being suppressed? The observing Kaji stood in stunned disbelief. How could this be possible? Chueze's strength and speed had surged to unprecedented heights. While he appeared composed, the tension in his tightly gripped staff revealed that this future Marine admiral was equally shaken. No matter how one might argue, Crocodile was still a carefully selected warlord of the sea by the world government. A formidable force who had once competed with Whitebeard and Barrett for supremacy on the seas. How could Chueze possibly subdue Crocodile? Kaji and Ishii remain mere spectators. Yet, in the throes of battle, Chueze experiences a profound revelation. Crocodile truly lacks haki. Neither the armament haki nor the observation haki. It seems that Instructor Shuzuo was indeed correct. Haki is the unwavering belief in oneself. To lose confidence in one's own strength and to place the hope of vanquishing one's foes upon the elusive ancient weapons is folly. Chueze flexed his right hand a few times, savoring the impact of the recent strike known as the Broken Face Fist. The sand alligator has ultimately languished for too long, hasn't he? He mused. Otherwise, that kick and punch just now would never have truly connected with him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crocodile, after barely regaining his balance, swiftly unleashed the powers of the sand fruit, conjuring an expansive area of desert quicksand capable of effortlessly consuming life. Chueze, with an expression of indifference, casually flung forth a blank card, and lo, another skill was acquired. You have obtained a C-grade card. C-grade card, Desert Sunflower. Curse that card, trickster. Although Crocodile had languished for quite some time, the most rudimentary pride of a powerful being still lingered. A formidable pirate. Reduced to such a state by an obscure newcomer, without inflicting so much as a scratch upon his opponent, only to find himself in utter disarray. It was utterly preposterous. Such a level of physical prowess was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Listening to Crocodile's resonant voice, Chueze could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, despite having the enhancement of the monster card effect, it must be acknowledged that the enhancement was on par with Crocodile. If one were to make a comparison, Crocodile might even possess greater strength in his desert domain. Chueze can leverage the amplification of the Jiajipai in the absorption of the blank cards, sealing to maintain an advantage against Crocodile. However, defeating Crocodile seems to be a formidable challenge. In light of this, it appears that he must resort to employing another trump card. Chueze let out a soft sigh. Retrieving a card labeled One Smile and opting for a standard summon. In an instant, a radiant light flashed, and a figure clad in a delicate lavender kimono made a striking entrance. The observing One Smile, sensing the presence of its counterpart within the arena, couldn't help but momentarily lose focus. What exactly is Chueze's fruitability? Yet, in the next heartbeat, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Under Chueze's direction, One Smile abruptly activated the gravity fruit's power, conjuring a series of violet rings that emerged from above its head, plunging straight into the vast, darkened night sky. One Smile widened its eyes in disbelief, revealing a shocking white of the eye. My gravity fruit. An equally astonished Kaki quickly completed the thought for her friend. On the battlefield, Crocodile observed the inexplicably summoned One Smile from Chueze, preparing to burst into laughter. Just this blind, overweight fellow? What are you up to, card trickster? However, before Crocodile could utter his mocking words, the previously pitch-black night sky suddenly erupted with an orange-red glow. A massive, rough-hewn meteorite, engulfed in roaring flames, descended from above. The overwhelming force bore down upon Crocodile, submerging him beneath its might. Boom! The earth trembled, and the intense sound of the explosion drowned out all commotion between heaven and earth. The yellow sands surged like waves, and the entire Alabasta shivered under the impact of the meteorite. Once silence reclaimed the scene, the previously desolate desert, filled with swirling grains, now sported a colossal rock. Its surroundings transformed into a crystalline glass-like form by the searing heat and pressure. A notification appeared on the screen, indicating the battle's conclusion. You have defeated a warlord of the C-rated B. You have earned a B-grade victory bait. Has the battle truly come to an end? Chueze slightly furrowed his brow, indicating for Xiao to utilize the gravity fruit to move the meteorites aside in an attempt to search for any trace of Crocodile. Unfortunately, aside from the translucent glass-like fragments, there were no signs of any other creature's presence in the crater. Chueze once again employed his keen observation to ascertain that the once mighty sand crocodile had vanished without a trace. He had initially intended to use a blank card to attempt to subdue the defeated warlord of the sea, but his plans had now fallen through. Chueze murmured softly, then turned his gaze back to Xiao. This skill of summoning a meteorite from the heavens was grand in spectacle, impressive in effect, and formidable in power. He was thoroughly satisfied. It is mine now. Chueze instructed Xiao to summon several meteors once more, transforming each into a card skill. Ultimately, after acquiring 3 B-trap cards, Xiao, having completely exhausted his energy, dissipated into the air. You have obtained a B card. X3B card, Celestial Obstruction Star card type, Normal Trap card effect. A colossal meteor descends from the heavens, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire city. Chueze retracted the 3 B cards, Tian Ai Jinxing, while Gigi and Xiao hastily arrived. The two individuals, seemingly victims of account hacking, wore expressions of profound complexity, particularly Xiao upon encountering another version of himself. Chueze, what exactly was that just now? What is going on? The once robust Xiao, having endured the relentless tumult of the ocean, spoke in a disjointed and fragmented manner. This is precisely what I mentioned to the two of you earlier. Chueze blinked innocently, appearing entirely unfazed. My card allows me to harness the powers of these two esteemed allies. As for the specifics of this borrowing, this is the current state of affairs. What do you mean by this is the current state of affairs? Do not take such liberties with your tricks. You only acquired the card fruit in the evening, and now you can challenge the warlord crocodile? Not only can you seal his sand fruit powers, but you can also wield the gravitational fruit S abilities at will? The situation is indeed extraordinary. Xiao was genuinely taken aback. After years of wandering the seas, he had never encountered such an outrageous devil fruit user. There was no time for the two esteemed allies to react. Cui, with a forced smile, produced 2 blank cards and handed them over. Gentlemen, the strength you just lent me has been entirely depleted. Might I trouble you for a bit more? Cui urged Jiaji and Yishao. Though the troublesome sand crocodile had been dealt with, the notorious loan shark, Lu Feida, remained at large. Jiaji and Yishao exchanged glances before ultimately accepting the blank card, each imprinting their unique abilities upon it, trusting in the past effectiveness. Cui refrained from altering the attributes of the 2 gentlemen's cards, maintaining the same conditions as before. Effect monster, Jiaji; normal monster, Yishao. Cui remarked. I cannot comprehend how you have managed to develop the card abilities to such an extent in such a brief span of time. Yishao, with a solemn expression, returned the Yishao card. However, I must offer you this counsel. My power can indeed be bestowed upon you, but it must never be employed for nefarious purposes. Cui solemnly declared, Rest assured, my friend Yishao, I guarantee that your cards will be employed solely against the malevolent. Malevolent? A flicker of emotion danced across Yishao's visage. Such a description encompasses far more than just pirates. Yet, this very notion resonated with Yishao's innermost thoughts. He was, after all, a noble soul who could not abide the world's wickedness, even to the point of sacrificing his own sight. Pirates are indeed vile, but they are not the only embodiment of evil. I shall keep that in mind. Yishao nodded in agreement. As for the king of loan sharks, he had already fled during your battle with Crocodile and is now aboard a ship departing Alabasta. Upon hearing this, Cui furrowed his brow slightly. He held a strong belief in Yishao's prowess with observation haki. This gentleman possessed remarkable perceptive abilities, with an extensive range capable of accurately pinpointing meteors in the cosmos. If that is the case, then let us allow him to escape for now. Cui shook his head with a tinge of regret. Had Lu Field still been within the confines of Alabastan, he might have seized the fleeting opportunity afforded by the effect of the Jiajipai to test the mettle of this sovereign of the dark world. Alas, this individual had the foresight to sense the impending danger and absconded prematurely. Truly, he is a creature of the shadows residing in the dark world. Not to mention, his aptitude for adapting to circumstances is remarkably adept. For the moment, let us spare this dark world monarch. Upon hearing Chui's words, Jiajipai and Yishao couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines. The king of the dark world is not a figure to be trifled with. Each one commands vast industries, influences, and territories. The crux of the matter lies in their formidable strength. It is essential to recognize that the kings of the dark world can almost be regarded as the warlords of the 7 seas of the underworld. Even Jiajipai and Yishao would not dare to claim they could assuredly prevail against a dark world monarch in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, it was Cui who uttered these words. Moreover, this was the same Cui who had just triumphed over a sand crocodile in the desert arena. Well, it matters not. Cui, my dear brother, I have long harbored a question for you. Jiajipai gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke up. Do you have any intentions of joining the Navy? Huh? Cui was momentarily taken aback. Join the Navy? Again? Jiaji observed Cui's expression closely and noted the absence of any overt signs of resistance. He was about to seize the opportunity, appealing to emotion and reason alike. When Cui shook his head and replied, I have yet to fully savor the pleasures of a carefree life. With this statement, it was clear he was declining the offer. Jiaji, however, felt no disappointment. He had encountered similar sentiments far too often from others. Yet, Cui's next remark brought an unexpected glimmer of hope to Jiaji. But who can truly predict what the future holds? Cui shrugged his shoulders. He was merely a feeble, helpless, and pitiable pirate infiltrator, bound to obey the whims of his superior. Who could predict when his superior might suddenly take a fancy and summon him back to the Navy headquarters? Cui cast a fleeting glance at Chachuan Jiaji, silently contemplating. Brother Jiaji, to be frank, who knows which of us will become the admiral of the Shanghai Navy headquarters first? With Crocodile vanquished and Lu Feld retreating without a fight, the 2 principal foes had been dealt with, prompting Cui and his companions to abandon any thoughts of further wandering through the desolate desert. They found themselves at the whimsical Space Rain Banquet Casino. Cui cast forth a secondary card, and an enormous pyramid materialized instantaneously above the desert. Gazing at the opulent pyramid, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the luxurious Rain Banquet Casino, Yishao and Jiaji found themselves rendered somewhat numb with astonishment. Absorbing techniques, sealing abilities, replicating the mighty And possessing such spatial prowess, none had ever encountered the surgical fruit. Could it be that the card fruit is the fabled ultimate fruit? My dear companions, it is indeed rather late. Let us make do here for the night. Chuizhe waved at Jiaji and Yishao, leading them into the illusory realm of the Yuyan Casino. Upon entering, he suggested they simply find a room to rest, assuring them he would not intrude. Yishao, unable to restrain his curiosity, immediately ventured into the depths of the Yuyan Casino. His intentions were benign. He merely wished to explore the establishment that Chuizhe had created and discern any differences from the Yuyan Casino. He felt compelled to meticulously examine the gambling equipment for any signs of damage or malfunction. Jiaji offered Chuizhe a smile before also stepping into the Yuyan Casino. Chuizhe was the last to step inside. As his figure vanished behind the grand entrance of the Rain Banquet Casino, the expansive pyramid gradually dissolved, reverting into a mere card, concealed within the abyss of nothingness. Within the confines of the Rain Banquet Casino, Chuizhe ascended to the pinnacle of the pyramid, seeking a lavish chamber. After closing the door, he activated the luminous screen. The events in Alabaston had reached a conclusion, and it was time to summarize the entries. As anticipated, multiple notifications refreshed upon the screen. You achieved fame in the Grand Rain Banquet Casino within Alabaston, where onlookers witnessed your audacious sweep of over 2 billion berries in wagers. You acquired the B-level talent entry. Golden Law. B-level talent entry, Golden Law entry description, a description of the inevitable fate of abundant fortune in life. Entry effect, a significant enhancement in personal wealth fortune. Destined to possess wealth throughout one's life, free from the worry of financial scarcity. Entry evaluation, the notion that money cannot buy happiness is a fallacy. The limited amount of money you possess truly cannot purchase happiness. Your prowess in diverse gambling techniques earned you reverence among the gamblers, who regarded you with the utmost veneration. You obtained the B-level information entry, God of Gambling. B-level information entry, God of Gambling entry description, an individual who has mastered the art of gambling to its zenith. Entry effect, 1. Acquisition of the B-level ability entry, gambling technique. 2. Personal luck attribute receives a first-tier enhancement. Entry evaluation, there are many things left to gamble on. Indeed, it is life itself. B-level ability entry, gambling technique entry effect, the pinnacle of human skill, proficient in all forms of gambling techniques across the seas. Entry evaluation, I admit that it solely comprises elements of chance. You confronted and decisively defeated the warlord of the Seven Seas, Crocodile, earning the B-level information entry, Card Master. B-level information entry, Card Master entry effect, 1. Enhanced personal influence, with a 1-point B-level boost to domination attributes. 2. Your reputation begins to spread across the Grand Line. Entry evaluation, the goddess of fortune smiles upon you. Goodness. Gazing at the stream of notifications cascading across the screen, Chuizhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having battled the crocodile, he had acquired such an abundance of entries. B-level talent entry, Golden Law. B-level information entry, God of Gambling. B-level ability entry, Gambling Technique. B-level information entry, Card Master. Chuizhe meticulously perused the information displayed on the luminous screen, ultimately allowing his gaze to rest upon the entry pertaining to the God of Gamblers. At long last, he had acquired another entry to amplify his own fortune. Chuizhe glanced at his own attribute interface. Noting that the effects of the A-level Golden Rule experience card had yet to dissipate, his luck value still stood at the EX level. Never mind. The Goddess of Fortune, exclusive to the airport. Success is just around the corner. Chuizhe set aside the summarized information and retrieved the bait acquired from previous battles. After meticulously organizing the D and E grade baits obtained from the notorious loan shark, Lou Fielder, he successfully combined them into a singular, superior C grade bait. At present, Chuizhe's reserves consist of 1 B grade and 1 C grade bait. It remains to be seen what extraordinary items or abilities he may reel in this time. Chuizhe first conjured a B grade bait for Crocodile. With his extraordinary luck, he need not concern himself with the trivialities of blade placement. Such worries were non-existent. Casually, he cast the B grade bait into the dimensional sea, holding his breath in anticipation. This fishing expedition yielded the following. Type of reward, item, B grade item, magic cylinder, origin, Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, description, a normal trap card, effect. When the opponent attacks, it instantly absorbs their attacking energy and returns the maximum damage they could inflict back upon them. Note, usable once per battle, evaluation, bow before the exalted power of Hanno. Goodness. As he beheld the card materializing in his hand, Chuize's eyes widened in astonishment. A truly remarkable card. Although the effect of the magic cylinder had undergone slight modifications and imposed certain restrictions, this did not diminish its formidable nature. With the acquisition of a blank deck, Chuize found himself capable of disregarding nearly all ranged and mid-range offensive strategies upon this vast sea. However, in the face of close combat, such as slashes or punches, he still found himself lacking in countermeasures. The crux of the matter lay in his own inadequacy for all his attributes, including comprehensive evaluation, were merely at a C grade. Yet, with the presence of the magic cylinder, this formidable card, everything could change. Chuize's combat weaknesses were swiftly mitigated. To illustrate, let us consider Crocodile as an example. In previous encounters, before Chuize had acquired the enhancement card, he was unable to effectively defend against the desert sword of the Sand Crocodile and was instead knocked away. Had he possessed the magic cylinder at that moment, Chuize would have been able to absorb all the damage from the desert sword upon its attack, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Moreover, the damage inflicted by the desert sword could be entirely returned to Crocodile, resulting in maximum damage output. This is not merely a simple attack from the desert sword. It is indeed quite formidable. Although the magic cylinder holds great power, it is primarily effective for singular damage. Chuize, gazing longingly towards the land of Shu, pondered the implications of a slightly stronger Sand Crocodile. If it were to obtain an A-grade bait, would it not summon forth a divine protective barrier, a reflective shield of collective counterattack? Shaking his head, Chuize dismissed such futile musings. How precious is an A-grade bait? The four emperors and the generals all operate at this level. Should he merely acquire a divine protective barrier with a crowd-clearing effect, it would be, by strict standards, a loss. The magic tube was already sufficient. Chuize stowed the magic tube, transforming it into one of the cards in his blank subdeck. B-grade card, magic tube. Additionally, there is a C-grade bait. Chuize retrieved the last remaining bait and cast it into the dimensional sea, pondering what kind of card the scoundrels under the usurer king might yield. During the fishing expedition, the type of harvest was as follows. Item type, C-class item. Ornist origin, Yu-Gi-Oh! Series description, effect monster card effect, when battling with light attribute monsters. This card's strength attribute will receive a full augmentation from the strength attribute of the opposing monster. Note, usable once per battle. Item evaluation, an honest scoundrel, remarkably. A scoundrel card has indeed been fished up. Chuize was overwhelmed with dark thoughts as he transformed Ernest into a blank card for his secondary deck. C-class card. Ernest, the effect of this scoundrel is indeed formidable, yet its limitations are considerable. A light attribute monster, where shall I seek one? Light? Total light curtain for an explanation of card abilities. Please refer to the end. Name, Chuize feat strength, C endurance, C agility, C dominance, B charisma, C luck, C enhanced by the arrival of visitors from the otherworld. Luck deity bonus, talent attributes, visitor from the otherworld, EX, wild body, EX, golden rule, B, resilience, E, flickering candle in the wind, E, ability attributes, fishing EX. Blank deck, EX, gambling skills, B, observation hockey, C, armed hockey, C, primate combat, C, moral eating, C, six styles, C, superb sense of smell, C, remarkable courage, C, magical reflection, C, smoke form, D, mastery of hand-to-hand combat, D, mastery of precision shooting, D, fierce attack, E, acute hearing, E, nautical skills, E, cold shot, D, beta steel splitter, D, 45-degree angle attack mechanical maintenance method, E, beast breathing, total concentration, constant, E, information attributes, card master, B, luck deity, B, defeated minion of the emperor, C, navy headquarters major, C, sniper, D, killing machine, D, friend of oddities, D, glutton, D, fish killer, F, zombie slayer, F, flame eruption, F, item attributes, victory bait, 0, mimetic space, D, the black hand that summons death, D, clockwork bandage, D, gigantic breasted hand, D, white telephone bug, D, world color cancer, D, eternal pointer of the ancient island, E, health bracelet, E, treasure map, magnetic drum kingdom, F, wide brim hat, F, leather triangular hat, F, overall evaluation, C, talent attributes, in order of acquisition EX level attribute, visitor from the otherworld attribute effect, permanently grants a 2-tier enhancement to one's luck attribute. The maximum limit for luck is EX. E-rank trait, tenacity trait effect. 1. Grants a 2-point enhancement to one's durability attribute. 2. Significantly enhances the capacity to endure pain, fear, and hunger. EX rank trait, wild body, blank ancient species blank, origin of talent. Animal system ancient species brachycephalic fruit trait effect. 1. Before the attribute values reach A rank, 1 strength, agility, and durability will receive long-term substantial upgrades. 2. Resistance is greatly enhanced, significantly reducing damage taken during attacks, while markedly increasing vitality, stamina, and recovery. 3. Acquires the trait Iron Head, a law-level iron forehead, the hardest existence in the cosmos, impervious to any form or force of destruction. E-rank trait, flickering candle in the wind trait effect. After sustaining overwhelming damage, forcibly locks the minimum vitality, allowing one to withstand attacks of up to E-rank severity. B-rank trait, golden rule trait effect. Personal wealth fortune is greatly enhanced, destined for prosperity throughout life, completely free from financial concerns. Ability trait, an order of acquisition. EX rank trait, fishing trait effect, utilizing sea kings to defeat enemies and employing devil fruits as bait. One can fish for endless arrays of radiant traits or miraculous items from the vast dimensional seas. E-level entry, beast's breath, total concentration, constant state effect. By inhaling the air, the blood rapidly absorbs a substantial amount of oxygen, thereby enhancing one's cardiopulmonary function and improving physical fitness. E-level entry, acute hearing effect. Any rustle or breeze within a 50-meter radius is captured by your ears. Sea-level entry, extraordinary courage effect. 1. Grants a 1-point sea-level bonus to personal dominance attributes. 2. Provides a 1-point sea-level enhancement to hidden mental attributes, simultaneously granting immunity to all sea-level and lower mental impacts, including but not limited to intimidation, presence, and observation. E-level entry, navigation skills description, a relatively formidable navigation skill among elite navigators. D-level entry, smoke form effect. 1. Enables flight. 2. Grants immunity to general physical attacks of D-level and below. E-level entry, forceful attack effect, trained in the art of combat. You understand how to strike in a manner that inflicts greater suffering upon your adversaries. F-level entry, close range, mid-range, long range, extreme range shooting effect. When executing a long-range attack against targets at close, mid, long, or extreme distances, your precision is exceptional. Upgraded to E-level entry, precise shooting effect. 1. Grants a 1-point E-level bonus to personal agility attributes. 2. Within a 100-meter range, you achieve perfect accuracy against stationary targets. Upgraded to D-level entry, mastery of precise shooting effect. 1. Grants a 1-point D-level bonus to personal agility attributes. 2. Maintains perfect accuracy within a 100-meter range. E-level ability entry, cold shot effect. 1. Grants a 1-point E-level bonus to personal agility attributes. 2. If an opportunity arises where a target cannot adequately defend against an attack, you can aim for critical areas, inflicting additional damage. D-level entry, mastery of unarmed combat effect. 1. Grants a 1-point D-level bonus to personal strength attributes. 2. Possesses a fundamental understanding of various excellent combat techniques commonly found at sea, particularly excelling in unarmed combat. E-level ability entry, 45-degree angled attack, mechanical repair technique description, a specialized mechanical repair skill exclusive to Cannon Sisters. D-level ability entry, 6 styles, shave D-level ability entry, 6 styles, iron block later evolved into C-level ability entry, 6 styles description, an advanced physical technique mastered by the world government and the Navy headquarters. Comprising 6 techniques, shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, galefoot, and finger gun. This martial art transcends human physical limits and possesses immense power. Mastering all techniques grants even those with devil fruit abilities the capacity to contend in battle. C-level ability entry, primal harmony effect, achieves complete unification of the thoughts within all cells, ensuring that they move in synchrony. C-level ability entry, ethereal essence description, a unique state of mind. C-level ability entry, superlative olfaction effects. 1. Capable of discerning even the most minute and elusive scents in the atmosphere. 2. Through scent, can identify the gender, age, and approximate threat level of other humans or creatures. C-level ability entry, armament hockey effects. 1. Hardening through armament hockey. 2. Demonic targeting. D-level ability entry, Beidou Steel Ripper effect significantly enhances the strength of the fingers, enabling the ability to tear through steel with bare hands. Sea level ability entry, magical reflection effect, automatically activates when another entity employs enslavement spells or utilizes special means of mental domination, rebounding the enslavement effect back to the wielder. Note, the rebound limit is CF grade ability entry, gambling entry effect, familiarity with conventional gambling methods at CC grade ability entry, observation hockey entry effect, 1. Superhuman olfactory sense, 2. Superhuman visual acuity, 3. Superhuman auditory perception EX grade ability entry, blank deck specific ability details can be found at the end of the article. Entry effect allows the user to freely imprint monsters and magic trap cards of any type and ability. With card levels ranging from F to EXP grade ability entry, gambling technique entry effect, mastery of all forms of gambling techniques achievable by human skill information entries in order of acquisition, F grade entry. Zombie Slayer entry effect, slightly increased damage to zombies and other undead creatures F grade entry, Blazing Flame entry effect, enhanced personal influence. Gaining a 1 F grade bonus in command attributes D grade entry, Friend of Monsters entry effect, increased likelihood of gaining favor from fearsome-looking creatures C grade entry, defeated by the Emperor S subordinates entry effect, 1. Enhanced personal influence, gaining a 1 C grade bonus in command attributes, 2. Your reputation begins to spread across the Grand Line, attracting the attention of certain individuals E grade entry, Elite Marine entry effect, 1 E grade bonus to strength, endurance, and agility attributes progression to D grade entry, Navy Corporal entry effect, 1 D grade bonus to strength, endurance, and agility attributes progression to C grade entry, Navy Lieutenant entry effect, 1 C grade bonus to strength, endurance, and agility attributes progression to C grade entry, Navy Commander, Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, entry effect, comparable to Navy Lieutenant F grade entry, Small Glutton entry effect. 1 F grade bonus to endurance attributes progression to E grade entry, Big Glutton entry effect. 1 E grade bonus to endurance attributes progression to D grade entry, Gluttonous Beast entry effect. 1 D grade bonus to endurance attributes. 2. Increase stomach capacity and digestive functions by 30 E grade entry, Fish Killer entry effect. 1. Familiarity with the habits and weaknesses of most common sea creatures. 2. Slightly increased damage to ordinary sea beasts D grade entry, Sniper entry effect. 1. Enhanced personal influence, gaining a 1 D grade bonus in command and agility attributes. 2. Enhanced vision allowing clarity and spotting an ant's antenna movement within a 50-meter radius D grade information entry, Killing Machine entry effect. 1. Enhanced personal influence and intimidation, gaining a 1 D grade bonus in command attributes. 2. Machine-like lethality, tireless, gaining 1 D grade bonus in endurance and strength attributes B grade information entry, God of Gambling entry effect. 1. Acquisition of B grade ability entry gambling technique. 2. 1 tier bonus to personal luck attributes B grade information entry, Card Master entry effect. 1. Enhanced personal influence, gaining a 1 B grade bonus in command attributes. 2. Your reputation begins to spread across the Grand Line item entries. In order of acquisition, F grade item, Gas Mask, damaged in battle, subpar item. Tanjiro Kamido's rice balls, consumed, E grade item. Nezuko Kamido's bamboo tube stopper, consumed, E grade item. Sunblade, beast breathing, sharp weapon, lost in battle. Later picked up by Runty, E grade item. Tanjiro Kamido's special rice balls, consumed, F grade item. 5,000 berries F grade item. Treasure map, worth 100 berries. Magnetic Drum Kingdom, E grade item. Holy Mother disassembly, imitation, sharp weapon, damaged in battle, E grade item. Permanent pointer of the ancient island E grade item. Health bracelet D grade item. Clockwork bandage D grade item. Giant breasted hand D grade item. White telephone bug D grade item. 1 million berries F grade item. Roast whole pig tenderloin, consumed, E grade item. Colorful fruit, consumed, C grade item. Snack tree seeds, consumed, F grade item. Wide brimmed hat D grade item. Hand of black that brings death D grade item. Italian cannon, submitted, F grade item. Blue flower, consumed, F grade item. Misfire dragon's oiled roast, consumed, D grade item. World color cancer C grade item. Beastly glasses, gifted to Galdino, F grade item. Leather triangular hat B grade item. A-class gold law experience card, consumed, D grade item. Simulated space, converted to subcard, B grade item. Magic tube, converted to subcard, C grade item. Onasudo, converted to subcard. Blank deck, main deck, treasure chamber, A. Erosion cycle, A. Benevolent hero, 1 smile, B. Heavenly obstruction star, B. 3. Navy vice admiral, khaki, B. Desert diamond sword, B. Heavy sandstorm, B. Desert sunflower, C. Hand of black that brings death, D. Desert, D. Sub deck, magic tube, B. Onasudo, C. Simulated space, rain banquet casino, D. It has come to my attention that many readers may not fully comprehend the capabilities of the blank deck, possibly due to not noticing the author's mention in this chapter. Therefore, I will take this opportunity to clarify. The blank deck is derived from the EX grade ability obtained through the superhuman type card Fruit. The primary card deck comprises 54 cards, capable of freely inscribing monsters and magic trap cards according to one's needs, with levels ranging from F to EX being unrestricted. The process of inscribing requires the target to willingly offer themselves or to lose their free will. The main deck can arbitrarily seal all offensive capabilities that deviate from the user, including but not limited to abilities derived from devil fruits, bullets, cannons, and aerial slashes. However, attacks originating from the user's own body, such as fists or bladed weapons, cannot be sealed, as these forms of assault are intrinsically linked to the user and do not align with the inscribing rules of willing sacrifice or loss of consciousness. Both monster cards and magic trap cards in the main deck function as consumable abilities, much like the inscribed cards of QIs, such as the Addition card and Smile card. Alongside the extensive array of sand-type abilities from the Sand Crocodile, these are deemed one-time use. Once employed, the cards revert to their blank form. Nevertheless, the main deck can also contain fixed use types, exemplified by the A-level card Treasure Chamber, a dedicated field magic card for storage. As long as the items within have not been entirely extracted, the treasure chamber will not revert to a blank card. At most, its card level may fluctuate. Monster and magic trap cards possess the potential to transform into permanent cards, a concept yet to be explored in the current narrative. Here, the Sand Crocodile serves as a pertinent example. Chueze triumphed over the Sand Alligator in battle. Should the Sand Alligator succumb to unconsciousness at that moment, Chueze would be able to imprint the creature, exploiting its loss of free will. Consequently, he would acquire a B-level normal monster card of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, the Sand Alligator, granting him the ability to summon it freely for combat. In such a case, the Sand Alligator card would transform into a permanent entity, remaining so until its demise or until Chueze voluntarily expunges it. Only then would the card revert to its blank form. The aforementioned details delineate the specific rules governing the main deck. There are no restrictions on the number of cards in the side deck, which also cannot be imprinted purposefully. Its contents primarily derive from the illusory cards of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, akin to those such as Magic Cylinder, Honest, and Simulated Space. Through the fishing ability, cards drawn from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Realm are not one-time use. The advantage of the side deck, in contrast to the main deck, lies in its non-consumable nature, permitting repeated utilization. However, the downside of the side deck is that during combat, it can only be employed once, aligning with the turn-based rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! This encapsulates the entirety of the blank deck's abilities. The lengthy exposition should provide sufficient clarity and detail. The information regarding Chueze's personal attribute panel is comprehensive, though certain entries may lack depth. Nonetheless, the essential content has been articulated clearly, and no significant omissions or errors should exist. Should any discrepancies arise, prompt corrections would be appreciated. In the future, when Chueze's attributes undergo substantial expansion or transformation, the author will once again update similar chapters. This chapter will be transferred to the relevant works before publication. Chueze silently gazed at the telephone bug resting on the desk, its peculiar ringing resonating continuously within the tranquil room. It was a call directed to the headquarters, devoid of any ulterior motives. Having not seen the visage and demeanor of Admiral Kizaru for quite some time, Chueze felt a profound sense of nostalgia. He yearned for the opportunity to engage in further dialogue with Admiral Kizaru, thereby strengthening their bond. After all, he was none other than the illustrious Kizaru, the user of the Pika Pika no Mi, a natural-type devil fruit. There existed no more suitable candidate for imprinting than Admiral Kizaru amidst the vast ocean. The mere thought of imprinting Kizaru's card, paired with the dual enhancement effect of the scoundrel label, sent shivers of exhilaration coursing through Chueze's mind. At this juncture, Kizaru's card was at least an A- grade. With the augmentations to his 4 combat attributes, strength, endurance, agility, and dominance, it was certain to reach A-grade status. Moreover, The Onitsudo could instantaneously replicate the opponent's strength attributes. What does this imply? It signifies that upon the combined usage of these two cards, Chuize would instantly metamorphose into a top-tier oceanic powerhouse, and one with a specialization in strength at that. Admiral Kizaru, please answer the call. Chuize murmured softly. As long as you can casually provide me with 7, 8, or even 10 copies of the Yellow Ape card, I shall forgive you for your previous antics with the Inyang script on the Shambadi archipelago. And I will no longer secretly plot how to shatter your glasses with a single punch. Several seconds slipped by, and Chuize felt as though time had come to a standstill. At last, with a crisp sound, the phone was answered. A bright, yet authoritative young woman's voice resonated through the line. Moshi Moshi, this is Miss Domino. Chuize, rarely one to interrupt, broke off his exchange with the captivating female officer of the prison and addressed her directly by name. I have crucial matters to report to the headquarters. Please expedite contact with General Borsellino. In the face of Kizaru's temptation, Chuize was hardly concerned with the golden-haired, voluptuous figure on the other end of the phone, adorned with chocolate-colored sunglasses and deep crimson knee-high boots. Goodness! The more he pondered, the more he felt aggrieved. How he longed to be the baton in Miss Domino's hand. Then he could be held by her. At this thought, Chuize's resentment towards Huang Yuan deepened even further. If only Boss Huang would print 100 copies of the Huang Yuan card. Chuize vowed to personally shatter Boss Huang's glasses in the future. Upon hearing the serious tone from the other end of the phone, Domino, located far away in the depths of the Great Sea Prison, recognized the gravity of the situation. All right, I will promptly redirect the call to the naval headquarters. After approximately half a minute of waiting, the crisp female voice faded away, replaced by the oily, lecherous voice of a middle-aged man. Moshi Moshi, is anyone there? Why is there no response? Boss Huang. Chuize interrupted Huang Yuan's leisurely pursuits. I have an important report regarding the warlord of the Seven Seas, Sir Crocodile, in Alabasta. Oh, I wonder what matter this could be? Huang Yuan's tone remained utterly unchanged as he continued to jest with Chuize. It's rather late, and this is not a working hour. I trust young Chuize is not seeking overtime pay by contacting headquarters at such an hour? Does this imply, Huang Yuan, that you receive overtime for your night shifts? For some inexplicable reason, this was the first thought that surged into Chuize's mind. He shook his head, dismissing the triviality. After my thorough, first-hand assessment, Chuize reluctantly managed to find a rather suitable term. I realized that Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is merely a facade. On the other end of the phone, Kizaru fell into an eerie silence, seemingly perplexed by Chuize's statement. Merely a facade? What does that mean? It implies that I had a confrontation with the sand crocodile. Chuize casually remarked. This seasoned pirate, who had roamed the vast seas for over a decade, exhibited a blatant disregard for the principles of martial ethics. The traditional code of pirates emphasizes relentless pursuit and the obliteration of the foe. If one can vanquish the adversary, one must do so, and should one fall in the attempt, it is deemed an honorable fate. Yet, this sand crocodile, in a breach of decorum, chose to flee rather than confront his opponent. Huang Yuan fell silent once more, his gaze drifting to the wall clock within the room, perhaps questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream or contemplating the possibility that Chuize had succumbed to drunken folly in the dead of night. Chuize? A mere recruit? Defeating the warlord crocodile? Especially on his own desert terrain? If you truly manage to vanquish Crocodile in the arid expanse, I shall relinquish my position as a candidate for Admiral. Vice Admiral Kaki is likely aware of this matter and may currently be reporting the situation to headquarters. Chuize observed that Huang Yuan remained silent for an unusually long time, leading him to suspect that this eccentric old monkey was dozing off. Thus, he ventured to share some startling news. Huang Yuan's throat emitted a series of incoherent, meaningless interjections, reminiscent of a rusty mechanism that had not been oiled for decades, before he finally managed to regain some semblance of normalcy. I understand now, he began. I have defeated the sand crocodile once. How should I proceed with my subsequent investigative task? As Chuizitao's intentions became evident, his ultimate aim remained to secure the Yellow Ape card. Otherwise, why would the esteemed Captain Huang personally visit Alabasta to offer guidance to a novice like me? There is no need for haste regarding your investigative mission. Let our headquarters first ascertain the specific circumstances before proceeding. The Yellow Ape, ignoring Chuizitao's irrelevant musings, commenced his actions. Should Chuizitao truly vanquish Crocodile, then the previously devised plan for an undercover operation within the 7 warlords of the sea would require substantial revisions. Initially, The strategy from Marineford intended to assign this young man a series of tasks, honing his abilities while simultaneously building his reputation. Ultimately seeking to replace one or two of the weaker warlords as stepping stones, thereby positioning him as an insider within the Navy's ranks among the 7 warlords. But is this not merely the first mission? Cui, have you truly overthrown the seasoned powerhouse crocodile? Or was it in the vast desert nation of Alabasta? Must you be so unpredictable? Kizaru felt an urgent need to promptly inform Zifa-sensei and Granny Tsuru, seeking their counsel on how to navigate the current predicament. Otherwise, the undercover operation would spiral completely out of control. Grasping the transponder snail, Kizaru transformed into a flash of light, soaring swiftly towards Zifa-sensei's residence. Cui, unaware of the circumstances, continued to report, "There is another matter. Jia Jishong wishes to recruit me into the Navy. Boss Huang, how should I handle this?" "Jia Jishong wants you to join the Navy? What is the situation here? Are you planning to join the Navy and receive 2 salaries? Borsellino was momentarily bewildered, nearly colliding with Zifa's abode. "Cui, where are you right now?" Kizaru stood at the entrance of Zifa's home, swiftly ringing the doorbell with lightning speed. "Regardless of your current location, find a discreet place to conceal yourself and await further instructions from headquarters. Crocodile's abilities will be significantly enhanced in the desert, and you must remain vigilant for your safety. For now, this will suffice. I do hope Crocodile makes a resurgence. Let us reward him with a few blasts of the heavenly impact." Before Cui could respond, the call was abruptly ended by Kizaru. Half an hour later, the phone rang again. Clearing his throat, Kizaru suppressed the astonishment brewing within him. As Cui had anticipated, Kizaru promptly reported the situation in Alabasta to headquarters, including the scene of Cui decisively defeating Crocodile. Without mentioning Zephyr, Crane's expression of shock upon learning of this matter was evident. Kizaru remarked, "Headquarters has verified the details of your actions in Alabasta. So, is there any reward for defeating one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" Cui hastily inquired. "Moreover, when can I expect the animal-type devil fruit that was supposed to be delivered to me?" "Your devil fruit will likely be personally handed to you during your next return to the headquarters for your debriefing," Kizaru replied. "As for the specific rewards for defeating the 7 warlords, they will manifest in terms of promotions in rank and improved benefits. Is that not a deserved recompense?" Cui, with unwavering confidence, inquired, "Have I not risked my life in the desolate expanse of the desert to finally vanquish the sand crocodile? Does the headquarters not consider the blood and sweat I shed in battle? Blood and sweat. Have you ever experienced such a thing?" The yellow ape recalled the report from Kaki. The sand crocodile, under Chui's command, was defeated with what could only be described as utter helplessness. It was simply absurd, since when could a mere naval recruit possess strength to rival and crush notorious pirates? The yellow ape composed himself and asked, "So, what other rewards do you seek? Perhaps another devil fruit could be granted?" Cui inquired tentatively. "If direct rewards are not feasible, I can also offer to purchase it." Kizaru momentarily froze, instantly recalling the intelligence relayed by Kaki, which included news of Cui winning over 2 billion berries at the Rain Banquet Casino. Over 2 billion berries. At such a price, what devil fruit could not be acquired? Kizaru rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated, and replied, "There are no remaining devil fruits available at headquarters. As for soldiers purchasing fruits from the headquarters, there is no precedent for that. Nevertheless, I will keep an eye on this matter for you." "That would be truly wonderful." Cui was filled with unanticipated joy. He had not harbored much hope, yet he was astonished to discover the genuine possibility of procuring a devil fruit from the headquarters. "What do you require so many devil fruits for?" inquired Kizaru, his curiosity piqued. "The intelligence returned by Vice Admiral Kaji also mentioned your status as a card fruit user. It is well known that a person cannot consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously. I have recently developed a peculiar affliction. I find it impossible to work unless I am collecting devil fruits." Cui spoke ambiguously. "Oh, what a convenient excuse. I mean, what strange illness could possibly exist at sea?" Huang Yuan stroked his stubble thoughtfully. "Since you are reluctant to speak, you must have your own reasons." Huang Yuan surmised that Cui likely intended to harness the power of the devil fruit to summon formidable subordinates to restore the Tobias kingdom. After a casual exchange, it was time to address serious matters. Huang Yuan's tone turned grave. "Midshipman Cui feed of the Navy headquarters, effective tomorrow. You are to cease your activities within the territory of Alabasta and proceed to the Devil's Triangle, where you shall launch an assault against the Warlord of the Sea. Gecko Moria. Retrieve the Navy warships that have been forcibly detained and rescue all surviving Navy personnel aboard. following the joint confirmation from Zephyr and Kizaru. It was decided that since Chuize had acquired the ability to confront the warlord of the sea directly, his training plan should be expedited. After Crocodile, the second warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, presented itself as the most suitable target. Fatty Moria? Chuize squinted his eyes. Once again, it was a B-grade bait. He remembered that among Moria's subordinates, there were 2 devil fruit users. He wondered if those 2 fruits had been consumed. Paramecia type, transparent fruit. Paramecia type, ghost fruit. Regaining his composure, Chuize solemnly responded to the transponder snail. Understood, sir. Excellent spirit. The following morning, in the desert of Alabasta, Chuize, Jiaji, and Yi Xiao emerged successively from the Rain Banquet Casino. The first 2 appeared relatively unscathed. However, the final figure, Yi Xiao, bore 2 conspicuous dark circles beneath his eyes, accentuated by a lattice of scars and ominous scara, rendering him particularly intriguing. My dear brother Yi Xiao, did you not enjoy a restful night's slumber yesterday? Chuize reclaimed the Rain Banquet Casino, returning it to the side deck, and cast a teasing glance at Yi Xiao, with arms crossed and an intrigued expression. Yi Xiao observed the scene. He chuckled lightly, unperturbed by the jest, while scratching his head. The gambling apparatus within the Rain Banquet Casino was simply too captivating, and he couldn't resist indulging in a game or two. A game or two. Perhaps it was more like a myriad. Chuize and Jiaji cast their gazes upon the dark circles beneath a smiling face, both suppressing their laughter and refraining from revealing the truth. My dear brothers, the affairs on the side of Alabastan have nearly reached their conclusion. I wonder what plans you both have moving forward? Chuize inquired, recalling the task assigned to him by Boss Huang the previous night. Presumably, you are already aware of my naval affiliation, so I shall not keep it a secret any longer, Jiaji stated openly, while simultaneously ensuring that no naval intelligence was disclosed. Originally, I received orders from headquarters to venture into a perilous maritime zone to address the matters concerning a notorious pirate who had been plundering naval vessels. Why does this task sound so familiar? Chuize experienced an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. However, just last night, our headquarters unexpectedly dispatched an urgent communication, stating that the aforementioned mission had been reassigned to another naval colleague, necessitating my attention to additional responsibilities. Jiaji continued, thus, I am unable to accompany the 2 of you on this endeavor. The naval colleague you mentioned, could it possibly be me? Chuize found himself at a loss for words. How could the department assign the mission of an elite general to someone as insignificant as a mere lieutenant colonel? Is there truly such a degree of exploitation of manpower? This simply cannot stand. If Boss Huang does not provide me with a few more cards, I may very well transform from a false undercover agent into a genuine pirate. How accustomed he has become to this. And where is that old brother of mine with his smile? Chuize turned his gaze towards Fat Tiger, who was discreetly stifling a yawn at that moment. Startled by Chuize's inquiry, he let out a chuckle that nearly caused him to choke. Ahem. He coughed heavily twice, attempting to mask his surprise. I am a seasoned wanderer, accustomed to a nomadic life, he continued, and my forthcoming actions lack any concrete plans. It will likely consist of wandering aimlessly and burying some despicable evildoers along the way. Upon hearing these words, Chuize's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been contemplating Fat Tiger for some time. If circumstances allowed, Chuize truly wished to recruit Yi Xiao into his fold. Admittedly, this so-called team currently comprised only Chuize himself. Yet, should Yi Xiao join, he would undoubtedly relish a position of significant importance, second only to Chuize himself. Ahem. Even in a life of wandering, there should at least be a semblance of direction, shouldn't there? Chuize inquired, after departing from Alabasta. Does Yi Xiao intend to head towards the entrance of the Grand Line or venture into the central regions of paradise? Yi Xiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he countered. What about you, Chuize? I plan to travel to Water 7, he replied. Chuize retrieved the card from the treasure chamber and presented the rationale he had long prepared. Having amassed such a fortune, there seemed little opportunity for expenditure. Commissioning a luxurious treasure ship was indeed an excellent choice. Both Jiaji and Yi Xiao comprehended Chuize's perspective. In that case, let us journey together. Yi Xiao pondered briefly before speaking up. I have heard of the renowned shipwright, Mr. Tom, in the city of 7 Waters, who aims to construct a waterborne train that will connect numerous islands of paradise. I intend to visit that famed shipbuilding city to assess the situation. A cascade of exclusive terms flashed through Chuize's mind. City of 7 Waters, Mr. Tom, maritime train, the eccentric Frankie, and the design schematics of the underworld. These thoughts were swiftly suppressed within him. It is not yet time. Well then, Brother Jiaji, I shall accompany Brother Ishao as we depart. Chuize cast a glance at the general, whose duties he had usurped, and waved his hand. Wishing you smooth sailing. Boarding the vessel, Chuize departed Alabaston in the company of a smile. Along the way, Chuize did not overlook the opportunity to seek guidance from the experienced mentor, continuously inquiring about the mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey techniques. Furthermore, Chuize earnestly requested Isha to utilize his gravity fruit to create a negative gravitational force, thereby honing his physique and training his ape martial arts. While the blank deck possesses immense power, Chuize understands that the body is the true capital for combat. A gesture of reciprocity, Chuize unreservedly imparted his recently acquired B-level gambling skills to Ishao, precisely striking at the vulnerable spot of the corpulent tiger. Although it remained a mystery how Chuize could transform within a mere few days from a novice, lacking even a basic understanding of gambling rules, into a master of remarkable skill, Ishao felt no doubt upon recalling Chuize's astounding feat of amassing over 2 billion berries at the Rain Banquet Casino. This, perhaps, was the essence of genius. Upon arriving at the city of Seven Waters, with Ishao's assistance in gravity training, Chuize experienced a modest enhancement in his strength, endurance, and agility, elevating each attribute to AC level. His ability traits, including monkey martial arts and armament hockey, also saw significant refinement, achieving AC rating. Consequently, his overall evaluation rose from C to C. Alongside this considerable advancement in strength, the relationship between Chuize and Ishao has become remarkably close. Ishao, who revels in the thrill of daily wagers, even generously bestowed upon Chuize's life card. The life card is a rare and extraordinary item found in the vast ocean, crafted by blending one's own fingernails into the material. It represents the vitality of its owner, continuously directing towards their location, effective regardless of where they may be in the sea. Ishao's willingness to present the life card signifies that he has regarded Chuize as a dear friend. Throughout their journey, Chuize has also inscribed several of Ishao's monster cards. These include not only the standard monster cards but also effect monster cards. B-level card, benevolent hero Ishao card type, effect monster card effect. 1. Card possession. Upon use, it elevates the wielder's strength, endurance, and dominance attributes to B level, while increasing agility to B level. 2. Gravity fruit. Upon activation, it grants the ability to manipulate gravity freely, with a control capacity that does not exceed B level. Chuize has yet to find the opportunity to test the formidable effects of the Smile Monster card. Yet it is believed to possess extraordinary power. The Seven Water City, a colossal metropolis named for its aquatic nature, stands as a rare example of a city that is simultaneously an island, its urban landscape markedly distinct from the typical islands found upon the sea, interwoven with a rather intricate network of waterways. After arriving in the city of Chishui, Chuize and the other bid each other farewell. The latter proceeded as originally planned to investigate the progress of the construction of the waterborne train. After feigning interest in several prominent shipbuilding companies, Chuize quietly departed from the world's shipbuilding capital, making his way towards the enigmatic Bermuda Triangle. Over the past several centuries, more than 100 vessels have mysteriously vanished each year within the fog-laden waters of this treacherous region. Having traveled from the city of Seven Waters, enveloped in a shroud of mist, Chuize now hovered in midair, gazing intently at the dense fog that had lingered for centuries, unwavering and undissipated. Given that his mission was to confront the Moonlight Moria, Chuize unleashed a card depicting a whimsical monster, bestowing its effects upon himself. Without further ado, in the next moment, invisible waves of gravity emanated from Chuize's being, permeating the misty expanse before him, continuously delving deeper and relentlessly sensing, relaying information about the enigmatic depths of the magical triangular sea. Mere minutes later, Chuize's eyes sparkled as he plunged into the mist of the Devil's Triangle. He had discovered it, the terrifying three-masted ship. Was it the endless sea fog that bewitched the traveler's vessels? Alas, the sacred gravity of the celestial sphere binds us all. I unveil the entire map. The terrifying three-masted ship, a colossal vessel adrift in the Devil's Triangle, is perhaps inadequately described as a sailing ship. More accurately, it resembles a diminutive island floating upon the waves. The overall silhouette of the terrifying three-masted ship is characterized by a regular circular shape, encircled by a formidable high wall constructed from resilient stone blocks. The main entrance resembles a mouth, a grand iron gate, Beyond this great iron maw lies a ring of inner sea, enveloping the central island. This island is adorned with grotesque, desiccated jungles, while at its heart stands an ancient castle complex. The central tower of the castle, along with two additional towers that rise from the stone walls, collectively form the three stout masts of the terrifying three-masted ship. A massive sail emblazoned with the words Thriller Bark hangs from the mizzen mast, while the main mast displays the Jolly Roger of the Moonlight Moria pirate crew, featuring a colossal skull crowned and adorned with lavender bat wings. Chuize released the levitating gravitational force that enveloped him, descending onto the outer wall of the ominous three-masted ship. As he gazed upon this artificially marked minuscule island, a multitude of corresponding information flashed through his mind. According to Brooks' elucidation in the original work, the ominous three-masted vessel is a colossal island hailing from the West Sea. The map of the Grand Line is distinctly divided, with the Red Line and the Grand Line serving as two vast environmental belts traversing the ocean, segmenting this watery planet into 6 principal regions. Among these, the East Sea and South Sea flank the Paradise. The West Sea and North Sea border the New World. If that is the case, how did the ominous three-masted ship, originating from the West Sea, manage to surmount the dual obstacles of the New World and the Red Line to arrive in the devilish triangle of the Paradise? Contemplating this, Chuize could not help but narrow his eyes. Brooke has no reason to deceive the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. His information should be reliable. The true dilemma lies in the fact that Brooke's era is far removed from the present. Perhaps, back then, Brooke indeed witnessed the ominous three-masted ship adrift upon the surface of the West Sea. At that time, it was known as the Ominous Roar, or perhaps something else. Subsequently, this grand vessel from the West Sea was transported by formidable means from the open seas all the way to the Grand Line. Images of several figures flickered through Chuize's mind. The most likely individual was the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, who had consumed the float fruit. The West Sea. Golden Lion Shiki, the shattered colossal ship, could it possibly be connected to the fearsome three-masted vessel and the Rock's pirate crew from decades past? Furthermore, what about that fateful battle at God Valley that shaped the very landscape of the seas? A thought, almost too incredible to fathom, flashed through Chuize's mind. Never mind. It is futile to dwell on these two issues at this moment. Chuize took a deep breath and advanced toward the central island of the terrifying three-masted ship. The duration of the smile fruit is merely half an hour. Having just spent several minutes locating the ship, I have no time to ponder ancient historical matters. With the aid of the gravity fruit, Chuize's figure soared like a meteor, swiftly approaching the central isle. Moments later, he descended upon the land of the island. Gazing at the desolate and dilapidated surroundings, Chuize was struck by a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his initial arrival at the forsaken zombie island. Indeed, the atmosphere was quite potent. Chuize furrowed his brow. Within the islands of the terrifying three-masted ship, a pervasive and lingering stench of decaying corpses permeated the air. While this odor might be imperceptible to the average person, for Chuize, blessed with a superhuman sense of smell, it was decidedly unpleasant. Chuize was acutely aware of the source of the fetid stench of decay. Moria, the wielder of the shadow fruit, possessed the extraordinary ability to ensnare the shadows of others and embed them within corpses, thereby animating them into the form of zombies. Simultaneously, these zombies would inherit the combat prowess and temperament of their original shadow bearers, although the powers of the devil fruit could not be transferred or replicated. The shadow fruit, in a certain light, is indeed formidable. However, it has been somewhat misappropriated by the corpulent Moria, relegating it to the status of a mere figurine fruit in everyday use. Chuize inhaled deeply, forcing himself to disregard the overpowering stench of decay that assailed his senses, while simultaneously activating the capabilities of his gravity fruit. At last, he had located the naval warship previously captured by the moonlit Moria. Fortunately, the number of survivors aboard the vessel was relatively substantial. At this very moment, the warship lay anchored within the inner circle of the fearsome three-masted sailing ship, adrift amidst the tumultuous waves. He swiftly pinpointed the position of the naval vessel. However, Chuize refrained from rushing to its aid immediately. His primary objective in the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle was to vanquish the moonlit Moria. Rescuing the individuals aboard the warship would merely be a matter of convenience, for should he successfully defeat Moria, the crew would be liberated without necessitating any further intervention on his part, not even a personal appearance. Having confirmed the location of the naval warship, Chuize began to make his way toward the interior of the island. Undoubtedly, the greatest adversary aboard the terrifying three-masted ship was the moonlit Moria. Yet, this formidable vessel also harbored numerous lesser zombies. Having not hunted for some time, Chueze could not afford to overlook these easily obtainable prey. Let me recall. What were the weaknesses of the zombies created by the moonlit Moria? Chueze reminisced about the intricate details of the terrifying sailing chapter from the original work. Lacking the sensation of pain and oblivious to the weakness of fatigue, he pondered, if that is the case. Chueze produced a recently inscribed field magic card and summoned it into the air. Card level, sea card name, the ocean card type, field magic card effect. The waters of the ocean during the paradise phase are capable of submerging a small island. What defines a nemesis to the capable? In a tactical display by Chueze, a torrent of oceanic water surged forth from the cards of the sea, cascading onto the central aisle of the ominous three-masted ship, spreading in all directions. This colossal deluge instantaneously submerged everything in its path: mud, stones, towering trees, and the undead. What is this? Ocean water. How could such water manifest upon the island? Could the Devil's Triangle experience a tsunami? Amidst the clamor of startled cries, the zombies were purified by the encroaching waves, their inky shadows soaring into the sky. Concurrently, messages flooded Chueze's luminous screen, akin to the relentless rush of the sea. You have vanquished a zombie rated F. X3 You have vanquished a zombie rated E. Chueze cast a cursory glance and quickly discerned that the zombies, eroded by the sea and stripped of their shadows, were predominantly of exceedingly low rank, with even the E grade being a rare sight. What could be the reason for this? I recall that the zombies aboard the terrifying three-masted ship, whether in corporeal form or shadow, were meticulously gathered by the moonlit Moria, were they not? Chueze furrowed his brow in perplexity. Is this the quality of the meticulously gathered corpses and the zombies conjured from shadows? It is worth noting that aside from the moonlight Moria, Chueze had also set his sights on the other two minor bosses aboard the terrifying three-masted vessel, the Demon Oz and the Swordmaster Ryoma. The former is a colossal demon renowned 5 centuries ago, possessing the extraordinary strength to effortlessly move islands. The latter, a legendary warrior celebrated across the seas centuries past, is famed for having slain a dragon above the capital. Currently, the zombies washed away by the sea exhibit strikingly low levels, and the quality of the bait acquired is astonishingly subpar. This leaves Chueze questioning the worth of both the Demon Oz and the Swordmaster Ryoma. Could it be that what he initially believed to be a monster-hunting paradise is, in fact, a mere illusion? After a moment of contemplation, Chueze retrieved an F-grade bait he had just acquired. In that case, let us first explore the fishing world corresponding to the terrifying three-masted ship, a desolate island shrouded in mist, where zombies and shadows intertwine. Fishing results for this session. Type: item F-grade item, white top hat source, Honkai series description, a pristine white top hat adorned with 2 cerulean feathers on the brim. Effect: decorative evaluation. The hat of the green toad, what a peculiar catch. A hat has surfaced in the depths of my fishing endeavor. Chueze shook the pure white top hat in his hands, causing the tips of the 2 feathers to trace irregular patterns in the air. However, could it be that the Honkai series was indeed the one in question? A confirmation was necessary to ascertain if the terrifying three-masted ship truly had locked onto the Honkai. With this thought in mind, Chueze retrieved an F-grade bait and cast it into the dimensional sea. During this fishing expedition, the haul was categorized as follows: type of harvest, item F-grade item, damage bubble helmet item description, a mere decorative piece item effect, none item evaluation, a worthless helmet. Indeed, what a disappointment. Chueze forcefully smashed the damage bubble helmet onto the ground, causing shards of glass to scatter in all directions. The once inconsequential item, Uchiha Tanjiro's rice ball, which had once satisfied his hunger, now seemed utterly worthless. How could this wretched object be valued at merely an F-grade bait? Anger was but a fleeting emotion. Chueze managed to gather 2 pieces of intelligence, albeit with great difficulty. Firstly, the world of fishing behind the terrifying three-masted ship is in utter chaos, lacking any semblance of order. Secondly, the three-masted ship is indeed linked to the legendary battle of the Valley of Gods from years past. The trashy helmet worn by the trashy figure, could it not be referring to the celestial dragons? Meanwhile, deep within his fortress, Moonlight Moria, who was educating children, sensed the rapid disappearance of members from the zombie legion through a multitude of uncontrolled shadows. Abandoning the little girl, he dashed out of the castle, hastening towards the area where the zombies had vanished first. Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Moonlight Moria bellowed in fury until he encountered that card-playing lad who was casting out to sea. This young man, I have seen him before. The subway, the elderly, the mobile phone. Gazing at the inexplicably exaggerated face of Moonlight Moria. 3 large question marks instantly appeared above Chuize's head. What on earth? Chuize was on the verge of extending a greeting to Moria when he suddenly recalled a rather peculiar entry he had once acquired. D-rank entry. Friend of oddities. Effect. Easier to garner the affection of creatures that possess a fearsome and terrifying appearance. Just as he was about to respond, Moria, under the moonlight, gazed at the inexplicably likable stranger before him and eagerly proposed, "Young man, would you care to join my moonlight pirate crew?" Since his disastrous defeat at the hands of Kaido and Wano, Moria had languished in the treacherous Devil-Esh Triangle for nearly a decade, bereft of his entire crew. Although he commanded a formidable 3-masted ship and ruled over the vast expanse of the Devil's Triangle, his days were largely devoid of activity. Save for tending to the pink-haired girl he had fortuitously rescued, also hailing from the West Blue. In a moment of restless contemplation, Moria had resolved to seek out suitable companions in the coming years to assist in the creation of a more powerful army of zombies, much like how he had once recruited the brilliant Surgeon Hogback during that time. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a promising young man today. Reflecting on the tragic fates of his former crewmates, Moria paused and added, "I shall personally transform you into the most formidable zombie in existence, second only to my ultimate weapon, as the demon." Chuize regained his senses and, upon hearing the utterly unreliable recruitment rhetoric from Moonlight Moria, felt a surge of frustration akin to an uproar in his heart. "You disregard your own integrity. I still have to uphold mine. Moreover, as the captain of a pirate crew, could you not possess a modicum of discretion regarding secrets? Is it truly wise to casually divulge the existence of a trump card? Let us dispense with this nonsensical recruitment chatter." Chuize summoned the power of the gravity fruit, gently raising his finger. In an instant, several desiccated colossal trees tore through the earth, uprooting themselves as withered branches and leaves trembled in the air. The world government established the warlord system, forcibly legitimizing those notorious pirates who commit heinous acts. Previously, I tested the capabilities of Crocodile and Alabasta, but it was nothing remarkable. Today, it is your turn. Moonlight Moria. He. You managed to defeat that crocodile? Moonlight Moria, surprisingly, responded with delight rather than anger. Excellent. I shall take this opportunity to assess your combat prowess. As Chuizashin's thoughts sparked, several colossal trees hurtled towards Moonlight Moria's position like cannonballs. Manipulating objects? Are you also a wielder of a devil fruit? A paramecia type? Moonlight Moria grinned as he summoned a large mass of shadows, swiftly transforming it into a flowing wall of darkness that shielded him. It is truly unfortunate that I have yet to master the technique of converting devil fruit users into zombies. Boom, boom. The colossal trees collided with the shadow wall, producing a resounding crash, only to snap under the pressure, failing to disturb the seemingly solid yet ethereal dark curtain. Sensing the defensive prowess of the shadows, Chuizashin swiftly gestured downward, unleashing an overwhelming gravity generated by the gravity fruit, which cascaded down upon Moonlight Moria. The weight pressing upon him multiplied instantaneously, and caught off guard by his sluggish combat instincts honed over the years, he was abruptly forced to the ground. His head, resembling a fiery onion, barely avoided burying itself in the mud. The entire scene was one of utter disarray. "You rascal!" Moonlight Moria emitted a sharp, furious roar. "You are utterly despicable." Chuize exhibited no interest in engaging with the insipid drivel of Moonlight Moria. After pinning his opponent to the ground, he intensified the gravitational pressure while harnessing the powers of the gravity fruit and the ocean. He commanded a massive wave of water, towering several meters high, to surge towards Moonlight Moria, the sea. Moonlight Moria gritted his teeth and propelled his corpulent frame from the ground, only to be met by the impending deluge. In a flurry, he manipulated his shadows to conjure a wall of darkness, formidable as if it were tangible. With a resounding crash, the tumultuous waters collided against the shadow wall, yet failed to inflict any damage, instead being scattered apart. Observing this turn of events, Moonlight Moria's eyes glimmered with excitement, his pallid visage twisting into a grotesque grin. "Hey, it is my turn to counterattack." With that proclamation, he commanded the shadow wall before him to disintegrate and reshape, transforming into a swarm of bats that blotted out the sun, lunging fiercely towards Chuize's position. The swarm of bats. Chuize concentrated gravity and exerted it upon the swarm of shadowy bats, yet it failed to impede their speed in the slightest. Gravity has no effect on shadows. Upon realizing this, Chuize promptly cast aside a blank card. The imprint was successful, You have obtained a C-grade card. C-grade card. Night Demon Assault card type. Normal trap card effect. A myriad of shadowy bats that can disregard all forces except for overwhelming might. Capable of withstanding the opponent's attacks and unleashing an unrelenting barrage of bites, inflicting physical damage. Card ability? Upon witnessing his scattered bats being instantly absorbed and sealed by a mere card, Moonlight Moria was momentarily taken aback. What kind of devil fruit have you consumed, kid? Chuize retracted the Night Demon Strike card and, harnessing the power of the gravity fruit, conjured an overwhelming force of gravity that enveloped the entire surrounding area. Under the influence of this infinite gravity, the ground beneath the fearsome three-masted ship instantaneously cracked as a deep chasm threatened to form. Moonlight Moria was once again rendered immobile by the immense pressure. Veins bulged on his forehead as he pressed his hand against his shadow. Extracting an oddly shaped colossal spear from the depths of his silhouette, which he hurled with great force towards Chuize, aiming directly at his form. The Shadow Horn Spear. Having already sealed a Night Demon Strike, does he still not learn from experience? Such stubbornness. I admire that. Chuize once again cast a blank card, attempting to seal the Shadowhorn gun. However, to his astonishment, the blank card merely held the Shadowhorn gun suspended in midair, failing to absorb and seal it. The card's imprint was unsuccessful. What? Chuize was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon Moonlight Moria. It was then he discerned that the tip of the shadow horn was inextricably linked to the shadow of Moonlight Moria. The previous successful sealing of the Night Demoness assault was due to the fact that those shadow bats had completely detached from the confines of Moonlight Moria's body. The shadow fruit. Chuize realized this and couldn't help but let out a soft click of his tongue. He did not remove the blank card, but instead played another card. B-grade card. Magic Cylinder. The power of the Shadow Horn gun was instantly absorbed by this ordinary trap card, transforming into a terrifying damage effect, which, through the unseen rules of the cards, was returned to Moonlight Moria himself. With a sudden surge of excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, Moonlight Moria felt as though a spear had pierced him deeply. Instinctively, he reached for his belly, yet found no trace of blood, as if this intense sensation were merely a figment of his imagination. Kid, I don't know how you did it, but you have thoroughly enraged me. The overwhelming pain ignited a fierce fury within Moonlight Moria, his eyes glinting with a menacing crimson. How many years had it been? How long since he had tasted such intense agony? Kaido, I swear I will kill you. I will turn you into a zombie. I must. With a roar that reverberated through the air, Moonlight Moria's shadow began to swell as if inflated by an unseen force, expanding to several times its original size in an instant. Shadows change with the physical form. This is common knowledge. And the shape of the physical body aligns with that of its shadow. This is a fundamental law. Therefore, when the shadow undergoes transformation, the physical form is theoretically compelled to follow suit. Experience this move. Shadow Revolution. As the words left his lips, Moonlight Moria's body suddenly swelled, as if multiplying in thin air. The towering figure of nearly 7 meters now extended to several tens of meters, and with his terrifying visage, he appeared no different from the malevolent spirits of myth and legend. Boom, boom. With his augmented size and strength, Moonlight Moria charged towards Chuize, defying the immense gravitational force of the gravity fruit. Each step he took sent tremors echoing through the terrifying three-masted ship island. You warlords truly are monstrous in certain aspects. Chuize sighed softly and retrieved the card he had prepared in advance. The effect card, which elicited a smile, possessed the same gravitational fruit abilities. However, in the short span of time, Chuize found it challenging to fully master its intricacies. As for delving deeply into the development of the devil fruit, exploring gravitational waves into outer space within half an hour was a mere fantasy. Given this predicament, if Chuize wished to manifest certain arcane abilities, he would undoubtedly need to rely on authentic skill cards. Chuize retrieved the meticulously prepared cards and cast them into the air. A series of deep purple rings erupted from the trap cards, akin to blades of light piercing the night, tearing through the dense, floating fog and slicing across the vast sky above the terrifying three-masted ship. Moments later, the eternally gray sky of the Bermuda Triangle was suddenly tinted with a dazzling orange-red glow as a substantial amount of water vapor was evaporated and dispersed. As the white mist dissipated, a colossal meteor, ablaze with incandescent flames and carrying boundless light and heat, descended with a thunderous roar. The Moonlight Moria, racing forward. Since the abrupt change in the surrounding atmosphere, particularly the now illuminated terrifying three-masted ship, Instinctively, he raised his head and beheld the impending disaster. Gazing at the massive meteor, nearly half the size of the ominous vessel, an involuntary cold sweat streamed down the fierce, enraged visage of Moonlight Moria. "Hey, you bastard. B-grade card, Celestial Obstructing Meteor. It will be available for purchase the day after tomorrow. I seek your support." Faced with the meteor's imminent attack that could effortlessly obliterate the entire three-masted ship, Moonlight Moria's eyes widened in fury as he unhesitatingly unleashed the true trump card ability of the Shadow Fruit. Swarms of slender shadows, akin to black serpents, emerged from beneath his feet, darting towards every corner of the terrifying three-masted ship with extraordinary speed, precisely locking onto the resurrected zombies ensnared within the shadows. "Come forth, all shadows aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Become my strength." Moonlight Moria bellowed, his eyes radiating a horrifying scarlet glow, reminiscent of a hellish fiend. "This time, I shall not lose anyone." The slender black shadows, functioning like conduits of energy, continuously transmitted all the shadows from within the terrifying three-masted ship into Moonlight Moria's form, causing a palpable aura of black mist to emanate around him. Not enough, not enough. Moonlight Moria raised his head, gazing at the approaching celestial obstructing meteor, gritting his teeth as he accelerated the infusion of shadows. 100, 200, 300. Excluding the zombies previously purified by Cui with seawater cards. Nearly all the remaining shadows of the zombies aboard the terrifying three-masted ship had been absorbed into Moonlight Moria's body, an impressive count nearing 900. Under the moonlight, Moria's limbs and torso convulsed unnaturally, his crimson eyes filled with a multitude of blood vessels. The small horns on either side of his forehead abruptly elongated into serpentine giants. Simultaneously, Moria's already massive form continued to swell. 20 meters, 40 meters, 60 meters, until, astonishingly, he reached a towering height of nearly 80 meters, surpassing even the legendary giant. "Ores of the land of spirits. Ha! I shall not be vanquished by a mere stone," Moria declared, raising his right arm into a colossal fist and crashing it towards the falling meteor, the heavenly obstruction star. With a thunderous boom, the moment his fist met the meteor, a deafening roar echoed, fracturing the surface of the celestial body. The shattered meteor rained down upon the terrifying three-masted ship like a torrential downpour, sending countless grains of dust and debris into the air. Harnessing the power of shadow manipulation, Moria's immense size exponentially augmented his strength, granting him the destructive capability to shatter small islands with a mere strike. The fiery meteor, ablaze with intensity, was thus torn asunder by Moria's overwhelming force, halting its descent. Ha ha ha. Though faced with the impact of the heavenly obstruction star, Moria was not unscathed. Wisps of shadow oozed from between his teeth, yet he forced a laugh. "As long as I can shatter this stone, there is nothing to fear." Each word escaped him with labored breaths, shadows spilling forth from his mouth and nostrils. "Is that so?" With an impassive expression, Tries retrieved a second trap card and flung it into the air. "Reject your fate." B-class card, Heavenly Obstruction Star. The second colossal meteor, equal in size to the first, plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily atop the first. In the next instant, the meteor shattered, calamity descending. Boom, boom, boom. As Moria felt the surge of power reverberating through his fists, his eyes widened in rage and disbelief. He endeavored to withstand the onslaught and obliterate both meteors. Yet his aspirations were naive. The two colliding meteors crushed him beneath their weight, akin to squashing an insect. A torrent of blood, mingling with viscous shadows, erupted from Moria's mouth, his eyes turning white. The thick, dark shadows resembled a massive fountain erupting from the ground, painting a stark black line across the natural canvas of the world. A shadow, akin to a pearl dot, gallivanted freely across the expanse of sky and earth, swiftly soaring towards the direction where its master resided. The eerie silence of the three-masted ship, the tranquil forest, the grand line, and the various realms of the West Sea. Pirates, navy, civilians, and merchants. Countless souls, once bereft of their shadows by the nefarious Moria, now awaited the long-anticipated return of their shadows at this very moment. A notification echoed through the luminous screen, heralding the conclusion of the battle. You have vanquished a warlord of the sea with an overall rating of B. You have acquired a B-grade victory bait. Moria has been defeated. As he gazed at the freshly updated messages on the screen, Chuize felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. To triumph over Moria, he had expended 3 B-grade cards, 1 effect monster card with a smile, and 2 standard trap cards of the Heavenly Obstruction Star. Now, One must ponder whether the spoils gained from defeating Moria could possibly compensate for such a substantial investment. With the final moments of the last few minutes of the One Smile card, QIs harnessed the power of the gravity fruit to displace the two meteorites that were pinning down Moonlight Moria, exposing the wretched form of the former warlord of the sea. Previously, during the events in Alabasta, QIs had conceived an idea to utilize the blank card to imprint the defeated warlords of the sea. Regrettably, that notion did not come to fruition at the time, as Crocodile's escape was far too swift. Yet, while one crocodile fled, a figure resembling a figurine enthusiast arrived. It is difficult to ascertain whether this was a gain or a loss. Chuize approached the unconscious figure of Moonlight Moria and summoned a blank card. The detection indicated that the target had utterly lost its free will. Shall the B-level card, Warlord of the Seven Seas, Moonlight Moria, be inscribed? Indeed, it is possible. Chuize, invigorated, raised his fist in triumph. His choice was undeniably clear. The imprint card. The imprint was successful. You have obtained a B-rank card. B-rank card, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Moonlight Moria card type, normal monster card effect. Summon the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Moonlight Moria. And you may command it at will. Note, imprinted monsters may experience a rebellious phase, yet they shall never escape the confines of the card. Monster information, severe injury, exhaustion. Stun 1. Overall evaluation, B. Strength, B. Durability, B. Agility, B-. Command, B-. Charisma, Shattering, awaiting convergence, luck. 2. Superhuman type, Shadow Fruit, level, B-. 3. Soremaster, the card featuring Moonlight Moria is accompanied by notifications that far exceed those of ordinary effect cards. Normal summoning is unrestricted in both frequency and duration. Chuize perused the cards and soon discerned their distinct differences. If the Smile card merely replicated abilities temporarily, then the Moonlight Moria card had fully subjugated the formidable pirate. It could be summoned and utilized at any moment. Holding the Moonlight Moria card, Chuize could distinctly sense the current state of Moria encapsulated within. His injuries showed no signs of deterioration, as if time itself had been completely sealed away. Could this sealing ability of the blank card deck serve as a temporary means of rescue? A flash of inspiration flickered through Chuize's mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. Perhaps it would be prudent to first evaluate the capabilities of the Moonlight Moria card. After a series of tests, Chuize has essentially confirmed the effects of the Moonlight Moria card. As a standard monster card, Chuize is able to summon Moonlight Moria for use. However, Chuize is unable to utilize the abilities of the Shadow Fruit associated with Moonlight Moria. The time suspension contained within the standard monster card does not allow the sealed Moonlight Moria to recover from injuries simply by being returned to the card. Whether the sealed card can perceive the passage of time remains to be investigated once Moonlight Moria awakens. Furthermore, Moonlight Moria is incapable of actively escaping the confines of the blank card deck. Nevertheless, Chuize can voluntarily dissolve this binding relationship and restore the freedom of the other party. Concurrently, the Moonlight Moria card will revert back to a blank card. It is akin to capturing a pet in a game,